A marine biologist came to Driftmoor to uncover the truth about her sister's death. A snowstorm trapped her in a lighthouse with a werewolf clan. When the clan's heir claimed her as his fated mate, the elders forced her to stay by his side. What happens when the truth you're chasing could destroy the trust you're starting to feel? The Wolf at Driftmoor Light, a web novel, werewolf, shifter, romance by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The ferry had no business running in weather like this, but the captain was a Driftmoor man who measured risk differently, and Saskia Roelofs was too cold to argue. She stood at the rail as the boat shouldered through whiteout spray, salt crusting her coat hood and freezing into the wool. The mainland had disappeared an hour ago. Now there was only the churn of gray water and the darker gray of cliffs looming through snow, and somewhere above them, a light she could not see but felt. A pulse in the dark that meant rock and survival, and whatever waited on the other side of this squall. The captain said something she did not catch. She nodded anyway. Her hands had gone numb around the rail. She pried them loose, one finger at a time, flexed until the pins and needles burned through, and checked the waterproof field notebook clipped to her belt. Dry. That mattered. Every sample, every date, every discrepancy she found on this island would go into those pages. And if she lost them, she lost everything. The notebook held 4 years of her sister's reef data, too. Anika's handwriting in the margins, annotations in pencil, tide timing scratched out and rewritten. The official drowning report said Anika had fallen from the South Cliffs during a spring high. Saskia had read the file 12 times on the train north. The tide timing did not match. The bruising pattern did not match. The missing field notes did not match anything at all. She intended to match them. The ferry shuddered against a concrete slip, and the captain gestured her toward the ramp. She grabbed her duffel, ducked into the wind, and stepped onto Driftmoor. The storm hit her full in the face. Snow drove horizontal off the harbor, scouring the boardwalk where a few figures moved with their heads down, hunched into oilskin and fur. No one looked at her twice. That was the first strange thing. Outsiders on an island this isolated should draw stares. But the people of Driftmoor moved like they already knew she was there and had decided she was not worth stopping for. She pushed inland, following the directions the harbormaster had shouted over the wind. The guest cottage was at the north end, past the chapel, past the long stone building that smelled of brine and iodine and something metallic she could not place. She did not stop to examine it. The cold had passed through her coat into her bones, and she needed dry shelter and a working stove and time to spread out Anika's file in private. The cottage sat at the base of a cliff path, low-roofed, salt-scoured, with a single lamp burning behind a salt-glazed window. She fumbled the key from her pocket, got the door open, and stepped inside. The stove was dead. She checked the flue, checked the fuel tank, checked the matches beside the burner. 3 of them, all damp, their heads gone soft and useless. The cold in the cottage was deeper than the cold outside because it had settled, soaked into the walls, into the mattress, into the silence. She stood in the middle of the room with her duffel at her feet and water dripping from her hood onto the floorboards, and felt something very close to despair. A knock at the door. She turned. The door swung open before she reached it, and a woman stood in the gap, gray-haired, round-shouldered, wrapped in a knit shawl so thick it looked like armor. Behind her, snow swallowed the rest of the village. "The stove," the woman said, not a question. "It's dead." The woman's mouth tightened. "I told them to check the flue before you came. They didn't. The road's gone now anyway. Snow's got the pass sealed till morning, maybe longer." Saskia's stomach dropped. "I need to start my survey tomorrow." "You need to not freeze tonight." The woman studied her with flat assessment. "Lighthouse Law. You'll stay up at the keeper's cottage till the road clears. Pell will have the fire going. He's got the stove, the lights, and the kettle. You'll be fine." "I don't need... You need a roof that holds heat." The woman stepped back into the snow. "Follow the cliff path up. You cannot miss it. If you can't see the light through this, you shouldn't be on the cliff at all. She was gone before Saskia could argue. The path was worse than the harbor road. Ice under fresh snow, the grade steep, the wind coming off the sea in gusts that tried to lift her off her feet. She carried the duffel in one hand and kept the other on the rock face, feeling her way blind through the white. Then the light broke through. Not the harbor light. This one was higher, older, burning amber through the storm from a tower built into the cliff's highest point. She aimed for it, and when the ground leveled, she found a square stone cottage pressed against the tower's base, windows glowing, chimney smoke torn sideways by the wind. She knocked. The door opened. The man inside went still. Saskia saw it happen. One moment he was reaching for the door handle with the easy competence of someone who had opened this door 1,000 times. The next, his hand froze on the wood, his whole body locked, and the air in the doorway changed. He was tall, taller than her, broad across the shoulders, with dark hair damp from the warmth inside, and a face that was not quite handsome in the even way she expected. There was a scar through his left eyebrow, another across his jaw, and his eyes were the color of wet stone in shadow. Those eyes found her and did not let go. Behind her, the wind screamed. He did not seem to hear it. "Saskia Roelofs," she said, because someone had to speak, and the silence was making her skin prickle in a way she did not understand. He blinked. The stillness cracked. He stepped back and pulled the door wider, and she caught the smell of wood smoke, saltstone, and something else, warm and dark and alive. "Pell Hargrove." His voice was lower than she expected, rough at the edges. "Come in, you're half dead." She crossed the threshold and the heat hit her like a wall, bringing feeling back to her face and hands all at once, painful and welcome. She dropped her duffel by the door and turned to thank him, but he was still watching her with that strange intensity, his jaw tight, his hands steady at his sides. The room had 3 other people in it. A young woman with sharp cheekbones and red hair sat at the table, a mug cradled between her palms, her eyes moving from Saskia to Pell and back with something like recognition. An older man in a patched sweater stood by the stove, a pipe unlit in his teeth. And in the corner, half in shadow, a lean figure with steel gray eyes and a white scar across his throat leaned against the wall and said nothing at all. Saskia felt their attention settle on her like weight. "Well," the red-haired woman said, and her voice was warm, but her gaze was not. "So you're the one who's been asking about the reef?" "I'm the marine biologist," Saskia said. "I survey reef collapse. That's all I'm doing here." The man by the stove made a sound that could have been a laugh or a grunt. The one in the corner did not move. Pell Hargrove stepped between her and the room. It was subtle. He did not touch her. He did not block her path. He simply shifted his weight, and suddenly the attention that had pressed against her broke against his shoulders instead. "You can use the table for your work," he said. "Stove keeps the kettle hot. There's tea in the tin, milk in the cold larder, and blankets in the chest by the bed." "The bed?" "There's one room." His voice tightened. "I'll take the floor." The red-haired woman laughed. "Chivalrous and foolish, but chivalrous." Saskia ignored her. She was watching Pell Hargrove's hands, the way they stayed open at his sides, the careful distance he kept between them. He was afraid of something, not of her, of something she could not name. The man in the corner pushed off the wall. "Costin Brill," he said, and his voice was silk over stone. "Welcome to Driftmoor, Dr. Roelofs. Try not to make yourself too comfortable. Storms pass." He walked out into the white without a coat. The door swung shut behind him. Saskia stood in the heat with her wet coat dripping onto Pell Hargrove's floorboards and felt the first real understanding land like ice water. She had come here to find the truth about Anika, but Driftmoor already knew why she was here. And whoever Costin Brill was, he had just made it clear that the truth might cost more than she was ready to pay. Chapter 2. The door swung shut behind Costin Brill, and the room breathed again. The red-haired woman set down her mug. "Well, that's Costin done being polite for the season." Saskia stood dripping on the floorboards, her wet coat heavy as lead, her fingers too numb to work the zipper. She tried twice before Pell Hargrove stepped forward and lifted the catch for her without quite touching her. "Thank you," she said, and the words came out sharp, because she hated needing help she had not asked for. He did not flinch. "You're shaking." "I'm wet. There's a difference." "You're shaking," he repeated, and something in his voice made the older man by the stove turn to watch. Saskia pulled her arms free of the coat and hung it over her duffel. The cottage was warm, too warm after the killing cold outside, and her skin prickled with the transition. She counted the room in quick inventory. One doorway leading into a darker space, the bed, a narrow kitchen counter with a basin and pump, a stove that breathed heat into every corner, shelves lined with sealed jars, dried kelp, salt-stained books, a lived-in space, a man who lived alone until tonight. "The cottage," she said, turning back to Pell. "The guest cottage. I should go back. I need to dry my gear and sort my samples before they freeze." The cottage stove is dead. She had known that. She had felt the cold radiating from the iron when she tried to light it. But hearing him say it, matter-of-fact and final, made the reality settle heavier. "I can fix it." "You can't." He said it without condescension. "The flues collapsed. Mortar's gone to dust. It's been failing since autumn, and the storm finished it." Her jaw tightened. "Where else can I stay?" The red-haired woman answered before Pell could. "Nowhere. Every room on Driftmoor is claimed by the weather. You're on the cliff with the keeper until the road clears. That's Lighthouse Law." Saskia turned to face her fully. "And you are?" "Nika Damaris." She did not offer her hand. "I farm kelp and keep my nose out of other people's business, which is more than I can say for some people in this room." The man by the stove grunted. "That's a first." Nika ignored him. "What Nika means," she said dryly, "is that the elders already decided. The moment your cottage failed, the obligation transferred here. Pell's roof, Pell's responsibility." Saskia's hands found her belt, her pen cap between her teeth before she caught herself. She pulled it out and set it on the table. "I didn't ask for a guardian." "No one asked if you wanted one," said a new voice, and Saskia turned. The gray-haired woman from the harbor stood in the doorway. She was wearing the same oilskin coat, still beaded with meltwater, and she looked at Saskia with eyes that had seen too many winters to be impressed by one stubborn biologist. "Maeve Hargrove," she said. "This is my cottage, my grandson's roof, my law." Saskia straightened. "You sent me here?" "I sent you to a working stove and a dry bed. The alternative was the harbor shed, and you'd have frozen before morning." Maeve stepped inside and shut the door behind her, cutting off the wind's howl. "You're alive. You're warm. The rest is details. I need access to my equipment. It will keep until morning. My samples will degrade." "Then you should have brought a better stove." Saskia's hands curled into fists at her sides. She could feel Pell's attention on her, measuring, waiting, and she hated that too. The sense of being read by someone who had not earned the right. "The road," she said flatly. "When does it clear?" Maeve pulled off her gloves, finger by finger, with the patience of someone who had answered worse questions from more desperate people. "When the storm decides. Could be 2 days, could be 5, could be a week if the drifts lock the cliff path." A week. Trapped in a one-room cottage with the man who looked at her like she was a question he had been waiting years to ask. "I'll make do," Saskia said. Maeve's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "You'll have to. The bed is small. Pell sleeps light. The pump freezes if you don't prime it before dark." She turned to Pell. "The Elder Council confirmed the arrangement. You're bound by Lighthouse Law until the road opens or the danger passes, whichever comes later." Pell nodded. "I know." "Good." Maeve pulled her gloves back on. "Nika, walk me down. The wind's picking up and I don't trust my knee on the path." Nika rose, grabbed her coat from a hook by the door and followed Maeve out without looking back. The door sealed behind them, and the cottage fell into a silence that felt too large for the space. The older man by the stove cleared his throat. "I'm Elian," he said. "Father Elian, if you're the type who cares about titles. I keep the chapel records and try not to get involved in clan business." Saskia looked at him. "You were here when I arrived." "I was here because the light needs tending and Pell's hands are full." He tapped his pipe against the stove. "I'll be out of your way by morning. The chapel has a cot. You don't have to leave on my account. I'm not leaving on your account. I'm leaving because I sleep better when I'm not in the middle of something I don't understand." He looked at Pell, then back at her. "The storm will tell you what you need to know, if you listen." He crossed to the door, pulled a heavy coat from a peg, and stepped out into the white. The latch clicked. Saskia was alone with Pell Hargrove. He stood by the stove, his hands resting on the iron rail, his eyes on the flames. The light carved shadows across his face, deepened the scar through his eyebrow, caught the tension in his jaw. "You don't have to take the floor," she said. His gaze lifted to hers. "I said I would. I'm not asking for charity. I'm telling you the arrangement is already uncomfortable enough without you sleeping on cold boards for my benefit. The floor is warm near the stove. I've slept there before." She wanted to argue, but the exhaustion was sinking into her bones, pulling her down like tide. The heat, the safety, the sudden absence of wind against her face. It was all too much, and she could feel her body surrendering whether her mind approved or not. "There's blankets in the chest," Pell said, and his voice was softer now, almost gentle. "You should sleep." "I should work." "You can work in the morning. The samples will survive one night in a cold bag." She opened her mouth to contradict him, but the truth was, she had no heat source for her equipment, no dry space to spread her notes, no privacy to pull out Anika's notebook and compare tide charts by lamplight. Not with him watching. Not with the whole clan knowing she was here. "I'll take the bed," she said finally, "but I'm not grateful." "I didn't ask you to be." He crossed to the chest, pulled out a folded quilt and a flat pillow, and laid them on the floorboards near the stove. He did it without ceremony, without looking at her, and the deliberate care of the gesture made something twist in her chest that she refused to name. She walked to the doorway, pushed it open, and found the bedroom. It was small. A narrow bed with a wool blanket, a wooden chair stacked with books, a window frosted over with ice. The lamp on the nightstand was still warm. She sat on the edge of the bed and pulled off her boots. Her hands shook from cold, from exhaustion, from the knowledge that she was trapped in a house with a man who had looked at her like she was the answer to a question she had not asked. The wind howled against the glass. She lay back, still in her clothes, and stared at the ceiling. Sleep did not come, but she heard him on the other side of the wall, breathing. Chapter 3. She lay in the narrow bed and did not sleep. The wind threw itself against the window glass in rhythmic surges, each gust louder than the last, and the cold bled through the wall beside her pillow. She had not undressed. Her clothes were still damp in the creases, salt stiff at the collar, and the wool blanket smelled of smoke and something else, something clean and sharp that she could not place. She listened to the breathing on the other side of the wall. Steady, even. A man who could fall asleep on a cold floor with an unwanted stranger in his house. She envied him that. The clock on the nightstand ticked. She counted minutes until she lost track of the number, until the numbers stopped meaning anything and became just more noise in the dark. Her hands were cold. She had not warmed them properly since arriving on Driftmoor, and the chill had settled into her bones like a permanent resident. She sat up. The floorboards creaked under her weight as she swung her legs over the edge of the bed. She pulled on her boots, laced them slowly, and stood. The door opened into the main room. The fire had burned down to orange embers. The lamp was turned low, and Pell lay on his back on the floor beside the stove, one arm bent behind his head, the quilt pulled to his waist. He was not asleep. His eyes found her the moment she stepped through the door. "Pump's in the corner," he said. "Cupboard above it has dry socks. I left a pair out." She stopped. She had been planning to cross to her bag, pull out Anika's notebook, find the tide charts and compare them to the harbor logs in her head where he could not see them. She had not planned for him to be awake, watching, offering. "I need water," she said. "It's in the kettle." She looked at the stove. The kettle sat on the iron surface, still warm. He had set it there before lying down. "You didn't have to do that." "I know." She poured water into a chipped mug and stood with her back to him, drinking. The heat spread through her fingers, up her wrists, and she hated how good it felt. She hated that he had known she would wake cold. She hated that he had prepared for it without being asked. "I can't sleep either." she said. I know that too. She turned. He had not moved, but his eyes were tracking her, dark and unreadable in the low light. The scar through his eyebrow caught the orange glow. Why? She asked. Because you're in a strange house. Because the wind sounds like someone walking on the roof. Because you haven't looked at your sister's notebook since you arrived, and that means you're saving it for when you're alone. Her breath caught. Don't, she said. Don't what? Don't pretend to know what I'm thinking. I'm not pretending. He sat up, the quilt pooling in his lap. I'm watching. There's a difference. She set the mug down harder than she meant to. The water sloshed over the rim, and she watched it spread across the table, a dark stain on the worn wood. You watch too much. I'm a lighthouse keeper. Watching is what I do. Then watch the sea. Watch the storm. Leave me out of it. He was quiet for a long moment. The fire popped. The wind dropped to a lower register, then rose again. You're right, he said. I should. He lay back down. She stood at the table, her hands braced on the edge, her chest tight with something that was not quite anger and not quite fear. She had wanted him to argue. She had wanted him to push back, to give her a reason to snap, to make him the enemy she could focus on instead of the dark. But he had just agreed. She shoved away from the table and walked back to the bedroom. She did not close the door. That would feel like running. She sat on the edge of the bed and pulled off her boots again. The wool blanket scratched her jaw. She lay back and stared at the ceiling and listened to him breathe. The clock ticked. The wind howled. And somewhere between one breath and the next, she must have slept, because she woke to darkness and the sound of someone moving in the main room. She sat up fast. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Her hand went to her belt, where she kept her field knife, but she had taken it off before lying down. It was on the chair, 3 feet away, useless. The door was still open. The main room was dark except for the fire, which had been rebuilt. Fresh flames licked at a new log. And Pell was standing at the table with his back to her, shirtless, a towel in his hands, drying his hair. Water dripped down his spine. He had been outside. She watched the muscles in his shoulders shift as he wrung the towel through his fingers, watched the steam rise from his skin in the cold air, watched the firelight trace the ridges of his back, the old scars that crossed his ribs, the pale line of a wound she could not read from this distance. He turned. He saw her. The air changed. It was the same thing she had felt the first time he opened the door, that same shift in pressure, in gravity, in the way the room held them. His jaw tightened. His hands stopped mid-motion. You're up, he said. The fire went out. I went out to check the path. The drifts are already waist-high in the lee of the cliff. That's not why you're soaking wet. He looked at the towel in his hands as if he had forgotten he was holding it. The pump was frozen. I had to break the ice. In the dark. I know the way. She stood, her feet bare on the cold floor. She crossed to the stove where the kettle still sat and touched it. Warm. He had refilled it. You don't have to take care of me, she said. I know. Then stop. He turned to face her fully. The firelight caught his chest, his jaw, the shadows under his eyes. He was tired. Bone tired. The same bone tired she felt. The kind that sleep could not fix because the weight was not physical. I can't, he said. Try. I am trying, his voice dropped. I have been trying since you walked through that door. Every minute, every breath. I am trying so hard to give you space that I can feel it in my teeth. She stepped back without meaning to. Her hip hit the table edge. You need to stop saying things like that. What things? Things that make this sound like more than it is. It is more than it is. He moved closer, one step, then another, and she did not move away. You feel it. I know you feel it. The same way I felt you get out of bed before you put your feet on the floor. The same way I know you're cold before you shiver. Stop. I can't. He was close enough now that she could feel the warmth radiating off his damp skin. Close enough that she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. You asked me to try. I am telling you I have been trying since the moment I opened that door, and it is not enough. It will never be enough. Because the bond does not care about trying. Then what does it care about? Truth. He reached out. His hand stopped an inch from her arm. He did not touch her. But she felt the air between them change, felt the heat of his palm like a brand she had not earned yet. Her skin prickled. Her breath caught. And then he dropped his hand. You should eat something before you work, he said. Flour and dried cranberries in the cupboard. I'll make tea. He turned away. She stood at the table, shaking, and watched him pull a shirt over his damp shoulders, watched him move to the stove, measured and deliberate, as if he had not just cracked something open between them that she was not ready to name. The kettle whistled. He poured, and she stood in the dark, barefoot and cold, with the truth of his hand still burning an inch from her arm, wondering how she was going to survive a week of this. Chapter 4. The wool blanket still held her warmth when she pushed it aside, but the room had gone cold again. The fire in the main room crackled low. Gray light pushed through the frosted window, thin and grudging, the kind of light that promised nothing. Saskia reached for her notebook before her feet touched the floor. It was on the chair where she had left it, clipped shut, the pages still dry. She pressed it against her chest for a moment before she stood. Pell was at the table. He had already dressed, dark wool shirt, sleeves pushed to his elbows. A cup of tea steamed in front of him. His hands rested flat on either side of it, still, like he had been sitting there for a while, waiting. You slept, he said. It was not a question. You were out for 4 hours. She stopped at the edge of the table. The notebook was warm against her ribs. You counted? I was awake. He pushed the kettle toward her. There's more water if you want to wash. The pump thawed when the temperature rose. Rose how much? 4 degrees, still below freezing. She poured the tea without thanking him. The steam hit her face, sharp with herbs she could not name. She wrapped her hands around the cup and let the heat burn into her palms. The notebook sat between them on the table. Pell looked at it. Then he looked away. I need space to work, she said. You have it. I need the table. He stood, took his cup and moved to the chair by the stove. He did not argue. He did not ask what she was working on. He just sat down and stared at the fire like he had nowhere else to be. She did not trust the silence, but she opened the notebook anyway. The cover was salt-stiff, the binding warped from moisture. Anika's handwriting filled the first pages, dense and tidy, the same way she had filled everything. Field notes, tide readings, species counts, dates and times, and careful observations that meant something to the trained eye. Saskia's trained eye. She spread the reef samples beside the notebook, 4 plastic bags of scraped algae and broken coral, each labeled with her own hand. The tide chart from Anika's last day was tucked into the back pocket, creased along the fold lines, marked with Anika's precise little check marks at every high and low. 3 p.m., low tide. The official report said Anika had fallen from the south cliffs at dusk. Dusk in late autumn came at 4:30. Saskia traced the tide line with her finger. The numbers did not fit. The south cliffs were exposed at low tide, yes, but the current at that hour would have pulled a body south, not north, toward the harbor where she was found. Driftmoor's tide charts were public. Anyone could check them. Anyone should have checked them. She pulled the harbor ledger copy from her bag, the pages Father Elian had let her photograph, and laid them beside the tide chart. Pell shifted in his chair. She ignored him. The ledger showed Anika's body logged at 11 p.m., nearly 7 hours after the reported fall. The time of death notation read approximately 6 p.m., based on water temperature and body condition. 6 p.m. was high tide. If Anika had fallen at 3, she would have been in the water for 3 hours before high tide. A body in cold water at high tide would have been carried into the reef channels, not the harbor. The harbor ledger had her recovered from the North Pier, which meant someone had moved her, or she had gone in at a different time entirely. Saskia's pen cap cracked between her teeth. She pulled it out and set it down. The discrepancy was not small. It was not a rounding error or a rushed clerk. It was a fundamental break between the drowning narrative and the physical evidence, and it had been sitting in official records for months, waiting for someone to pull the threads. You're doing it again. She looked up. Pell had not moved from the chair, but his eyes were on her, dark and steady. Doing what? running calculations in your head. Your lips move when you do it. I didn't know you were watching. I told you last night. I cannot stop. The words landed in the space between them, heavier than they should have been. Saskia looked back at the ledger. She lined up the tide chart corner to corner with the harbor record. The timeline does not work, she said. I know. She went still. You know what, exactly? Pell set his cup down. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and for a moment he looked like a man deciding how much to say. I read the file, he said quietly. When she died, the clan asked me to review the harbor records. I was the one who noted the tide discrepancy. You noted it? I wrote it in the margin. Ivo has the original. I told him to flag it in the medical report. And he did? He said he would. Pell's jaw tightened. I do not know what happened after that. Costin took over the case. The report that went to the mainland was rewritten. Saskia's hands were flat on the table now, pressing the ledger pages down. You knew. You knew the timeline was wrong and you let it sit in a file. I let it sit because I was told the correction was being processed. His voice did not rise, but something in it sharpened. I was the lighthouse keeper. I was not the investigator. You could have pushed. I could have. He held her gaze. I did not. The admission sat between them, raw and unguarded. She wanted to be angry. She was angry, but the anger tangled with something else, the way he had said it, like he had been carrying the weight. Why are you telling me this now? Because you are going to find it anyway. He stood. And because I am tired of treating you like someone who needs to be protected from the truth. He crossed to the table. He did not sit. He stood across from her, hands resting on the back of the chair, looking down at the spread of papers between them. The tide at 3 p.m. was low, he said. If she fell from the south cliff, the current would have taken her into the reef channels. The recovery team went north. They found her at the harbor pier, which is not where the water would have carried a body from the cliffs at any tide that day. Then why did the report say she fell from the cliffs? Because someone decided that was the story. Saskia's throat tightened. She pressed her palm flat against Anika's handwriting, the neat little check marks, the careful observations. And you let that story stand. I let it stand because I did not have proof of anything else. Pell's voice dropped lower, almost lost in the crackle of the fire. I have been waiting for someone to come who would not stop digging. She looked up. His face was half in shadow, half lit by the fire, and for the first time she saw something in his expression that was not restrained. It was hope, raw and hungry and barely contained. You think I can find the proof? I think you are the only one who has tried. The fire popped. The wind rattled the window frame, and Saskia sat at the table with her sister's notebook open beneath her hands, staring at the man who had known the truth was broken and had done nothing, wondering if she could trust the hope in his eyes, or if it was just another way the bond was pulling them both under. Chapter 5. The harbor clinic smelled of antiseptic and salt, a cramped building wedged between the pier and the supply shed where the smell of fish and rust clung to everything. Saskia pushed through the door with Pell a step behind her, still feeling the weight of his admission on the table like a second set of papers she could not put down. The waiting room was empty. A single chair sat beside a filing cabinet with a dent in its side. A kettle whistled somewhere in the back. Ivo Mercer came through the curtained doorway, drying his hands on a towel, a man in his 50s with steel wool hair and the kind of face that had stopped being surprised by anything years ago. He took one look at Saskia and tossed the towel onto the counter. You are the sister. I am Saskia Roelofs. I know who you are. Ivo's voice was dry as driftwood. Driftmoor gossips faster than storms. Give it a day, and someone will tell me what you ate for breakfast. Saskia pulled the harbor ledger photograph from her coat pocket and laid it on the counter. She had taken the photo before leaving the cottage, the tide chart and recovery time pressed flat against the table. 3 p.m. low tide, she said. Recovery at the North Pier by 6 p.m. high tide. The current at low tide runs south into the reef channels. That body should not have been at the North Pier. Ivo did not look at the photograph. He looked at her. Pell told you. He told me he flagged it in the original file. He did. Ivo's jaw worked. I saw his note. I wrote it into the medical report myself. Bruising patterns inconsistent with surf impact. Tide discrepancy noted. Time of death approximate but incompatible with cliff fall narrative. And then? Ivo was quiet for a long moment. He reached under the counter and pulled out a manila folder, thick with papers, bound with a rubber band that had dried and cracked. Then Costin Brill came to see me, said the report needed to be streamlined for the mainland authorities. Too many details would slow the investigation. He told you to remove the discrepancy. He told me the discrepancy was an error, that the tide charts I used were from a different week. Ivo set the folder on the counter between them. I kept the original notes. The ones I handed over were clean. Saskia's hands hovered over the folder. You kept evidence of a falsified report. I kept my own record of what I saw. Ivo's eyes met hers, steady and unblinking. I did not hand it over because I did not trust what would happen to it. Pell had not moved from the doorway. He stood with his arms crossed, watching the exchange, his presence a quiet pressure in the room. Saskia opened the folder. The first page was a photocopy of the original medical intake form. Ivo's handwriting, precise and slanted, describing contusions on Anika's upper arms, wrist abrasions consistent with restraint, and a bruise pattern across the ribs that did not match the random impact of surf against rock. The word restraint was underlined. Saskia's throat closed. She turned the page. The tide report was attached, the original harbor log showing recovery time at the North Pier, the tide height recorded at 6 p.m., the current direction noted by a harbor hand who had initialed the entry. Who initialed this? Ivo glanced at the page. Oskar Venn. He worked at the harbor desk that evening. He is dead now. Took his boat out in bad weather 3 months ago and did not come back. Saskia's pen cap was not in her mouth. She realized she had left it on the table in the cottage. Her jaw tightened instead. He was the only other person who touched this record. He was the one who pulled her from the water. Ivo's voice dropped lower. He told me before he died that she was not face down when he reached her. She was floating on her back, arms spread, like someone had laid her out. The room went still. Saskia pressed her palm flat against the photocopy, against Ivo's handwriting, against the word restraint that had been written and then erased from the official version. Thank you, she said, for keeping this. Ivo nodded once. I kept it because I did not like how the story was being written, but I am not the one who will finish it. The door opened behind them. Saskia turned. Wrenna Turvo stood in the doorway, bundled in a wool coat with snow melting on her shoulders. Her face broke into a smile the moment she saw Saskia, warm and familiar, the kind of smile that belonged to a different life. Saskia. She crossed the room and pulled Saskia into a hug before Saskia could brace for it, the smell of wood smoke and cinnamon clinging to her coat. I heard you were at the lighthouse. I have been trying to find a way to see you since you arrived, but the storm has everything locked down. Saskia let herself be held for a second. Then she pulled back. I have been busy. Digging. Wrenna's smile softened into something knowing. You always dig. It is what you do. Saskia tucked the folder under her arm. I am here about Anika. I figured. Wrenna glanced at Ivo, then at Pell, who had not moved from the doorway. Can we talk? Somewhere not here? Saskia hesitated. The folder was warm against her ribs. The clinic held the first real evidence she had found, the first confirmation that the story was wrong. But Wrenna was the only familiar face in Driftmoor, the only person who had known her before grief reshaped her. Sad, Saskia said. They stepped into the narrow alley between the clinic and the supply shed, out of the wind, but not out of the cold. Snow sifted down in fine grains, catching in Wrenna's hair. Your sister used to sample at the North Cove, Wrenna said. The tide pool with the purple urchins. She said the data there was always clean. Saskia went still. She had never told Wrenna about the purple urchins. She had never mentioned the North Cove in any message. The tide pool was a detail from Anika's field notes, the ones Saskia had carried in the waterproof notebook, the ones she had not shown to anyone. How do you know that? Wrenna blinked. She told me. We talked, Saskia. She came to Driftmoor, and we talked. About tide pools. About everything. Wrenna's smile flickered. She was your sister. I was her friend too." Saskia said nothing. The cold knot in her stomach tightened. Wrenna reached out and touched her arm, light and warm. "You look exhausted. Come to my cottage tonight. I will make you something hot and you can tell me what you have found. You do not have to carry this alone." Saskia looked at the hand on her arm. Then she looked at Pell, still watching from the clinic doorway, his face unreadable. "I will think about it," she said. Wrenna squeezed once and let go. "Do not think too long. The storm is going to get worse before it gets better." She turned and walked away, her boots crunching in the snow, her figure swallowed by the gray air before she reached the corner. Saskia stood in the alley with Evo's folder pressed against her chest, the weight of the tide discrepancy and the restraint abrasions, and Oscar Ven's accidental death stacking like stones. Wrenna knew about the North Cove. Wrenna knew about the purple urchins. Wrenna knew something Saskia had never told her. Chapter 6. The door of the clinic swung shut behind them, and the cold hit like a wall. Saskia walked ahead of Pell, her boots punching through the fresh crust of snow, Ivo's folder held against her ribs like something that might be snatched away. The wind had picked up again, dragging curtains of white across the path, and by the time they reached the cliff stairs, she could barely see 3 feet in front of her. Pell's hand closed around her elbow. She flinched. "Snowblind," he said. "Stay close to the wall." She did not shake him off. The rock face rose on her left, rough and frozen, and she pressed her shoulder against it as they climbed. The wind screamed over the top of the cliff, tearing the breath from her mouth before she could finish inhaling. The cottage door groaned when Pell forced it open. Inside, the fire had burned low to a bed of pulsing orange. The room felt hollow without heat, the windows rattling in their frames. A fine dust of snow gathered on the sill above the kitchen sink. Saskia stood in the middle of the floor and did not move. The folder was still in her hands. The word restraint was still underlined in Evo's pen. Oscar Ven was still dead in his boat, 3 months gone, and Wrenna still knew about the purple urchins. Pell shrugged off his coat and hung it on the peg by the door. He crossed to the stove without a word, opened the grate, and began rebuilding the fire with the economy of a man who had done it 1,000 times before. Kindling, split logs, a strike of the match that flared across his scarred jaw. Saskia watched him. She should put the folder down. She should take off her coat. She should do something other than stand here with her sister's death pressed against her chest. She did not move. Pell looked up from the stove. The fire caught, throwing light across his face, and for a moment his expression was unreadable. Then he stood, crossed to her, and very carefully took the folder from her hands. "Take off your coat," he said. It was not an order. It was not a suggestion. It was the kind of quiet direction that assumed she would follow it, and she did, because her fingers were too numb to argue. He set the folder on the table. He hung her coat beside his. He pulled out a chair and waited. Saskia sat. The fire crackled. The wind hammered the walls. Pell filled the kettle and set it on the stove, then pulled out the chair across from her and sat with his forearms on the table, his hands loose and still. "You are thinking about Oscar Ven," he said. "I am thinking about Wrenna." "That too." She looked at the folder. She knew about the North Cove tide pool, the purple urchins. That detail is not something I ever told her. It is in Anika's notebook, the one no one has seen. Pell said nothing. Anika would not have told her about it either. Saskia continued, the words coming faster now. She kept her field data close. She was obsessive about it. She would not have mentioned a specific sampling site to a friend who had no reason to remember it. Unless she trusted her. Anika did not trust easily. Neither do you. Saskia looked up. Pell's eyes were the color of wet stone, steady and cool, and she realized he was not trying to comfort her. He was laying the pieces out beside hers, letting her see the shape of the pattern without forcing his hand over it. "I know what you are doing," she said. "What am I doing?" "Being patient, giving me space, proving you are not like the rest of them." The corner of his mouth moved. "Is it working?" "No." He sat back. The kettle began to whistle, a thin, rising note that cut through the silence, and he stood to take it off the flame. He poured 2 cups and set one in front of her, steam curling against her face. She wrapped her hands around the mug and let the heat burn into her palms. Anika used to send me voice messages when she was out here, Saskia said. Long ones. She would talk about the reef and the tides and the color of the water. Sometimes she would forget she was recording and I would just hear her breathing, walking along the shore. Pell sat down again. He did not interrupt. I deleted most of them after she died. I could not listen to them without wanting to break something. She took a breath. I kept 3, the ones where she sounded happy. She pulled her phone from her pocket. The screen was cracked at the corner from the ferry ride, but it still held a charge. She opened the voice memo app and set the phone on the table between them. You do not have to, Pell started. I know. She pressed play. Anika's voice filled the cottage, tinny through the small speaker, but unmistakable. Warm, a little breathless, the sound of someone walking uphill. Sax, you would not believe the light out here. The whole reef is glowing. I mean it, the kelp is actually bioluminescent tonight. I wish you could see it. I am standing at the North Cove, and the water looks like someone spilled the sky into it. A pause. Footsteps on gravel. I think I am close to something. I cannot explain it yet, but the data is pointing in a direction that does not match the official surveys. I am going to check the tidal pen access point tomorrow. If I am right, it changes everything. The message ended. The silence that followed was heavier than the storm. Saskia pressed her palm flat against the table and watched her own hand tremble. She had not played that message in months. She had forgotten how Anika's voice caught on the word everything, how she always made discovery sound like a promise. She looked up. Pell was watching her hands. He did not reach for her. He did not speak. He just sat, still and present, and let her hold the tremor without having to explain it. I thought if I found the truth, Saskia said, the grief would settle. I thought it would stop sitting under my ribs like something waiting to crack open. Has it? No. She pulled her hands off the table and wrapped them around the mug again. The ceramic was hot, almost too hot, but she held on. I want to go to Wrenna's cottage tonight. Paz's jaw tightened. The storm is worsening. The path will be gone within the hour. Then I will go at first light. You cannot trust her. I know, Saskia met his eyes. That is why I have to go. I need to see what she does when I ask her about the notebook. I need to watch her face when I say the words purple urchins and North Cove in the same sentence. I need to know if she was my sister's friend or something else entirely. Pell held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once. First light, he said. I will go with you. The wind slammed against the cottage, rattling the windows in their frames, and somewhere in the dark above the cliffs, the lighthouse beam cut through the white. Saskia watched the light sweep across the frosted glass and thought about Anika standing at the North Cove, watching the same beam cut through the same dark, believing she was close to something that would change everything. She looked down at her hands. The tremor had stopped. She did not know if that was strength or numbness, and she was not sure she wanted to find out. Chapter 7. The engine sound cut through the storm like a blade through cloth. Saskia heard it first, a low growl beneath the wind, and her hand stilled on the kettle handle. Pell was already on his feet, crossing to the window before she could ask the question. He stood there a beat too long. Who is it? She said. Costin. The name landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Saskia set the kettle down and crossed to stand beside Pell at the frosted glass. Through the blur of ice and snow, she made out the shape of a truck, headlights pale and dim, crawling up the cliff road that should have been impassable. He brought supplies, Pell said. His voice was flat, careful. The road will be closed another 3 days at least. Someone had to reach the way station. That is not why he is here. Pell did not answer. She watched the truck stop at the base of the cliff path. The driver's door opened, and Costin Brill stepped out into the white, bare-headed snow melting against his black hair before it could settle. He wore no coat. The wind peeled at his shirt, and he did not seem to feel it. Saskia's skin crawled. She stepped back from the window and picked up the kettle again, pouring water into the 2 cups she had already set out. The gesture felt deliberate, a show of ordinariness that she was not sure she believed in. Pell opened the door before Costin could knock. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of brine and snow and something metallic underneath. Costin filled the doorway, snow dusting his shoulders, his steel-gray eyes finding Saskia before he had crossed the threshold. He was carrying a crate, wooden, salt-stained, packed with tinned goods and a bag of flour. "Lighthouse Law," he said, setting the crate on the table. His voice was smooth, almost pleasant. "The council agreed someone should check on you both before the second squall hits." "I can manage my own supplies," Pell said. "I know you can." Costin's mouth curved, but the expression did not reach his eyes. "This is not about you." He turned to Saskia. She felt the weight of his attention like a physical thing, cold and assessing. Her fingers tightened around the mug she had not yet drunk from. "You should not be walking the cliffs in this weather, Dr. Roelofs," he said. "The rocks are unstable. A person could slip and no one would find them until spring." The threat was so precisely timed that Saskia almost laughed. She did not. She met his eyes and held them. "I am careful," she said. "I am sure you are." Costin pulled out a chair and sat, uninvited, spreading his hands on the table as if he owned the room. But careful people make mistakes, especially when they are distracted. He glanced at Pell. The look was quick, barely a flicker, but Saskia caught it. She saw Pell's jaw tighten, saw the muscle jump along his throat. "Distracted," Pell repeated. "Everyone has noticed the scent, cousin." Costin's voice dropped, intimate and cruel. "You cannot mask it no matter how much wood smoke you burn. She is under your skin. The whole clan can smell it." Saskia's face went hot. She kept her hands steady on the mug. "That is enough," Pell said. "It is the truth, and truth matters, does it not?" Costin leaned back, folding his arms. "I came to warn you. Maeve is too old to lead much longer, and the council is watching. If they decide you are compromised, the succession will not fall to you." "I have not asked for the succession." "You were born to it." Costin's voice hardened. "That is not a choice, any more than the bond you are trying to hide." Saskia set the mug down. The ceramic clicked against the wood, a small, deliberate sound. "I am standing right here," she said. Both men turned to look at her. She met Costin's steel-gray eyes and did not flinch. "You are speaking about me like I am a variable in an equation, a problem to be solved. I am not a threat to your clan. I am a scientist collecting data on a dying reef. Whatever you think is happening between me and Pell, it has nothing to do with your succession." Costin's smile widened. "That is the most interesting thing you have said since you arrived," he said. "You believe you are here for the reef. You believe the bond is separate from the politics." He stood, pushing the chair back with a scrape of wood on stone. "You are wrong on both counts." He walked to the door. Snow swirled in as he pulled it open, and he turned back, one hand on the frame. "Enjoy the supplies, cousin. The storm will break in 3 days. When it does, the council will expect answers." His gaze slid to Saskia. "So will I." He stepped out into the white and did not look back. The door swung shut. The wind took the sound of his footsteps almost immediately, swallowed by the storm as if he had never been there. Saskia stood frozen, her hands wrapped around the mug so tightly that the heat burned her palms. Pell did not move from the door. His back was to her, his shoulders rigid, one hand pressed flat against the wood as if he was holding it closed against something stronger than the wind. "He is trying to provoke you," she said. "I know. He is trying to make you react, to prove you are unstable." "I know." Pell turned. His face was carefully blank, but she saw the tension in his jaw, the way his fingers curled at his sides. "He is also telling the truth. The clan can smell you on me. They know what you are to me before I have said a word." Shazia's throat tightened. "What I am to you." He held her gaze. The silence stretched, filled only by the howl of the storm and the crack of the fire. "I do not know yet," he said, and she heard the weight in the words. "That is the problem." She looked down at the crate Costin had left. Tinned goods, flour, a length of rope coiled at the bottom, practical supplies delivered with a threat wrapped in courtesy. 3 days, she said. 3 days. She pulled a tin from the crate and set it on the counter. Then we have 3 days to find out what happened to Anika before Costin used me to destroy your claim. Pal stepped away from the door. He crossed to the table and picked up the mug she had abandoned, his fingers brushing the warmth she had left behind. Saskia. She stopped. Her hands were still on the tin. If Costin succeeds, if he takes control of Driftmoor, the truth about Anika dies with the investigation. He will bury it so deep that no one will ever find it. She turned. Pell was watching her with an expression she could not name. Not hope, not fear, something in between, raw and unguarded. I need to know, he said, if you are willing to let me help you dig, even if it costs me the succession. The question hung in the air between them, sharp and final as a blade. Saskia thought of Anika's voice in the dark, breathless and full of discovery. She thought of the purple urchins and the North Cove and the notebook that should never have been in Wrenna's hands. She thought of the bond pulling through her chest like a tide she could not stop. I am willing, she said. Pell nodded once, and the storm slammed against the cottage, rattling the windows, shaking the walls, as if the whole island was listening. Chapter 8. Morning came gray and bitter, the light struggling through frosted windows like it had given up halfway. Saskia woke stiff from another night on the narrow bed, Pell already up, already dressed, the fire rebuilt, and the kettle steaming. He did not ask if she had slept. He just set a cup of tea at her elbow and turned back to the stove. She drank it standing, running through the day ahead like a checklist. Harbor records, storm charts, burial dates. The 3-day deadline pressed against her ribs before she had finished the first sip. They ate in silence, dry bread and tinned jam, and Pell pulled on his coat without being asked. Snow had drifted to the windowsill during the night, but the wind had dropped. The storm was resting, gathering itself. Father Elian first, Saskia said. I want to see the burial log before we touch the harbor records. Pell nodded. He keeps the chapel unlocked during the day. And at night? At night, he keeps a shotgun under the font and a bottle of whiskey in the sacristy. Pell pulled the door open. He is not as harmless as he looks. The path to the chapel had been shoveled sometime before dawn. Fresh snow already softened the edges of the boot prints. Someone had been thinking of her, clearing the way before she asked. She did not know if that was care or surveillance. The chapel sat at the edge of the village, a low stone building with a slate roof and a bell tower that listed slightly to the left, as if the sea wind had pushed it off balance over decades. The door was unlocked, just as Pal had said. Inside, the air was cold and still, smelling of old incense, damp wool, and the faint metallic tang of the stove that had gone out hours ago. Father Elian was not there. The burial register sat open on a wooden lectern near the altar, a leather-bound book with pages the color of dried leaves. Saskia crossed to it without asking permission. Pell stayed by the door, watching the windows. She found Anika's entry halfway down the page. Roelofs, Anika Lisbeth, drowning, South Cliffs, commended to the deep, 17th November. The date caught her, 17th of November, but the official file had logged the body recovery on the 15th, the report filed on the 16th. The burial had happened 2 days after the report was filed. Fast, for an island where winter ground was frozen solid. She traced her finger down the column. The priest's handwriting was neat, almost mechanical. Cause of death, location, date. No mention of bruising, no notes on the body's condition, no record of who had signed off on the committal. Looking for something specific? Father Elian stood in the doorway that led to the sacristy. He held a pipe in one hand, unlit, and his eyes were the careful, patient eyes of a man who had learned to wait before he spoke. Saskia did not close the register. I want to see the burial records for the past 2 years. All of them? All of them. He crossed to the lectern, pipe tucked between his teeth. That is a lot of names for a biologist studying the reef. Anika's name is here, Saskia said. I want to see who else was buried around the same time, who else died near the water. Father Elian took the pipe out of his mouth. He studied her for a long moment, then turned to a cabinet against the far wall and pulled out a second register, older, the spine cracked and repaired with cloth tape. These go back 5 years, he said, setting it on the lectern beside the first. The newer book only has the last 18 months. I switched when the old one filled. Saskia opened the older register. The pages were thinner, the ink fainter, but the handwriting was the same. Neat, mechanical. She found the first anomaly on the second page. Ven, Oscar, life, drowning. North Harbor. Commended to the deep 14th September, 3 months before Anika. She traced her finger down the page and found another. Mercer, Lena, Elise, drowning. South Cliffs. Commended to the deep 8th June, a year before Oscar. She kept reading. Pell, a silent presence at the door. Father Elian leaning against the wall with his unlit pipe. The names accumulated. Drowning, drowning, drowning. All within a 2-mile stretch of coastline, all during low tide windows that the current map said would have carried them away from where they were found. Saskia straightened. "These tide timings are wrong," she said. Father Elian did not answer. She turned the page, running her finger down the death dates. Lena Mercer was found at the South Cliffs at 4 in the afternoon. Low tide was at 2. The current would have pushed her south into the reef channels, not north to where she was recovered. The sea does what it wants. The sea follows physics. Saskia closed the register. These bodies were moved. Every single one. Father Elian's face did not change, but his hands tightened around the pipe. "You are asking dangerous questions," he said quietly. "I am asking true ones." She turned to the newer register, flipping to the most recent entries. 3 deaths in the past 18 months. Anika was the latest. Before her, a man named Barlow, drowning, North Harbor. Before him, a woman named Tessier, drowning, South Cliffs. Same pattern, same tide discrepancy, same neat handwriting. Saskia looked up. Who filled in the cause of death on these entries? Father Elian hesitated. The silence stretched, filled with the distant crash of surf against stone. "I did," he said. "You wrote drowning for all of them. When that is what I was told." Saskia stepped closer. She kept her voice low, careful not to spook him. "Who told you, Father? Who decided what went into the register?" He looked past her, toward the stained glass window where the light had begun to fade. The storm was gathering again, clouds thickening beyond the colored glass. "Costin Brill brought me the death notices," he said. "For the last 3 years. He said the families had been notified and the bodies needed to be committed quickly on account of the weather." "And you believed him?" Father Elian's jaw tightened. "I have lived on Driftmoor for 20 years. I have learned that the sea takes who it wants, and the clan buries the rest." Saskia felt something cold settle in her chest. "Anika's body," she said. "Did you see it before the burial?" He did not answer. "Father, no." The word landed like a stone. "The casket was sealed," he said. "Costin's men brought it to the chapel the night before the service. They said the body had been badly damaged by the rocks, that it was not fit for viewing." Saskia's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the lectern to still them. "And you did not question it?" Father Elian looked at her. For the first time since she had entered the chapel, his careful composure cracked, and she saw something tired and guilty beneath the surface. "I questioned it," he said, "and Costin Brill reminded me that Father Elian Sorel was a guest on Driftmoor, not a member of the congregation. That my position here depended on cooperation, not curiosity." He set the pipe down. His hands were steady, but his voice had gone thin. "So I wrote what I was told. I sealed the register, and I told myself that the dead were beyond caring how they were remembered." Saskia stared at him. The cold in her chest spread, sharp and venomous. "Anika was not damaged by rocks," she said. "She had restraint marks on her wrists. She had bruising that did not match a fall. She was laid out on her back in the water, not face down. Someone staged her death." Father Elian closed his eyes. "I know," he said. The words hit her like a wave. She took a step back, then another. Her shoulder blades hit the edge of the lectern, and she stopped. "You have known this whole time?" "I suspected." He opened his eyes. "I did not know the details until you arrived, but I have buried enough of them to recognize a pattern." Pell moved from the door. He did not touch her, but she felt him there, a solid warmth at her back. "How many?" Saskia's voice came out raw. "How many have you buried knowing they were killed?" Father Elian did not answer. She turned to the register, flipping pages until she found the earliest entry in the pattern. A name scratched in faded ink, a date 3 years old. Brant, Elias Roon. Drowning. North Harbor. Commended to the deep 2nd March. How did Elias Brant die, Father? He drowned. How did he really die? The priest's silence was answer enough. Saskia closed the register. She pressed her palm flat against the cover, as if she could feel the names through the leather, the weight of all those convenient drownings. 3 days, she said. I have 3 days before Costin comes for answers. I need to see the harbor records, the original tide logs, not the copies. And I need to know where Oscar Venn kept his personal notes before he died. Father Elian picked up his pipe again. He turned it over in his hands, studying the carved bowl as if it held a truth he could not speak aloud. Oscar Venn kept his notes in a fishing box under the North Harbor dock, he said. He told me once that if anything ever happened to him, the truth would not go down with him. Saskia's breath caught. How do I get to the North Harbor? The storm will break in 2 more days. You cannot reach it now. I can. Pell's voice was low, steady, final. Father Elian looked at him. The ice on the cliff path is 4 inches thick. 1 wrong step, and you are in the water. I have walked those cliffs in worse weather. And if Costin's men are watching? Pell met his gaze. Then they will see exactly what I am willing to risk. Saskia looked at him, the scar through his eyebrow, the line of his jaw, the steady gray of his eyes that held no hesitation. Why? She asked. Pell turned to her. The space between them felt thin as paper. Because I have been waiting for someone who would not stop digging, he said, and I am not going to let you dig alone. The wind slammed against the chapel windows, rattling the glass in its frames. The storm was returning. Father Elian crossed himself. God help us all, he murmured. Chapter 9. The wind hit them as soon as Pell pulled the chapel door open. Saskia ducked her chin into her collar and followed him into the white. Snow lashed her face, sharp as grit. The path from the chapel had already lost its edges, swallowed by fresh drift that reached past her ankles in places. Pell moved ahead, shoulders set against the weather. She watched the dark shape of him blur and sharpen through the squall, each step deliberate. They reached the fork where the road split toward the cottages and the cliff path. Pell stopped, turned. I need to check the light before the visibility drops further. I can find my way back. He hesitated. The snow built on his shoulders, on his dark hair. She saw him weigh the risk, the same calculation he had been making since she arrived. I will find my way back, she said again. He nodded once, then turned and disappeared into the white. Saskia walked. The cold bit through her coat, through the layers beneath. Her gloves were already wet. The chapel's warmth had been a lie, a brief forgetting of what waited outside. The storm had not broken. It was gathering. She was halfway to the cottage when she saw the figure. A woman, red-haired, standing where the path curved toward the kelp sheds. Nika Damaris was bundled in oilskin, a wool scarf pulled high enough to cover her mouth. She was not moving. Saskia kept walking. Nika fell into step beside her without greeting, matching Saskia's pace. The wind carried the sharp salt smell of her, the faint bite of brine. You went to the chapel? Nika said. I went to check burial records. Find anything interesting? Saskia did not answer. Nika's mouth bent beneath the scarf, not quite a smile. Word travels fast on Driftmoor. You have been here 3 days and already you have the whole town talking. I am not here to talk. No, you're here to dig. Nika's voice was flat, matter-of-fact. And people are noticing. Saskia stopped. Nika stopped with her. The wind screamed between them, but Nika's eyes were steady, unblinking. Is that a warning? It is observation. Nika tilted her head. The observatory is a few hundred yards that way. The cliff path. You can reach the North Harbor from the cove if you know the tidal schedule. Saskia waited. Nika looked at her for a long moment. Then she glanced over her shoulder, as if checking for ears in the empty white. There is a storage cove south of the lighthouse, she said. Unlisted. No one uses it anymore. but there used to be a ladder bolted to the rock face and a narrow ledge that leads around the headland at low tide. Saskia's pulse picked up. Why are you telling me this? Nika's gaze flickered. Something moved behind her eyes, something Saskia could not name. Gust and Brill does not own every inch of this coast, she said, and because I knew Anika. The name hit Saskia like a blow. Nika saw it. Her expression did not soften. She was not the kind of person who drowns, Nika said. She was too careful, too curious, the kind who checks every knot twice and still does not trust the rope. Saskia's throat tightened. She forced her voice steady. What happened to her? Nika was quiet for a long time. The snow built on her red hair, on the shoulders of her oilskin. She looked like part of the storm, carved from the same salt and cold. That is what you were here to find out, she said. And what I am telling you is this. Curiosity gets people buried early on Driftmoor. You want to stay above ground, you need to know which paths are watched and which are not. She turned and walked away, her boots leaving shallow prints that the snow erased almost instantly. Saskia stood in the white and watched her go. The cottage door was unlocked. She pushed inside, wet and shivering, and closed it behind her. The fire had burned low, orange embers pulsing in the grate. She did not bother lighting a lamp. She stood in the dim, letting the silence settle around her, tasting Nika's words. Unlisted storage cove, ladder bolted to the rock face, narrow ledge around the headland. She crossed to the window and wiped the condensation from the glass. The snow fell thick and fast, blurring everything beyond 20 feet. She could barely make out the fence line, the leaning post where Pell had tied the tarp over the woodpile. She almost missed it. Almost. A shape, dark and still, half hidden by the corner of the tool shed. Too solid to be a trick of the storm, too deliberate to be a drift. Saskia's breath caught. The shape did not move. It stood there, watching the cottage, watching her. She let the condensation close over the glass, stepped back. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She did not know how long she stood there, frozen in the dark, waiting for the shape to move. It did not. It simply stayed, patient and still, a dark seam in the white. The fire popped. A log settled. Saskia reached for the poker and gripped it, the cold iron heavy in her hand. She did not look out the window again, but she felt it. The weight of that stillness, the certainty that whoever stood out there was not leaving. The storm had not broken. It was only beginning. Chapter 10. The figure was gone by morning. Saskia knew because she had not slept. She had sat on the edge of the narrow bed, the poker cold against her knee, watching the window turn from black to bruised gray. The snow had not stopped. If anything, it had thickened, pressing against the glass like something trying to get in. She had not looked out again until the light was certain. Nothing. No shape, no dark seam where the tool shed met the drift. Just snow and wind and the distant pound of the sea. She set the poker down. Her hands were trembling and she did not know if it was cold or fear or the way the waiting had carved through her. Pell was not back. The thought hit her like a splash of ice water. He had gone to check the lighthouse light. That had been hours ago. The storm had only worsened. She crossed to the stove and fed it wood from the dwindling pile, working the bellows until the embers caught. The warmth barely reached her skin. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes, damp and salt-stiff, and the cold had settled into her bones like a permanent tenant. She needed to move. The unlisted cove, the bolted ladder, the narrow ledge Nika had described. Pell would tell her to wait. Pell would insist on coming with her, on checking the path first, on wrapping her in caution until the danger passed. But the danger was not passing. It was gathering, and the 3-day ultimatum Costin had given them was bleeding away, hour by hour. She pulled on her coat, the wool still wet at the collar. She found the spare flashlight in the kitchen drawer, tested it against her palm, and tucked it into her pocket. The door opened into a wall of white. The wind hit her first, a raw, salt-tongued force that stole her breath and flattened her coat against her body. She blinked through the sting of ice and set her face toward the south. The path was gone, not buried, gone. The snow had erased every trace of the track, the fence line, the distinction between land and air. She navigated by the tilt of the ground, by the way the wind came harder off the sea, by the memory of where the cliff should be. She walked for what felt like 10 minutes, could have been 20, could have been 5. The cold played tricks, compressing time. The ground dropped. She stopped at the edge, her boots sending a scatter of loose stone into nothing. The cliff fell away below her, swallowed by the churn of gray water and white spray. The tide was high, the waves slamming the rock face with a force she felt through the soles of her feet. She scanned the headland. There. A faint seam in the rock, a place where the cliff bent inward. The ledge. It was narrow, maybe 18 inches across, coated in ice and frozen spray. It hugged the cliff face and disappeared around the headland, exactly as Nika had described. Saskia's pulse hammered. She could see where someone had kicked steps into the snow, recent enough that the wind had not yet scoured them flat. Small prints. A woman's boots. Or a slight man's. Anika's. The certainty hit her like a fist. She stepped onto the ledge. The first few feet were manageable. She kept her back to the rock, her palms flat against the frozen stone, her weight pressed inward. The wind tore at her, trying to peel her off the cliff. She did not look down. The ledge narrowed. 6 inches now, maybe less. The snow had built a crust over the ice, and she could not tell where the rock ended and the void began. She tested each step before committing, her breath coming in short, sharp clouds. The prints ahead of her stopped, not turned back. Stopped. As if Anika had stood here, exactly here, and looked at something. Saskia leaned forward, craning to see around the headland. The rock under her left foot shifted. She felt it go, a slow, grinding give, the snow-packed screes sheeting away beneath her boot. Her weight followed. Her arms pinwheeled, her back leaving the rock, her center of gravity tipping into the space where the ledge had been. She was going over. The sea roared below her, patient and hungrier than wind. A hand caught her wrist. The grip was iron. It hauled her forward, off balance, off the crumbling edge, and slammed her into something solid. A chest. Arms. A voice, ragged and raw, speaking words she could not parse through the ringing in her ears. She was on her knees, on the path, on solid ground, the cliff behind her. Pell was on his knees in front of her, his hands on her shoulders, his face gray beneath the cold. "What the hell were you thinking?" His voice was not loud. It was barely a whisper, scraped thin as wire. You found the ledge, I know. I found the prints 3 hours ago." His hands were shaking against her shoulders. His whole body was shaking. "I told myself you would wait. I told myself you were not fool enough to follow a dead woman's trail into a storm alone." She should have apologized. She should have explained. Instead, she looked at his hands, at the tremor she could not mistake for cold. "You are terrified," she said. He went still. "I have never been afraid in my life," he said. "Not once. Not until you walked into that cottage and the bond hit me like a wave, and I realized I would not survive losing you." The wind screamed between them. Saskia's heart was still hammering, but the sound had changed. It was not fear anymore. "The ledge was not stable," she said. "I know. Someone had been there before me. Recently. The prints were still there." Pell's eyes sharpened. The terror in them did not fade, but something else moved beneath it, something cold and focused. "Whose?" Saskia looked past him, back toward the cliff, toward the seam of white where the ledge had been. "I do not know," she said, "but they are the same size as mine." Pell pulled her to her feet. His grip did not loosen. "We are going back to the cottage," he said, "and you are not leaving it without me again." She opened her mouth to argue. He stepped closer. Close enough that she could see the ice caught in his lashes, the raw edge of his jaw where the wind had chapped it. "Please." The word broke something in her chest. She nodded. They walked back through the white, Pell's hand at her elbow, his body between her and the drop she could not see. The cottage appeared like a ghost through the snow, and Saskia did not realize she had been holding her breath until she crossed the threshold. The fire had not died. The poker was still leaning against the hearth. Saskia sank onto the chair, her legs giving way beneath her, and watched Pell build the flames higher with movements that were too precise, too controlled. His hands were still shaking. Chapter 11. The fire had caught. The flames licked at the new wood Pell had stacked, casting shadows that climbed the walls and fell back. climbed, and fell. Saskia sat in the chair with her hands wrapped around a tin cup, the heat burning her palms, and she could not stop seeing the drop, the ledge, the void, the sea. Pell stood with his back to the hearth, arms crossed, watching her. He had not said anything since they crossed the threshold. He had rebuilt the fire, filled the kettle, pressed the cup into her hands, and then retreated to the hearth like a man afraid to touch her again. "You can stop hovering," she said. "I am not hovering." "You are standing very still and staring at me. That is hovering." His jaw tightened. "You almost went over a cliff." "I did not go over a cliff. You caught me." Before that I was on the ledge, which I found, which had prints." She set the cup down, the tin clanking against the table. "Someone was there before me, someone with boots my size. That is a lead, Pell. That is a death trap. Then it was a death trap meant for Anika. Or for me." She stood, and her legs held. That was something. Either way, I need to know who left those prints and why they stopped mid-ledge like she walked off the edge upright. Like she was pushed. The words hung between them. Saskia felt the cold creep back into her chest. "You think someone pushed her?" "I think someone stood behind her on that ledge, and she did not hear them coming because she trusted them." Pell's voice was low, rough, scraped clean of anything gentle. "I think she turned around to look at whoever it was, and they let the rock do the work." The image unfolded in Saskia's mind like a photograph developing in darkroom fluid. Anika on the ledge, Anika turning, the smile dying on her face. "Stop," Saskia said. "I am sorry. Do not apologize. Just stop painting it in my head." Pell crossed the room. He did not touch her, but he stopped close enough that the heat of the fire and the heat of him wrapped around her from both sides. "I will find whoever did it," he said. "I will find them, and I will kill them." He said nothing. Saskia looked up at him. The scar through his eyebrow was pale in the firelight. His jaw was set. His hands, still trembling at his sides, were the only sign that he was not made of stone. "You are not a killer," she said. "I am a wolf. You are a man who fixes pumps and breaks ice on the path and carries supplies for old women. You are not a killer. Before you came, I did not know what I might be willing to become." The words hit her low in the chest. She opened her mouth to argue, then closed it, because she recognized the shape of that feeling. It was the shape of the grief that had driven her onto the ledge, the shape of a love so fierce it turned into hunger. "Pell, do not ask me to pretend I am calm. I am not asking you to pretend." She stepped closer. The distance between them shrank to a hand's width, to a breath. "I am asking you to trust me the way I am learning to trust you." He looked down at her. His eyes were the color of wet stone, and they held her like the sea held the cliff, patient and relentless and older than memory. "I stopped," he said, barely audible. "Stopped what?" "I wanted to kiss you, on the cliff, after I caught you. I wanted to pull you against me and hold you so tight you could not breathe, and I stopped." Saskia's pulse was a drum against her ribs. "Why?" "Because I promised you space. Because I will not let the bond decide what happens between us." His voice cracked on the last word. "Because if I kiss you, I want it to be because you chose it, not because the cliff nearly took you and your blood is running hot and your judgment is compromised." The air between them was electric. It was thin. It was everything. Saskia held his gaze. "What if my judgment is not compromised?" His breath caught. She saw the war in his face, the want, raw and hungry, the discipline honed by years of restraint, the fear that touching her would break something he could not fix. And then, slowly, he raised his hand. He did not touch her face. He held it an inch from her cheek, his fingers trembling, waiting. "I will not cross this line," he said, "until you tell me to." Saskia looked at his hand. At the tremor she could not mistake for cold. At the distance he was holding, not because he wanted to, but because he had promised. She thought of Anika on that ledge, of the prince that stopped, of the dark figure watching from the tool shed, the watcher who had vanished by morning but might still be out there, might still be watching, even now. She thought of Pell's hands shaking as he caught her. She reached up and covered his hand with hers. "I am not asking you to cross anything," she said. "I am asking you to stay exactly where you are." His fingers curled around hers, a fraction of pressure, a question. She answered by not letting go. The fire crackled. The wind battered the walls. The cottage held them small and warm and suspended. And Saskia felt something shift in her chest, something she had been holding too tight for too long. When she finally spoke, her voice was steady. "I am not ready to kiss you." Pell nodded. His thumb traced a line across her knuckles, featherlight. "I know, but I want to be." His eyes closed, just for a second, just long enough for her to see what it cost him to hear those words. "Then we wait," he said. "We take the time. We find who killed your sister and we burn their world down. And when it is done, if you still want to be ready, I will be here." Saskia let out a breath she had not known she was holding. The fire settled. The storm pressed against the glass. Somewhere out there, the prints were freezing over, the trail growing cold, the watcher waiting for another chance. But in here, in the space between them, something had cracked open, and Saskia had no intention of letting it close. A sound cut through the wind, sharp, deliberate. A knock at the door. Pell's hand tightened on hers. His eyes went dark. "Stay behind me," he said. And the fear she had almost forgotten came rushing back. Chapter 12. The knock came again, harder. Pell's hand tightened on hers once, a squeeze that said "stay," before he released her and crossed to the door. His body blocked the frame, shoulders braced, weight settled low. Ready. Saskia's hand closed on the fireplace poker. The iron was cold against her palm. Pell pulled the door open. Ivo Mercer stood on the threshold, snow crusted on his steel wool hair, breath pluming in white bursts. His face was the color of old paper. "You need to come with me," he said. "Now." Pell did not move. "Why?" "Because I have been holding evidence that should have been handed to the mainland authorities 3 months ago, and I am done being afraid." Ivo's voice cracked on the last word. Saskia stepped around Pell, the poker still in her grip. "What evidence?" "Everything." Ivo's eyes were wild. "The original photos, the bruising patterns, the samples I pulled from the second and third victims before Costin sealed the records. I have been waiting for someone who would use them." Pell looked at Ivo for a long moment, then at Saskia. "Stay close," he said. "Do not leave my sight." They followed Ivo into the storm. The walk to the clinic took twice as long as it should have. The wind had shifted, driving the snow horizontal, and Saskia's wet jeans froze stiff against her legs within minutes. Pell kept his hand on her elbow, steering her through drifts that swallowed her boots to the knee. Ivo did not speak. He just walked, head down, shoulders hunched, a man who had already decided that silence was more dangerous than confession. The clinic's back door was unlocked. Ivo shoved it open and held it for them, then locked it behind them, turning the deadbolt with a click that echoed in the narrow hallway. "You have been watching the cottage," Saskia said. Ivo did not deny it. "I saw the figure too, the one by the tool shed. I wanted to warn you, but I could not get close without being seen. Who was it? I do not know, but I know who sent them." He led them through the dim hall into the examination room. The smell of antiseptic and salt hung in the air, and the overhead light buzzed faintly. Ivo crossed to a locked cabinet in the corner, pulled a key from a chain around his neck, and opened it. Inside was a folder, thick, stained. Ivo set it on the table and did not let go. "I need you to understand what this will cost me," he said quietly. "If Costin finds out I kept these, I will not live through the week." "The week might already be over," Pell said. Ivo's jaw tightened. He released the folder. Saskia opened it. The first photograph was Anika's wrist, a mottled ring of purple and black, the kind of bruise that came from rope or a hand grip held too long and too hard. The skin around it was pale, bloodless. The second photograph was Anika's shoulder, a crescent-shaped contusion, its edges sharp and clear. "You can see the weapon pattern," Ivo said. "A tool with a curved, striking face, a rock hammer, a boat cleat. Something with that shape. Saskia turned the page. More photographs, more bruises. A pattern of injuries that did not match a fall onto rocks from a cliff face. Lima Mercer, Ivo said. 2 years ago, the same crescent mark, the same discoloration around the wrists, the same tide discrepancy. You had these the whole time? Saskia whispered. I had them before she was buried. Costin came to the clinic the day after the body was recovered. He told me the official cause of death was drowning. He told me to write it down and stop asking questions. Why did you not? Ivo's eyes met hers. Because I am a coward, and I know the difference between a bruise made by the sea and a bruise made by a fist. Pell moved closer, his shoulder brushing hers. How many victims? 4 that I can prove, maybe 5. Oscar was the last before he started keeping his own records. Ivo's voice dropped. That is why he died. Not because he saw the body. Because he wrote down what he saw and told me he was going to take it to the mainland. The folder held more than photographs. There were tide charts with notations in Ivo's handwriting, a list of dates and times that matched the discrepancies Father Elian had described. A single sheet of paper with a hand-drawn map, the coves and cliffs marked in red. The access point, Saskia said, tracing the line with her finger. The Tidal pen. Yes. Anika marked it in her notes. She wanted to check it the day she died. Ivo's voice was flat. She did not survive long enough to tell anyone what she found. Skakich's hands were shaking. She looked at the photograph of Anika's wrist again, the bruise that had not been in the official file, the evidence that Costin had tried to bury along with the body. I need to borrow this, she said. Ivo nodded. I know. Where will you be when Costin realizes it is gone? I will be here. Ivo's mouth twisted. I am too old to run, and I am too tired to lie anymore. Pell reached out and took the folder. Then we will be fast. A sound cut through the wind. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, crunching through the snow toward the clinic's back door. Ivo's face went white. He grabbed the folder from Pell's hand and shoved it into a waxed canvas bag, then thrust the bag into Saskia's arms. Go, through the front, do not stop. The back door rattled. A fist pounded against the wood. Ivo did not wait. He pushed them toward the hallway, toward the front entrance, toward the storm. Saskia ran. Behind her the pounding grew louder. A voice, low and familiar, called Ivo's name. Costin. And then she was through the front door, into the white, with Pell's hand locked around hers and the folder pressed against her chest. And she did not look back. Chapter 13. The waxed canvas bag hit the table with a weight that made the tin cups jump. Saskia stood over it, dripping onto the floorboards, her breath still ragged from the run. The cottage felt different now. Smaller. The walls closer, the windows darker, the storm pressing against every seam like something alive. Pell bolted the door behind them, shot the iron bars across, then stood there with his hands flat against the wood and his head bowed, catching his own breath. You are bleeding. She looked down, a scrape across the heel of her palm, raw and bright, where she had caught herself against the clinic doorframe. She had not felt it happen. It is nothing. It is not nothing. He crossed the room in 3 strides, took her wrist before she could pull away, and turned her hand over in the light. His fingers were warm against her cold skin. His thumb brushed the edge of the wound, gentle, deliberate. I will get kit. I can do it myself. I know you can. He did not let go. But you are shaking, and if you do it yourself you will make it worse because you are in a hurry to look at the folder. She opened her mouth to argue. He was right. The shaking had nothing to do with cold. Pell released her wrist and disappeared into the back room. She heard him open a cupboard, shift bottles, tear cloth. The sounds were ordinary, domestic, the kind of sounds that should not belong to a night like this. She sank into the chair by the stove and pulled the bag onto her lap. The folder inside was thicker than she remembered. She lifted it out and set it on the table, and the photographs slid free, fanning across the wood like a hand of cards she did not want to play. Anika's wrist, Anika's shoulder, the crescent bruise, the ring of restraint. Pal returned with a tin basin, a roll of clean bandage, and a bottle of antiseptic that smelled sharp enough to strip paint. He set everything on the table, moved the photographs aside with careful hands, and pulled the other chair close to hers. "Give me your hand." She gave it. He worked in silence. The antiseptic stung when he pressed the soaked cloth against the scrape, but she did not flinch. His fingers were steady, precise, tucking the bandage around her palm with the same care she had seen him use on the storm shutters, on the pump, on every broken thing in this cottage. "You are good at this," she said. "I have had practice." "On yourself?" "On the lighthouse." A corner of his mouth lifted. "It cuts me as often as I fix it." A laugh escaped her, strained, surprised. She had not expected to laugh tonight. He looked up at the sound and something in his face shifted, softened, like he had been waiting to hear it. "Your hands are cold again," he said. "They are always cold." "I noticed." He finished the bandage, smoothed the edge flat, and did not let go. His thumb rested against the inside of her wrist, where the pulse beat close to the surface. A question in the pressure. She did not pull away. "You have never done this before," she said. "Bandaged a hand? Brought someone into your house?" His jaw tightened. He looked down at her wrist, at the place where his thumb rested, and she felt the answer before he spoke it. "I have not." "Why?" "Because I was waiting for the right reason." The words hung between them, simple and devastating. She did not know what to do with them. She did not know what to do with the way he said it, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, like he had been saving this cramped, salt-crusted cottage for someone who would matter. "They are going to come for us," she said. "I know. Kastan will tear this place apart looking for the folder." "Let him. You could hand it over. Tell them you were deceived, that I stole it and you did not know." Pell's eyes lifted to hers, wet stone in shadow, unmoving. "Is that what you want me to do?" "No." "Then stop pretending I would." She held his gaze. The storm howled against the walls. The photographs lay scattered across the table, evidence of 4 dead women, maybe 5. And the man who had killed them was still out there, still hunting, still pounding on doors that would not hold forever. But here, in the circle of lamplight, with his thumb against her pulse and the bandage warm around her palm, she felt something she had not expected. Safe. She pulled her hand away before the feeling could settle. "The tool," she said, turning to the photographs. Ivo said it was a curved, striking face, a rock hammer, a boat cleat. Pell let the shift happen. He did not push. He reached for the hand-drawn map instead and spread it across the table, weighting the corners with the salt cellar and the lamp base. "The Tidal pen access point," he said. "Avia marked it. Ivo marked it. That is where it started. And that is where it ended." "Not yet." His finger traced the red line across the map, following the coves and cliffs to a place where the ink stopped. "Oscar Ven's notes are still under the North Harbor dock. If we can reach them before Costin finds out we have the folder, we might have enough to take to the mainland. The storm will not let up. No. And Costin will be watching every path to the harbor. Yes. So we sit here with the evidence and wait." Pell leaned back in his chair. The wood creaked under his weight. He looked at her for a long moment, and something in his expression changed. A crack in the seriousness, a glint of something almost amused. "I have been sitting in this cottage for 3 years, he said. "I know how to wait." "That is the least reassuring thing you have said tonight." "I have also been told I am excellent company." "By who?" "The seagulls." She laughed again. The sound surprised her a second time, and this time it came easier, looser, like a muscle that had forgotten how to stretch. "The seagulls are liars," she said. "They are very polite liars." The laughter faded, but the warmth did not. It sat between them in the lamplight, fragile and unfamiliar, and Saskia did not know what to do with it. She looked down at the bandage on her palm, at his work, precise and careful. "I am not going to thank you for this." "I did not ask you to." "Good." Pell smiled. Small, real. "Eat something. Sleep if you can. I will take first watch. You need rest, too. I need you to stop arguing with me for 5 minutes." "Not going to happen." He laughed then. A low sound, rough with surprise. And the sight of it, the sight of him laughing in the middle of a storm with murder evidence spread across his table and a killer hunting the roads outside, did something to her chest that she could not name. She looked away before he could see it. "I will take the chair," she said. "You take the bed." "Saskia, I am not arguing. You are literally arguing." She grabbed the blanket from the back of the chair and wrapped it around her shoulders. The fabric smelled of wool and salt and something faintly like him, wood smoke and cold air. "I will take the first watch," she said. "Wake me when you want to switch." Pell watched her for a long moment. Then he rose, crossed to the bedroom door, and paused with his hand on the frame. "I meant what I said," he told her. "I have never brought anyone into this house, not once." She did not answer. He did not wait for one. The door closed behind him, and Saskia sat alone in the lamplight with the folder full of dead women and the warmth of his laugh still lodged beneath her ribs. And she did not know which would destroy her first, the truth or him. Chapter 14. Gray light pushed through the frosted window. Weak, strained, the kind of morning that promised nothing. Saskia had not slept. She had sat through the last of the dark with the folder open on her knees, memorizing bruise patterns, tide times, names. Lima Mercer, Elias Brandt, Oscar Venn, Anika. The crescent mark repeated across all of them like a signature, a curved tool striking flesh. And she had traced the shape in the air with her finger until she could have drawn it blind. The bedroom door opened. Pell stood in the frame, gear disheveled, shirt pulled loose at the collar. He looked at her, at the folder, at the empty cup beside her, and something tightened in his jaw. "You did not sleep." "I slept enough. 4 hours ago you said the same thing. 4 hours ago I meant it too." He crossed to the stove without answering and stirred the embers back to life. The first crack of flame painted shadows across the room, and Saskia watched him work, the economy of his movements, the way he knew exactly where the kindling was, how much to feed the fire, when to close the damper. 3 years alone in this cottage. 3 years of learning every creak and draft and failing hinge. "Someone will come today," she said. Pell did not turn. "Probably. Costin cannot afford to let the rumors sit. He needs to move before the council meets, and he needs to make it look like discovery, not invention. So he sends someone to ask questions. Or he comes himself." Pell straightened and wiped his hands on his pants. The fire caught fully, filling the room with the smell of spruce and ash. He looked at her across the space between them, and his eyes were steady, but there was something in the set of his shoulders that she had not seen before. Watchfulness, edged with something harder. "Then we answer," he said. "We show them exactly what you have. Research permits, sample logs, nothing more. You think that is enough to stock him?" "I think it buys us time." She did not argue. She was not sure she disagreed. The knock came before noon. Not Costin. Saskia knew that before she opened the door. The rhythm was wrong, slower, more deliberate. And when she pulled the latch and the cold air rushed in, Maeve Hargrove stood on the threshold with snow melting against her coat, and a look on her face that Saskia had seen before on people who were about to deliver bad news with polite ceremony. "Maeve." Pell was already behind her, his presence a wall of warmth at her back. "This is unexpected, is it?" Maeve stepped past Saskia without waiting for invitation, and swept the room with a glance that stopped on the waxed canvas bag, the spread of papers on the table, the lamp still burning in the daylight. "Keep strange hours for a reef survey." Saskia closed the door. The latch clicked into place, and the sound felt final. "The storm makes it hard to follow a schedule," she said. "I imagine it does." Maeve turned. Her eyes were the same color as Pell's, wet stone in shadow, but where his held warmth she could feel, Maeve's carried nothing but assessment. "I hear you have been busy, Saskia Roelofs, visiting the clinic, the chapel, the cliffs." She paused. "The coves. Word travels fast. On Driftmoor, it travels before you finish walking." Saskia kept her face still. Her heart had begun to push harder against her ribs, but she had spent years learning how to hide that kind of thing, how to let her voice stay level while her blood ran cold. "I am here to survey the reef collapse," she said. "That requires access to the coastline." "And the burial records?" "Cross-referencing death dates with tide data is standard for marine mortality studies. Contaminants can travel through the food chain, and human remains in the water can skew the samples." Maeve's expression did not change. She studied Saskia the way she might study a break in the weather, looking for the hidden pressure. "I would like to see your permits," she said. Saskia pulled them from her bag without hesitation. She had prepared for this, had the laminated cards and signed letters from the mainland research board, all neat and official and carefully vague. She laid them across the table and stepped back. Maeve picked them up. Read each one, turned them over to check the back. "You have been thorough. I was trained to be." "And the samples?" Saskia gestured to the cooler by the wall where she had stored the reef clippings and water vials, collected during the first day before the storm shut everything down. "They are catalogued by date and location. You are welcome to check them." Maeve set the permits down. She looked at Pell, then back at Saskia, and the silence stretched long enough to feel deliberate. "Costin tells me you are looking for something specific," she said. "Something beyond dead coral." "Costin tells you a lot of things. He is not always wrong." "Neither am I," Maeve smiled. It did not reach her eyes. "I hope that is true, for your sake." She walked to the door and paused with her hand on the latch. "The storm will break in 2 days. When it does, the council will meet. If your research is clean, you have nothing to fear. And if it is not," Maeve looked at Pell. Something passed between them, a conversation Saskia could not read, a history she had not been present for. "Then Driftmoor has its own way of handling people who bring trouble to its shores." She left. The door closed behind her, and the cottage went quiet, except for the crack of the fire and the wind pressing against the glass. Saskia stood very still. Pell did not move either. "She took the permits," Saskia said. "She will return them when the council clears you." "Will the council clear me?" Pell did not answer. That was answer enough. She turned back to the table, to the mess of papers and photographs, and the map with its red lines bleeding across the coves. Something felt wrong. The stack of her field notes was slightly off. The corner that had been aligned with the edge of the desk was now half an inch forward, and she had not touched them since before Maeve arrived. She checked the pages. The notes on Anika's last known movements, the Tidal pen coordinates, the route she had planned to take the morning she died. Gone. The page had been cleanly removed, not torn, not ripped, pulled from the binding with steady hands and carried out under Maeve's coat while Saskia watched and said nothing. Her stomach dropped. "Pell!" He was at her side in 2 steps. One page is missing. The notes on Anika's planned route, the final coordinates she marked before she died. Pell's face went still. Maeve. Or someone who was waiting outside. Someone who came in while we were distracted. She looked at the door, at the snow piling against the frame, at the world beyond, that had just become a place where her own notes could be stolen from under her guard. 2 days, she said. "We have 2 days before the storm breaks and the council meets, and Costin uses that page to prove I am a spy." Pell's hand found hers. Warm. Steady. "Then we use those 2 days." "How?" "By finding Oscar Ven's notes before anyone else does." The wind howled against the glass, and Saskia felt the floor shift beneath her, the trap closing, the walls of the cottage becoming a cage she had walked into willingly. And somewhere in the whiteout, the missing page was already changing hands. Chapter 15. The wind changed before dawn. Saskia felt it in her chest first, a shift in pressure that made the cottage creak differently, the flame in the stove leaning east instead of west. She had not slept. The missing page sat in her ribs like a splinter she could not reach. Pell was already pulling on his coat when she came out of the bedroom. "The storm is breaking," he said. "Not for long, maybe 4 hours before it closes again." 4 hours to where? Ravenswood, the settlement across the ice flats. Enough time to get supplies and come back before the next front hits. She looked at the window. The whiteout had thinned to a pale gray curtain, the snow still falling but no longer hurling itself sideways. She could see the outline of the cliff for the first time in days. "You are taking me with you. I am not leaving you here alone." "Costin would not. Costin does not need to come himself. He has already proven he can reach whatever room you are in." She thought of the page, pulled clean from her notebook while Maeve held her attention on the wrong side of the room. Thought of the dark figure watching from the tool shed, gone by morning, but not erased. "The evidence folder," she said, "comes with us. Everything comes with us." She did not argue. That frightened her more than the missing page, the way his certainty felt like shelter instead of constraint. They moved through the cottage in grim efficiency. Pell banked the fire low, packed dried meat and a thermos into a canvas bag, and handed her an extra coat from a hook by the door. It smelled of him, salt and wool and something deeper she was learning to recognize without naming. "You drive," he said, and tossed her the truck keys. "Why me?" "Because you need to know the road, in case you have to use it alone." The weight of the keys settled into her palm like a promise and a warning at once. The truck was crusted with ice, the windshield a solid sheet of white. Pell scraped it while Saskia checked the tires, the chains, the shovel bolted to the bed. The cold bit through her gloves in minutes, the wind still carrying teeth even as the sky began to pale. When they pulled away from the cottage, the snow crunching under the chains, Saskia felt the relief first. The walls had been pressing in, the silence of the stolen page pressing harder. Movement meant action. Action meant control. Then they passed the fork where the path split toward the chapel, and she remembered Father Elian's hands shaking over the burial ledger, and the relief curdled. She watched the rear-view mirror until the cottage disappeared into the gray. The road to Ravenswood ran along the frozen shoreline, the sea stacked with ice slabs that groaned against each other with every tide. Pell sat in the passenger seat with his eyes moving constantly, scanning the cliffs, the tree line, the places where a person could wait. "You do not trust the roads either," she said. "I trust nothing that has not proven itself." "That must be exhausting. It keeps people alive." She wanted to argue, but the evidence folder was heavy in her bag and the missing page was heavy in her chest, and she had no room for a fight she would lose anyway. Ravenswood was smaller than Driftmoor, a cluster of low buildings hunched against the wind, a single general store with a gas pump and a post office sign that had been bent sideways by a storm and never straightened. The truck shuddered to a stop in the lot, and Saskia sat with her hands on the wheel, feeling the engine tick beneath her. 10 minutes, Pell said. "In and out. Do not wander." "I know how to shop." "I know you know. I am saying it anyway." He was out of the truck before she could respond, boots crunching across the frozen gravel toward the store. She watched him go, the breadth of his shoulders, the way he scanned the windows before he pushed through the door. She had been alone for 3 days straight without feeling the weight of it. Now, 60 seconds without him in sight, and the silence pressed against her like a wall. She got out. The store smelled of kerosene and old wood, a single propane heater rattling in the corner. The man behind the counter had a face like cracked leather and did not look up when she entered. Pell was already at the back shelf, loading canned goods into a crate. Saskia moved along the aisle, her fingers brushing boxes of tea, jars of preserves, things that belonged to a world where people planned meals and worried about ordinary things. The normalcy of it felt foreign, like a language she had forgotten. She stopped at a rack of maps. The coastal survey was 2 years old, the reef markings already outdated. She pulled it free anyway, unfolding it across the counter, tracing the line of Driftmoor's shoreline with her finger. The man behind the counter finally looked up. "You the one asking questions up at the light?" She did not lift her gaze from the map. "I am the one surveying the reef." "That is not what I heard." "Then you heard wrong." He shrugged, the movement slow and deliberate. "Heard there is a council meeting coming. Heard Costin Brill has been gathering support." Saskia folded the map. "People hear a lot of things in winter. People talk when they have nothing else to do." He leaned forward, elbows on the counter, his voice dropping. "Word is you have something Costin wants. Something he will burn the whole settlement down to keep buried." She met his eyes then. "What word?" "The kind that travels faster than anyone walking it." Pell appeared at the end of the aisle, the crate balanced on his hip. He looked at the man, at Saskia, at the map in her hands, and something in his posture shifted. "We are done," he said. Saskia folded the map into her pocket and followed him to the register. The man rang up the supplies without another word, but his eyes stayed on her the whole time, and when she walked out into the gray light, she felt his gaze like a hand on her shoulder. The truck started on the second try, the engine coughing before it caught. Pell set the crate in the bed and got in beside her, his shoulder brushing hers as he settled. "What did he say to you?" "Nothing useful, Saskia." She looked at him. The concern on his face was raw, unguarded, the kind of thing he would probably pull back behind composure once he remembered she could see it. "He said word is traveling. The people know I have something Costin wants." Pell was quiet for a long moment. Then he reached across and took her hand, his fingers warm against her cold skin. "Then we are running out of time." She pulled back onto the road, the tires finding traction on the ice, and the truck carried them north toward the cottage, toward the 2 days left before the council, toward whatever waited in the white. The road was empty when she glanced in the mirror, but she kept checking. And halfway across the ice flats, with the wind rising again and the light beginning to fail, Saskia realized she was no longer sure whether she was checking for threats behind them, or hoping Pell would tell her to turn around and keep going, past the cottage, past the council, past all of it, into a world where none of this was her responsibility. She did not say it aloud, but she felt it, a thread pulling loose in her chest, and that was worse than any threat Costin could make. The first flurries of the returning storm hit the windshield as the cottage came back into view, and in the snow beside the tool shed, a fresh set of footprints led toward the cliff. Chapter 16. The first flurries hit the windshield like small fists. Saskia killed the engine and sat, watching the footprints trail from the tool shed toward the cliff edge. Fresh. The snow had not yet filled them. Pell was already out of the truck, his boots landing soft on the frozen ground. He did not call to her. He just walked the line of prints, crouched at the cliff's edge, and stayed there long enough for the wind to salt his dark hair with white. She joined him, the cold biting through her coat. "Well?" "Recent." He straightened, his jaw tight. "Within the last hour. Coming from the shed, not going back." "That is not possible unless someone was already here when we left." "That is exactly what it means." She looked at the cottage, the dark windows, the chimney without smoke. Someone had been close enough to touch the walls while they were gone. Someone had watched them drive out and used the empty space to search. Pell was already moving toward the door, his body rigid with the same controlled violence she had seen glimpses of before. The cottage was undisturbed. She checked the table, the chair, the stove, the evidence folder still wedged where she had left it beneath the loose floorboard by the bed. Everything in place. But the air felt wrong, colder than it should have been, as if the door had been open longer than it took to step through. "They did not take anything," she said. "They were not here to take." Pell stood at the window, his back to her, his reflection ghosting against the dark glass. "They were here to confirm we were gone." The storm returned in full dark, the wind howling off the cliffs, and the road closed again before midnight. Saskia woke to Pell shaking her shoulder, his face half lit by the dying embers in the stove. "There is a window," he said, 3 hours before the next front. "I know a place in Ravenswood that might have a room." "You said the road was closed." "I said the road was closed to people who follow it." He had the truck running before she could argue, the engine coughing white into the frozen air. She grabbed the folder, the map, the notebook, everything she could not afford to lose, and climbed in beside him. They drove without lights. The track he took was not a road, but a packed ice shelf hugging the base of the cliffs, invisible from above, barely wide enough for the truck's wheels. Saskia held her breath through the narrow stretches, her hand braced against the dash, watching the black water churn below the ice. Pell did not speak. His hands were steady on the wheel, his eyes fixed ahead, and she understood that he was navigating by memory, by instinct, by something older than sight. Ravenswood emerged from the dark like a fist of light. The inn was a sprawling timber building at the edge of the harbor, its windows glowing amber against the storm. 3 trucks and a rusted sedan filled the lot. Refugees from the coast, families who had abandoned their homes before the worst of it. Pell killed the engine and sat. "This is going to be complicated." "How complicated?" "The kind of complicated where every room is taken and the only reason there is one at all is because the owner owes my grandmother a favor." Saskia looked at the warm windows, the shapes moving behind them. So we take what we can get. We take what we can get. The owner was a woman with gray braids and a face that had weathered too many winters to be surprised by anything. She looked at Pell, then at Saskia, then at the snow melting on both of them, and did not ask questions. "Last room," she said. "Top of the stairs. One bed." Pell started to speak. "Take it or leave it." He took it. The stairs creaked under their boots. The hallway was narrow, the wallpaper faded to the color of old tea. The door at the end opened onto a room so small that the bed filled most of it. A quilted spread worn thin at the edges, a single window frosted with ice. One bed. Saskia stood in the doorway, her bag still in her hand, and felt the weight of every inch of space between them. Pell set the crate of supplies on the floor and did not look at her. "I can take the floor." "There is barely room for the floor." "Then I will take the chair." She looked at the wooden chair by the window, its seat warped, its back too straight for a grown man to sleep against. "You will not sleep." "I do not need to sleep." "Pell." He looked at her then, and the rawness in his eyes was not anger. It was the same thing she had seen on the cliff, in the truck, in the cottage when he had pressed a cup of tea into her hands and asked for nothing in return. It was restraint, discipline, a man holding himself together by the sheer force of wanting to do right. She set her bag on the floor beside the bed. "We are both adults," she said. "We can share a bed without it meaning anything." The lie sat between them, thin as the frost on the window. He did not call her on it. He just nodded, once, and began unlacing his boots. They settled on opposite sides of the mattress, a geography of careful distance. The bed was narrow enough that she felt the heat of him through the quilt, the rise and fall of his breathing. She lay on her back, her hands folded over her stomach, staring at the cracked plaster of the ceiling. The storm pressed against the window. The walls were thin. She could hear the murmur of voices from the floor below, the clatter of dishes, the ordinary sounds of a world that did not know her sister had been murdered. Pell turned onto his side, the movement slow, deliberate. "Saskia." "Yes." "Are you warm enough?" The question was so ordinary, so carefully harmless, that it cracked something in her chest. "Yes." He did not move closer. He did not reach for her. But she felt his gaze on her in the dark, a weight that was not pressure, but presence, the knowledge that he was awake and aware and holding himself exactly where he was. She turned her head. His face was close enough that she could see the scar through his eyebrow, the line of his jaw, the way his hair fell dark against the pillow. "What were you going to say?" she asked. "When the woman at the desk told us about the room, you started to speak, then stopped." He was quiet for a long moment. "I was going to say she could have my room at the cottage." She said no. She said no. "Then what stopped you?" "The truth." She waited. He did not look away. "I did not want to leave you alone in that cottage, not after the footprints, not after Ivo, not after any of it." His voice dropped, rough at the edges. "I wanted you where I could reach you." The words settled between them like stones dropped into still water. Saskia let them sink. "Then do not leave," she said. "Stay where I can reach you too." His breath caught. A fraction of a second, barely audible, but she felt it through the mattress, through the air, through the thread that had been pulling loose in her chest for days. They lay in the dark, not touching, not sleeping. The storm beat against the glass, and Saskia felt, for the first time, that she might not be cold again. She did not know when she finally closed her eyes, but when she woke, the room was gray with early light, and her hand was resting on his chest, her fingers curled against the wool of his sweater. She did not pull away. She lay still, counting the beats of his heart under her palm, and tried to remember when she had reached for him. She could not. He was already awake. She knew it from the way he breathed, steady and controlled, the same discipline he carried through everything. "Saskia." His voice was low, careful, a man walking the edge of something he did not want to break. She did not move her hand. "Yes." "Are you warm enough now?" The question was the same, but the meaning had shifted, folded in on itself, become something else entirely. She lifted her head and met his eyes. "You tell me." His hand came up slowly, giving her every chance to pull away. It settled over hers, his fingers warm, his thumb tracing the curve of her knuckle. "I would say you are warm enough. Then why do you look like you are still freezing?" He smiled. It was a small, bruised thing, barely there, but it reached his eyes. "Because I am trying very hard not to want more than you are ready to give." She looked at their hands, his covering hers, the way they fit together like a thing that had always been true. "What if I am ready?" The room went still. The storm had stopped. The silence was absolute, the kind that follows a held breath. Pell turned her hand over, laced his fingers through hers, and brought her palm to his mouth. His lips brushed her skin, light, warm, a question asked without words. She answered by not pulling away. And in the gray light of the borrowed room, with the last storm of winter holding its breath outside the window, Saskia felt the thread in her chest pull tight, snap, and remake itself into something she was not ready to name. Chapter 17. The warmth was a problem. Saskia knew it before she opened her eyes, knew it in the way her body had softened into something that felt like safety, like a thing she had not asked for but could not bring herself to leave. She was curled against Pell's side, her cheek pressed to his shoulder, her hand flat on his chest where she had left it hours ago. Her leg had crossed his at some point in the night, a tangle of limbs and quilt and breath that she did not remember authorizing. She did not pull away. She lay still and let herself feel it. The rise and fall of his breathing under her palm, the solid weight of him through the layers of wool and cotton, the heat that had seeped into her bones and made her forget, for a few hours, that she had been cold for months. His arm was around her. She had not noticed when he had moved it, but it was there, draped across her back, his hand resting between her shoulder blades, light enough that she could have shifted free at any moment. He had left her the choice. The gray light through the curtain was thin, watery, the kind of morning that followed a storm that had spent itself against the coast. The room was quiet. The inn had not woken yet. There was only the sound of his breathing, steady and patient, and the drum of her own heart under her ribs. She lifted her head. His eyes were open. She had known they would be. He was always awake before her, always watching, always holding himself in check. But there was something different in his face this morning, something unguarded, as if the night had worn through a layer he usually kept between them. "Good morning," she said. His mouth curved, just barely. "Good morning." She did not move. Neither did he. "You could have pushed me off," she said. "In the night, when I drifted. I could have. Why did not you?" He looked at her for a long moment. His hand moved against her back, a slow stroke, as if he were memorizing the shape of her. "Because I did not want to." The words landed in her chest like stones dropped into deep water, sinking until she could not find the bottom. She should pull away. She should sit up, find her clothes, put distance between them. The morning light would strip the night of its excuses, and she would have to face what she had done, what she had started, what she had told him in the dark. "What if I am ready?" She had meant it. She still meant it. But meaning it and acting on it were different things. And the space between them was filled with everything she had not said, everything she still did not know how to say. "Saskia." His voice was low, rough with sleep, and it pulled her back to the surface. "Yes, I need you to tell me something." She waited. He did not look away. "This morning," he said. "Right now. Do you want me to pretend none of it mattered?" The question stripped the air from the room. She stared at him, at the quiet seriousness in his face, the way he had left her every door open, every escape route clear. He was giving her the chance to walk it back, to call it the night, to blame the storm and the dark and the exhaustion. She could take it. She should take it. "No," she said. His breath caught. "I do not want you to pretend," she said. "I want you to remember, but I need you to go slow." His hand stilled against her back. "Slow," he repeated. "Slow enough that I do not panic. Slow enough that I can still think. Slow enough that when I choose this, I know it is me choosing, not the storm or the bond or the fear of losing you." He watched her for a long moment. Then he nodded, a single deliberate movement. "Slow," he said. "I can do slow." She believed him. She lay back down. her head finding the hollow of his shoulder as if it had been waiting for her there. His arm settled around her again, and they stayed like that, tangled and warm, while the morning light grew stronger and the inn began to stir around them. She closed her eyes. She did not sleep, but she let herself stay. The knock came an hour later. 3 sharp raps against the door, hard enough to rattle the frame. Saskia was on her feet before her eyes were fully open, the quilt wrapped around her shoulders, her heart slamming against her ribs. Pell was already moving, silent, his body between her and the door. "Who is it?" he called. A pause, then a woman's voice, low and flat. "Brill sent me." The name hit the room like a blade. Saskia reached for her clothes, her hands steady even as her pulse raced. Pell did not turn around, but she felt his focus sharpen, felt the shift in the air as he prepared for violence. What does he want? To talk, before the council. He says you will want to hear what he has to offer. Pell looked at her. His face was unreadable, but his eyes asked a question she had no answer for. The woman waited. The morning light fell across the floor, thin and cold, and Saskia felt the warmth of the night fading like a dream she could not hold onto. Chapter 18. 3 sharp raps against the door. Pell moved before she could breathe, silent, his body between her and the wood. His hand found her wrist and pushed her back, toward the corner where the wall met the window frame. "Do not open it," he said. The woman's voice came again, flat and unhurried. "Brill said you would try to stall. He said to tell you the council moved the meeting to tonight." Pell went still. The room felt smaller. The morning light that had felt soft and tentative now looked thin, sharp, the kind of light that revealed things better left hidden. Saskia pulled the quilt tighter around her shoulders. Her pulse had not slowed. "Why?" Pell said through the door. "Does it matter? He has what he needs. He wants to finish it before the next front hits." The next front. Saskia's mind jumped to the forecast, the 4-hour window, the promise of another storm that would seal the roads again. Custon was not waiting. He was accelerating. Pell turned to look at her. His face was unreadable, but his eyes asked the same question the knock had interrupted. "What do we do?" She did not have an answer. Not yet. But she knew one thing. "If he has moved the council," she said, keeping her voice low, "then he thinks he has already won." Pell's jaw tightened. "He might have. Then we need to know what he knows." She reached for her clothes. Her hands were steady. The cold had settled into her fingers, but she worked at the buttons of her shirt without shaking. "Tell him we will come," she said. The woman on the other side of the door made a sound that might have been approval. "Good. 2 hours. The old harbor master's office. He says bring what you found. He will bring what he found." Footsteps retreated down the hall. Saskia finished dressing. Pell watched her, tracking every movement, as if he were memorizing the way she pulled the quilt off and replaced it with wool and denim. "He will trap us," Pell said. "If we go in blind, he will trap us. Then we do not go in blind." She picked up the evidence folder from the bedside table. The photographs. Ivo's notes. The map with the Tidal pen coordinates. Everything they had collected. Everything that proved Anika had been murdered. "I need to see the records," she said. "The harbor timestamps, the burial logs. If Costin has moved the council, he has a card he has not played yet. I need to know what it is before we sit down across from him." Pell did not argue. He pilled on his coat and handed her the truck keys. "Ravenswood has a municipal archive," he said. "Old harbor records, shipping manifests, the kind of paper trail elders forget to burn. If there is something the clan wanted buried, it will be there." She took the keys. Her fingers brushed his, and the contact sent a wave of warmth through her that had nothing to do with temperature. "Then let us dig." The municipal archive was a single room at the back of the Ravenswood Town Hall, a low-ceiled space that smelled of dry paper and coal dust. A clerk with a face like a closed fist let them in after Pell mentioned Maeve Hargrove's name, then retreated to a back office and left them alone. Saskia did not waste time. She pulled the harbor logs from the shelf, 3 fat ledgers bound in cracked leather, their spines held together with twine. The most recent entries were from the previous autumn, the months when Anika had still been alive. Pell took the second ledger and started flipping through it by the weak light of a desk lamp. They worked in silence. The archivist's clock ticked, the radiator hissed. Saskia's fingers grew numb from turning pages, but she did not slow. "Here," Pell's voice was low. She crossed to his side and looked over his shoulder. He was pointing at a column of dates, a string of entries from the week before Anika died. The timestamps were handwritten, the ink slightly different shades, as if they had been filled in at different moments. "What am I looking at?" she asked. "Look at the departure times." She followed his finger. 3 vessels had left the Driftmoor harbor on the morning of November 14th. The departure times were logged at 6:00 a.m., 6:15 a.m., and 6:30 a.m., all within the same half-hour window. "Now look at the arrival times." She did. The first vessel had arrived at a mainland port at 2:00 p.m., the second at 2:15 p.m., the third at 3:30 p.m. She frowned. "The third one took an hour longer?" "Yes." "Same route?" "Identical route." She traced the entry with her finger. The handwriting on the third vessel's arrival time looked slightly cramped, as if someone had written it in a hurry. "They recorded the arrival later than it actually happened," she said. "They wanted to stretch the timeline." Pell nodded. "The third vessel was the one that recovered Anika's body." The words landed like a stone in her chest. "Show me the others." They went through the ledgers page by page. Pell found the pattern first, the same compressed departure block and stretched arrival window on the days when other bodies had been recovered. Lena Mercer, Elias Brandt, Oscar Venn. Each time, a vessel had logged a longer transit than the route could account for. Each time, the handwriting on the arrival time looked slightly off. "They are buying themselves time," Saskia said. "They recover the body, then they hold it somewhere until the tidal conditions match the story. Then they bring it in and log the arrival late enough to make the timeline fit the official report." Pell's face was hard. "That is how they made Anika's drowning look real. They moved her body to match the tide." She turned back to the ledger, flipping through the pages at the front of the volume. Older entries, older dates. The pattern repeated, stretching back years, a rhythm of deaths that had been staged to look like accidents. But there was something else, a separate column, separate from the timestamps, a set of initials written in the margin beside each altered entry, small and neat, as if the person who wrote them had not wanted them noticed. "Look at this." Pell leaned in. "These initials," she said. "They are next to every altered entry." He read them aloud. M-R-H. She stared at the letters. Maeve Roelofs Hargrove. No, that was not right. Maeve's name was not Roelofs. She forced herself to think. The initials did not have to be a full name. They could be a code, a reference to something else. But the first letter was M, the same letter as Maeve. "He knew," Saskia said. "Korsten knew, but he was not working alone." Pell's hand found her shoulder, steady and warm. "We need to find out who M-R-H is before we walk into that room." She looked at the initials again, and then she saw it. The second initial was R. The third was H. She had been reading them in the wrong order. She looked at Pell. "M-R-H," she said slowly. "Or H-R-H. His face went still. "The harbor master," he said. "The one who retired last year." Saskia's pulse hammered. "The harbor master," she repeated. "The person who signed off on every arrival time. The person who had access to every log." Pell's grip on her shoulder tightened. "The same harbor master who was Maeve Hargrove's brother." Chapter 19. They drove back through the gray seam between storms, the ice shelf road invisible beneath them, Pell navigating by memory alone. Saskia held the ledgers in her lap, the altered entries, the compressed departure blocks, the initials that tied Maeve's brother to every staged recovery. "He was the one who made it possible," she said. "The harbor master controlled the timeline. Without him, they could not have staged a single drowning." Pell's hands tightened on the wheel. "He retired last year, left Driftmoor before the worst of winter." "Convenient?" "Too convenient." The truck lurched over a ridge of compressed ice. Saskia braced herself against the door, the ledgers sliding across her thighs. "Tell me about the reef," she said. Pell glanced at her. "The real one, not the official story. If I'm going to walk into that room tonight, I need to know what Korsten is protecting." The wind howled past the cracked window. Pal drove in silence for a long moment, his jaw working. "The reef is dying," he said finally. "Has been for years, but we did not let it die naturally." She waited. "The clan has been extracting from it for generations, not just kelp, minerals, compounds that do not exist anywhere else on this coast. Things the mainland pays for in silence." "Paid how?" "Research licenses, equipment, protection from oversight. Every few years a biologist arrives, files a report that says the reef is stable, and leaves with enough funding to keep the clan quiet for another season." Saskia's stomach turned. Anika was not one of those biologists. No, she found the truth. Pell nodded. She found the waste. The extraction leaves residue, toxic compounds that settle in the tidal pens and poison everything downstream. The clan has been burying it for decades under the excuse of survival. "And the breeding pens?" His hands tightened on the wheel again. "The pens are where they keep the captured stock. Wolves who cannot shift, humans who know too much, outsiders who wandered into the wrong cove. The waste from extraction flows through those pens before it reaches open water." Saskia stared at him. "You are telling me the clan has been holding prisoners in toxic water?" "I am telling you the clan has been doing whatever it takes to keep the reef secret. The prisoners are a side effect, a convenient way to dispose of problems while pretending the waste is a natural phenomenon." The truck hit a patch of black ice. Pell corrected without hesitation, the tires finding purchase on the milled surface. "How long?" she asked. "Generations. My grandfather knew. My great-grandfather knew. They told themselves it was necessary, that the reef was the only thing keeping Driftmoor alive through winter." "And your grandmother?" Pell's face went still. She knew. She chose survival over truth. The words hung in the cab, cold as the air seeping through the seals. Saskia looked down at the ledgers, the altered entries, the initials that tied Maeve's brother to every staged drowning. "Your grandmother's brother signed off on the murder timeline." "Yes, and she did nothing. She told herself it was necessary." "Was it?" Pell's jaw tightened. Survival is never clean, but that is not the same as justifying murder. She watched the ice flats slide past the window. The sky was darkening again, the next front already pressing against the horizon. "Why are you telling me this?" He did not answer immediately. "Because if I want you to trust me, you need to know what I am risking by standing with you. You are risking your inheritance. I am risking my family." The words hit her harder than she expected. They drove the rest of the way in silence. The ice shelf road gave way to packed gravel, then to the rutted track that led back to the Ravenswood Inn. Pell parked behind the building, out of sight from the main road. "We have an hour before the council meeting," he said. Saskia looked at the ledgers in her lap. "Then we need to find Oscar's notes." Pell's hand found hers, warm and steady. "I know where he kept them." She looked up. "The North Harbor dock," she said. "Father Elian told us." Pell shook his head. "That is where Oscar said he kept them, but he did not trust the dock, not after Lena Mercer's body was found tied to a piling 50 feet away." "Then where?" Pell's eyes met hers. "He told me once that if anything happened to him, I should look where the tide does not reach." Saskia's pulse quickened. "The tidal pens." Pell nodded. "The access point Anika marked on her map, the place she was trying to reach the day she died." Chapter 20. They drove the rest of the way to Driftmoor with the clock hammering in Saskia's chest. 47 minutes before the council meeting. The ice shelf road gave way to gravel, then to the rutted track that wound past the lighthouse. Pell killed the engine behind the tool shed. "I need to reach the tidal pen access point from the cliffside," he said. "The ladder Nika showed you. It is the only way down that does not pass through the harbor." "And me?" "North Cove Caves. There's a cut that connects to the smuggling channels. If Oscar hid his notes in the pens, he would have used the old route, not the harbor approach." "Alone?" Pell's jaw tightened. "I can get you as far as the cove entrance. After that, the passage is split. I cannot reach the pens and guide you through the dark." Saskia looked at her hands, the ledgers, the evidence folder, the photographs of bruise patterns that had become the shape of her nights. "Say Nika," she said. Pell's head came up. "She knows the caves better than anyone. You said so yourself. She also answers to my grandmother. Then we find out whose side she is really on. The wind ripped across the yard, carrying the first flakes of the next front. Pell held her gaze for a count of 3, then pulled out his phone. Nika arrived in 7 minutes. Her red hair was plastered to her skull, her expression unreadable in the gray light. "The council convenes in 40, she said. "You want to spend that crawling through rock?" "I want to find what Oscar left behind," Saskia said. "Before Costin burns the evidence." Nika's eyes moved to Pell, then back to Saskia. "The Tidal pens. Yes, you know what is in there?" "I know what your clan puts in there." Nika's mouth tightened. She looked at Pell again, something passing between them Saskia could not read. "I will take her as far as the cut," Nika said. "After that, she is on her own." "It is enough," Pell said. He turned to Saskia. His hand found hers, warm and calloused, and he pulled her close enough that she felt the heat coming off him. "Do not trust everything you hear in the dark. The caves carry sound in strange ways. A voice that sounds close may be 100 feet away. What do you expect me to find? Proof that Oscar was there. A trace of what he saw. Anything that makes the ledger entries mean something in a room full of wolves." He released her hand. The cold rushed back in. Nika was already walking toward the cliff path. Saskia followed. The cave entrance was a crack in the rock face, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Nika slipped through first, and Saskia pressed herself against the wet stone, feeling the scrape of barnacles through her coat. Inside, the air changed. Brine and rot, and something metallic, like old blood on rust. Nika clicked on a headlamp. The beam cut through the dark, revealing a passage that widened into a tunnel tall enough to stand in. The walls were slick with moisture, carved by generations of water and hands. "These cuts were used during Prohibition," Nika said, her voice echoing. "Alcohol, drugs, later, the kind of cargo that does not survive inspection. Reef minerals, among other things." They walked in single file. The floor sloped downward, then leveled into a chamber where old packing crates sat stacked against the wall, their wood warped and splintered. Nika played the light over them. "Sealed. Some of them still have labels." Saskia moved closer. The stencil on the nearest crate read Biospec M-17 inches faded black ink. Beneath it, a date. 2 years ago. What is Biospec? A mainland research firm, paid for samples, did not ask where they came from. Saskia ran her fingers over the crate. The wood was cold, the seal unbroken. They shipped the evidence out of Driftmoor through here. Not just evidence, product. The reef waste, the prisoners, the bodies. Everything moved through these caves before the official record was written. Saskia's throat tightened. How many people knew? Enough to keep it quiet, not enough to stop it. They moved deeper. The tunnel narrowed again, and Saskia felt the walls press in. Her breath came short. The dark was absolute beyond Nika's beam. Then the light caught something at her feet. A torn scrap of blue-gray fabric, stiff with salt. Saskia knelt. Her fingers touched the material and recognized it immediately. Waterproof notebook case. The same material Anika had used for years, the same shade of gray-blue she had bought at a marine supply shop on the mainland. The scrap was torn, not cut. A jagged edge where something had ripped it free. Anika was here. Mika's light swept the ground. Then she came through this passage. Saskia turned the scrap over. On the inside, a fragment of handwriting. 3 letters visible. D. P. Tidal pen. Tidal pen access point. Anika had been here. Saskia pressed the scrap into her pocket. Her hands were shaking. How far? To the cut. Another 100 feet, then a ladder down to the access platform. Let us move. They pressed on. The tunnel curved, and the sound changed. Water. Dripping, then running, then the low, steady pulse of the sea feeding into the pens. Nika stopped at a metal ladder bolted into the rock. The rungs were crusted with salt and rust, descending into darkness. The platform is below. From there, a narrow walkway leads to the main pen structure. And Oscar's notes? If he hid them anywhere, it would be in the old pump housing, the chamber where they control the water flow. He used to maintain the pumps before he died. Saskia gripped the ladder. How far down? 40 feet, maybe 50. The metal was cold through her gloves. She tested the first rung. It held. She climbed. The ladder swayed under her weight, the rungs slick with condensation. Below, the darkness breathed. Water slapped against stone. The smell grew stronger, brine and waste and something acrid that burned the back of her throat. Her feet hit the platform. She stepped back, and Nika landed beside her. The access platform was a narrow metal grate suspended above a channel of black water. On the far side, a walkway led to a concrete structure, its walls stained with mineral runoff. "The pump house," Nika said. They crossed the walkway. The grate shifted under their weight, and Saskia kept her eyes on the structure ahead. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air was thick and warm. Pipes ran along the ceiling, dripping condensation. A control panel sat against the far wall, its dials dark. Saskia swept her light across the floor. Nothing. Then she saw the corner. A canvas bag shoved behind a pipe, half hidden in shadow. She crossed to it. The canvas was stiff with salt. She pulled it free and opened the flap. Inside, a coil of twine, a rusted knife, a notebook with water-stained pages. She pulled it out. The cover was blank. She opened it. Oscar Venn's handwriting. Dates, times, names. And at the back, a list of every altered log entry for the past 3 years. Her hands were shaking again. "It is here," she said. "It is all here." Nika was watching the door. "We need to move. The council starts in 20 minutes. Saskia tucked the notebook into her coat. She turned for the door, and then she heard it. A low growl. Close. Then another, behind her. Nika's light shot past her, striking the far wall of the pump chamber. In the beam, 2 shapes stood in the doorway. Low, crouched, eyes reflecting gold. "Wolves?" Saskia's blood went cold. "Back door," Nika said, her voice flat. "Now." But the rumble came from behind them, too, rising from the dark of the passage, and Saskia realized the growl was not coming from the door at all. It was coming from the water below the grate, and it was rising. Chapter 21. Pell got them out of the pump house by going through the grate, not the door. He hit the rusted bolts with the butt of the flashlight, once, twice, and the metal groaned. The growl from the water rose behind them, wet and close, and Saskia felt the vibration through the platform before she heard the splash. "Now," Pell said, and his hand caught her arm and pulled. The grate gave way. They dropped into the channel. The water hit her like a fist, cold so deep it stole her breath, her bearings, the name of where she was. Salt and minerals and something chemical burned her throat. Her boots hit bottom, sludge, not rock, and Pell's grip stayed locked on her arm, dragging her forward through the dark. Behind them, the growl became a roar, and then a crash as something hit the water where the platform had been. Saskia did not look back. She pushed through the current, blind, her free hand pressed against Oscar's notebook inside her coat. The notebook was the only thing that mattered. The notebook, and Pell's grip, and the distant crack of light ahead. The channel sloped upward, the water shallowed. She felt gravel under her boots, then rock, then air on her face as she broke the surface of a shallow pool. She gasped. Her hands hit stone. She crawled. Pell was beside her, hauling himself onto the ledge, water streaming from his coat. His breath came hard and his eyes were scanning the dark behind them. "Where is Nika?" she managed. "Gone." He said it flat. "She went through the eastern crack when the wolves hit the door." "Did she make it?" "I do not know." Saskia pressed her forehead to the cold stone and let herself breathe. Once. Twice. Then she pushed up and checked the notebook. The pages were damp but intact. The ink had not run. Pell was already moving, his hand finding hers in the dark. "This way. There is a cut above the high tide line. It leads to the cliff base." They climbed. The tunnel narrowed, then widened, and the sound of the sea grew louder until Saskia smelled salt again. Real salt, not the chemical sting of the pens. The cut opened onto a narrow shelf of rock above the surf. The sky was the color of bruised iron. The wind hit her wet clothes and she began to shake. Pell stood at the edge, scanning the cliff face. Then he turned and looked back at the cave mouth. "They knew," he said. Saskia's teeth chattered. "Who?" "Whoever set those wolves. They knew exactly where you were." He turned to face her, and his expression was not anger. It was something colder. "The punk house is not marked on any map. The tunnel entrance is hidden. Someone told them which passage to block." She thought of Nika, the way she had known the caves, the way she had vanished when the wolves came. Nika would not, maybe not. Pell's voice was quiet. "But the leak around you is close, consistent, and personal." Saskia pressed her hand to the notebook. "Then we use this before they can stop us again." Pell nodded. He stripped off his coat and wrapped it around her shoulders, ignoring his own wet clothes. "The council starts in 12 minutes. She let him lead her along the shelf, around the headland, toward the distant lights of Driftmoor. The wind cut through the wet wool, but she did not feel it. She felt only the weight of the notebook against her chest, and the cold certainty that someone she had trusted had already sold her to the dark. They reached the cliff path. Pell's truck was parked where he had left it, hidden in the shadow of an overhang. He opened the passenger door and she climbed in, and the moment the door closed, she pulled out Oscar's notebook and began turning pages. She did not stop until she found it. A series of water samples, taken from the reef edge over 18 months, dates, pH levels, mineral concentrations, and a margin note in Oscar's cramped hand. "Poison rising. Tide carries it south. Someone is paying to keep this quiet." She traced the line with her finger. The poison levels had started rising 3 years ago. They had spiked 6 months before Anika died. Anika had found this. Anika had known. Saskia looked up. Pell was watching her in the rearview mirror. "The reef," she said. "It is not dying naturally. The extraction is poisoning everything. The fish, the kelp, the people drinking the water." Pell's jaw tightened. "How bad?" "Bad enough to kill. Bad enough that someone would kill to hide it." She turned another page and found a list. Names, dates, payments. Kostenbrill's name appeared 7 times, but at the bottom, in a different ink, a single line. M.H. gave the order. M.H. always gave the order. Saskia's breath stopped. M.H. Maeve Hargrove. She looked at Pell. He was staring at the notebook in her hands, his face unreadable. "You knew," she said. "You knew she was involved." "I suspected." His voice was careful, like a man walking through a minefield. "I did not have proof." Saskia closed the notebook. 12 minutes. Pell started the engine. The truck lurched forward, bumping over the frozen road, and Saskia watched the lighthouse grow against the darkening sky. The light was already on, sweeping across the waves in a steady arc. She thought of Anika standing on this coast, holding the same notebook, carrying the same proof. She thought of Anika dying for it, and she thought of Wrenna, who had asked about the tidal pens before Saskia ever mentioned them, who had known about purple urchins in North Cove, who had smiled and poured tea and asked to see her notes. The truck crested the ridge, and Driftmoor spread below them. The old harbor master's office was lit. Figures moved in the windows. Costin was already there. Pell pulled the truck to a stop at the edge of the road. He killed the engine. "Saskia?" She looked at him. "Whatever happens in there," he said, "I need you to know that I have no regrets. Not a single one." She did not answer. She could not. The words were too heavy, and the notebook too hot in her hands, and the face of her sister too clear in her mind. She opened the door. The wind hit her. She walked toward the light. Behind her, Pell's footsteps followed. Close, steady, like he would follow her into anything. And in the window of the harbor master's office, a figure turned. Costin Brill, smiling. Chapter 22. Saskia's boots hit the frozen ground, and the cold climbed through her wet clothes, but she barely felt it. The notebook was a weight against her ribs, and the light from the harbor master's office cut across the snow in a yellow rectangle. 2 steps. 3. The door opened before she reached it. Wrenna Turvo stood in the threshold, cheeks flushed from heat, hair escaping a loose braid. She held a steaming bowl in both hands, and her face softened the moment she saw Saskia. "Oh, thank the tide!" She stepped forward, pressing the bowl into Saskia's numb fingers. "I saw you coming up the road. You look half dead. Get this in you before you freeze solid. The heat radiated through the ceramic. Fish broth, potato, something green floating in ribbons. Saskia's stomach turned over, empty and desperate. Wrenna pulled her inside. The office was smaller than Saskia remembered. A wood stove roared in the corner, casting orange light over a low table, 2 chairs, a stack of folded blankets. No Costin, no counsel. Just Wrenna, moving with practiced ease, draping a dry wool blanket over Saskia's shoulders. "Pell," Wrenna said, not looking at him. "There's coffee in the back. Help yourself. I need a minute with her." Pell did not move. Wrenna glanced at him, and something flickered in her expression. Something Saskia could not name. "Just a minute," Wrenna repeated. Pell looked at Saskia. She nodded, once. He disappeared into the back room. Wrenna pulled Saskia to the table, pushed her into a chair, and sat across from her. The fire crackled. The soup burned Saskia's palms through the bowl. "Drink," Wrenna said. Saskia lifted the bowl. The broth hit her tongue, and she felt warmth spread through her chest like a hand opening. She had not realized how cold she was until the heat tacked her. "That was Anika's recipe," Wrenna said. "She taught me, said it was the only thing her mother made that was worth remembering." Saskia's throat closed. Wrenna reached across the table and touched her wrist. Light, familiar. "I know you have been carrying the world," she said softly. "I know you do not trust anyone here. But you can trust me, Saskia. I have been waiting for you to let me help." The words landed like warm stones. Saskia looked at Wrenna's face. Open. Worried. The same girl who had braided her hair before the ferry, who had laughed at her terrible jokes, who had held her when the news of Anika's death came, and Saskia could not stop shaking. She wanted to believe. She wanted to put the notebook down and let someone else carry it. "I found something," Saskia said. Wrenna's eyes widened. "What?" "In the caves. Oscar's notebook. It has everything." Wrenna leaned forward, and her hand tightened on Saskia's wrist. "What does it say?" Saskia thought of the margin note. M.H. gave the order. She thought of Wrenna asking about purple urchins, about the Tidal pens, about things Saskia had never told her. She lifted the bowl and drank again. "Names," she said. "Payments. Water samples showing the poison levels." "Poison?" "The reef extraction, the Tidal pens. It is all connected." Wrenna's face went pale. "Tidal pens? You mean the old holding channels, past the smuggling caves?" Saskia's pulse jumped. She had not said smuggling caves. She had said tidal pens. Not the route, not the location, just the pens. Wrenna's eyes scanned her face, waiting. "The caves," Saskia repeated slowly. "You know about the caves." Wrenna blinked. "Everyone knows about the caves, Saskia. They used to smuggle whiskey through them. Anika told me you would probably find your way in there." Anika told her. Saskia held the bowl steady and made herself breathe. "Right," she said. "She mentioned them to me too." Wrenna smiled, relieved. "Good. I was worried you would think I was prying." She leaned back and folded her hands on the table. "So, what is the plan? You have the notebook. You have the proof. What do you do with it?" Saskia set the bowl down. "I need to show it to the council." "Tonight?" "Now." Wrenna's gaze dropped to the notebook peeking out from under the blanket. "Can I see it?" The question hung in the air. Saskia looked at Wrenna's face, the same face she had trusted for years, the same face that had told her she was not alone. She thought of the boot prints on the ledge, the dark figure by the tool shed, the wolves that had found her in a tunnel no map showed. She thought of Anika's voice on the recording saying she was close. "Not yet," Saskia said. Wrenna's smile tightened. "Why not?" "Because I need to show Pell first. We agreed." Wrenna held her gaze for a long moment. Then she laughed, soft and sad. "You do not trust me." "I trust you," Saskia said. "But I need to be careful. You are freezing. You are exhausted. You just crawled out of a flooded cave with a dead man's notebook." Wrenna's voice cracked. "Let me help you." She reached across the table again, and her hand covered Saskia's. It was warm. It was exactly what Saskia would have needed if she had not already known. "Soup was good," Saskia said, pulling her hand free. Thank Anika for me. She stood. Wrenna did not move. Saskia walked toward the back room, toward Pell, toward the door that led into the harbor master's office where Costin was already waiting. Behind her, Wrenna said very quietly, "Be careful which path you take out of this room." Saskia stopped. What does that mean? Wrenna's reflection in the glass of the back door was still. It means the storm is getting worse, and some roads close faster than others. Saskia turned. Wrenna was smiling again, the same smile she had worn at the clinic, pouring tea, asking about purple urchins. "I will keep your seat warm," Wrenna said. Saskia pushed through the door into the back room. Pell was standing by the counter, a cup of coffee untouched in his hand. He looked at her face and set the cup down. "She knows," Saskia said. "What does she know?" "Enough." Saskia pressed the notebook against her chest. "She knew about the caves. I did not tell her about the caves." Pell's jaw tightened. "Then she is the leak." "Yes." "Does she know you know?" Saskia thought of Wrenna's hand on hers, the warmth, the questions. "No," she said, "but she will, the second we walk into that room." Pell moved toward the inner door. "Then we do not give her time to prepare." He pulled it open. The harbor master's office stretched before them, low-ceilinged, smoke-stained, crowded with faces. Costin stood at the head of the table, flanked by two men Saskia did not recognize. Pell Hargrove sat in a chair near the stove, her hands folded over a cane. And in the corner, half in shadow, Wrenna was already there. She had not followed them through. She had taken the other door. Saskia met her eyes across the room, and Wrenna smiled, small and sad and knowing, like she had already seen how this ended. Chapter 23. The room went quiet when Saskia stepped through the door. Costin stood at the head of the table, both hands flat on the wood. The two men flanking him had the look of paid muscle, hard eyes, thicker necks, hands loose at their sides. Maeve sat near the stove with her cane across her knees, watching Saskia with the patient stillness of someone who had already decided how this would go. Wrenna smiled from the corner. Saskia kept moving. She crossed to the table and set Oscar's notebook down in the center, where the lamplight caught the damp pages curling at the edges. "I want to see the burial records," she said. Costin's mouth twitched. "You walked in here with stolen property and the first thing you asked for is paperwork?" "The first thing I asked for is proof that your version of events does not exist." Saskia pulled out a chair and sat. "Father Elin keeps the records. I want to see them before anyone says another word." Maeve shifted in her chair. The cane tapped once against the floorboards. "The priest is not here," she said. "Then send for him." Costin laughed, low and flat. "You do not give orders in this room." "I am not giving orders." Saskia met his eyes. "I am telling you what I need before I hand over anything you actually want." Silence stretched. The fire popped. One of the men behind Costin shifted his weight. Maeve watched Saskia for a long moment, then nodded once at Costin. "Bring him." Costin's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He jerked his head at the man on his left, who turned and disappeared through a side door. The weight stretched. Pell stood behind Saskia's chair, close enough that she felt the heat of him at her back. Wrenna had not moved from her corner, her hands folded, her expression unreadable. Saskia kept her eyes on the notebook. She could feel Costin's patience fraying. Good. The side door opened and Father Ilian stepped through, still wearing his coat, snow melting on his shoulders. He stopped when he saw the room, saw Costin, saw Maeve, and something in his face went gray. "You wanted the burial records?" Maeve said. "I want the original entries," Saskia said, "not the ones that were rewritten." Father Elian's hands were shaking. He pulled the leather-bound ledger from under his arm and set it on the table. The spine was cracked, the pages soft with age and handling. He opened it to a page marked with a strip of cloth and stepped back. Saskia leaned forward. The handwriting was neat, cramped, the ink faded to brown. She found Anika's entry dated 17th November. Cause of death, drowning. Time of recovery, 3:17 p.m. Location, North Harbor Dock. This was written after the fact. Father Elian swallowed. The original entry was made the same day as the recovery. I recorded what I was told. By whom? His eyes flicked to Costin, then to Maeve. He said nothing. Saskia turned to the back of the ledger. Pages of deaths, births, marriages. She found the entry for Lena Mercer. Same handwriting. Same darker ink on the cause of death line. Elias Brandt. Oscar Venn. She turned another page and stopped. A loose sheet of paper had been slipped between the binding and the cover. She pulled it out and unfolded it. The handwriting was different. Shaky. Rushed. Anika Roelofs. Recovered 15th November, 6:47 p.m. Tide, high. Body temp inconsistent with submersion time. Wound on left temple, not consistent with rock strike. Not drowning. Saskia read it twice. The date was 3 months before Anika died. "This is yours," she said, holding up the paper. Father Elian's face had gone white. "I wrote that after I saw her, before I was told what to write instead." "Before who told you?" His mouth opened, closed. Maeve rose from her chair. The cane tapped once, twice, as she crossed to the table and looked down at the paper in Saskia's hand. "I told him," she said. "I told him what to write." The room went still. Saskia stared at her. "You altered the records." "I altered nothing." Maeve's voice was flat, tired. "I gave him a version that would let the clan survive the winter. What he wrote before that was his own conscience making noise. It was the truth. It was a death sentence." Maeve leaned on the cane. If that paper had been filed, Costin would have burned the chapel down with Elian inside it before the ink dried. "I gave him a story that let everyone live." Saskia looked down at the paper in her hands. The words blurred. Not drowning. She had known. She had known for days. But seeing it written in someone else's hand, dated 3 months before the official report, made it real in a way that evidence and photographs had not. "Who killed her?" Maeve did not answer. Saskia looked at Father Elian. "Who killed her?" His hands were still shaking. He looked at Maeve, at Costin, at the floor. "I do not know," he whispered. "I never saw her body. They told me she drowned. I wrote what they said. But I saw her before they took her. I saw the wound. I saw her hands." "What about her hands?" "They were clean." His voice cracked. "No kelp, no grit, no salt. She did not go into the water alive." Saskia's chest went cold. She looked at the paper again. At the date, 15th November, 6:47 p.m. Anika had been dead before the tide rose. The official story was built on a lie, and someone in this room had built it. She turned to Maeve. "You knew." "I knew what I had to do to keep this clan from tearing itself apart. People died. Yes." Maeve's voice was quiet. "And more will die if you keep pulling at this thread. The question is not whether you are right, Saskia. It is whether being right is worth the winter it brings." Saskia held her gaze. She thought of Anika's voice on the recording. "I am close." She thought of the boot prints on the ledge, the wolves in the tunnel, Wrenna's smile in the corner. She looked down at the paper in her hands. Not drowning. She folded it carefully and slid it into her coat pocket. Then she looked at Maeve again. "I want to see the original Harbor Master's logs, not the copies, the originals." Maeve's eyes narrowed. "You already have your proof." "I have proof that records were altered. I do not have proof of who ordered it." Saskia stood. "You said yourself that more people will die if I keep pulling. That means there is something left to find. I want to see it." Maeve studied her for a long moment. Then she turned to Father Elian. "Bring her the ledgers." He hesitated. His eyes moved to Costin, who had not moved, had not spoken, had simply watched the whole exchange with a stillness that Saskia did not trust. "Now," Maeve said. Father Elian left. The room waited. Saskia kept her hand in her coat pocket, fingers pressed against the paper. The truth was there, folded and creased, but it was not enough. She needed the rest. The door opened. Father Elian stood in the frame, a stack of ledgers in his arms, but he was not looking at Saskia. He was looking at someone behind her. Saskia turned. Maeve had not moved. Her cane was still in her hands. Her face was unreadable, but her eyes were fixed on the door, and Saskia understood, in the beat of silence that followed, that the ledgers were not what Father Elian had gone to fetch. She looked back at him. His mouth opened. He said nothing. And then Maeve stepped forward and spoke. "Saskia, come sit with me. There is something I should have told you 4 months ago." Chapter 24. Maeve did not sit. She stood by the stove with one hand resting on the cane and the other pressed flat against the wood stove's side, as if she needed the burn to anchor herself. The room had gone quiet enough to hear snow hissing against the window glass. Saskia did not move toward the chair Maeve had pointed at. "I have been carrying this since November," Maeve said. "I thought I could bury it. I thought the cost of digging it up was higher than the cost of letting it lie. And now? Now you have Oscar's notebook." Maeve's eyes found hers. "And I cannot bury what is already in your hands." Saskia waited. Behind her, she heard Pell shift. Not closer, not farther, just a shift, the sound of someone holding position. Maeve took a breath. 4 months ago, I received a message from the harbor master, my brother. She said the word flatly, as if it cost her something. He told me Costin had asked for the logs to be rewritten, backdated, trimmed to fit the official timeline. I told him to refuse. "You told him to refuse?" Saskia repeated. "I told him to refuse," Maeve said, "and then Costin came to me, not with threats, with evidence, photographs of the reef extraction site, names of the mainland buyers, a full accounting of what the clan had been doing for 3 generations under my leadership." She stopped. The fire cracked. "Have you seen the chapel basement?" Maeve asked. Saskia frowned. "No. There is a room down there, locked. Elian has the key. He does not know what I keep in it." Maeve's voice dropped. "I keep the originals. The ones I told Costin I burned. The reef surveys, the extraction schedules, the payment records from Biospec M-17. The name landed like a stone in still water. Saskia's breath caught. "You have the originals." "I have everything." Maeve's hand tightened on the cane. "I have been waiting for someone to come who would know what to do with it. I thought it would be Anika. She was smart enough, brave enough." A pause. "She came to me 3 days before she died. She said she had found something in the water samples that did not make sense. She asked if I knew why the reef was dying." "What did you tell her?" "The truth." Maeve's voice cracked on the word. "I told her I knew exactly why it was dying. And then I told her she had to be careful who she shared that truth with." Saskia's stomach turned. "Because you knew someone was feeding information to Costin," she said. "Because I knew Wrenna was sitting in this room right now, having already heard every word Anika said to me within the hour." Maeve's eyes were wet. "I knew. And I did not warn her. I told myself silence was survival. I told myself the clan needed to heal before it could change. I told myself so many lies that I forgot which ones I had started with." The room was still again. Saskia looked at the paper in her pocket, at the words she had folded against her chest. "Not drowning. She came to you for help," Saskia said, "and you let her walk back out into the dark." "I let her walk back out," Maeve agreed. "And Wrenna followed her. And the next morning, Costin told me there had been an accident on the cliffs, that Anika had slipped, that her body would be recovered at high tide." Saskia's hands were shaking. She did not know when they had started. "What was the message?" she asked. May blinked. "What?" "The message from your brother, 4 months ago, before Costin came to you with the photographs. What did the harbor master tell you?" Maeve's face went still. Then she said, "He told me that someone had already altered the logs, before Costin asked, that the entries had been rewritten the night Anika died, and that the person who did it had left the initials in the margin." "Whose initials?" Maeve looked at her for a long moment. Then she said, "H-R-H. Saskia's mind turned. H-R-H. Not M-R-H. The initials in the margin of the harbor logs. "Harold Roelofs," Maeve said. "Your father." The world tilted. Saskia heard Pell move, felt his hand brush her elbow. She did not feel the touch. She felt only the words, repeating, folding into meaning that did not fit. "My father died when I was 14, she said. "I know. He never set foot on Driftmoor." "He did." Maeve's voice was gentle. "Before you were born. He worked the harbor with my brother for 3 summers. He knew the logs, he knew the timing, and before he left, he made copies of every extraction record he could find." Saskia shook her head. "No. He sent them to the mainland, to a conservation body that never acted on them." Maeve's hands were trembling now, and he kept the initials, HRH, because he knew that if anyone ever found the altered logs, they would look for the signature, not the initials in the margin. Saskia's chest was tight. She could not breathe. "You are saying my father knew about the reef extraction?" "I am saying your father was the first person who tried to expose it, and when he realized no one would act, he buried the evidence and left." Maeve met her eyes. "And then he died. And Anika found his old notes. And she came here because she thought she could finish what he started." The room was too small, too hot. Saskia felt the paper in her pocket like a weight. "So it was not just Wrenna," she said slowly. "It was not just Costin. The trail goes back 30 years. Yes. And Anika knew. She knew when she arrived. She knew whose footsteps she was following." Maeve's voice broke. "And I let her walk into the same trap because I was too afraid to tell her the truth about what her father had found." Saskia stared at her. Then she heard Pell step forward. "Grandmother," he said, "where are the originals?" Maeve did not answer. She was looking at Saskia. "I can show you," she said, "but once I do, there is no going back. You will carry what your father carried, and you will carry what Anika carried. The clan will tear itself apart, and you will have to live with the pieces." Saskia looked at the door, at the storm, at the woman who had already lost too much to stop now. "Show me," she said. Maeve nodded, and then she turned, and Saskia saw, for the first time, what lay behind her eyes. Not exhaustion, not guilt, fear. Chapter 25. The room held its breath around her. Saskia stood with the truth folding into her like something that had always been waiting for space to settle. Her father, Heir, 3 summers at Driftmoor Harbor, copies of extraction records sent to a mainland body that buried them. Her father had tried, failed, died believing no one would finish what he started. And Anika found his notes and came here and died. Pell's hand found her elbow again, steady and warm. She did not shake him off. She let the contact anchor her while the room steadied around the edges. "Show me," she said again. Maeve did not move toward the door. "You just heard me say your father died trying to expose this," she said. "You just heard me say I let Anika walk into the same trap because I was afraid. And you still want to see what he found?" "Yes." "Why?" Saskia turned to face her fully. "Because my sister did not want to drown," she said. "Because my father spent 3 summers on this rock and never told anyone what he saw. Because someone killed her, and I am going to prove it, whether the clan tears itself apart or not." Maeve's jaw tightened. Then she nodded once and reached for her cane. Costin stood. "This meeting is not adjourned." Maeve stopped. She turned. "You are not in charge of this room, Costin Brill. You never were. You think showing her those records will save you?" "I think showing her those records is the only thing I have left that might matter." Maeve's voice was quiet. "The rest of it, the silence, the lies, the survival I chose instead of truth, none of that can be saved. But the records can." Costin's face went still. Then he smiled. It was not a kind smile. "Maeve Hargrove spent 30 years building walls against the mainland," he said to the room. "Now she wants to tear them down because her granddaughter's mate has tears in her eyes." Pell moved. Saskia caught his arm before he could take the step. "Don't," she said. Pell looked at her. The scar through his eyebrow stood sharp in the lamplight. His jaw was tight enough that she could see the muscle working. "He is baiting you," she said, "and you are going to let him." "She is not your mate yet, Hargrove," Costin's voice carried. "And she will not be, once the mainland gets what it wants." Saskia turned to face him. "You mean, once I show them what you have been extracting from the reef?" she said. and what you have been dumping into the Tidal pens, and who you have been paying to keep quiet." Costin's smile did not waver, but his eyes did. "You do not know what you are holding," he said. "I know enough. You know names, dates, numbers." Costin stepped closer. "You do not know what happens when you take those numbers to the mainland. You do not know who built the operation, or why. You do not know who owns the buyers. I know Biospec M-17 paid for samples without asking where they came from." Something flickered in Costin's face. It was there and gone before she could name it. "That firm does not exist," he said. "The crates exist. I saw them." "You saw crates?" Costin's voice dropped. "With labels that someone wanted you to find." The room went still. Maeve's hand tightened on her cane. "What are you saying?" Saskia asked. "I am saying that Biospec M-17 is a name on a shipping label. Nothing more. A front for someone who does not want their real name on the paperwork." Costin held her gaze. "You think you are holding proof? You are holding a thread that leads into water deeper than you can swim." Pell stepped forward. "You do not get to threaten her." "I am not threatening her. I am warning her." Costin's voice was flat. "There is a difference." Saskia looked at Maeve. Maeve's face was unreadable. "He is right about Biospec," she said slowly. "It is a shell. The real buyers never used their own name." Saskia's chest tightened. "Who are they?" "I do not know." Maeve's voice was tired. "I never knew. That was the deal. They paid, we extracted. No questions, no names." "And you never asked?" "I never asked because the clan needed what they paid." Saskia stared at her. Then she heard Pell exhale. "Grandmother?" he said. "Take us to the records." Maeve looked at him. Then she turned and walked toward the door. The corridor was colder than the room had been. Frost clung to the window glass in thick veins, and the floorboards creaked under their weight as they crossed the administrative building's narrow spine. Maeve moved slowly, her cane tapping against the wood with the rhythm of someone who knew every loose board. Behind them, Saskia heard Costin's voice rise in question. Then the door to the council room closed, and they were alone in the dark. The chapel was not far. Maeve led them through the side door, past the empty pews, past the altar where Father Elian's candle still burned, and into a narrow corridor Saskia had not noticed before. The air changed. It grew damp, cold, and smelled of salt and stone and something older than either. A door at the end. Maeve stopped. "The key was your father's," she said. "He left it with the harbor master when he sailed, said he would not need it again." She unlocked the door. The hinges groaned, and Saskia stepped through into her father's legacy. The room was small. A desk, a chair, a single lamp. Shelves lined every wall, stacked with journals, maps, and bound records that dated back decades. The dust was thick enough to taste. Saskia moved to the desk. The top was clear except for one folder. She opened it and saw her father's handwriting for the first time in 15 years. Harold R. Roelofs, Reef Extraction Survey, Driftmoor Coastal Waters. Her hands were shaking. She turned the page. The sketch was rough, hand-drawn, a map of the reef with extraction points marked in ink. The dates ran from 30 years ago. The measurements read the way she had learned to read them, careful, precise, obsessed with accuracy. Her father had done this. He had mapped the damage, and he had hidden the map where no one would find it. Pell stepped beside her. "Your father's records," he said. "Yes." He knew. He knew everything. Saskia's voice broke. "And he told me." Maeve stood in the doorway. "He told the mainland," she said. "And they buried his report because the extraction was already too valuable to stop. They told him to forget what he had seen. He refused. And then he died." Saskia looked up. "How did he die?" Maeve did not answer. The silence stretched. "Heart attack," Maeve said finally. "Officially." Saskia's stomach dropped. "But I do not know. I have never known. But his heart was fine when he left Driftmoor." Maeve's voice was quiet. "And his notes stopped 3 weeks before his death." Saskia stared at her. "You think someone killed him?" I do not know what I think. Maeve's hand tightened on her cane. I only know that he had the same evidence you have, and he died before he could use it. The room felt smaller. Saskia looked at the folder, at her father's handwriting, the map of a reef she had spent her life studying, not knowing her father had drawn the same lines 30 years before her. And she understood, with a certainty that settled into her bones like frost, that she was not following a trail Anika had started. She was walking the same path her father had walked, and both of them had died in the dark before reaching the end. Pell's hand found hers. "Then we finish it," he said. Saskia looked at him. He was watching her with the same steady gravity he had carried since the first night. "We finish what they started," he said. "Together." She held his gaze, then she turned back to the folder and began to read. The records matched Oscar's notes, extraction schedules, payment ledgers, names of mainland buyers whose entries stopped abruptly when the extraction went dark. File spec M-17 appeared twice, once as a shipping label, once as a name crossed out and replaced with initials she did not recognize. Pell leaned over her shoulder. "It is the same pattern," he said. "Oscar's notebook, the harbor logs, the burial records, all of them point to the same thing." "Someone built an operation that reached past Driftmoor," Saskia said, "and they have been covering it for at least 3 decades. Longer." Maeve's voice came from the doorway. "Longer than that." Chapter 26. Saskia's fingers traced the ink line of her father's map, following the extraction points marked in his hand, and she felt the years collapse. He had been here, in this room, at this desk, writing the same truth she had spent months uncovering. Pell's hand was still on her shoulder, steady, weighing her down against the current that wanted to pull her under. Maeve stood in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame, the other gripping her cane like she might fall without it. "You should take what you need," Maeve said. "He will come looking." Saskia looked up. Costin, or his men, the moment he realizes I have not burned these records." The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago, the dust thicker, the weight of everything her father had written pressing against the walls. Saskia began to pull journals from the shelves. Pell took them from her, stacking them in a canvas bag Maeve produced from a cupboard beneath the desk. The bag was old, salt-stiff. It smelled of harbor rope and diesel in her father's hands. She kept the map. She kept the folder with the extraction survey. She kept the pages where biospec M-17 appeared, every mention circled in pencil, underlined, marked with question notes in the margins. Pell hefted the bag. "Where do we go?" Maeve did not answer immediately. Her eyes were fixed on the shelves, on the empty spaces where the records had been. "There is a boat," she said, "at the south dock, hidden under a tark, keys in the tackle box." Saskia's chest tightened. "Pell's truck. It will be watched. Everything will be watched now. Costin knows you have the originals. He knows I led you here." Maeve's voice was quiet. "The boat is not his." The air in the corridor was cold. Saskia followed Maeve past the altar, past the candle that still burned, toward the side door that opened onto the street. The snow had stopped, the wind had shifted, and Costin Brill was standing on the chapel steps. He was alone, no coat, hands in his pockets, steel gray eyes tracking Saskia as she stepped out behind Maeve. "Going somewhere?" Maeve's cane tapped against the stone. "You are out of line, Costin." "I am exactly where I need to be." He did not look at Maeve. He looked at Saskia, at the canvas bag slung over Pell's shoulder, at the dust on Saskia's coat. "You found something." Saskia said nothing. "I thought so." Costin smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "The question is whether anyone will believe it." Pell stepped forward. "Believe this." His voice was low, controlled, the kind of control that cost something. "She is under my protection. You come near her again, and I will treat it as a challenge." Costin's eyebrows rose. "A challenge? From you?" "Yes." The word landed like a stone. Saskia watched Pell's shoulders shift, the tension settling into his frame the way it did before a fight. He was not bluffing. He was not posturing. He meant it. Costin studied him. Then he laughed. Soft, cold, familiar. You have been waiting for that excuse since we were children, Pell. But this is not about me. This is about what your human mate found in that room. He pointed at the bag, and what she plans to do with it. Pell did not move. Let me make this simple, Costin said. The clan meets tonight, full council. Every elder who can reach the hall before the next front closes the road, and I will stand before them with evidence that Saskia Roelofs came to Driftmoor under false pretenses, that she has been gathering intelligence on clan operations, and that she has conspired with mainland authorities to expose our secrets. He paused. Evidence she gave me herself. Saskia's pulse kicked. What are you talking about? Costin's smile widened. Your field notes, the ones you kept in Pell's cottage, the ones you thought were safe. He tilted his head. Wrenna was very thorough. The air left Saskia's lungs. The notes, her private notes, every observation she had written since the first night, every reef measurement, every timestamp, every suspicion about the clan's practices. Costin had them. I will see you at the hall, he said. Bring your evidence. I will bring mine. He turned, rocked down the steps, and disappeared into the gap between two buildings before any of them could answer. The silence stretched. Saskia's hands were shaking. Pell stepped closer. Saskia, she took everything. Her voice cracked. Every note I wrote, every detail I recorded, she gave him everything. Pell set the bag down. He took her face in his hands. His skin was warm against the cold. Then we walk in with what we have, he said, and we burn him with it. Saskia stared at him. Your clan will see me as a spy. Then I will stand beside a spy. Pell, I chose. His voice was steady. I chose before I knew what you would find in that room. I chose before I knew what my mother had done. I chose the night you told me you would not be claimed by instinct. His thumbs traced her cheekbones, and I am still choosing. The wind picked up. Snow began to fall again. Saskia held his gaze. Maeve cleared her throat. If you are done, she said, there is something else you need to see before the council meets. She was standing at the edge of the chapel path, holding something in her hand. A key. Old, wrought iron. Saskia frowned. What is that? Maeve's eyes were unreadable. The lock to the Tidal pens. Chapter 27. The lighthouse stood against the darkening sky, its beam cutting through the first swirling curtains of new snow. Saskia's boots crunched on the frozen path. Maeve had gone ahead to prepare the boat. Pell had said nothing when Saskia told him she needed a minute before the Tidal pens, just nodded and followed. Now they stood at the base of the tower. The wind pulled at her coat, snapped the canvas bag strap against her hip. Pell waited. She could feel him watching her, the way he always watched her now. Not hovering, present, like a hand held out that did not need to be taken. Saskia turned to face him. I need to understand something. All right? The bond. The word felt strange in her mouth. Clinical, too small. What can it do? What can it not do? Pell's jaw tightened. He looked past her, at the sea, at the horizon that had already swallowed the last light. It's Chakraman's awareness. I can feel when you are cold, when you are afraid, when you are in danger. He paused. I knew you were falling before you hit the cliff ledge. I felt it in my chest before I heard you scream. Saskia's breath caught. That night? Yes. Is that why you reached me? No. His eyes met hers. That is why I was already running. I reached you because I am faster than I look, and because I knew exactly where the rock would break. The honesty hit her like a wave. You mapped it. I mapped everywhere you might fall. She should have found that terrifying, the intensity of it, the absolute focus of a man who had spent years learning the coastline and then spent weeks learning her. Instead, she felt something loosen in her chest. What else? Pell stepped closer. The bond is not a leash. It does not make you want me. It does not make you trust me. It does not make you love me. His voice dropped. It only makes me want to earn those things. Can it make you obey? No. Can it make me? Never. Saskia held his gaze. She thought about the way her pulse quickened when he entered a room, the way her body leaned toward him in sleep without her permission, the way she had lain awake the first night, furious at her own heartbeat. None of that had been choice, but none of it had been surrender either. Then what is it? She asked. If it does not compel, if it does not override, what is it for? Pell was quiet for a long moment. Have you ever walked through Driftmoor in a blizzard? Several times now. Then you know the light. He nodded at the tower above them. The beam does not carry you home. It does not clear the path. It does not stop the storm from killing you. His voice roughened. But it shows you where the ground is. It shows you the shape of what is coming. And when you cannot see anything else, it tells you that you are not alone. Saskia's throat tightened. You are the light. I am the light. He did not smile. You still have to walk the path yourself. You still have to survive the storm. But I will never go dark on you. That is the bond. The wind screamed around the tower. Snow collected in Pell's hair, on his shoulders, on the scar through his eyebrow that she had traced with her thumb the night before. Saskia stepped forward. Everyone I have ever trusted has used what I gave them. I know. Wrenna knew me for 15 years. She knew my grief. She knew my fear. She knew exactly which parts of me to hold close and which parts to hand to Costin. Pell said nothing. He just stood there, taking the cold, taking her words. You cannot earn my trust by instinct, Saskia said. You cannot earn it by fate. You can only earn it by staying. Then I will stay, even if your clan falls apart. Even then, even if you lose the claim. Pell's eyes did not waver. I would rather lose the claim than claim you by instinct. The words hit her chest like a blow. She had been bracing for something else. For him to say the bond would hold, that fate would protect them, that the clan would see reason. For him to give her something soft to hold on to because the truth was too hard. He had not. He had given her the hardest thing of all. A choice. Her choice. Saskia reached out. Her fingers found his, cold against cold. You told me once that you would not survive losing me. I remember. Then do not. Her voice cracked. Do not lose me. Stay. Keep staying. That is all I need. Pell turned her hand over, laced his fingers through hers. All right. The word was quiet, fierce, true. Saskia stepped into his space, close enough to feel the heat radiating off his chest, close enough to see the pulse beating at his throat. What happens now? She asked. Pell raised their joined hands, pressed his lips to her knuckles. The contact was brief, careful, a question more than a demand. Now we go to the Tidal pens. We find what your father and sister found, and we take it to the council. And then? Then we see whether the truth is enough. Saskia looked up at the lighthouse beam cutting through the dark. She thought about her father's maps, her sister's notebook, the key in Maeve's hand. She thought about the bond between them, warm and steady, asking for nothing but her own choosing. Then let us go see what the truth looks like. They turned together and found Maeve standing at the bottom of the path, her cane pressed into the frozen gravel, her face unreadable. The boat is ready, she said. But there is something else. Pell's grip tightened. Something else? Maeve looked at Saskia. Something I should have told you before you walked into that chapel. Her voice was flat, controlled. Something about the night Anika died. Saskia's blood went cold. What? Maeve's eyes held hers. Your sister did not come to Driftmoor alone. Chapter 28. The words hung in the frozen air, and Saskia felt the ground shift beneath her feet. Who? Her voice came out raw. Who came with her? Maeve's grip on her cane tightened. A man. From the mainland. He stayed one night at the Ravenswood Inn and was gone before morning. I did not see his face. I did not ask his name. Then how do you know he existed? Because Anika told me. Maeve's eyes did not waver. She said she had found someone who believed her, someone who had connections to the same mainland body that buried your father's report. She said he was going to help her expose everything. Pell stepped forward. And you did not think to mention this before? I did not think he mattered. Maeve's voice was flat. He was gone before she died. I assumed he had abandoned her or been scared off. I did not know until tonight whether he was real or whether she invented him to feel less alone. Saskia's chest tightened. Anika had not been alone. Someone had been with her. Someone who saw what she saw, heard what she heard, and then vanished before the killing blow landed. Or someone who had been part of the trap the whole time. Did Costin know about him? I do not know. Maeve turned toward the dock. But if he did, and if the man is still alive, then he is either a witness or a liability. Either way, we are out of time to guess. The boat cut through the black water, salt spray freezing on Saskia's cheeks before it could drip. Maeve handled the tiller with practiced silence, navigating by memory through a channel so narrow the hull scraped rock twice. Pell sat beside Saskia, his shoulder pressed against hers, his hand finding hers in the dark. The tidal pens emerged from the mist like a wound. Metal cages bolted into the cliff face, half submerged in water that steamed against the cold. A platform ran along the dock, rusted and slick. The smell hit Saskia before she was close enough to see what floated in the nearest pen. Toxic. Chemical. Wrong. Maeve tied the boat to a corroded ladder and climbed without waiting. Saskia followed, her boots slipping on rungs that should have been replaced years ago. Pell came last, his body blocking the wind. The records were in a locked chest beneath the platform, sealed in waxed canvas and stacked with the precision of someone who had expected to return for them. Oscar Ven's handwriting. Pages of dates, times, payments, and names that matched what they had already found and ran deeper. Saskia knelt on the wet platform and turned pages by the light of Pell's lamp, while the water below them shifted with something that breathed. She did not ask what was in the pens. She did not want to know. By the time they reached the cottage, the storm had returned. Snow drove horizontal past the windows. The stove had burned low, and the cold had settled into the floorboards, the blankets, the bones of the cottage itself. Saskia stood in the middle of the room, with Oscar's chest at her feet, her hands numb, her hair frozen stiff, and every muscle in her body screaming for rest. Pell closed the door. The latch clicked, and the silence that fell between them was different from every silence that had come before. It was not wary, not watchful, not waiting for the other shoe to drop. It was full. Saskia turned. Pell stood with his back to the door, snow melting in his hair, his chest rising and falling like he had been holding his breath for hours. "I do not know how to do this slowly," he said. The words were rough, honest, unpolished. Saskia's throat tightened. "Then do not do it slowly." He crossed the room in 3 strides. His hands found her face, cold against cold, and when he kissed her, it was not gentle, it was desperate, hungry. The kind of kiss that said he had been holding himself back for so long the restraint had become pain. Saskia's back hit the wall, and she pulled him closer, her fingers gripping his coat, his shoulders, the wet wool at his collar. "Tell me," he said against her mouth. "Tell me this is your choice." "It is my choice." "Tell me you want this, not the bond, not fate. Me." Saskia pulled back just far enough to meet his eyes. "I want you." The words broke something in him. He kissed her again, slower this time, and she felt the difference. This was not instinct. This was intention. His hands mapped her like he was memorizing, not taking. Her cold skin, the tension in her shoulders, the places where grief had settled into bone. They shed wet clothes by the stove, piece by piece, until there was nothing between them but heat and breath, and the firelight casting shadows on the cottage walls. Pell lifted her onto the bed. The boards creaked, the storm howled, and Saskia let herself be known. Later, with Pell's arm across her waist and his breath warm against her shoulder, Saskia stared at the ceiling and felt something she had not felt in months. Hope. She thought about the title pens, the records, the man who had come with Anika and disappeared. She thought about what it would mean to finish what her father and sister had started, to walk into the council with proof that could not be burned, to walk out again with Pell beside her. She thought about a future that did not end with her leaving Driftmoor alone. The ceiling blurred. She blinked. Pell shifted beside her, his hand moving from her waist to the floor where her coat had fallen. He was reaching for something. She heard him pick it up. He went still. Saskia turned her head. "What is it?" Pell did not answer. He was holding a sheet of paper, folded once, smudged at the edges. Her paper. her handwriting. The page from her field notes that she had left tucked inside her waterproof case that morning. The case she had strapped to her belt all day. The case she had worn on the boat, in the caves, at the Tidal pens. Pez's voice came out flat, controlled, wrong. "When did you take this out?" Saskia sat up. "I did not." Pell held the page toward her. It was a copy, not the original. Someone had traced her handwriting, her diagrams, her margin notes. The ink was different, the paper was cheaper, but the content was exact. Her private reef observations, her questions about the extraction timeline, her theory about the mainland buyers, her location data, her route plans, her name at the top of every page. Pell looked at the door. Someone has been in this cottage. Chapter 29. Saskia stood in the middle of the cottage floor, the copied page cold in her hands, and felt the walls tighten around her. Someone had been inside. Someone had touched her coat, her case, her notes, had sat at this table while she was at the Tidal pens and traced every line of her handwriting, had known exactly where to look. Pell was already moving, checking the window latch, the door frame, the lock. His silence was worse than shouting. "Pell," he stopped. "Who else has a key?" His jaw tightened. "No one. The cottage belongs to the Light. Not even Maeve keeps a spare." Saskia looked at the page again. The ink was fresh. The paper still had a curl at the edges, as if it had been damp and dried fast. This was done today. While she was on the water, someone had knelt on this floor and copied her work. A detail slid into place, something Wrenna had said at the harbor master's office, when Saskia was half frozen and not listening carefully enough. Wrenna had known about the smuggling caves before Saskia mentioned them, had known about the pump house, had known about the route to the Tidal pens. Saskia's throat closed. "No," she said. Pell turned. She shook her head, already reaching for her boots. "The smuggling caves, the pump house. I did not tell her those things. I never told her. But she knew them." The air between them sharpened. "What are you saying?" "I am saying Wrenna knows what is in my notes because she has been reading them. Not tonight. Longer. She knew where I was going before I got there." Pell's face went very still. "Her cottage," he said. Saskia nodded. They moved without another word. The storm had settled into a steady, grinding fury by the time they reached the lane. Snow lashed the windows of the sleeping village, and the lamp at the crossroads swung wildly in the wind. No one was out. No one saw them. Wrenna's cottage sat at the end of a narrow track, tucked against the tree line where the cliff began to rise. A single window glowed faintly through the frost. Saskia's heart hammered against her ribs. Pell caught her arm before she reached the door. "I will watch the back," he said. "If she comes, I will keep her out. You have 10 minutes, maybe less." Saskia met his eyes. The stone gray was darker now, hard as flint. "Do not let her in." "I will not." He melted into the shadow beside the tool shed and was gone. Saskia turned the handle. The door was unlocked. She stepped inside and closed it behind her, standing in the sudden warmth of Wrenna's kitchen. The stove was banked low. A half-drunk cup of tea sat on the table. A wool shawl hung over the chair, still warm, as if Wrenna had only just stepped out. Saskia did not waste time. She started with the desk, her hands moving fast, pulling open drawers, rifling through papers. Nothing but household accounts and letters. She moved to the cupboard, the nightstand, the shelf above the stove. Nothing. The floorboards creaked beneath her feet. She stopped, looked down. The board near the bed was newer than the others, slightly lighter. The nails sat flush, not recessed like the originals. Saskia dropped to her knees and wedged her fingers into the gap. The board lifted. Her pulse stopped. Beneath it lay a stack of papers. Not field notes, not records. Notebooks. 3 of them. Bound in blue-gray canvas, cracked at the spine, the covers soft from handling. She knew them. She had bought one for Anika 3 years ago, as a joke, because Anika always lost her field books in the field. Saskia's hand trembled as she pulled the first one out. Anika's handwriting. She opened it at random and saw tide times, reef coordinates, sketch maps, pages and pages of Anika's careful observations from her last months on Driftmoor. The notebook Anika had been carrying the night she died. The notebook Saskia had searched for and had been told was lost. It was here. It had always been here. Saskia's vision blurred. She pressed her palm to her mouth and forced herself to breathe. Below the notebooks lay more papers, loose sheets, copy paper, her notes. Page after page of her private field observations, traced in a hand that was not hers. Diagrams, route plans, margin questions, everything she had written since the day she arrived. Wrenna had copied it all. Saskia flipped through the stack, her hands shaking harder now. Every page of her investigation was here. Every fear she had confessed aloud, every theory she had tested, every person she had named as a potential ally. Wrenna had listened to every word, had smiled, had brought her soup. At the bottom of the stack, folded once and tucked into a waxed envelope, was a list. Names, dates, payments. Costin Brill's name appeared 7 times, same as in Oscar's ledger. But there were others too. Names Saskia did not recognize. Payment amounts. Dates that stretched back 3 years, 4 years, longer. The last entry was dated 2 weeks before Anika died. The note beside it read, "She knows. Costin says move soon. We'll handle location." Saskia stared at the words until they blurred. Footsteps in the snow outside. She shoved the notebooks and papers into her coat, dropped the floorboard back into place, and crossed to the window in 3 strides. Pell was at the corner of the cottage, his hand raised in warning. Someone was coming. Saskia moved to the door, cracked it open, and slipped out into the storm just as a figure rounded the bend in the lane. Wrenna. She was carrying a basket, her hood pulled low against the wind, and she was walking straight toward the cottage. Saskia pressed herself flat against the wall. Pell was already moving, cutting across the yard to intercept, his body angled to block Wrenna's view of the door. Saskia's breath came short and fast. She clutched Anika's notebooks against her chest and felt the weight of every page she had just pulled from that floor. The evidence was here. The betrayal was here. And Wrenna was 20 feet away, smiling at Pell like nothing was wrong, asking if he had seen Saskia tonight because she had wanted to check on her, make sure she was warm. Saskia heard the lie land like a stone dropping into still water, and she realized, with a cold clarity that cut through the storm, that Wrenna was not coming back to the cottage by accident. She was coming back to make sure the floorboard was still sealed. Chapter 30. The air burned in Saskia's lungs as she pressed herself flat against the wall. Anika's notebooks clutched against her chest like a wound she was trying to stop. Wrenna's voice carried through the storm, warm and concerned, the same tone she had used 100 times. "Have you seen her tonight? I wanted to check on her, make sure she's warm." Pell's answer was low, too low for Saskia to catch the words, but he did not move from the center of the lane. His body stayed angled, blocking Wrenna's view of the cottage door. Saskia counted her breaths. 1, 2, 3. The notebooks were damp against her ribs. The paper edges bit into her palms. She could feel the weight of every page she had pulled from that floor, the traced copies of her own handwriting, the payment ledger with Costin's name repeated like a prayer, the last entry that read like an execution order. She knows. Costin says move soon, we'll handle location. Wrenna laughed, a small, easy sound that cut through the storm like glass. "I'll just leave her some soup then. Tell her I stopped by." The footsteps shifted toward the cottage. Saskia had 3 seconds. She moved along the wall, keeping to the shadow, her boots finding the packed snow where it would not crunch. The lane curved left toward the village. The trees thickened 20 feet past the cottage, offering cover. She could run. She should run. But the notebooks were slipping in her grip, and her legs felt hollow, and the rage building beneath her ribs was heavier than any evidence she carried. The front door opened. Light spilled across the snow, and Saskia stopped. She turned. Wrenna stood in the doorway, her basket still in her hand, her hood pushed back. The warmth of the cottage spilled around her like a halo. Her eyes found Saskia in the dark. The smile did not fall. It froze in place, perfectly shaped, perfectly warm, while something behind it calculated and recalculated and found no exit. Saskia. The name came out soft, questioning, hurt. Saskia did not answer. She walked back across the yard, her boots breaking the crust of fresh snow, and stopped 2 feet from the door, close enough to see the pulse beating in Wrenna's throat, close enough to smell the wood smoke in her wool coat, the cinnamon she always carried. "I found the floorboard." The words landed flat. Wrenna's smile cracked at the edges. "I can explain." "Can you?" Saskia's voice did not sound like her own. "Explain the notebooks you took from my sister's body. Explain the copies you made of every page I wrote. Explain the payment ledger that says you helped Costin plan where to kill her." Wrenna's face did something complicated. The warmth drained out of it slowly, like water through a sieve, leaving something raw and young underneath. "I was trying to survive." Saskia laughed. The sound came out wrong, too loud, too sharp, the laugh she used when she was breaking. "You were trying to survive. My sister is dead." "I know." Wrenna's voice cracked. "I know she is dead. I know I helped put her there. Do you think I do not live with that every hour of every day?" Pell had moved. He was behind Wrenna now, his shadow filling the doorway, his face unreadable. He did not touch her. He did not need to. Wrenna looked at him, then back at Saskia, and something in her shoulders gave. "I grew up here," she said. "Not like you, with a mainland to run back to and a name that meant something off the ice. I grew up here, cold and hungry and dependent on people who would have thrown me into the pens if I had ever said the wrong thing to the wrong person. Costin knew that. He knew where I lived. He knew I had no family, no protection, no one who would ask questions if I disappeared." She took a breath. It shook. "I started with small things. Who was talking to whom, where the harbor master kept his keys. Then it was names. People who asked too many questions, people who had been seen near the reef. I told myself I was keeping myself safe, that if I gave him enough small truths, he would never look at me as a problem to solve." Saskia's hands tightened on the notebooks. "And Anika." Wrenna's chin trembled. "Anika figured it out. The reef, the extraction, the payments, the mainland buyers. She came to me because she trusted me, because I was her friend. And I told Costin everything she said, every name she named, every cove she planned to visit. I told him where she would be on the night she died." The words hung in the air between them. Saskia felt them land like stones dropping into deep water, one by one, until the surface was nothing but ripples. "You told him where to find her." "Yes, you led them to her." "I did not know he would." Wrenna's voice broke. "I did not know. I thought he would confront her, scare her off, make her leave. I did not know he would." "You knew exactly what he would do." Saskia's voice cut through the storm. "You knew what happened to Lena Mercer. You knew what happened to Oscar Venn. You knew what happened to every person who found out what the clan was doing under that reef, and you gave him my sister anyway." Wrenna was crying now, real tears, ugly and raw and shaking through her whole body. "I was trying to survive." "Then survive this." Saskia turned, and something slammed against the front door. Not the wind, a shoulder. The wood groaned, the latch rattled. Pell was already moving, his body shifting between them and the door, his hand finding Saskia's arm and pulling her backward into the cottage's main room. "Back door," he said. Saskia moved, but the back door was already barred. From the outside, she heard the scrape of wood against wood, the thud of something heavy being dropped into place, and then footsteps, retreating through the snow. Pal hit the door with his shoulder. He did not give. Another impact from the front. The windows rattled. And through the glass, Saskia saw the glow. Orange. Rising. Growing. The wood pile against the cottage wall was burning. Chapter 31. The fire was already eating through the woodpile when Saskia reached the window. Orange light crawled up the cottage wall, catching the frost on the glass and turning it molten. The heat pressed against the panes. Behind her, Pell hit the back door again, and the frame groaned but did not give. "We have to break the glass," Saskia said. Pell shook his head. "Flames would pull through the gap. We would be breathing fire before we got our shoulders through." Wrenna stood where Saskia had left her, hands pressed to her mouth, tears tracking through the grime on her cheeks. She was looking at the glow through the front window like she was watching her own grave open. "This is because of me," she said. Yes, Saskia said. It is. The fire snapped. A plank caught and sent sparks spiraling against the glass. One pane cracked from the heat, a single silver line running top to bottom, and the draft pulled a ribbon of smoke through the gap. Pell moved. He grabbed the iron stove hook and drove it against the back door's hinges. The first blow bounced off. The second bit deeper, splintering the wood around the bolt. He was fast and methodical and utterly focused, and Saskia watched the muscles in his shoulders bunch and release, and she thought, "We are going to burn." The smoke curled thicker now, gray and acrid, filling the ceiling before sinking lower. Saskia dropped to her knees without thinking, pulling her shirt over her mouth, and the notebooks stayed pressed to her chest because her arms would not let them go. Wrenna coughed, a raw, tearing sound. Pell hit the hinge again, and something slammed against the side wall. Not the fire, not the wind, a shoulder. The wall shuddered. A second impact sent a crack through the plaster. A third, and the wood splintered inward, and a blade punched through the gap. Then another, and then the whole section gave way in a crash of splintered boards and frozen nails. Nika Damaris stood in the gap, a hatchet in one hand and a wet cloth pressed over her mouth, her eyes wild and bright in the firelight. "Move," she said. "Now." Saskia did not think. She crawled, pulled herself across the floorboards on her knees while the smoke rolled above her like a tide. Pell caught her arm at the gap and shoved her through first, and the cold hit her face like a slap. Snow and wind and air so sharp it burned. She landed on her hands in the drift. The notebooks skidded across the snow. She grabbed them, scooped them, pressed them against her chest again. Pell came through behind her, rolling to his feet in the same motion, and then Wrenna. She did not land. She stumbled out of the gap and kept moving, stumbling, running, her boots finding the lane through the smoke and the snow and the dark. "Wrenna!" Saskia's voice did not carry. "Wrenna!" But Wrenna did not stop. She did not look back. She vanished into the storm, into the falling white, into the space between the cottages where the light did not reach, and her footprints filled behind her like she had never been there at all. Nika stood at the edge of the firelight, breathing hard, the hatchet still in her hand. "Saw them coming," she said. "3 of them. Costin's men. They had oil. They dumped it on the woodpile before I could stop them. I circled around the back, but the doors were already barred." Pell was looking at the gap in the wall. The fire had found the opening. It was flowing through now, eager and hungry, eating the cottages from the inside out. "The notebooks," he said. Saskia held them up. "I have them. The ledger?" She nodded, pressed against her ribs. "Safe." Nika spat into the snow. "This is not a warning anymore. This is an execution." "I know." Pell turned. His face was hard in the orange light, cut by shadow, carved by fire. "Where did they go?" "East," Nika said, "toward the lighthouse path. Costin was with them. He watched the fire catch before he turned." Saskia looked at the burning cottage. The roof was starting to catch now, flames licking up the eaves, black smoke rolling into the white sky. It was beautiful and terrible, and she could not look away. He had tried to kill her, not warn her, not frame her, not drive her off the ice. He had set her on fire and stood in the dark to watch it take. "Your grandmother said she had a boat," Saskia said. Nika nodded. "South Dock, still there." "The council meeting. How long?" Nika checked the sky. 40 minutes, maybe less if the storm slows them down." Saskia pulled the notebooks tighter. Pell's hand found her shoulder. Warm, steady, grounding. 40 minutes is enough," he said, but he was not looking at the fire. He was looking at the dark where Costin had stood, where Wrenna had vanished, where every answer she had fought for was running deeper into the storm, and from that dark, a voice carried, low and clear and satisfied. "Burn it clean, little spy. Burn it all." Costin, standing somewhere in the white, invisible, watching, already telling the story he would bring to the council, the story of how Saskia set her own roof on fire to destroy the evidence she had stolen, the story of how Pell Hargrove helped a mainland agent torch a wolf's hearth. Saskia's hands shook against the notebooks. She did not know if it was the cold. She did not know if it was fear. She was beginning to think it might be fury. Chapter 32. The lighthouse keeper's room smelled of salt and cold iron. Saskia sat on the floor with her back against the cot, Anika's notebook open in her lap, the lamp burning low beside her. Pell stood at the window. He had not spoken since they climbed the stairs. The fire was still burning below. Orange glow bled through the falling snow, staining the dark like a wound that would not close. She could feel the heat through the floorboards, distant and hungry, but she did not look at it. She looked at her sister's handwriting. Anika's letters were small and cramped, pressed tight together, the pen digging so hard into the paper that the lines had torn through in places. She had been in a hurry. She had known she was running out of time. Day 1, Saskia read. Arrived, storm already building. Found Harold's first reference point under the third piling at the low tide mark. Still there, still readable after 30 years. He scratched his initials into the iron with a nail. H-R-H. I traced them with my finger and told him I would finish it. Saskia's throat closed. She turned the page. Day 2. Wrenna found me on the lane. She was so happy to see me. She said she could not believe I had come back after all these years. I almost told her why. I almost told her everything. But something stopped me. A feeling. The same feeling I had on the mainland when I found Dad's old file and realized no one had touched it in 3 decades. The lamp flickered. Saskia pressed her palm flat against the page, as if she could feel Anika's hand through the ink. Day 3. I found the harbor logs, the old ones. They do not match what Wrenna told me about the recovery times. I asked her how long it took them to find Lena Mercer's body, and she said, a day, maybe 2. But the log says they recovered her within 4 hours. She was not in the water long enough to drift. She was placed there. Saskia's breath caught. Below her, someone walked past the lighthouse. She heard the crunch of boots on packed snow, slow and measured. She did not look up. Day 4. I told Wrenna about the extraction. I showed her the water samples. She looked at them and said, "This is bad, Ani." I said, "Yes, it is," and asked if she knew who was behind it. Her face did something strange. A flicker, a pause. She said she did not know. She said it had been going on before she was born, and no one talked about it. I believed her. I still believe her, but I felt something change between us. A door that closed. Saskia's fingers tightened on the edge of the notebook. Day 5. The mainland buyers. I found a crate at the old pumping station marked with a seal I have never seen. A circle with a wave through it. Something between a company mark and a clan sigil. Inside, packing slips from a firm called Biospec M-17. They paid in cash, they asked no questions, they towed everything and sent back crates of mineral concentrate worth more than this whole village makes in a decade. Pell turned from the window. He was watching her now. Day 6. I wrote to the mainland address I found in Harold's file. I told them I had proof of illegal extraction and a chain of custody that would hold up in any court. I told them I would send the samples and the logs by the next supply boat. I told them I needed protection. Saskia stopped reading. Her hand was shaking. She turned the page again. Day 7. Wrenna asked me where I kept my notes. She said she wanted to help me organize them. I said they were in my bag. She said, "You should keep them somewhere safe." I laughed and said they were safe with me. She laughed too. But her laugh was wrong. It was the same laugh she used to give when we were girls, and she wanted something from our mother's pantry. A good laugh, a remembered laugh. I'll lie. The lamp made a soft hiss. Saskia felt the room press in around her. Day 8. I saw Costin Brill for the first time. He was standing at the end of the lighthouse path, hands in his pockets, watching the water. He looked at me and smiled. He said, "You are Harold's daughter, aren't you? I can see it in the way you walk, like you are measuring something." I said I was just visiting. He said, "No one just visits Driftmoor." Then he walked away. I felt watched the whole way back to the cottage. Day 9. Wrenna brought me tea. She sat with me for hours. She talked about our childhood, About the summer we built the fort out of driftwood and slept in it even though the tide came up and soaked our blankets. She made me laugh. She made me feel safe. And then she asked me, very casually, where I planned to go next. I told her I needed to check the tidal pens. She said she would come with me. I said no. I said I needed to do it alone. Day 10. I am writing this in the dark. I think someone has been in my cottage. My notebook was not where I left it. It was on the table, open, but I do not remember leaving it open. I have packed my bags. I will go to the tidal pens tonight. I will take the samples. I will take the logs. I will take everything. Wrenna said she would meet me at the lighthouse path at dusk. She said she had something to show me. She said it would explain everything. The page was blank after that. Saskia stared at the empty space. The ink did not continue. There were no more words. Anika had written herself to the edge of the page and stopped. She had walked down the lighthouse path at dusk. She had met Wrenna, and she had never written again. Pell crossed the room. He did not ask if she was all right. He sat down beside her on the floor, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his arm against hers, and he did not speak. Saskia turned the notebook over in her hands. She knew, Saskia said. Her voice was thin. She knew Wrenna was lying. She knew something was wrong. And she still went to meet her. Pell did not answer. There was nothing to say. The lamp flickered again. The wind pushed against the lighthouse walls, and somewhere below, the fire crackled and ate what was left of the cottage. And then Saskia heard it. Footsteps. Coming up the spiral stair. Slow, deliberate, one step at a time. Pell was on his feet before she could breathe. His body moved between her and the door, low and ready, his hands empty, but his shoulders set. The footsteps stopped. A knock. 3 slow raps. And a voice Saskia had heard 100 times, warm and familiar and wrong. Saskia, I know you are in there. We need to talk. Wrenna, Chapter 33. The door was not locked. Saskia stared at the grain of the wood, at the dark line where the planks met the frame, and she did not move. The notebook was still open in her lap. Day 10. The last words Anika ever wrote. Wrenna's voice came again through the wood, softer this time, almost pleading. I know you found them. The notebooks, the ledger. I know what it looks like. But you do not understand everything. Please, just let me explain. Pell's hand shot out and caught Saskia's wrist before she could rise. No. She came here, Saskia said. She walked up the stairs. She knocked on my door. She wants to talk. That is not talking. Pell's voice was low and flat. That is closing a loose end. Saskia looked at his hand on her wrist, the calluses, the steadiness, the hue of him seeping through her skin. She thought about Anika walking down the lighthouse path at dusk, thinking she was meeting a friend who wanted to show her something that would explain everything. She brought me tea, Saskia said. She sat with me for hours. She made me laugh. She made me feel safe. Pell said nothing. And then she asked me where I planned to go next. The wood creaked outside the door. Wrenna shifted her weight. Waiting. Saskia pulled her wrist free. She stood. She crossed to the door and pressed her palm flat against it, feeling the cold bleed through the wood. You can explain, Saskia said through the door. Right here, through the wood. I am listening. A pause. The wind scraped against the lighthouse walls. It is not that simple, Wrenna said. Yes, it is. You took her notebooks. You copied my notes. You told Costin where she would be. Explain that. I was trying to survive. Saskia's laugh was sharp and hollow. So was she. Another pause. Longer this time. The silence stretched until Saskia thought Wrenna had slipped away, quiet as smoke, melting back into the storm. Then the voice came again, harder now, stripped of pleading. Costin has already called the assembly. Maeve could not stop him. He told them you set the fire. He told them you burned your own cottage to destroy evidence. He told them Pell helped you. Saskia's hand stayed pressed to the wood. By dawn, Wrenna said, They will vote to hunt you both. Pell crossed the room. He stood beside Saskia, not touching her but close enough that she felt the line of his body like a wall. "Why are you telling me this?" Saskia asked. "Because there is no safe way out of Driftmoor. Not for you, not for me, not for anyone who knows what I know. And I want you to hear it from me before you hear it from them." Footsteps on the stair, one step down, then another. Then Wrenna's voice, floating back over her shoulder. "I will be at the yard below the cliffs. That is where they gather when the vote is death. You have until the light reaches the rocks." The footsteps faded. Saskia did not move. Pell reached past her and turned the deadbolt. The iron scraped home. "She knows this building," he said. "She knows every window, every door, every crack of the foundation. She came here to find out if we were armed and how fast we could move. She came here to warn us. Wardings are not free. She wants something. She just has not named the price yet." Saskia stepped back from the door. Her legs felt hollow, her chest tight. The notebook was still open on the floor, pages splayed face down. "I have to stand in front of them," she said. "I have to walk into that yard and tell them what their heir did, what their matriarch covered up, what their friend helped plan." She looked at Bao. "They will tear me apart. They will try." "You sound like that is not fatal." Pell picked up the notebook. He closed it carefully, pressed the cover flat, and held it out to her. "I have watched you walk into every room and Driftmoor like you were measuring the exits. I have watched you read a dead woman's handwriting and not break." His eyes met hers, wet stone in shadow. "You are the most dangerous thing that has ever walked into their yard, Saskia. They just have not realized it yet." She took the notebook. They went down the spiral stair together, Pell first, Saskia behind him, one hand on the cold iron rail. The lighthouse keeper's room smelled of salt and old wax. The fire in the cottage had burned down to embers, orange glow pulsing through the window like a dying heartbeat. Nika was waiting at the bottom of the stair, hatchet still in her hand, snow crusted in her hair. "Maeve sent me," Nika said. "She said you would try to walk into the yard alone. She said to tell you that you are stupid if you do, and a fool if you do not, and that she will be standing at the front of the crowd." Saskia blinked. "Did she say anything else?" "She said to bring the notebook." The yard below the cliffs was a stretch of frozen ground between the old boat shed and the low stone wall that marked the edge of Driftmoor's winter claim. Torches had been driven into the snow, flames snapping in the wind, casting long shadows that reached like fingers across the crowd. Saskia counted 47 faces before she stopped. More kept arriving, emerging from the dark between cottages, wrapped in wool and oilcloth, their breath pluming in the cold. They did not look at her. They looked at Pell. Maeve stood at the front of the crowd, her cane planted in the snow, her face unreadable. Beside her, Father Elian clutched his pipe with both hands. Ivo Mercer stood near the back, arms crossed, watching the crowd shift. Costin was at the center of the yard. He had changed into a dark coat. His hands were bare. The white scar on his throat caught the torchlight when he turned his head. He was not looking at Saskia. He was looking at Pell. "You came," Costin said. "I was not sure you would." Pell did not answer. He stepped forward, putting himself between Costin and Saskia, and the crowd shifted again. A low murmur, a ripple of bodies. Maeve struck her cane against the frozen ground. "Enough," she said. "We do this the old way or we do not do it at all. Name the charge, Costin." Costin smiled. It was a thin, patient smile, the smile of a man who had already rehearsed every word. "The charge is conspiracy against the clan. The evidence is a burned cottage, a stolen ledger, and a dead woman's notebook that should never have left Driftmoor." He turned his gaze to Saskia. "The accused are two, the marine biologist who came to destroy us, and the heir who chose her over his own blood." The crowd held its breath. Saskia felt the weight of their silence like a physical thing, pressing against her ribs, pushing the air out of her lungs. 47 faces, 47 pairs of eyes, every one of them waiting to see what she would do. She slid her hand into her coat pocket. Her fingers touched the edge of Anika's notebook. She stepped around Pell. and she began to speak. Chapter 34. The words came out before Saskia had fully decided to speak them. My sister died on this coast 3 months ago. The official report says she drowned. The official report is a lie. The crowd shifted, boots grinding snow, breath clouding in the torchlight. Saskia felt the weight of 47 stares, but she kept her hand on the notebook in her pocket and let the cold steady her. Anika did not drown. She was killed before she entered the water. Her body was placed there after death to make it look like an accident. The same way Lena Mercer was placed. The same way Elias Brandt was placed. The same way Oscar Venn was placed. She pulled the notebook free and held it up. This is Anika's handwriting. Her investigation covers 10 days. She documented every lie, every altered log, every payment to Biospec M-17 for mineral concentrate extracted from the reef. She documented who she trusted and who she should not have. Costin laughed. It was a quiet sound, almost affectionate, the kind of laugh a man gives when he has been waiting for a punchline that finally arrived. The girl who burned her own cottage to destroy evidence, he said, standing in front of the clan with a dead woman's notebook, telling us who to blame. He shook his head. That is a good story, Saskia. But stories need proof. I have proof. You have paper. Costin stepped forward. The torchlight carved shadows into his face, making the scar on his throat look like a second mouth. Paper can be written by anyone. Paper can be planted. Paper can be the desperate work of a woman who realized her lies were about to collapse and needed a scapegoat. He reached inside his coat. Saskia knew what was coming before he pulled it out. She had seen the pages before, spread across her own desk, her own handwriting, her own diagrams, her own route plans, her own private notes that she had written in the dark while Pell slept on the floor. Costin held them up. These were found in her cottage before she burned it, he said. Field notes, survey data, observations about Driftmoor's reef operations, tidal patterns, clan movements, guard rotations. He turned to the crowd. She has been gathering intelligence since the day she arrived, recording our habits, mapping our weaknesses, preparing a report for mainland authorities who want to shut down our harvest and dismantle our clan. A murmur rippled through the assembly. Faces turned toward Saskia. She saw suspicion hardening into certainty in some of them, the easy anger of people who had been told to fear outsiders. That is not true, Saskia said. Is it not? Costin flipped a page. Shall I read aloud? Camus holds council at the harbor master's office every third night. 2 enforcers flank the door, patches on their left shoulders, clan sigil, silver thread. Response time from the yard to the office, approximately 90 seconds. He looked up. That sounds like surveillance to me. The crowd growled, low, animal, a sound that started in chests and vibrated through the frozen air. Saskia's throat tightened. The words were hers. She had written them. She remembered that night, hunched over the table by lamplight, recording details because details were how she made sense of the world. She had not been planning an attack. She had been trying to survive. But the pages looked different now, held up by an enemy, read aloud like a confession. Those are research notes, she said. Standard field documentation. I record what I observe. You record our vulnerabilities. Costin turned another page, and then you share them. He held up a sheet with traced handwriting. Saskia's words had been copied by a different pen, thinner ink, a slight shake in the descenders. Wrenna's copy marks. Saskia recognized them instantly. The way the loops tightened under pressure, the way the final stroke of each word dragged slightly, as if the writer had been hurrying. She had seen that handwriting in the barn, under the floorboard, on every traced copy that had been fed to Costin for months. The betrayal hit her like a physical blow, cold and sharp, lodging somewhere beneath her ribs. She searched the crowd. Wrenna was not at the front. She was not near Maeve or Father Elian. Saskia found her at the edge of the torchlight, half hidden behind a cluster of clan members, her arms wrapped around herself, her face pale and unreadable. She was not looking at Saskia. She was looking at Costin. These notes were given to me by someone who understood the threat, Costin said. Someone who saw what Saskia Roelofs really is. A spy, a collector of secrets. A woman who came to Driftmoor under the pretense of grief, and used her sister's death as cover for an intelligence operation. He let the silence stretch. I did not burn that cottage, Saskia said. Costin's men set the fire. Nika Damaris saw them. She pulled me out through the wall. Nika Damaris is a kelp farmer with a grudge against the clan council. Costin's voice was patient, almost kind. She would say anything to discredit the leadership. She pulled me out while your men watched the fire catch. You stood in the dark and told me to burn it clean. Costin smiled. I was in the council chamber when your cottage burned. Ask anyone. I have witnesses. Saskia felt the trap close around her. Every exit blocked, every word turned. She had walked into the yard holding proof of murder, and Costin had already built a case that made her the criminal. She looked at the pages in his hand, her handwriting, her observations, her words turned into weapons. And underneath them, the thin, shaking lines of Wrenna's copy marks. The evidence of a betrayal that she had let herself miss because she had wanted so badly to have one safe person in Driftmoor. I want her to say it, Saskia said. The crowd went still. I want Wrenna Tervo to stand in front of this assembly and tell them who she gave those notes to. Tell them how long she has been copying my work. Tell them where she was on the night my sister died. She turned and looked directly at Wrenna. Tell them what you told me through the lighthouse door. That you took Anika's notebooks from her body. That you told Costin where she would be. That you watched her walk to meet you and never wrote in her journal again. Wrenna's face crumpled. Her mouth opened. No sound came out. The crowd turned to look at her, and the torchlight flickered. Saskia, with all her careful controls and tabulated betrayals, looked at Wrenna in the snow, and the cold thing that had been lodged in her chest since she found the floorboard cracked open into something worse. She had been made by this woman's hands. Every page Costin held up was a page Wrenna had touched, and Saskia did not know if she could make the clan believe that the friend who had cried with her, the friend who had brought her soup and blankets and asked if she was warm enough, had been feeding her to the wolves from the very first day. Say it, Saskia whispered. But Wrenna only shook her head, a small, helpless motion, and took a step backward into the dark. And Costin laughed again. Chapter 35. Costin's laugh was still echoing when Saskia pulled Anika's notebook from her coat and held it up so the torchlight caught the stained cover. This is my sister's handwriting, she said. The last 10 days of her life, written while someone was already planning her death. She opened it to the marked page and read the date aloud. 15th of November, 6:47 p.m. That is when the harbor master's log says her body was recovered. She looked up. The official report says she drowned at low tide, 3 p.m., but Anika was pulled from the water at high tide, nearly 4 hours later. She let the numbers settle. Someone altered the timestamps to make drowning plausible, but a body recovered at high tide, with a wound on the temple and no water in her lungs, does not drown. She was dead before she went in. The crowd shifted. Boots scraped ice. Someone exhaled a low breath. Costin's smile did not waver. You have a notebook you claim is your sister's. You have a story that paints you as a grieving sibling instead of an operative. None of this proves you were not collecting intelligence on this clan. I have water samples, Saskia said. Taken from the reef over 18 months. They show rising poison levels from mineral extraction. The same extraction that paid for the crates stamped with Biospec M-17. The same extraction that appears in my father's records from 30 years ago. She reached into her coat again and pulled out a folded sheet. Oscar Ven's handwriting. She held it beside Anika's notebook. Oscar Ven kept a log. He documented every shipment, every payment, every name. He died 3 months ago in a boating accident, but his records survived, and they matched the extraction schedule that was active when Anika was killed. The crowd murmured. Costin's smile tightened at the edges. Anyone can forge a log, he said. Can they forge this? The voice came from the back of the crowd. Ivo Mercer stepped forward, his steel wool hair catching the torchlight, his face set in something hard and tired. I examined Anika Roelofs' body, Ivo said. I documented wound placement, body temperature, and submersion markers. I filed a report that said she did not drown. That report was suppressed. He looked at Costin. I suppressed it, under pressure. And I have been carrying the weight of that decision for months. The crowd went still. Ivo pulled a folded document from his coat. This is my original medical assessment, dated the night of the recovery. It states that Anika Roelofs had a wound to the left temple consistent with blunt force, not rock strike. It states that her body temperature was inconsistent with submersion time. It states that her hands had no kelp, no grit, no salt. She never entered the water alive. He held the paper out. No one took it. I falsified the official record to protect myself, Ivo said. I will not falsify it again. The silence stretched. Saskia felt it shift, the weight of the crowd tilting, the first crack in Costin's narrative. For a moment, she thought she had won. Then Costin smiled. It was the same smile he had worn at the council table, the same smile he had worn when he watched her cottage burn. A smile that said he had already accounted for every move she could make. Thank you, Ivo, he said. Your honesty does you credit. But it does not change the central fact of this assembly. He turned to the crowd. Saskia Roelofs arrived in Driftmoor with a manufactured grievance. She brought forged documents, coerced testimonials, and a story designed to destabilize this clan. She used her sister's death as cover for an intelligence operation, and she burned her own cottage to destroy the evidence she could not explain. He paused. I have one more witness. He raised his hand, and from the edge of the torchlight, a figure stepped forward. Saskia's breath caught. It was Wrenna. She looked smaller than she had in the lighthouse doorway. Her coat was wet at the shoulders, her hair plastered to her temples, her face pale and hollow. She walked as if the snow was pulling at her feet. Costin turned to her with something that looked almost like kindness. Tell them, he said. Tell them what you told me. Wrenna stopped in the center of the circle. The torchlight flickered across her face. She looked at Saskia. Saskia saw the lie building behind her eyes, the same lie she had been telling for months, the same warmth she had used to hide the truth. Wrenna opened her mouth, and the first words that came out were not words at all. She made a sound, a small, broken thing that might have been Saskia's name, and then her face crumpled and she began to cry. The crowd watched, uncertain. Costin's smile flickered. Tell them, he repeated, harder now. But Wrenna only shook her head, her shoulders shaking, her breath coming in ragged gasps that echoed off the cliffs. Saskia stood in the torchlight, holding her sister's notebook, watching her childhood friend fall apart in the snow, and she did not know if Wrenna was about to confess the truth or destroy her completely. The silence stretched. Wrenna raised her head, her eyes met Saskia's, and the torchlight guard. Chapter 36. The crowd watched Wrenna dissolve, her sobs scraping against the stone walls of the yard. Saskia stood frozen, Anika's notebook pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She had imagined this moment 100 times. Wrenna confessing, Wrenna begging, Wrenna finally telling the truth. She had not imagined this, her friend hollowed out and shattered, unable to speak at all. Costin's smile had vanished. He stepped toward Wrenna, his hand closing around her arm with something that looked like support and felt like iron. Say it, he murmured, low enough that only the front rows could hear. Tell them what you told me. Wrenna shook her head. A wet, broken sound escaped her throat. I can't. The words came out thin, barely audible. I can't. I can't. Saskia saw the truth in that refusal. Not loyalty, not defiance. Something closer to collapse. Wrenna had been running on stolen fuel for months, and the tank was empty. But Costin was not finished. Fine, he said, releasing her arm. Then I will. He turned to the crowd, his voice carrying over the wind. Ivo Mercer has confessed to suppressing his medical report. That is a fact, but so is this. Saskia Roelofs arrived in Driftmoor with a story designed to tear this clan apart. She brought a dead sister's notebook that no one can verify. She brought water samples that could have been taken anywhere. She brought a dead man's log that conveniently incriminates everyone except herself. He paused, and she brought a motive. Revenge. Revenge for a sister who was warned repeatedly to stop digging into matters that did not concern her. Saskia's jaw tightened. Anika was killed because she found the truth. Anika was killed, Costin said, his voice dropping, because she chose to involve herself in clan business that was none of hers. And you have done the same. The crowd murmured. Saskia felt the shift, the current of the assembly tilting back toward Costin's gravity. Then someone spoke from the edge of the circle. She is not wrong. The voice was old, cracked, familiar. Father Elian Sorel stepped forward, his cassock dark with melted snow, his pipe clenched in one hand. He looked smaller than he had in the chapel, diminished by the torchlight and the cold. I altered the burial records, he said. I told you that already. I told the council. I told Maeve. He looked at Costin. But I did not alter them for Saskia Roelofs. I altered them for you. Costin's face went still. I do not know what you are implying, Father. I am not implying anything. Ilian's voice trembled, but it held. I am stating a fact. You came to me the night after Anika's body was recovered. You told me the record needed to be tidied, or there would be consequences for the chapel. I did what you asked because I was afraid. The crowd's murmur sharpened into something uglier. And you, Elian continued, turning to Maeve, you told me to comply. You said it was for the good of the clan. That winter was coming and we could not afford a fracture. Maeve's face was unreadable. Her cane tapped once against the frozen ground. I did, she said. The admission hit the yard like a second wave. Saskia stared at her. Maeve had known. Maeve had told Elian to comply. Maeve had chosen silence over truth. Why? Saskia's voice came out raw. Why would you bury the truth about your own people? Maeve met her gaze. For a long moment she said nothing. Then she spoke, and her voice carried the weight of years. Because I have watched this clan survive things that should have destroyed us, she said. Because I have buried children and burned records and lied to mainland authorities to keep Driftmoor off their maps. Because survival is not a clean trade. It is a ledger written in compromises, and I have been keeping that ledger for 50 years. She looked at the crowd. I knew Anika Roelofs was murdered. I suspected Lena Mercer was murdered. I suspected Elias Brandt and Oscar Venn, but I could not prove it without tearing this clan apart in a season when we cannot afford to be torn apart. She turned to Saskia. I chose silence. I chose winter. I chose the living over the dead. The yard went still. Saskia felt the words land, not as exoneration, but as indictment. Maeve had known. She had known and done nothing. And now the truth was bleeding out in the torchlight, and no one was clean. Costin moved to reclaim the moment. A touching confession, he said. But it does not change the evidence. Father Elian altered records under duress. Maeve Hargrove stayed silent out of misguided loyalty. Those are crimes of omission, not conspiracy. Saskia Roelofs, on the other hand, came here with a forged notebook, a manufactured grievance, and a trail of destruction that includes a burned cottage and a missing informant. He gestured to Wrenna, who still stood in the snow, shaking. Ask yourself, why would Wrenna Tervo run if she had nothing to hide? Why would she refuse to speak if she had nothing to fear? Saskia stepped forward. Because she is terrified of you. The words hung in the cold air. Costin laughed. I have never touched Wrenna Tervo. You did not have to. Saskia's voice was steady. You made her believe that the only way to survive was to give you what you wanted. You made her complicit, and now she is standing in the snow, broken, because she finally understands what you turned her into. Wrenna made a sound, a small, wounded noise. The crowd's attention shifted back to her. She raised her head. Her eyes were red, her face swollen with cold and grief. He told me it was the only way, she said, her voice cracking. He told me if I did not help him, I would end up like the others. She looked at Costin. He told me he would kill me. The confession cut through the yard like a blade. Costin's composure cracked. Just a flicker, but Saskia saw it. You are lying, he said. I am not. Wrenna's voice was raw, but it was hers again, hers and ruined. I have been lying for months, but I am not lying now. She turned to the crowd. I told him where Anika would be. I gave him her notebook. I copied Saskia's notes. I did everything he asked because I was afraid. she swallowed. Because I watched him kill Lena Mercer with my own eyes. The crowd erupted. Costin moved, fast. Before anyone could react, he crossed the yard and grabbed Wrenna by the collar. "Shut your mouth," he hissed. The crowd surged forward. Someone shouted, and then Maeve's cane struck the frozen ground 3 times, sharp as gunfire. "Enough!" Her voice cut through the chaos. "This assembly is done for the night. The vote will be taken at dawn. Until then, no one leaves Driftmoor." She turned to the crowd. Not Saskia Roelofs, not Pell Hargrove, not Costin Brill, and certainly not Wrenna Tervo. Costin released Wrenna's collar. She stumbled back, gasping. Saskia watched the crowd break apart, the torches retreating into the dark. She had won the confession. She had broken Costin's narrative, but the vote was still at dawn, and in the dark, at the edge of the torchlight, Saskia saw a shape she did not recognize. Not Clan, not Costin's, someone else, standing still as stone, watching her from the snow. Then the storm swallowed the shape, and Saskia was left standing in the dark, holding Anika's notebook, wondering what she had just seen. Chapter 37. The crowd did not disperse. They pulled apart in knots, families clustering, voices low and sharp as broken ice. The torches guttered in the wind, casting long shadows across the snow. Saskia stood where she had rooted herself, Anika's notebook pressed against her ribs. Her heart was still hammering. The shape in the snow, the watcher, was gone. Swallowed by the storm or by the dark, she could not tell which. Pell's hand found the small of her back. "Inside," he said quietly. "Now." She wanted to argue, wanted to find the figure, follow the footprints, prove she had not imagined it. But Pell's jaw was set, and Nika was already flanking her other side, and the crowd was still watching. Maeve had not moved from the center of the yard. Her cane was planted in the frozen ground like a marker. "Lockdown stands," she said. "No one leaves Driftmoor. No one leaves their houses until the vote. You will be escorted to the old council room. You will stay there until dawn." Costin's smile was thin. "And who will escort me, Maeve? You have already confessed to knowing about the murders. Your authority is not clean." "My authority is the only thing keeping this clan from tearing itself apart tonight." Maeve's voice was flat. "And you will respect it, or I will have you bound." Costin laughed, soft, dismissive, but he did not argue. They moved Saskia to the chapel. Maeve insisted it was the only neutral ground left. The chapel had its own lock, its own stove, and Father Elian's presence ensured no one could claim the space had been rigged. Saskia sat on a wooden pew, her hands wrapped around a tin cup of tea she had not touched. Pell stood by the door, watching the window. Nika had gone to secure the perimeter. Father Elian was in the vestry, pretending to organize papers, and Wrenna Tervo sat on the opposite pew, knees drawn up, face buried in her hands. The silence stretched. Saskia broke it. "Tell me everything." Wrenna did not look up. "I told you, at the assembly. You told them you watched Costin kill Lena Mercer. You did not tell them how long you worked for him, how deep it went." Wrenna's shoulders shook. Saskia set the tea down. Her voice was steady, colder than she felt. "You told me you were trying to survive. That is not an answer. That is an excuse. I want the truth." Wrenna raised her head. Her face was swollen, her eyes red-rimmed and raw. "I was 17, she said. 17 when Costin first came to me. My father had just died. My mother was sick. We had nothing. And Costin offered me a way to keep us fed." She swallowed. "All I had to do was listen. Tell him who was unhappy with the clan, who might cause trouble. Small things, things that did not seem to matter." Skabata watched her. "It did not seem like betrayal," Wrenna said. "Not at first. I was just passing along gossip. Things people said in the harbor, at the market. It felt harmless." She wrapped her arms around herself. "Then he asked me to listen to Anika." The name landed like a stone in still water. He knew she was investigating something. He wanted to know what she had found, who she had spoken to, where she was going. Wrenna's voice cracked. "I told myself it was better if I was the one he asked, that if I refused he would find someone else, someone who might hurt her. that I could control how much I gave him. Saskia felt the words land in her chest, each one a blade. Did you? Wrenna shook her head. I gave him everything. Her route plans, her sample locations, the names of the people she had interviewed. Every time she trusted me, I passed it to him. She looked up, her eyes wet and hollow, told him where she would be on the night she died. The chapel was very quiet. Saskia heard the stove ticking, the wind pressing against the glass, her own heartbeat too loud in her ears. Did you kill her? Wrenna's face crumpled. No, I did not. I did not think he would. I did not think it would go that far. He told you he would handle the location, Saskia said. That is what the ledger says. We'll handle location. What did you think he meant? Wrenna said nothing. Saskia stood up. You knew he was going to kill her, and you told him where to find her anyway. I thought, Wrenna's voice broke, I thought he just wanted to scare her, to make her leave. I did not think. You did not think. Saskia's voice was flat. You did not think, because thinking would have meant facing what you had become. Wrenna sobbed. Saskia turned away. She did not have room for Wrenna's grief, not tonight. Not when Anika's notebook was still warm in her pocket, and the shape in the snow was still watching her from the dark. The chapel door opened. Pell stepped aside as Maeve entered, her cane tapping against the stone floor. The crowd has not gone home, she said. They are gathered outside the old council room. Saskia frowned. Costin is there. Yes. Why would they stay? Maeve's eyes were hard. Because Costin is telling them that Wrenna's confession means nothing, that she is an unreliable witness, a woman who has already lied to everyone she knows, that you, Saskia, are the only outsider who has ever made a clan member turn against her own people. Saskia felt the trap close. He is framing me again. He does not need to frame you. Maeve's voice was tired. He needs to make them afraid, and fear is a language this clan understands. A shout rose outside. Saskia crossed to the window and looked out. The yard below was full of torches, not the scattered clusters of the assembly. A crowd, a mob. And at its center, Costin Brill stood on the frozen ground, his voice carrying through the storm. She came here to destroy us, he was saying. She came here with a dead woman's notebook and a dead father's grievance, and now one of our own has confessed to helping her. Ask yourself, who turned Wrenna Turvo? Who convinced her to betray her own clan? He looked up at the chapel window, directly at Saskia. The outsider did, the same way she has been twisting every word, every truth, every loyalty since she arrived. The crowd roared. Saskia stepped back from the window. Pell was already at the door. Do not go out there, she said. Then they will come in. He was right, and the vote was still hours away. Chapter 38. Pell pulled the door open before Saskia could stop him. Cold air hit her face, sharp with salt and snow and the sour heat of too many bodies packed into the yard. Pell stepped onto the chapel steps, and the crowd went quiet, not because he had asked, but because he was the heir and they knew the weight of his voice. Saskia followed. She felt the change in the air the moment she stood beside him. The crowd's attention shifted from Costin to the two of them, a single silhouette against the lantern glow from the chapel door. Pell did not look at her. He faced the mob, shoulders set, hands loose at his sides. You want to know who turned Wrenna Turvo? He said. His voice carried, not shouting, just pitched to reach the farthest torch. I will tell you. No one did. She turned herself the night she chose Costin over the truth. She turned herself every time she copied notes for him. She turned herself when she told him where Anika would be. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Pell held up a hand. And if that makes me unfit to lead, if standing beside the woman who brought the truth to light makes me a threat to this clan, then I do not want your claim. I do not want the title. I do not want any inheritance that requires me to bury another body to keep it. Saskia felt the words land in her chest. He was not posturing. He was cutting the last thread. Costin stepped forward, his boots crunching on the frozen ground. Snow clung to his dark coat, melting against his shoulders. He did not look cold. He looked like a man who had been waiting for this moment. There it is, Costin said. The heir chooses the outsider over his own blood, over his own clan, over every duty his name carries. He turned to the crowd, spreading his arms. Pell Hargrove would hand Driftmoor to the mainland. He would open our doors to investigators, to regulators, to everyone who has ever wanted to see us fail. All because he caught the scent of a woman who does not belong here. The crowd shifted. Saskia saw faces she recognized from the assembly. The kilt farmer with the scarred hands, the woman who had stood beside Nika during the confession, the old man who had not spoken once all night. They were watching Pell, waiting to see what he would do. Pell did not flinch. "If belonging here means letting you kill without consequence," he said, "then I have never belonged, and neither have the people you buried." Costin's jaw tightened. "You have no proof." "I have a ledger. I have a medical report. I have Wrenna's confession." Pell's voice did not rise. It got colder. "And I have the bodies you tried to sink." The crowd erupted. Not a roar, a fracture. Voices overlapping, some shouting for Costin, some for Pell, some for nothing but chaos. Torchlight swung as people pushed forward, trying to see, trying to hear, trying to choose a side. Costin moved. He walked straight toward the chapel steps, through the press of bodies, and stopped at the base. His head tilted up, snow catching in his black hair. "You want to call me a murderer in front of the whole clan," he said. "Then do it. Say the words. Let everyone hear who Pell Hargrove accuses without a trial." Saskia felt the trap. Costin was not defending himself. He was forcing Pell to cross a line, to name him publicly, formally, in a way that could not be taken back. Because if Pell named Costin a murderer without a clan verdict, the hardliners would call it slander. And slander could be answered with blood. Pell knew it too. She saw it in the way he stood, the slight shift of weight onto his back foot, the measured breath he took before speaking. "I do not need to name you, Costin. The evidence does that." "Evidence?" Costin laughed. "You mean a notebook you found in a burning cottage, a medical report from a man who already admitted he suppressed records, a confession from a woman who has lied to everyone she knows." He spread his hands. "That is not evidence. That is the story you want to believe." The crowd murmured. Saskia stepped forward. "It is a story that matches your signature on a payment ledger," she said. "It is a story that matches the crescent-shaped wound on my sister's temple. It is a story that matches the extraction schedule you kept running while she was being killed." Costin's eyes found hers. Cold, steady, unafraid. "Then prove it," he said. "Prove it here, now, before the vote." The crowd pressed in. Saskia felt the weight of every face, every torch, every breath held in the frozen air. She had the notebook. She had the ledger. She had Ivo's report. But Costin was right about one thing. None of it was a clean kill. Every piece of evidence could be explained away, disputed, buried in procedural doubt. That was how he had survived so long. He did not leave bodies that could be tied to him directly. He left margins, gaps, plausible deniability. And he had spent years making sure that anyone who could connect him to a crime was either dead, dependent, or too afraid to speak. Saskia looked at the crowd. They were not waiting for evidence. They were waiting for certainty. For someone to tell them which side would keep them alive through winter. And Costin had already spent years telling them that survival meant silence. Pell moved before she could speak again. He stepped down from the chapel steps, one slow step at a time, until he stood level with Costin on the frozen ground. They were the same height, same build, same scarred hands and hard winters. The difference was in their eyes. Costin's were flat, controlled, measuring. Pell's were burning. "You want a trial?" Pell said. "Then have one. Stand before the clan at dawn and answer every charge Saskia has laid at your feet. Let the evidence speak. Let the witnesses speak. And if you are innocent, walk free." Costin smiled. "And if I am not?" Pell did not answer. He did not need to. The crowd knew what happened to a man who was named murderer by the clan Heir and found guilty by the vote. There was no exile for that, no second chance. There was only the yard below the cliffs and whatever waited at the bottom. Costin held Pell's gaze a moment longer. Then he turned and walked back into the crowd, parting them like water. "The vote is at dawn," he said over his shoulder. "I will be there." The crowd began to disperse, slowly, reluctantly, like a tide pulling back from a shore that had just learned to break. Saskia stood on the chapel steps, watching Costin's dark coat disappear between the torches. She did not feel relief. She felt the cold settle deeper into her bones, and the weight of everything that could still go wrong pressing down on her chest. Pell climbed back up and stood beside her. "He is not going to let the vote happen," he said quietly. "What do you mean?" "He is going to force a confrontation before dawn, something that makes the vote irrelevant." Pell's jaw tightened. "That is what he does when he is cornered. He changes the rules." Saskia looked at the scattering crowd. The torches were guttering, the snow was falling harder, and somewhere in the dark, Costin Brill was already planning his next move. She turned to Pell. "Then we do not wait for dawn." He looked at her. "What are you suggesting?" Saskia pulled Anika's notebook from her pocket. "We take the evidence to the lighthouse. We lock the door, and we make him come to us." The words hung in the air, cold and sharp as the wind off the cliffs. Pell held her gaze. Then he nodded once, and they turned together into the storm. Chapter 39. The storm had not eased by the time they reached the lighthouse. Snow drove sideways off the cliffs, salt spray freezing against the stone before it could drip. Saskia's fingers were numb around Anika's notebook. Pell carried the ledger and Evo's report inside his coat, sealed against the wet. They climbed the spiral stairs together. At the top, the old light cast a slow arc through the blizzard, illuminating nothing but the falling white and the black water below. Saskia set the notebook on the keeper's table. Pell locked the door at the base of the tower and climbed back up to stand beside her. "No one gets in without breaking through," he said. "That will not stop him." "No." Pell looked at the notebook. "It will not." They did not light the lamp. They sat in the dark, listening to the storm hammer the glass, waiting for the shape of Costin's attack to reveal itself. It came faster than either of them expected. The first sound was not a crash or a shout. It was the scrape of metal on stone below. Then the groan of the tower door straining against its lock. Saskia felt it through the floor. Pell was already moving. "Stay here." "I am not staying anywhere." He did not argue. She followed him down the spiral stairs, the notebook pressed against her ribs, the ledger seal burning in her memory. At the base, the door shuddered, then stopped. Silence. Pell pressed his palm flat against the wood. Saskia stood behind him, breath held, every muscle locked. The door exploded inward. Costin did not shift. He came through the splintered frame human, shoulders braced, eyes flat and cold. Behind him the snow swirled into the tower, carrying the torchlight of the crowd that had followed. He had made sure they would see. Pell met him in the center of the ground floor. "You are early," Pell said. "I am done waiting." Costin swung. The fight was not long. It was not clean. It was two men who had grown up measuring each other in every contest that mattered. Hunger, cold, the right to inherit a dying coast. They knew each other's tells. They knew the angles of each other's strikes. But Costin fought to break. Pell fought to hold. That was the difference Saskia saw as they turned through the shattered doorway and onto the ice-slick ground below the lighthouse. Costin threw punches meant to shatter bone. Pell absorbed them, redirected them, let Costin's momentum carry him off balance again and again. The crowd ringed the yard, torches guttered in the snow. Saskia stood in the doorway, Anika's notebook in her hands, watching Pell take blow after blow and refused to match Costin's brutality. Costin shifted. The change ripped through him in a sound like wet wood splitting. His coat tore, his spine arched. The wolf that rose was gray and scarred, with eyes that held no light. He lunged. Pell did not shift. He planted his feet on the ice and let Costin come. At the last moment he dropped his weight, caught the wolf's neck as it passed, and drove Costin's head into the frozen ground. The wolf twisted. Claws raked Pell's arm. Blood sprayed black across the torchlit snow. Pell did not let go. He held Costin's neck against the ice, one knee planted in the wolf's ribs, breathing hard. The wolf thrashed. Pell held. The crowd went silent. Saskia saw what Pell was doing. He was not killing Costin. He was holding him down and making every person in that yard watch him do it. A growl built in Costin's throat. His hind legs scrambled for purchase. The ice cracked beneath his claws. Pell did not tighten his grip. He waited. When Costin stopped struggling, Pell leaned down and spoke into the wolf's ear. His voice was quiet. The crowd still heard every word. You want to be the one who leads, but you have never understood what it costs. He released Costin's neck. The wolf stayed down. Pell stood, blood dripping from his arm, and turned to the crowd. The vote is at dawn. The evidence is in the tower. Anyone who wants to see it is welcome. He looked at Saskia. She was not watching him anymore. She was looking at the ledger, at the seal she had noticed when Pell dropped it on the keeper's table. A mark in the corner of every page, so small she had almost missed it. A company stamp. Biospet M-17. But under it another seal, faded and stamped over, as if someone had tried to bury it beneath the official mark. A sigil. A clan sigil that did not belong to Driftmoor. Saskia looked up. The crowd was dispersing. Costin was rising, human again, coatless, bleeding from his temple. He did not look at Pell. He looked at the tower door, at the space where Saskia stood with the ledger in her hands, and his expression shifted. Not defeat, recognition. He knew what she had found. Pell reached her as the last torches guttered. What is it? Saskia held up the ledger. There is the second seal under the biospec mark, a clan sigil, but it is not Driftmoor's. Pell took the ledger. His face went still. No, he said. It is not. The wind carried the sound of the sea, black and hungry below the cliffs. Saskia looked past Pell, past the empty yard, into the dark where Costin had vanished. The conspiracy did not end at Driftmoor. It reached beyond the ice. And somewhere in that dark, the Watcher in the snow was still there. Chapter 40. Dawn came gray, not golden. The wind had not dropped. It only seemed softer because the crowd had stopped roaring. The yard below the lighthouse lay churned to mud and slush, stamped flat by boots and paws and the drag of a body across the ice. Costin was gone, not fled, escorted. 2 of the older clanmen had walked him back to the council room, while the rest of the crowd stood watching Pell wipe blood from his forearm with a strip torn from his own shirt. Saskia had not moved from the tower doorway. Her hands still held the ledger. Her knuckles had gone white around the spine. Pell walked toward her. Each step left a red print on the trampled snow. You are bleeding through. I know. He stopped in front of her. His face was calm in the way water went calm before it froze. Did you mean it? Saskia asked. About anyone being welcome to see the evidence? I meant it. Then we need to lay it out before they lose their nerve. She turned and walked back into the tower. The wind slammed the door behind her. The ground floor of the lighthouse was cold and smelled of salt and splintered wood. The table where Pell had dropped the ledger was still there, still clear. Saskia set down Anika's notebook, Ivo's report, Oscar's log, the reef samples, the seal-stamped pages, one by one, like laying out the dead. Pell followed her in and bolted the door behind him, not to keep the clan out, to keep the cold from scattering the papers. I will stay with the table, he said. You need rest. I need to be here when they see it. Then you need to sit down before you fall down. He pulled out the chair. The legs scraped against the stone. Saskia sat. The first clan members arrived before the light had fully risen. They came in pairs, older men and women who had stood at the back of the crowd the night before, who had watched Costin dragged away and Pell holding his ground. They did not speak. They walked to the table, looked at the pages, and walked out again. Some touched the ledger with the tips of their fingers. One woman, gray-haired, with hands scarred from years of network, picked up Ivo's medical report and read it twice. Then she set it down, looked at Saskia, and nodded once. She did not say a word. The next group pushed the broken door wider. 3 men. One of them was the council member who had stood next to Costin at the assembly. Saskia's throat tightened. The men walked the length of the table without stopping. They looked at the water samples. They looked at Anika's handwriting. They looked at the second seal under the biospec mark, the clan sigil that did not belong to Driftmoor. They looked at each other. Then the council member turned to Pell. "The seal," he said. "You are certain it is not ours?" "Certain." "Then where does it come from?" Pell did not answer. The man waited. When no answer came, he looked at the table again, then at Saskia, and his face told her everything the words could not. He did not trust her. He did not believe Costin was blameless, but he could not look at the evidence and call it nothing. He left without speaking. The dawn vote never happened, not formally, not with a show of hands. Maeve arrived as the light stretched across the yard, leaning on her cane, her face carved from the same stone as the cliffs. She stood inside the tower door, surveyed the table, and listened to the quiet murmurs of the people who had already seen the proof. Then she spoke. "The council will not vote today." Saskia looked up. "Why not?" "Because there is nothing to vote on." Maeve's voice was flat. "Costin is confined. The evidence is public. The question was whether you are a spy, and the answer is plain enough. That is not an acquittal. It is a suspension of judgment. It is what we do here when the truth is still being gathered." Saskia stood. "The truth is on this table. Part of it." Maeve's eyes met hers without flinching. "You have proved Anika did not drown. You have proved Costin ran a conspiracy that covered murders. You have not proved where the money went, who paid it, or what happens when the seal on those pages is followed to its source." She pointed at the ledger. "That is unfinished, and unfinished truth cannot be voted on." Saskia wanted to argue. She felt the words rise like bile, but Pell's hand touched her elbow, light, grounding. "She is right," he said. "The conspiracy does not end at Driftmoor. We cannot vote it closed here." Saskia pressed her lips together. The air in the tower felt thill. "Where is Wrenna?" The question came from behind her. Nika stood in the doorway, snow melting in her dark hair. Her face was unreadable. "Wrenna was in the vestry last I saw," Maeve said. "Under guard. She is not there now." The silence that followed was worse than anything Costin had said. Saskia moved before the thought finished forming. She pushed past Nika, past the broken door, and ran across the yard toward the chapel. Her boots slipped on the frozen ground. The wind caught her hair and tore it loose from the braid. The chapel door stood open. The vestry was empty. A single lamp still burrowed on the desk where Father Ilian had been sorting papers. The chair Wrenna had sat in was pushed back. The blanket she had been given was folded on the seat. Saskia stood in the center of the room, breathing hard. She looked at the floor. A trail of wet footprints led from the vestry door to the rear of the chapel, where a small service door opened onto the cliff path. The footprints did not hesitate. They walked straight into the storm. Saskia followed them to the edge of the path and stopped. The wind erased everything beyond 30 feet. The footprints dissolved into white. She stood there, alone, with the sea roaring below and the snow stinging her face, and she understood. Wrenna was gone. Not dead, not caught. Gone, the same way the mainland man who came with Anika had vanished. Disappeared into the white between Driftmoor and whatever lay beyond it. She had chosen to run, or she had been taken. Saskia could not tell which was worse. She turned back toward the lighthouse. The tower rose against the gray sky, familiar now, almost a landmark in her bones. Pell stood at the base of the path, waiting. "She is gone," Saskia said. He did not ask who, he just nodded. "She knew where the second seal came from, Pell. Wrenna knew. She copied every page I wrote. She saw the ledgers before I did. She could have named the other clan, the buyers, the whole network." "I know." "And she walked out of here before I could make her speak." Pell reached for her hand. Saskia let him take it. She was shaking. "We will find her," he said. "No." Saskia looked past him, past the tower, past the white horizon. "She will find us. She knows where we are headed." The wind shifted. Something moved in the dark between the chapel and the fuel sheds. Saskia saw it. A shape, low, still, half buried in the drifts. Not the Watcher. Something else. Something that had not been there before the fight. She let go of Pell's hand and walked toward it. The snow crunched beneath her boots. The shape resolved as she drew closer. A body, face down in the drift, one arm stretched forward as if reaching for something. The coat was heavy canvas, dark with moisture, the kind worn by mainland travelers, not clan hunters. Saskia knelt. She turned the body over. The face was gray. The eyes were open, frozen. A courier's satchel was strapped across the chest, the flap sealed with wax. A seal, a clan sigil. The same sigil stamped beneath the biospec mark. Saskia's breath caught. Behind her, Pell spoke. "Saskia?" She did not answer. She was already reaching for the satchel. Chapter 41. Her fingers touched the wax before she thought about what she was doing. Cold, brittle. The seal cracked under her thumb like thin ice. Pell knelt beside her, his breath clouded in the dark. "Saskia, do not break the seal here. If that is evidence, it is already broken." She lifted the flap. Someone opened it before they sealed it again. The satchel gaped. Inside was a single packet wrapped in oilcloth, tied with twine that had been cut and retied. She lifted it out. The cloth was dry despite the snow. Whoever had repacked it had been careful. She unfolded the oilcloth on her knees. A shipping token. Brass, the size of her palm, stamped with the same mark she had seen on the ledger pages. The alien clan sigil beneath the biospec M-17 stamp. But here it was, pressed into metal, clean and sharp, no longer hidden behind a company logo. She turned it over. A tracking number. A date. 3 weeks ago. And a name she did not recognize. T-Von. Hold for transfer. North Channel Buoy 7. She looked up at Pell. 3 weeks ago. That is after Anika died. He studied the token, his jaw tight. "It is a payment marker," he said. "Shipping clans use them for anonymous handoffs. The brass goes to the buyer. The goods follow when the token clears." "How do you know that?" "Because I have seen them before." He met her eyes. On the bodies, Costin staged. Small ones, bent, hidden in linings. Evo found one in Lena Mercer's coat seam and did not report it. Saskia's stomach turned. So this courier was carrying the payment chain. Or carrying the orders. She looked back at the body. The face was young, younger than she had expected, maybe 25. Frost rimed his eyelashes. His hands were bare, no gloves, the fingers curled inward like claws. She reached for his collar. The coat was canvas, mainland make, but the lining was patched with oilskin and rough wool. Not a professional courier, someone hired cheap, someone who could disappear without questions. She found it in the inner breast pocket, a slip of paper, folded small, sealed with wax the color of dried blood. No sigil this time, just initials. CB. She held it up. Pell went still. "Do not open it here," he said. "Why?" "Because if it came from Costin and the courier was carrying it to someone beyond the ice, the seal will hold his scent. If we break it in the open, the wind takes it." She looked at the paper in her hand. The wax was cold. The initials pressed clean. CB Costin Brill had written to someone on the mainland. Someone who sent a courier into a blizzard to collect the message. And someone had killed the courier before he could deliver it. She stood. The wind hit her face like a blade. Behind her, footsteps in the snow. Maeve. The old woman moved slowly, her cane punching holes in the drift. She stopped when she saw the body. "Who is that?" "Someone from the mainland," Saskia said. "Dead, with Costin's initials in his pocket." Maeve's face did not change, but her hand tightened on the cane. "You found him here?" "In the snow between the chapel and the fuel sheds." Maeve looked at the body for a long moment. Then she looked at the token in Saskia's hand. "That seal." "Yes," Saskia held it up. "You told me the truth was incomplete, that the conspiracy did not end at Driftmoor. This is the other end of it." Maeve said nothing. Pell stood. His voice was low. "You knew what the second seal meant when Saskia found it on the ledger." "I suspected, and you did not tell us." Maeve turned her head slowly. Her eyes were the color of the sea in winter. "I told you the vote could not happen because the truth was unfinished. That was as close to a warning as I could give without starting a war before dawn." Saskia stepped closer. "Who killed him?" "I do not know. But you know who sent him." Maeve was silent. The wind howled across the yard. "I know what the seal means," Maeve said, "and I know the name of the clan that uses it. But I do not know who ordered the courier killed, or why he was left here for you to find." Left for me. You found him by walking past the fuel sheds. The body was not hidden. Anyone on that path would have seen him. Maeve's voice dropped. Someone wanted you to have that token. Saskia looked down at the brass in her palm. The tracking number, the date, the name. T. Van, hold for transfer. Is T. Van still alive? I do not know. Who is he? The buyer's agent, Maeve said. Or the one who carries the token to the next hand. The names change. The pattern does not. Saskia closed her fingers around the token. It was cold, heavy, real. She looked at the body again. The courier had come through a blizzard to collect Costin's message. Someone had intercepted him, killed him, left him in the snow with the satchel intact and the token visible. And now she held it. The conspiracy did not end at Driftmoor. It started somewhere else. She looked at Pell. We are not safe here. No. And we cannot leave until we know who is on the other end of this token. Pell met her eyes. Then we find out. Maeve shifted her weight on the cane. If you follow that token, you will leave Driftmoor behind. You will be outside the clan's protection. Outside mine. I know. You will be alone. Saskia looked at Pell. No, she said. We will not be alone. Maeve watched them for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back toward the chapel without another word. The snow swallowed her shape. Saskia stood in the dark, the token in her hand, the body at her feet, and the wind tearing the last warmth from her skin. Behind her, the lighthouse light cut through the storm. A beam, a rhythm, a signal. She wondered what it was calling toward them. Pell touched her arm. We need to move the body before the snow covers him completely. Where? The fuel sheds. They are cold enough to hold him until Ivo can examine him. Saskia nodded. They worked in silence. Pell lifted the courier by the shoulders. Saskia took the legs. The body was stiff, heavy with the cold that had locked the joints. They carried it across the yard. The fuel shed door was unlocked. Inside, the air smelled of oil and rust and old salt. They laid the body on a tarp Pell found folded on a shelf. Saskia stood over it. The face was peaceful, almost sleeping. She had seen dead faces before. Reef survey accidents, diving incidents. The stillness was always the same. But this one was different. This one had been killed because of what he carried, because of what she now held. She pulled the satchel strap from his chest. The canvas was wet, dark, heavy with melting snow. She set it on the workbench beside the token. Pell. He came to stand beside her. She opened the satchel again. Her fingers found the lining, rough stitching, a pocket sewn into the seam. She pulled out a second slip of paper. It was dry, unsealed, unfolded, written in a hand she did not recognize. The Roelofs woman is still alive. They are not silencing her. Send instructions before the vote. Saskia read it twice. The writing was neat, precise, a hand accustomed to forming letters that did not invite questions. She looked at Pell. Someone told the mainland to expect silence. He took the paper, read it, handed it back, and when they did not get it, they sent someone to collect a message from Costin, or to kill the messenger before he could deliver it. Pell's jaw tightened. Either way, the mainland knows you are alive. They know you have the proof, and they know I am not leaving quietly. Saskia folded the paper. She tucked it into her coat beside the token. Then she looked out the shed door toward the lighthouse. The light turned and turned against the dark. She could not see the watcher anymore, but she felt it, waiting, watching, and now she knew it was not alone. Chapter 42. The fuel shed air was cold enough to preserve breath in small white clouds. Saskia stood over the courier's body, the satchel strap still warm from where it had pressed against her coat. Leave him, Pell said. Ivo will be here before the council wakes. He deserves to be examined properly. And then? Then we decide what to do with what he carried. Saskia looked at the token in her palm. The brass was still cold, the tracking number still sharp, the name still foreign. T. Van. She tucked it into her inner pocket. The second note followed, the one about silencing her, folded tight against the metal. "Let's go back to the lighthouse." They crossed the yard in silence. The storm had eased to a steady fall, the wind no longer sharp enough to cut through wool, but the cold settled deeper now. Saskia's fingers were numb, her ears ached. The light turned above them, a slow sweep through the dark. The lighthouse door was still cracked from where Costin had forced it. Pell pushed it open and stood aside to let her enter first. Inside, the heat from the stove hit her like a wall. She stood in the center of the room and let it soak into her skin. Pell bolted the door behind them. "Tell me what Maeve said." "She knows the second clan. She will not name it." "Because it would start a war." "Because she is still choosing survival over truth." Pell moved to the stove. He opened the grate, added wood, stirred the embers until flames caught. "She has been doing that for 40 years, he said. "She will not stop now." "Then we find the name ourselves." "Through the token?" "Through the chain. The buyer's agent, the mainland contact. Someone in that chain knows the other clan." Pell straightened. The firelight caught his face, the shadows beneath his eyes, the dried blood on his knuckle. "And if the chain leads back here, then we already know where it ends." She sat on the edge of the cot. The token was cold through the fabric. She pulled it out again and turned it in her fingers. "North Channel Buoy 7. "Is that the only channel out?" "One of 3. It is the deepest, the one the freighters use when the harbor is open." "When does it open?" "Spring. Melt. Another 6 weeks if the weather holds." 6 weeks is too long. Then we find another way." Saskia looked up. The light beam swept past the window. The glass rattled in the frame. 6 weeks. She thought of the note, the mainland expecting silence, the vote suspended, Costin under guard in a room with walls that had held him before. None of it was over. It had barely started. She stood. The courier was killed tonight. The message was meant for Costin. The token was meant for me. Or for whoever found him. Same thing. Pell watched her. "What do you want to do?" "I want to know how the courier got here. What route? Who let him through? If there is a way in and out of Driftmoor that does not involve the harbor, we need to find it." "There is." Saskia turned. "What?" "The old Smuggler's Cut, south of the Tidal pens. It comes out at a watching station on the mainland side. No one uses it anymore. Except someone is using it now." Pell nodded. "That is what I'm thinking." A knock at the door. Saskia's breath caught. Pell crossed the room in 3 strides. He did not open the door. He pressed his palm to the wood and waited. "It is Nika." Pell unbolted the door. Nika stood in the dark, her coat layered in snow, her face red from the cold. "Maeve wants you at the chapel." "Now?" "She called the elders. The council is meeting before dawn whether the roads are clear or not." Saskia moved toward the door. "The vote." "Not the vote." Nika's jaw tightened. "The courier." Someone recognized the coat. "He is a mainland courier named Larkin. He has been running the northern route for 3 years. 3 years. That meant he had been coming to Driftmoor before Anika died." "Who hired him?" "Biospec M-17. The name landed like a stone." Saskia looked at Pell. "Then they know he is dead." "They do," Nika said. "And if they sent him to collect Costin's message, they will send someone else when he does not return." Saskia stepped past her into the snow. The chapel windows glowed through the storm. Figures moved behind the glass. She walked fast. Pell caught up and matched her stride. Nika fell in behind them. The chapel door was unlocked. Inside, the air smelled of candle wax and old incense and the damp wool of a dozen bodies. The elders stood in a loose half-circle around the altar. Maeve sat in the front pew, her hands folded over the cane. Father Elian stood beside her, his face pale. Saskia stopped at the back. "You found a dead courier tonight," Maeve said. "His name was Larkin. He carried messages for Biospec M-17. He has been on the northern route for 3 years." "How do you know?" "Because I recognized the coat, and because I paid him once to carry a letter off island for Oscar Venn." The room went still. Saskia stared at her. You knew him? I knew of him. Oscar trusted him. That is why he is dead. Maeve's voice was flat, controlled. The last time Oscar tried to send evidence off island, Larkin carried it. Costin found out. Oscar died 3 days later. Saskia's hands were cold. Did Larkin betray him? No. Larkin delivered the letter, but the recipient was already compromised. Who? Maeve did not answer. She reached into the folds of her coat and pulled out a folded map. The paper was yellowed, creased on the same lines, sealed with the same wax. She held it out. Saskia took it. The map showed the northern coast, Driftmoor, the channel, the mainland watching station, and marks in red ink, small crosses, pencil notations, dates. At the bottom, in a hand Saskia did not recognize, someone had written, Pell Hargrove, Cottage below the light, secure, day of vote. And beneath it, underlined twice, Saskia Roelofs. Same location. Do not move until instructed. Saskia looked up. The elders watched her. Nika stood frozen in the doorway. Pell said nothing. The map trembled in Saskia's hands. Maeve's voice came low. Larkin was not carrying a message to Costin. He was carrying orders from someone on the mainland. And those orders included your name. Saskia looked down at the map again. Pell's cottage. Her name. Do not move until instructed. She looked at Maeve. How long have you known this map existed? Since Oscar died. I found it in his chest when I retrieved his records. And you did not tell me. No. Why? Maeve's eyes met hers. Because I did not know if you were part of the chain or the target, and I needed to see which one you were before I handed you a weapon you did not know how to use. Saskia folded the map. Her hands were steady. She looked at the date on the map. It was 3 days after Anika died, which meant the person who wrote those instructions already knew she would come, before she had told anyone, before she had even booked the ferry. The chain, she said. Who is at the other end? Maeve did not answer. Saskia turned to the elders. Who wrote this? Silence. Saskia looked at Pell. He was staring at the map. His face was unreadable, but his hands were shaking. Maeve. The old woman's voice was barely a whisper. I do not know the name, but I know the hand. She looked up. It is the same hand that wrote the letters my husband received before he died. Saskia's blood turned cold. The same hand that wrote to your father. The room was silent. The candle flame wavered. Saskia held the map and stared at the writing. Saskia Roelofs. Same location. Do not move until instructed. Someone had known. Someone had been watching her before she arrived. And that someone was still here. Still writing. Still waiting. The light turned through the chapel window. The storm pressed against the glass, and the hand that had marked her name was still reaching through the dark. Chapter 43. The map did not leave Saskia's hands. She held it through Maeve's silence, through the elders' muttered consultations, through the thin gray light that began to seep through the chapel windows. The ink had not faded. Saskia Roelofs, same location. Do not move until instructed. The handwriting was steady, confident, the hand of someone who expected to be obeyed. Pell stood at her shoulder. He had not spoken since Maeve produced the map. His breathing was controlled, deliberate, the same way he breathed before a fight. Nika broke first. You have known about this since Oscar died, and you said nothing. Maeve's jaw tightened. I said nothing because I did not know whether the map was a warning or a command. I said nothing because if the wrong person knew I had it, I would not have lived long enough to show anyone. Then why show it now? Saskia's voice came out flat. Because the courier is dead and you ran out of time to decide? Because I saw your face when you looked at the seal on that satchel. You are not stopping. And if you are going to follow this to the end, you need to know how far back it reaches. Saskia looked down at the map again. The date. 3 days after Anika died. Do not move until instructed. Who gave you this? Oscar left it in his chest with a note saying to keep it hidden until someone came looking for the truth. I thought he meant Anika. When she died, I thought it was over. Then you arrived. Maeve's voice dropped. And I wondered if you were the one they were waiting for. or the one they were waiting to catch. The chapel door opened. A man Saskia did not recognize stepped inside, snow crusting his shoulders. He looked past her to Maeve. Word is spreading. The yard is filling. They are saying Pell let Costin walk because he is too weak to lead. Pell turned. Who started it? Does it matter? The man's voice was tired. They are saying it, and they are armed. Maeve rose, the cane taking her weight. The council has not voted. Pell's claim is not open for review. Try telling them that. Saskia folded the map and slipped it into her coat. The paper pressed against her ribs like a second skin. She followed Pell out. The yard was not a mob, not yet, but the air had changed. Men and women stood in clusters, arms crossed, faces hard. They watched Pell step out of the chapel, and the muttering did not stop. A woman stepped forward. Gray hair, broad shoulders, a face that had weathered too many winters to be impressed by a name. You had him on the ice, Pell. You had him pinned, and you let him get up. He yielded. She spat the word. Costin does not yield. He waits, and now he is in a locked room with a door that will open at dawn. Sparing his life cost him his standing. The clan saw you refuse to finish it. Her voice cut. That is not strength. That is hesitation. And hesitation gets people killed. Pell's jaw tightened. Killing him in front of the clan would have made me no different from him. It would have made you alive. The woman held his gaze. No one moved. Maeve's voice came from the chapel steps. There will be no formal review of Pell's claim. The council suspended the vote until the conspiracy is fully traced. That suspension holds. Traced by who? The woman turned. By the outsider who has been here 6 weeks? By the heir who cannot bring himself to shed blood? Saskia felt the weight of the map against her chest. She stepped forward. The heir who refused to kill a man in front of witnesses is not the one you should be afraid of. The one you should be afraid of is the man who sends couriers to the mainland with orders to silence anyone who asks questions. The woman's eyes flicked to her. And you would know about that? I found the body. Silence. Then a boy's voice, high and sharp, cutting through from the edge of the yard. Where is Costin's door? Everyone turned. The boy was pale, breathless. He had run from the council room. Someone wedged the lock. The door was open. He is gone. The muttering stopped. Maeve's cane struck the frozen ground once. When? I do not know. The guard is still there. He did not hear anything, but the room is empty. Pell moved before anyone else. He crossed the yard in long strides, and Saskia followed, the map burning against her ribs. Behind them, the yard dissolved into shouts and running feet. The council room door stood open. The lock was not broken, not forced. Someone had slid a shim between the bolt and the strike plate, thin enough to leave no mark, practiced enough to leave no sound. The room was empty. The window was closed. The cot was undisturbed. A single chair sat upright at the table, as if Costin had stood and walked out calmly, expecting to be followed. Pell stood in the doorway. His hands were still shaking. Saskia looked at the empty chair, at the undisturbed cot, at the lock that had not been forced. She thought of the map in her coat, the handwriting that matched letters Maeve's husband received before he died. The courier left in the snow where she would find him. Do not move until instructed. But Costin had moved, and someone had let him. Chapter 44. The council room door hung open, the cold air inside already stale. Saskia stepped past Pell into the empty space and stood where Costin had been sitting hours ago. The cot was smooth. The chair stood straight at the table. A single cup sat dry on the wood, overturned, placed with care. He had not been dragged. He had not been surprised. He had stood, righted the chair, tipped at the cup, and walked out. Pell moved past her to the window. He ran a finger along the frame, then crouched to examine the lock. Brass shim, thin enough to slide between the bolt and the plate. No marks on the wood. Who carries a shim? Someone who expected to need one. Saskia dropped to her heels beside him. The lock plate showed nothing. No scratches, no fresh gouges. Whoever had wedged it open had done this before. She straightened and crossed to the window. The glass was filmed with frost on the inside, clear on the outside. He did not leave through here. No, the door was guarded. Yes, Then the guard let him out, or the guard was replaced. Pell's jaw tightened. He turned and walked out into the narrow corridor where the guard stood, pale-faced, still holding the lantern he had carried when he raised the alarm. "You were at the door the whole time?" "Shifts, 2-hour rotations. I came on at the last bell." "Before that?" "Thomas held the post. He was still here when I arrived." "And Thomas is where now?" The guard looked toward the yard. "I do not know. I did not see him leave." The clan had already begun spreading across the grounds. Someone had lit torches along the path to the fuel sheds. Voices carried through the frozen air, sharp and overlapping. Saskia walked past Pell to the outer door and stepped into the yard. The wind had died, but the cold had settled into something deeper, a stillness that pressed against the skin. She stopped at the threshold and looked down. The snow between the council room door and the path was churned, kicked over by boots and running feet. But there, leading away from the door at an angle, a line of prints that did not match the chaos. She followed them with her eyes. They did not head toward the yard. They cut across the open ground behind the council room, past the fuel sheds, past the old storage annex, and disappeared into the dark below the lighthouse path. "Pell." He was at her side in 2 strides. She pointed. He looked at the tracks, then at the direction they were headed. His face changed. "Those have been walking since before the alarm sounded." "How do you know?" "Because the snow has started to fill them. The ones around the door are fresh. Those are older." Saskia stepped off the threshold and followed the prints. The snow was not deep here. The wind had swept the open ground nearly clean, leaving only the low places where the prints had settled and held. They were boot prints, male, deliberate, no sign of hurry. One set walking away from the council room, no second set following. She reached the fuel sheds and stopped. The prints did not continue past them. They stopped at the shed door. The door was closed. The latch was down. But a thin line of dark wet ran from beneath the door and had frozen black against the white snow. Pell reached past her and lifted the latch. The door swung open. The smell hit first. Copper and salt and something metallic that stuck at the back of the throat. The lantern light caught the floor. A chain lay in the center of the shed, coiled as if dropped, the links dark with blood that had not yet dried. Beside it, a glove. Torn across the palm, the fabric stiff with frozen wet. The leather was dark, oiled, the kind worn by men who worked the Tidal pens. Pell crouched and touched the chain without lifting it. "This is not Costin's. Whose is it?" "I do not know, but this chain was fastened to something living." He turned it over. The blood had pooled in the gap between 2 links, still tacky. "Recently." Saskia looked past the chain to the back wall of the shed. The dirt floor showed drag marks, deep channels where something heavy had been pulled across the ground. The marks led to the rear door. She crossed to it and pushed. The door opened onto the frozen harbor road. The road was a straight, dark line cutting through the white, running from the edge of the fuel sheds all the way to the ice-locked harbor mouth. The drag marks continued onto it, and beside them, a second set of prints. Wolf prints. Deep, heavy, moving at a run. Saskia stood in the doorway and watched the tracks disappear into the dark. Pell came up behind her. She felt him go still when he saw what she was looking at. "That is not Costin's wolf," he said. "How do you know?" "Because Costin left the shed on 2 feet. The chain was someone else. The wolf joined him after." She looked at the glove lying in the shed, the chain, the drag marks, the wolf prints that had met a man who had walked calmly out of a locked room. "Someone took Costin out," she said, "and someone else took someone in." Pell said nothing. The wind shifted, carrying a sound from the direction of the harbor road, thin, distant. A voice, not human. The wolf was still out there. Chapter 45. Pell did not move from the shed door. His eyes stayed on the tracks, following the line of wolf prints into the dark. "We need Ivo." Saskia nodded once and turned. The walk to the clinic took 5 minutes. The cold had settled deeper now, the kind of cold that hurt to breathe, and the torchlight along the path threw shadows that moved wrong in the wind. She did not look back. She could feel Pell behind her, a steady pressure at the edge of her awareness. and she knew he was watching the dark for movement. Ivo answered on the second knock. He was still dressed, coat on, bag at his feet, as if he had been waiting for someone to come. "I was hoping it would be you," he said. "What did you find?" "A chain. Blood. Drag marks in the fuel shed." He grabbed his bag and followed without another question. The shed smelled worse with Ivo's lantern. The chain lay where Pell had touched it, the blood darkening as it cooled. Ivo crouched without ceremony, setting his bag open beside him, and pulled on a pair of thin rubber gloves. "Light closer." Saskia held the lantern while Ivo worked. He touched the chain at the link where the blood had pooled, lifted it, turned it in his fingers. He did not speak for a long moment. Then he set it down and leaned closer to the floor, studying the drag marks. "The blood is not Kosten's," he said. "Type does not match. I checked his file after the assembly." "How do you know his blood type?" Saskia asked. "I keep records. Kosten was treated for a broken rib 3 years ago. I drew his blood myself." Ivo pointed at the chain. Whoever left this was younger, thinner blood, and they were drugged. He held up the link he had touched. His glove came away glistening. "The blood is still fluid, not clotting properly. That means a sedative, something that thins the blood and slows the heart, enough to make a wolf manageable without killing them." Pell stepped closer. "Recognize it?" Ivo did not answer immediately. He lifted the glove to his nose, closed his eyes, then pulled it away and stared at the discolored patches on the latex. "I do not know the drug," he said slowly, "but I know the residue." "Where?" "Mainland marine holding facilities, the ones that keep large mammals for research. They use a compound blend, slows metabolic rate, reduces aggression, keeps the animal still for transport." He looked up at Saskia. "I saw it once, years ago. Oscar Venn brought back a sample from a facility he visited on the mainland. Said they used it on the seals they were studying." Saskia's chest tightened. "Marine research facilities. The same kind Anika worked with. The same kind your father corresponded with." Ivo stripped off the gloves and dropped them into a sealed pouch from his bag. "Someone with access to mainland research sedatives took a wolf out of that shed. Not a clan wolf. A wolf from outside." The air in the shed went still. Pell was the first to speak. "The wolf that met Kosten on the road." "Whoever brought it," Ivo said. "They knew how to handle a wolf, how much to dose, how long it would last. They planned this." Saskia looked at the chain, the drag marks, the torn glove. "Wrenna," she said. Pell turned. "You think she did this?" Wrenna knew where the second seal came from. She copied every page of the ledgers. She knew what Kosten was shipping and who was buying. Saskia's voice came out flat, controlled, the voice she used when she was fitting pieces together. If she needed to escape, she would need a bargaining chip. Kosten is the chip. "Then she did not take him for revenge," Pell said slowly. "She took him to trade." Ivo stood, brushing the dirt from his knees. "The drug residue confirms this was not clan work. Clan wolves do not sedate. They fight. They dominate. Drugs are a human solution." Saskia looked at the chain again, the wet links, the blood that would not clot. "Whoever took Kosten used a method Anika would have recognized," she said. "Marine sedatives, transfer protocols, holding facility handling." Pell met her eyes. Anika had a contact on the mainland. Someone she wrote to. Someone who never answered. The shed door creaked. Nika appeared in the gap, breath white in the cold, her face tight. "Thomas is back." Saskia stepped past Ivo. Where was he? Tied to the mooring post behind the old smokehouse, gagged, frostbite on his fingers, but alive. Nika's voice dropped. "He said the person who took him was small, a woman's hands. He did not see her face, but he heard her speak." "What did she say?" Nika looked at Pell, then at Saskia. She said, "Tell Saskia the coordinates are real. Follow them or I do." The cold that ran through Saskia was not from the wind. She had not told anyone about the note in the map, the coastal coordinate. The words, "Not all of them are wolves." But Wrenna had known. Wrenna had always known. Saskia pulled the map from her coat, unfolded it, and looked at the steady handwriting. The coordinate was still there. Not all of them are wolves. She looked up at the dark beyond the shed door. The wolf on the road was not the only one waiting. Chapter 46. The sky over the burned cottage was the color of old bruises. Saskia stood at the edge of the collapsed porch, her boots crunching through frost that had settled over the ash. The walls had fallen inward, the roof gone, the windows empty sockets facing the sea. What remained of Wrenna's life lay buried under charred timber and the wet smell of extinguished fire. Pell stayed at the road. He had not argued when she said she needed to come. He had simply nodded and followed at a distance, giving her the space to look without hovering. She stepped over the threshold. The floorboards had buckled under the heat, warped into waves of blackened wood. A ceramic basin had cracked in half, its pieces scattered like eggshells. The bed frame was a skeleton of curled metal. Saskia moved through the ruin with methodical care, her gaze sweeping across every surface, every fragment. She did not know what she was looking for. She only knew Wrenna had left a message for Tomas. The coordinates, the words. Wrenna had known what the map said, and she had known how to deliver a warning that only Saskia would understand, which meant she had left something else. Saskia crouched near the cold hearth, the only structure still standing. The chimney rose intact, blackened but straight, and beside it a small shelving alcove had survived the fire. 3 clay pots sat on the stone, their surfaces cracked from the heat but unbroken. She reached for the smallest one. The lid had fused to the rim. She worked it loose with her fingers, chipping away the seal of soot and dried clay, and tipped the pot onto her palm. Nothing fell out. She frowned, tilted it further, and saw a folded corner of paper wedged inside the crack where the pot had split and been glued back together. A childhood repair. Wrenna had always been the one to fix things rather than throw them away. Saskia pulled the paper free. It was small, no larger than her palm, and folded into a shape she recognized before her mind caught up with her hands. A 4-cornered pocket, a message game they had played as girls, folding notes into tight shapes that could be passed in class or hidden in plain sight. Her fingers remembered the motion before she told them to. She unfolded it. The handwriting was Wrenna's, messier than the neat script in the ledger, smaller, pressed into the paper with a dull pencil. The words filled the center of the page in a single line. 63.42 degrees N, 22.15 degrees W. Not all of them are wolves. Saskia read it twice. The coordinate matched the one on the map, the same words, the same instruction. But this note had been hidden before Wrenna took Coston, hidden before the fire, hidden when Wrenna still believed she might not need to run. She turned the paper over. On the back, in the same Pramfetzel, a different line. I am sorry I was not braver. Saskia held the note until the edges of the paper trembled in her grip. The apology felt worse than the betrayal. He was small, human, the kind of sorry that came too late to matter and too honestly to hate. She folded the paper along the old creases and slipped it into her coat pocket. Pell appeared in the doorway, his shape filling the gap where the door had been. What did you find? A goodbye, she said. She walked past him into the pale morning light. The wind had picked up, carrying the salt sting of low tide exposed to air. Out on the flats, the kelp beds lay dark and flattened against the sand, their wet surfaces gleaming like oil. Nika was waiting at the road. She was looking past Saskia, past the cottage, past the cliffs. Saskia. The tone stopped Saskia cold. Low tide smoke, Nika said. From the abandoned fish sheds. Saskia turned to follow her gaze. Beyond the spit, where the shoreline curved into a broken line of weather-worn structures, a thin column of gray smoke rose straight into the still air. Not a fire, a signal. Someone was there, and they wanted to be seen. Chapter 47. The path to the fish sheds was soft underfoot, the frost gone to mud where the tide had breathed across the flats. Saskia walked fast, her boots sucking at the ground, Pell and Nika flanking her in silence. The smoke column thunned as they approached, curling gray against the white sky. No urgency in it. A signal meant to hold, not to summon. Someone had lit it and left it burning. The sheds stood 3 in a staggered line, their roofs caved in places, their walls weathered to the color of bone. Salt bleached the wood, and wind had scoured the paint away years ago. The nearest shed leaned hard to the left, its door hanging by a single hinge. Nika reached it first. She pushed the door open with 2 fingers, her body braced for resistance that did not come. The interior was darker than the sky outside. Saskia stepped past her and let her eyes adjust. A stove sat in the corner, black iron, low and pot-bellied. The ash pan was warm. She touched the metal with the back of her hand and felt heat still holding. "Someone was here within the hour," she said. Pell moved past her, scanning the space. A coil of rope hung on a rusted nail. A folded oilcloth lay on the workbench, and beside it a roll of medical gauze, half used, the torn end still frayed. Saskia picked up the gauze. The fibers were stiff, dried blood, not fresh, but recent enough that the fabric had not yet begun to rot. "Wrenna's?" she asked. Pell took it, held it to the light, and shook his head. "The blood is too old, a few days at least. Someone else was here before her." Nika had moved to the rear wall. She pressed against the boards and a section gave way. Not broken, but hinged, a false panel painted to match the grain. Beyond it, the air changed. Salt, diesel, wet canvas. She pulled the panel open. A skiff sat on a crude timber cradle, its hull dark green, its outboard tilted up and dry. Camouflage netting draped over the gunwales, weighted with strips of kelp and torn fabric to match the shoreline. The skiff had been hidden with care. Saskia stepped through the gap and ran her hand along the hull. The wood was damp. Condensation beaded on the seat slats, meaning it had been brought in from the water recently, not stored here dry. "Someone is planning to move," she said. Pell crouched beside the outboard, checking the fuel line. "Tank is full. Spark plugs are clean. This boat is ready to run." Nika was already searching the skiff, her hands moving with the efficiency of someone who knew boats the way other people knew rooms. She lifted the seat cushion, checked the storage compartment beneath, and pulled out a canvas packet folded flat. She tossed it to Saskia. The packet was sealed with wax, no stamp, no sigil. Saskia broke the seal with her thumb and unfolded the paper inside. The handwriting was Wrenna's, loose this time, less careful, as if she had written it in a hurry by failing light. "First clear tide, North Channel Buoy 7. Bring the ledger and the token. No clan escort, no wolves. If I see a tail, the deal dies, and so does what I carry." Saskia read it twice, then handed it to Pell. "She is not running from us," she said. "She is running to someone." Pell read the note, his jaw tightening. "Buoy 7, same as the brass token." "Tivan," Saskia said. "She is delivering Costin to the buyer." Nika let out a low breath. "She is trading him. She took Costin, and she is going to hand him over to whoever is at that buoy in exchange for something." "Or she already has what she needs," Saskia said, "and Costin is the payment." The words hung in the cold air. Saskia thought of the note in her pocket, the one that read, "I am sorry I was not braver." She had read it as an apology, a confession of regret for years of silence. But Wrenna had written that note before she took Costin, before the fire, before she ran. Which meant Wrenna had already decided to act before Saskia ever confronted her. She had been planning this escape longer than Saskia had been hunting her. Pell folded the note and put it in his pocket. "The tide turns in 3 hours. If the sky clears, she will move at dusk." "Then we move before her," Saskia said. Nika shook her head. "You do not know what is at that buoy. A boat full of mainland men with biospec money and no reason to keep you alive? This is not a negotiation. It is a drop. Then we get to her before she reaches it." "How?" Nika crossed her arms. "The skiff is faster than anything we have left, and she has a 3-hour head start." Saskia looked past her, through the gap in the false wall, out to the pale sky. The smoke column had dissolved into nothing. Whoever had lit the fire was gone. But the stove was still warm. She turned back to the skiff. The camouflage netting lay across the gunwales, heavy with salt and strips of torn fabric. She pulled it aside, looking for anything else, any detail she had missed. At the stern, tucked under the tiller handle, a second piece of paper was wedged into a crack in the wood. She pulled it free. The note was smaller, a single line written in the same loose hand. "The coordinates are real. I am not the only one who knows." Saskia stared at the words until her vision blurred. Not the only one who knew. Wrenna had said the same thing in the message to Tomas. Tell Saskia the coordinates are real. Follow them, or I do. But this note was different. This one was not a threat. It was a warning. She turned to Pell, the note in her hand. She is not the only one running, Saskia said. She knows where the map leads, and she is trying to tell me that someone else is heading there first. Pell took the note, reading it in a single sweep. His expression did not change, but his hand tightened on the paper. Then we have less time than I thought. Nika was already at the false panel, pressing it closed. If Wrenna is meeting a buyer at buoy 7 and the coordinates lead somewhere else, then she is running a two-track game. One move for Costin, one move for herself. Or she is being pulled in two directions, Saskia said, and she is trying to control which one wins. Pell looked at her. The question in his eyes was the same one forming in her chest. Which direction would they follow? The skiff, the buoy, the buyer waiting on the tide, or the coordinates Wrenna had written twice, once in apology and once in warning. Saskia looked down at the note in her hand. The ink was smudged at the edges where damp had crept into the paper. The coordinates are real. I am not the only one who knows. She folded the note and slid it into her pocket beside the first one. Pell, she said quietly. He stepped closer. Find out who T-Van is. Find out what is at buoy 7. I need to know who Wrenna is selling Costin to. And the coordinates? She looked up at him, and she let him see the answer in her face before she spoke it. I am going to follow them. Chapter 48. The lighthouse keeper's room had never felt smaller. Saskia stood with her back to the stove, the heat pressing against her coat while the cold seeped through the window glass behind Pell. May had not sat down. She stood at the table with both hands braced against the edge, her cane hooked over her forearm, her wet stone eyes moving between them like she was measuring something they could not see. Nika had stayed at the fish sheds to stash the skiff deeper. Ivo was with Tomas at the clinic. That left the three of them, and the silence was already too loud. Maeve spoke first. Costin is gone. Wrenna is gone. The mainland knows we are compromised. The harbor opens in 6 weeks, and if we do not have a clear chain of command before then, the council will fracture, and the elders will start choosing sides. I know, Pell said. Then you also know what I am about to say. Maeve straightened, shifting her weight off the cane. I am naming you acting keeper in full. Not heir, not claimant, keeper. Effective now, until the council ratifies or overturns it under spring thaw. Saskia's breath caught. Pell did not flinch. I accept. Maeve nodded once, as if she had expected nothing less. Then you understand what it means. You are responsible for every decision from this moment forward, every death, every shortage, every choice about who stays and who leaves. The clan answers to you, and you answer for the clan. I understand. Then tell me what your first act will be. The pause stretched. Saskia watched Pell's hands rest flat on the table, his knuckles white against the wood grain. He looked at Maeve, then at Saskia, and she saw the decision settle in his face before he spoke it. I am sending the proof to mainland authorities, he said. Full evidence. Anika's notebook, Evo's report, the ledger, the brass token, the map. Everything we have that ties Biospec M-17 and the second clan to the murders. Maeve's jaw tightened. If I do that, the Hargrove name will be destroyed. The extraction records tie directly to our tidal pens, our harbor, our council. The mainland will not distinguish between Costin's faction and the rest of the clan. They will see Driftmoor as complicit. Then we show them the difference, Pell said. We send the evidence before they can build their own case. We name the dead, we name the cover-up. We tell them exactly what happened and who did it, before Costin's mainland contacts can spin their version. And if the council votes to remove you before the thaw, then they remove me, but the evidence still goes out. Maeve stared at him for a long moment. The fire crackled behind the stove grate. The wind pressed against the glass. You will burn everything my father built, she said quietly. Your father built a clan that survived by burying its dead in false reports, Pell said. I am trying to build one that survives by telling the truth. The words landed like a strike. Maeve did not answer. She stood motionless, her hands still braced against the table, her face unreadable. Then she reached for her cane, hooked it over her wrist, and walked to the door. "I will call the elders," she said. "You have until dawn to prepare your statement." She left without looking back. The door closed behind her, and the room went quiet except for the wind and the fire. Saskia did not move. She stood with her back to the stove, her arms crossed, her fingers pressed into her own sleeves hard enough to feel the bone beneath. She had watched Pell stand in front of his grandmother and offer to dismantle his own legacy, and she had not known what to say. Now the silence pressed in, and she still did not know. Pell turned to her. "I should have warned you," he said. "You did not owe me a warning. I am telling you because it changes where we stand. If I send that evidence, I am naming Driftmoor as complicit in 4 murders, falsified reports, and illegal mineral extraction. The Hargrove name will never recover. There will be no inheritance to claim, no position to hold." "I know. Then you also know what it means for you," he said. "If you leave with me, you leave as the woman who brought down a clan. The mainland authorities will have questions. The second clan will have targets. There will be no safe harbor in Driftmoor for you again." Saskia dropped her arms and stepped toward him. "I was never safe here," she said. "Not from the moment I arrived. The only difference is that now I know who I can trust." Pell's breath caught, barely, a fraction of a second, but she saw it. "You trust me," he said. Not a question. "Yes." He crossed the distance between them in 2 strides and took her face in his hands. His palms were warm against her cold cheeks, his thumbs brushing the edge of her jaw. He did not kiss her. He held her there, his forehead resting against hers, his breath uneven against her skin. "I will not let them bury her again," he said. "I know. I will not let them bury you. I know." She lifted her hands and covered his, her fingers threading through his. The stove warmth pressed against her back. The wind pushed at the glass. The world outside was still frozen and hostile, and inside it, Pell was the only thing that felt solid. "I am coming with you," she said. "Not because of the bond, not because of the clan, because I choose to." He pulled back just enough to look at her. "I know," he said. And then he kissed her. It was not gentle, it was not desperate, it was deliberate, a choice made with the same weight he had just used to offer up his name and his future. His mouth pressed against hers, firm and certain, and she let herself lean into it, let herself feel the heat of him against the cold that had been inside her for months. When he broke the kiss, he stayed close. "Then we move at first light," he said, "before the elders can vote, before Maeve changes her mind. We take the skiff, we follow the coordinates, and we find out what Wrenna was running toward. And buoy 7? I will send Nika with a message for the mainland authorities before dawn. If T-Van is waiting at that buoy, they will be waiting for someone who is not coming." Saskia nodded. She stepped back, reaching into her coat pocket, pulling out the duplicate note Wrenna had left in the clay pot. She unfolded it and read the words again, the same coordinates, the same warning. 63.42 degrees N, 22.15 degrees W. "Not all of them are wolves." She looked up at Pell. "There is something at those coordinates," she said. "Something Wrenna thought was worth more than Costin's life. Something she believed I would follow." "Then we follow it." Saskia folded the note and slid it back into her pocket. "We follow it together." Pell held her gaze for a beat longer, then turned to the window, looking out at the dark water beyond the ice. The lighthouse beams swept across the harbor in a slow, steady arc, cutting through the snow, carving a path through the white. The tide turned, and somewhere beyond the reach of the light, in the deep cold of North Channel, someone was waiting. Chapter 49. The cottage creaked around them as Saskia pulled the field chest from beneath the workbench, the leather handle cold and stiff in her grip. Pell was at the table, sorting papers into oilcloth wraps, his movements efficient and quiet. The chest had belonged to Anika. Saskia had not opened it since the night she found it in Wrenna's cottage. She had carried it here, set it in the corner, and let it sit while the days collapsed into one long emergency. Now the lid waited, latched but not locked, and the weight of what might be inside pressed against her ribs. She knelt and worked the brass clasps. The hinges resisted. The cold had tightened them, metal contracting against metal, and she had to push hard before the lid gave way with a low groan. Inside, the chest was ordinary. 3 notebooks stacked flat, a rolled canvas map sleeve, a leather pencil case with a broken zipper, a waterproof pouch containing Anika's secondary field kit, glass vials still sealed, sample bags labeled in her sister's even hand. Saskia lifted the notebooks and set them aside. She unrolled the canvas sleeve, found nothing but an old tide chart, the paper soft with age. She set the vials on the bench, one by one, counting them as if the numbers could slow the shake in her hands. The chest was nearly empty when she noticed the false bottom. It was subtle, a seam that sat a fraction too high against the side wall. The felt lining dimpled where it met the wood. She pressed her thumb into the center of the false floor and felt it give. Her breath stopped. She worked her nails along the edge, lifted the panel, and found a shallow cavity beneath. A metal slide case lay inside, flat and gray, the kind used for preserving biological specimens under transport conditions. Beside it, tied with a loop of waxed thread, was a key. Not a door key, smaller, etched with a serial number and 2 words, South Archive. Saskia picked up the slide case first. The seal was intact. She cracked it open on the bench, slid out the first tray, and felt the world tilt. 48 mounted tissue slides, each one labeled in Anika's precise hand. Reef core samples with dates stretching back 18 months, gill tissue from local fish populations, sediment scrapings from the tidal pens. She pulled the second tray, more slides, liver samples, kidney cross-sections, everything cataloged by date, location, and species. And every single one showed the same anomaly. The contamination was not uniform. It was concentrated in specific strata, as if the poison had been released in measured pulses rather than continuous runoff. The pattern did not match natural reef collapse. It matched deliberate dosing. Saskia set the case down and picked up the key. Metal was cold against her palm, the etching precise. South Archive was not a Driftmoor facility. It was a mainland repository, part of the same research consortium that had funded her own fieldwork. Anika should not have had a key to it. Not unless someone inside the institute had given it to her. Not unless Anika had an ally she never named. Pell looked up from the table. "What did you find?" Saskia held out the key. Her hand was steady, but only just. "This should not exist." He crossed the room and took it, turning it over in his fingers. His jaw tightened. "South Archive," he said. "That is mainland, yes." Anika did not have access to mainland archives. She was working outside the permit system. Everything she did was off books. Then someone inside the system gave her the key. Pal's thumb traced the serial number. Someone who wanted her to hide the evidence where Costin could not find it. Saskia looked down at the slide case, at the rows of tissue samples that proved everything Anika had tried to tell. Her sister had not only gathered the proof, she had preserved it, labeled it, and hidden it in a chest designed to survive fire and water. She had planned to come back for it. She had planned to live. "She did not tell me," Saskia said. "She did not tell anyone." She kept this hidden in the chest and trusted that whoever found it would know what to do. Pell set the key on the bench beside her. "She trusted you. I did not even know the chest had a false bottom." "You found it." "Because I was packing her things. Because we are running. Because I am leaving Driftmoor with her body in boxes." Her voice cracked on the last word, and she pressed her palm flat against the open lid, feeling the grain of the wood beneath her fingers. Anika's wood. Anika's chest. Pell did not touch her. He stood close enough that she could feel the warmth of him against her shoulder, but he did not reach for her. He waited. She breathed. "South Archive means there is a paper trail," she said. "If Anika had a key, someone logged her entry. Someone authorized her access. That person is still on the mainland, and they know she is dead. Or they think she went silent. Either way, they have been waiting." Pell glanced at the slide case. Those samples confirm the contamination is dosed, not runoff, not accident. That is not just a clan secret. That is evidence of a deliberate operation, and it involves someone at South Archive. Saskia picked up the key again, feeling the weight of it. "Then we do not just follow the coordinates," she said. "We go to South Archive first." Pell's eyes met hers. That is a different route, different water. It will add days. Then we add days. The mainland authorities will receive the evidence from Buoy 7 before we reach the mainland coast. If we deviate, they will not know where to find us. They will know when we open the archive. Pell considered her for a long moment. Then he nodded. Then we changed the plan. He turned back to the table and began wrapping the slide case in oilcloth, his hands careful, deliberate. Saskia watched him work, watched the way he moved through the world as if every step had been weighed, and felt something settle inside her. She had spent months following a trail her sister had left. She had followed it to Driftmoor, to the cottage, to the assembly, to the truth about the drownings. And now she had followed it to a key that should not exist, and a cache of proof that changed everything. But she was not following alone anymore. She slid the key into her coat pocket beside Wrenna's note. "First light," she said. Pell looked up. "First light." She closed the chest and latched it, the lid falling home with a soft click. Outside, the lighthouse beam swept the harbor, steady and indifferent, and beyond its reach, the North Channel lay dark and waiting. Saskia pressed her hand against her pocket. Somewhere out there, someone knew the name South Archive. Someone knew Anika had been given a key, and someone was waiting for Saskia to find it. The floorboards shifted. Saskia turned, her pulse jumping, but the room was empty. Pell stood at the window, his back to her, his shoulders set. "The wind changed," he said. She crossed to stand beside him. "What does that mean?" He did not look at her. "It means someone is out there." She followed his gaze through the glass, past the ice-crusted frame, out to the dark line of the harbor road. And she saw it. A figure, standing motionless at the edge of the light, watching the cottage. Chapter 50. The figure did not move. Saskia's breath fogged the glass as she stared through the ice-crusted window at the shape standing where the lighthouse beam died into dark. No coat snapping in the wind, no hesitation, just a body, still as stone, watching the cottage. Pell's hand found her wrist. "Stay behind me." He crossed the room in 3 strides and killed the lamp. Darkness dropped over them like a sheet, and Saskia felt the floor shift under his weight as he moved to the door. "Do not open it." "I am not opening it. I am reading it." She heard the scrape of his palm against the wood, the soft click of his fingers finding the gap in the frame. He stood there, pressed to the door, breathing slow and controlled. What does it want? It is not moving. The wind picked up, rattling the pane, and the figure did not flinch. It stood in the spray of snow, arms at its sides, face hidden. Pell's voice dropped. "It is not clan. How do you know?" "Because clan wolves do not stand still in the open like that. They circle. They stalk. That is a watching posture." Saskia pressed her hand against the slide case in her coat pocket. The key to South Archive bit into her palm. "Then who?" "I do not know, but I am going to find out." He unlatched the door before she could argue, and the cold hit her like a wall, sucking the warmth from the room in a single gasp. Pell stepped through, barefoot, coatless, and the dark swallowed him. Saskia stood in the doorway, heart hammering, watching the space where he had been. The figure did not move. Pell crossed the yard in a straight line, his stride long and unhurried, and the distance between them shrank. 10 feet. 5. The figure held its ground until Pell was close enough to touch, and then it turned and walked into the storm. It did not run. He walked, steady and deliberate, as if it knew exactly where Pell would follow. Saskia grabbed her coat from the hook and went after them. The cold bit through the wool before she reached the gate. The wind had shifted again, coming off the water now, sharp and wet, and the snow blew sideways, cutting visibility to a few feet. Pell was already ahead, his dark shape moving along the harbor road toward the breakwater, following the figure into the white. "Pell!" He did not slow. She broke into a run, her boots slipping on the packed ice, and caught him at the base of the breakwater stones. He stopped when she reached his shoulder, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. "Whoever it is, they want us to follow. Then we do not follow." The figure had stopped at the crest of the breakwater, silhouetted against the gray sky, and it raised one arm and pointed north, toward the fish sheds. toward the tracks. Saskia's hand went to her pocket. The slide case, the key, the note. They know we were at the sheds. They know everything. The figure dropped its arm and stepped off the breakwater, disappearing down the far side. Pell was already moving before the shape vanished, his body cutting through the wind with a purpose that left no room for argument. Saskia followed, her breath ragged, her fingers numb around the key. The breakwater stones were slick with ice, and she slipped twice, catching herself on Pell's arm the second time. He did not slow. He did not look back. At the crest, they stopped. Below them, the figure was already halfway across the frozen shore, moving toward the fish sheds with the same deliberate, unhurried pace. The sheds sat dark against the white, their roof lines barely visible through the snow. And around them, fresh tracks. Not boot prints, paw prints, multiple wolves. Pell's hand found her arm and pulled her down behind the breakstone. His breath was warm against her ear. "Kostin is here. You sent him?" "Not just him. Others. Strangers." Saskia pressed her back against the cold stone and tried to slow her breathing. The wind screamed over the breakwater, carrying the smell of salt and ice and something metallic. Copper. Blood. Pell's body went still beside her. He is not alone. How many? 3, maybe 4 wolves. And the figure. The figure is not a wolf? No. The word hit her like a slap. Not a wolf meant human. A mainland human standing on Driftmoor ice, leading them to the fish sheds where the tracks already waited. Pell looked at her. "Stay here." "The hell I will." "Saskia, do not." Her voice came out harder than she intended, and something in his face shifted. Not anger, recognition. He held her gaze for one long breath. "Then stay behind me. Do not cross in front of me. Do not call out. And if I tell you to run, you run." She did not promise. She pulled the key from her pocket and held it in her palm, the metal cold against her skin. He looked at it, then at her. "Let us go." They moved along the breakwater, low and fast, Pell's body a shield between her and the open ice. The fish sheds grew larger through the snow, their dark shapes taking on detail. A cracked window, a missing door, the rusted hinge of a fuel hatch. The tracks led straight to the main door. Pell stopped at the corner of the building, his hand flat against the wood, his head tilted, listening. Saskia heard nothing but the wind. He looked at her. "They are inside." "How many?" "I cannot tell. The walls are thick." He scanned the shoreline, the ice, the roof line, his eyes moving with the precision of someone who had done this before. "There is a gap in the back wall. Old storm damage. You can fit through." "What are you going to do?" "Draw them out." He said it like it was simple, like walking into a building full of armed wolves and mainland strangers was the obvious next step, and Saskia felt her chest tighten. "That is not a plan. That is a death wish. It is a plan. I engage the wolves. You find the gap. You find out what they left inside. And if you do not come out?" He met her eyes. "I will come out." The certainty in his voice should have scared her. Instead, it settled into her bones, warm and steady, and she nodded. Pell turned and walked around the corner to the front of the building. Saskia moved. She kept to the shadows, her back to the wall, counting her steps as she felt her way around the perimeter. The gap appeared where Pell had promised, a splintered section of wall where the storm had punched through, covered now by a sheet of old plywood. She worked the plywood loose with her numb fingers, one corner at a time, and slid through into the dark. The air inside was thick with the smell of damp wood, salt, and something acrid. Machine oil. Fuel. She crouched in the dark, letting her eyes adjust. The shed was empty, not abandoned empty, recently used empty. A chair pushed back from a table, a cup still warm to the touch. A lantern, the glass hot, recently extinguished. And on the table, a folded piece of paper. She reached for it. The first shot cracked through the silence so loud that her ears rang. She dropped to the floor, her heart slamming against her ribs, and the second shot followed a heartbeat later, shattering the window above her head and raining glass across her back. A shout, low and guttural, came from outside. "Pell!" She pushed herself up and ran for the gap, sliding through the plywood and into the white, her boots skidding on the ice. The scene outside had changed. Pell was on the ground, one hand pressed to his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers. A figure stood 20 feet away, arm extended, a pistol held steady in a gloved hand. The shooter. Mainland coat, hood up, no part of the face visible. Saskia dove behind the breakstone as the third shot punched into the ice where she had been standing. The figure tracked her. Pell rose in the same moment, surging forward, his shift ripping through him mid-stride, clothes shredding, the wolf tearing its way out in a blur of motion and fury. The shooter turned. The fourth shot went wide, and Pell vanished into the white after them. Chapter 51. The wind swallowed Pell's tracks the moment he made them. Saskia stayed crouched behind the breakstone, her breath fogging in ragged bursts, her ears straining for any sound beyond the howl. The fourth shot still rang in her skull. The white had taken everything, Pell, the shooter, the outline of the fish sheds, and left only the scream of salt wind and the cold eating through her coat. She counted her heartbeats to keep from screaming. 30, 40, 50. The snow shifted. A shape materialized out of the white, low and four-legged, and Saskia's hand found a loose stone before her brain caught up with her eyes. The shape rose. Pell's shift tore backward through him as he walked, shoulders broadening, fur receding into skin slick with sweat and blood. He was holding something. A satchel. Canvas, dark with wet, the strap snapped and trailing. He stopped 10 feet from her and did not sit, did not lean, stood like a man who would fall if he stopped standing. "You are hit?" "I know." His voice came out rough, the words scraped from a throat not yet human. He pressed his palm to his shoulder where the blood welled slow and dark. "The shooter?" "Skiff, North Channel. He had an engine." Pell's jaw tightened. "He took one of the wolves with him, dragged it aboard by the scruff like a sack." Costain could not see the face, but yes. Saskia rose, her legs shaking, and crossed the ice to him. The satchel hung from his fingers, and she saw the seal on the flap, the same second clan sigil stamped into the waux, cracked now, half obliterated by snow. "You chased them into the channel." "I did not catch them." "You are bleeding. That is not catching them. That is almost dying." He looked at her then, and something in his eyes cracked open, raw and unguarded. "They had a head start. The skiff was already in the water when I reached the ice's edge. I threw, missed the hull, caught the strap, and almost bled out for a bag. It is not a bag." He held it up and the weight of it shifted, something metal sliding against leather inside. "This is what they came for." Saskia took it from him. The canvas was cold and wet, the broken strap hanging loose, the sigil stamp pressing into her palm like a brand. She worked the flap open. Inside, a leather-bound ledger, thinner than the one from Wrenna's cottage, the pages crisp and clean. A brass compass, the glass cracked. A folded oilskin packet tied with twine. She pulled the packet free and worked the knot with her numb fingers. The oilskin opened onto a stack of invoices, printed on heavy paper, each bearing the letterhead of a mainland entity she did not recognize. Coastal Institute for Fisheries Management. A conservation front. The sort of name designed to sound harmless, even virtuous, while a second stamp beneath the header bore the same sigil as the satchel seal. She read the first invoice. Marine Sediment Analysis, Driftmoor Sector, Quarterly Disbursement. Payment issued to Biospec M-17, North Channel Receiving. The date was 6 weeks after Anika's death. Her stomach turned cold. "It is a payment trail." Pell stepped closer, his breath clouding in the space between them. "Read the amounts." She looked again. The numbers were not small. They were not even medium. Each invoice carried a sum that could outfit an entire research season, pay a team of 10 for a year, buy silence for a generation. They were clean, professional, stamped and signed and filed. "Conservation funding," she said, and the words tasted bitter. They are paying for reef research, legitimate invoices, legitimate amounts, covering what they take and what they leave behind. She flipped to the next page, and the next. Each invoice told the same story. A mainland front funneling money through Biospec M-17 to a receiving station at North Channel, where the trail split into shadow and vanished. No names, no faces, just paper. Pell reached past her and turned to the final page. The last invoice was dated 3 days ago. Outstanding. Delivery of biological samples, pending confirmation, contact agent T. Vaughn. Saskia stared at the name. He is still waiting. Wrenna told him to wait, Pell said. She sent the message before she left. T. Van is sitting at buoy 7 with his money and his boat, expecting Coston delivered like cargo. And instead we have this. She held up the satchel. Not just this. Pell's voice dropped. There was another name, written in the margin of the third invoice. I saw it before the ink bled. Tick this blue into a place, like will really also surface a fiditure to scage off my terry. He took the ledger from her, flipped to the page, and pointed. The handwriting was small, neat, the ink smudged from the wet. A single line in the margin, added by hand after the printing. Route confirmation, South Archive receiving. Saskia's breath stopped. The key in her pocket, etched with the same words, seemed to burn against her thigh. South Archive is not just where Anika hid evidence, she said slowly. It is where the payments go. Pen met her eyes. Then that is where we go. The wind picked up, tearing at the satchel's broken strap, and Saskia held the invoices close as the snow began to fall harder, erasing the blood, the tracks, the skiff's wake. Behind them, from somewhere in the white, a wolf howled. It was not a hunting call. It was a warning. Chapter 52. The satchel hung from Saskia's fingers as they staggered back through the blowing snow, the invoices pressed against her chest like a second heartbeat. The wolf had not howled again. That silence felt worse. By the time they reached the lighthouse, the wind had shifted east and the temperature had climbed enough that the snow no longer stung. It clung, wet and heavy, melting where it touched stone. Saskia felt it on her face, on her neck, a thaw creeping in from somewhere beyond the black water. Pell leaned against the doorframe, one hand pressed to his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers in slow, dark pulses. Get inside before you collapse. I am not going to collapse. You are bleeding through your hand. That is collapsing with extra steps. He almost smiled. Almost. Then he pushed off the frame and followed her up the stairs. Maeve was waiting in the keeper's room. She stood by the stove, hands folded over her cane, her face carved into lines Saskia could not read. The fire had burned low, orange embers casting long shadows across the floor. She looked at the satchel, at the blood on Pell's shirt, at Saskia's cracked and frozen hands, and did not ask. The ice is breaking. Saskia set the satchel on the table. We noticed. Not just the harbor. Maeve's voice was flat, practical, the voice of someone who had already counted the cost. The whole channel, the sound, the reefs, a hard melt is coming through, faster than I have seen in 30 years. By tomorrow afternoon, a boat could reach the inner quay. Pell lowered himself into the chair by the stove, his face gray. That is not bad news. It is not good news either. Saskia pulled the invoices from the satchel and spread them across the table. The account had bled in places, the paper wrinkled from the wet, but the words were still legible. Payment amounts, dates. The stamp of the Coastal Institute for Fisheries Management, a name designed to sound like nothing, mean nothing, hide everything. Maeve's eyes moved across the pages without touching them. Where did you find these? The shooter's skiff. He dropped them when Pell caught the strap. He will come back for them. Then we will not be here when he does. Maeve looked up and something in her face shifted. Not anger, not fear, but a hardness Saskia had seen before. In the council room, in the chapel. In every moment the woman had chosen silence over fracture. If you leave with that, Maeve said, nodding at the invoices, you will not just be carrying evidence, you will be carrying a declaration. The moment those papers reach a mainland authority, Driftmoor becomes a target. The second clan will know we let the truth walk out. They will not wait to learn who talked. Saskia's hands stopped moving over the pages. Then come with us. I cannot leave this place. Neither can Pell, not with the appointment unratified. If he walks away before the elders vote, Costin's faction will declare the seat empty and install someone worse before the thaw is finished. Pell shifted in the chair, his voice low. Then I stay. No. Saskia turned to face him. You are not staying. You are bleeding. You are exhausted. And you are the only person in this clan who knows the full shape of what we are carrying. I also know what happens to the people left behind when I walk away. The words hung between them, heavy and raw. Maeve broke the silence. You have until dawn. That is when the first boat could reach the quay, and that is when the council will meet to confirm or strip his appointment. If you are both gone by then, the vote means nothing. If you are still here when the boat arrives, every mainland eye will be on Driftmoor before the sun sets. Saskia looked at the invoices, at the key in her pocket, at the window where the lighthouse beam carved a slow arc through the dark. She thought of Wrenna, moving through the channels ahead of her, carrying Costin toward a buyer who had already paid for cargo. She thought of Anika, stitching proof into a false bottom, trusting that someone would find it. She thought of the folded paper on the fish shed table, the one she had not been able to reach before the bullet shattered the glass. We leave tonight. Maeve did not argue. She simply nodded once and turned toward the door. Then I will tell Nika to ready the kelp channel route. It will be faster than the main passage, and no one will see you leave. She paused at the threshold. Pell, the wound on your shoulder. Let me look at it before you go. He did not refuse. Saskia watched the old woman press a clean cloth against the bullet graze, her hands steady, her face unreadable. The stove crackled. The wind pushed at the windows, and somewhere beyond the lighthouse beam, the ice groaned and shifted, a sound like bones grinding together in the dark. When Maeve finished binding the wound, she straightened and met Saskia's eyes. There is a man at the mainland watch station. Name is Decker. He keeps the old signal line and owes me a debt from before you were born. If you reach him before the channel closes, he will get you to the mainland road without passing through the harbor checkpoints. She held out a folded scrap of paper. Saskia took it. Burn it after you read. Saskia pocketed the paper without looking at it. Then Maeve did something Saskia had never seen her do. She reached out and touched Saskia's hand, her fingers cold and papery, her grip brief but deliberate. You were never the danger girl. You were the truth they could not bury. That is why they tried. She let go and walked out. The door swung shut behind her and the room went quiet except for the fire and the wind and the slow, grinding sound of the ice breaking apart in the dark. Saskia stood at the table for a long moment, the invoices spread before her, the key pressing against her thigh, the folded paper burning in her pocket. Pell rose from the chair and crossed to her, his good hand finding hers. We should pack. Yes. Neither of them moved. The lighthouse beam swept past the window, catching the edge of something dark and low in the channel. Saskia's breath caught. A shape. A boat. Riding the gap between the ice floes, running without lights, cutting straight toward the inner quay. Pell followed her gaze. That is not a fishing vessel. Saskia watched the dark shape slide through the broken ice, silent and deliberate, and felt the cold climb up her spine. It was not a rescue. It was a rendezvous. Chapter 53. The wind had shifted again. Saskia felt it through the lighthouse stones, a change in pressure that made the windows hum. The unlit vessel had vanished behind a ridge of broken ice, but she could still feel its presence in the dark, a weight moving toward them. Pell stood at the table, one hand pressed to his bandaged shoulder, the other tracing the edge of an invoice. His jaw was tight. The wound had soaked through Maeve's binding, a thin line of red creeping down his arm. Saskia crossed to him. Let me rewrap that before we move. Later. Pell. He looked at her, and something in his face softened just a fraction. After we are off this rock. The door opened before she could argue. Nika slipped in, her coat wet with melting snow, her face sharp with cold. She carried a coil of rope over one shoulder and a hand-drawn map in the other. The kelp channel is open, she said, spreading the map across the table. Barely. The thaw cracked the ice shelf wider than I expected. If we move now, we can take the skiff through before the main channel clears. Saskia leaned over the map. Nika's route traced a narrow line through the tidal shallows, hugging the cliff base where the kelp beds thickened and the water stayed deep enough to float a small vessel. There are watchers at the main passage, Nika continued. 2 of Costin's men, the ones who stayed behind. They are marking every boat that moves. They will not see you if you take this cut. She tapped the line where it curved around a cluster of rocks marked with a faint crosshatch. The kelp will hide your wake, but you have to go now. The ice is breaking faster than I thought. By dawn, this route will be choked with floes. Pell studied the map, his expression unreadable. How long to the mainland side? 3 hours if the current holds. 4 if you have to cut through ice. Nika looked at Saskia. Maeve said you have a contact at the watch station. Decker. He is real. I have used his signal line before. He will get you past the checkpoints, but he will not wait past first light. Saskia nodded, her mind already moving ahead. The skiff, the channel, the mainland road, the hours stretching between here and South Archive. She reached for the invoices, folding them into her coat beside the key. Then something caught her eye. The 3rd invoice, the one with the handwritten margin note, had a smudged stamp in the lower corner. She had seen it before. The ink was faded, the letters blurred by moisture and handling, but the shape was distinct. Receiving Station 14C. She knew that designation. Her hand stopped. What? Pell said. Saskia stared at the stamp, her throat tightening. Receiving Station 14C. That is a university code. My university. She looked up, her pulse beating faster. It is the satellite lab on the North Shore, the one where I ran my graduate fieldwork. Nika went still. Pell's eyes locked onto hers. Are you sure? I reviewed samples there for 2 years. I know the stamp. She turned the invoice toward the lamp, tilting it to catch the light. The lab was decommissioned last spring. The university closed it due to budget cuts, but someone is still using the receiving station. Nika let out a low breath. That is not budget cuts. That is a cover address. Saskia's mind raced. The lab was 15 miles from the university's main campus, tucked behind a research forest, out of sight and off the official registry. She had access codes. She knew the floor plan, the storage bays, the old sample archive at the basement. If Anika's key opened a door there, if the payments were routed through that station, then the conspiracy had been sitting inside her own institution the whole time. She had walked past those doors every day. She had probably passed the person who signed the invoices. Pell watched her face, reading the shift. You know that building? I know every inch of it. He did not ask more. He just nodded once and turned to Nika. Get the skiff ready. We leave in 10 minutes. Nika was already moving, rolling the map and tucking it under her arm. The channel entrance is 50 yards south of the old smokehouse. I will have the engine primed. Do not bring lights until you clear the kelp beds. She paused at the door, her hand on the latch. Saskia. Saskia looked up. Nika's voice was quiet. Whatever you find in that lab, do not go in alone. She pulled the door open and vanished into the dark. The room went quiet. The stove ticked as the fire settled. The lighthouse beams swept past the window, carving its slow arc through the night. Saskia stood at the table, the invoice still in her hand, the stamp burning in her memory. Receiving Station 14C. She had spent 100 nights in that lab, cataloging samples, writing reports, pretending the ache in her chest was just loneliness. She had called Anika from the payphone in the hallway, complaining about the broken coffee machine, the drafty windows, the way the heating cut out after midnight. Anika had laughed and told her to buy a better coat. 7 months later, Anika was dead. And the payments that paid for her murder had landed in the same building where Saskia had once pressed her forehead against cold glass and wished for someone to believe her. Pell moved closer, his good hand settling on her arm. I will meet you at the smokehouse. She heard what he did not say. He was giving her a moment. She did not want the moment. She wanted to be in motion. But she nodded because standing still was harder than running, and she needed to pick her battles. Pell turned and limped toward the door, his shoulder dark with blood. He stopped with his hand on the latch. "Saskia." She looked up. "The lab. What is the one thing you wish you had noticed when you were there?" The question landed wrong at first. Then it settled. She thought about the basement archive. The locked door at the end of the corridor, the one she had never questioned because it had a biohazard sign and she had no reason to open it. "The basement," she said slowly. "There is a storage room at the north end. It was always locked. I assumed it was old samples, equipment too expensive to dispose of." Pell's eyes held hers. "But you never saw inside." "No." "Then that is where we start." He pulled the door open and stepped into the dark. Saskia followed, the invoice pressed against her ribs, the key warm in her pocket. The ice groaned beneath the lighthouse. Somewhere beyond the broken channel, the dark vessel was still moving. And Saskia was walking toward a building she had already toured 100 times. Only this time, she knew which door to open. The snow hit her face as she stepped outside, sharp and wet. She did not slow down. Chapter 54. The first gray light cut through the storm clouds like a blade. Saskia stood at the smokehouse door, the satchel strap across her chest, the key cold against her ribs. Pell was 5 yards ahead, scanning the channel where Nika had promised the skiff would be waiting. Then the shout came from the harbor road. "Pell!" Nika's voice, sharp and wrong. She emerged from the snow at a run, her face stripped of its usual dry humor. "Two of the runners just followed Costin up from the tide huts. He is alive, feverish. They found him abandoned." Saskia's hand went to the invoices in her coat. Pell did not move for 3 seconds. Then he turned and walked toward the harbor without a word. The ice cracked under Saskia's boots as she followed. The yard in front of the harbor master's office was already filling. Clan members stood in clusters, their breath pluving, their faces unreadable. 2 young men in salt-stiff oilskins stood beside a third figure, who sagged between them, his head down, his black hair matted with seawater and blood. Costin Brill did not look like a rival heir anymore. He looked like something the tide had tried to swallow. Saskia stopped at the edge of the crowd. Pell walked through the gap without slowing. Costin raised his head as Pell approached. His steel-gray eyes were glassy with fever. The skin around them burned raw by salt and wind. The white scar on his throat stood out against the flush of infection climbing his neck. He had no coat. His shirt was torn open at the collar, and the exposed skin showed bruising that had gone black at the edges. One of the runners spoke before Pell could. "Found him in the north tide hut, chained to a mooring ring. The mainland men took his skiff and left him to freeze." Pell's voice was flat. "When?" "Sometime before midnight. The fever was already on him when we cut the chain." Saskia stepped closer. The smell hit her next. Seawater, old blood, and something chemical she recognized from the fuel shed. Marine sedative residue, the same compound that had been on the chain. The mainland men had drugged him, used him, then thrown him away. Costin's eyes found hers. For a moment, something flickered behind the fever. Not defiance, not hatred, recognition. "You," he said. His voice was a scrape, barely audible. "You found the invoices." Saskia did not answer. Costin's mouth twisted. It might have been a smile. It might have been the fever pulling at his muscles. "I told them you would. They did not believe me." Pell moved between them. "You are going inside. You are going to sit, and you are going to talk." Costin laughed. It turned into a cough that bent him double, and when he straightened, there was blood on his lower lip. "I have nothing to say to you, Hargrove." "Then say it to her." Pell stepped aside. Saskia met Costin's gaze. She pulled the invoice from her coat, the one with the South Archive stamp, and held it up where the gray light caught the paper. "Receiving Station 14C," she said. "My university's decommissioned lab, the one where the payments landed." Costin's eyes tracked the paper. The fever dulled his focus, but she saw the recognition hit. "You did not know," she said. "Did you? You thought you were their partner, but they were paying your execution price to a building on the mainland. You were never the seller. You were the product. The crowd went silent. Costin's jaw tightened. For the first time since she had met him, he looked uncertain. The invoices go to a locked basement room, Saskia said. Anika had a key to it. Did you know that? She had access to the place where they sent the money for your work. Costin's hands curled into fists. The chains he had worn had left raw circles around his wrists. Anika was dead before the first payment cleared, he said. I made sure of that. The words hung in the air. He had just confessed, in front of the clan, in front of Pell, with fever rotting his judgment and fury burning through whatever caution he had left. Pell moved. Fast. His hand closed around Costin's collar and drove him back against the harbor master's wall. Costin's head snapped against the wood, and he slid, his legs folding, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Say that again, Pell said. His voice was quiet. The kind of quiet that meant he was holding something back by the thinnest thread. Costin looked up at him. The fever was still there, but something else had surfaced behind it. Defeat. I said I made sure she was dead, his voice cracked. But I did not tell them to kill her. I told them to contain her. They went further than I ordered. Saskia's heart stopped, then restarted, beating harder than before. Who? She said. Her voice did not sound like her own. Who gave the order to kill her? Costin's eyes shifted to her. The fever made them too bright, too wet. The mainland contact, the one who signs the invoices. I never met him face to face. His name is... A rifle report cracked from the ridge. The crowd scattered. Someone screamed. Saskia hit the ground, her hands over her head, the invoice still crushed in her fist. Pell was already moving, his body between her and the ridge, his eyes scanning the snow line. Another shot, then a third, then silence. Saskia looked up. Costin was still against the wall, his hand pressed to his chest. Blood was seeping through his fingers, dark and arterial. He looked at Saskia with something like surprise. He found me anyway, he said, even after I ran. Then his eyes went blank, and he slid sideways onto the ice. Pell was crouching beside her, his good hand on her arm, his face pale. Are you hit? She shook her head. She could not speak. The harbor yard was chaos. Clan members were running, shouting, dragging the wounded into cover. Saskia stared at Costin's body, at the blood spreading across the ice, at the name he had been about to give her before the bullet took it. The name was gone. But the invoices were still in her hand. The key was still in her pocket. And somewhere on the ridge, the shooter was already gone into the storm. Pell pulled her to her feet. His hand was shaking. We have to leave. Now. Saskia looked at the ridge, at the blood, at the faces of the clan, watching her with something that looked a lot like fear. She nodded, but she did not move, because the man who had killed her sister had just died with the name of his handler still on his lips, and Saskia had just realized that someone on Driftmoor had signaled the shooter. Someone in the yard had watched Costin start to talk and made a choice. She turned to scan the faces. Every one of them stared back at her. Pell's hand tightened on her arm. Saskia, we do not have time. She let him pull her toward the smokehouse, but she did not stop looking over her shoulder. Chapter 55. Pell's hand stayed locked around Saskia's arm as he pulled her through the harbor yard. The snow had started again, fat, wet flakes that stuck to her eyelashes and soaked through the collar of her coat. Behind them, someone was shouting orders. Someone else was crying. Saskia looked back once. Costin's body was still against the wall. Someone had thrown a tarp over him, but the snow was already turning the edges white, and the blood had stopped spreading because the cold was freezing it to the ice. Keep moving, Pell said. She did. The lighthouse rose out of the snow ahead of them, its beam cutting a slow arc through the dark. Pell shoved the door open with his shoulder and pulled her inside. The keeper's room was cold. The fire had burned down to embers while they were gone. Pell locked the door behind them. Then he stood there with his hand still on the bolt, breathing hard, his shoulder bleeding through Maeve's bandage. There is a shooter on the ridge, and someone in the yard is working for them, he said. We are not safe here. Saskia heard the words. She understood them, but her body had not caught up yet. She stood in the middle of the room with the invoices still crushed in her fist, watching Pell move through the space like a man trying to outrun something. He pulled the curtains closed. He checked the window latches. He dragged the heavy table away from the wall and wedged it under the back door. "Saskia." She looked at him. "I need you," he said. His voice cracked on the last word. "I need you to be here. Not back in the yard. Here." She pressed her palm flat against her chest, feeling the shape of the key beneath her coat. The metal was warm from her skin. "I am here." It was not quite true, but she said it anyway. Maeve arrived 20 minutes later with Nika and 2 older clanmen. Saskia did not recognize. Gray faces, hard hands. Wolves who had been in enough fights to know when the ground was about to shift. Pell met them at the door. He did not let them past the threshold. "You know what happened," he said. "You know what is coming." The older of the 2 men nodded. "We saw the ridge. We saw the tarp. Then you know why I am asking." The man looked past Pell at Saskia, then back. "We will hold the perimeter until dawn. No one approaches the tower. Not even Maeve." Maeve's jaw tightened, but she did not argue. Pell stepped back. "Thank you." The men turned and vanished into the snow. Nika lingered. Her eyes found Saskia's. "The kelp channel is still clear. Decker will wait until first light, but no longer." "We will be there," Saskia said. Nika looked at her for a long moment. Then she followed the men into the dark. Maeve stayed. She stood in the doorway with snow melting on her shoulders, her cane gripped in both hands, her face unreadable. "Someone on this island killed a man to keep him from talking," Maeve said. "That means someone on this island is still working for the mainland, and they know you heard what Costin was about to say before the bullet took it." "I know," Saskia said. "The moment you leave the lighthouse, they will try to stop you." "I know." Maeve's eyes held hers. Then she nodded once and closed the door. Saskia worked through the night. She spread every piece of evidence across the keeper's table. The invoices, the tissue slides, the ledger pages from Costin's satchel, the key to South Archive, and the map with her name written in a stranger's hand. She made stacks. She made duplicates. She filled her field notebook with lists of what she was carrying, where each piece had come from, what it proved. Pell moved through the room behind her, packing gear, checking the skiff route on Nika's map, binding his shoulder with fresh gauze. Neither of them spoke. The silence was not comfortable, but it was not cold either. It was the silence of 2 people running through the same calculations, the same fears, the same thin hope. At some point, Saskia realized her hands were shaking. She set down her pen and pressed her palms flat against the table. Pell stopped moving. "Talk to me," he said. She shook her head. "Then listen." He crossed the room and sat across from her, his forearms on the table, his hands open. "When this is over, when we get out of here, when we find whoever ordered Anika's death and make sure they cannot do it again, what then?" She looked at him. "I do not know." The answer came out before she had time to shape it, and she realized it was true. She had been so focused on the next step, the next piece of evidence, the next survival. She had not let herself imagine what came after. Pell's eyes held hers. "I do not need an answer tonight, but I need you to know that I am asking." Her throat tightened. He reached across the table and took her hand. His fingers were warm, steady. "I want you to choose," he said. "Not because of the bond, not because of Driftmoor, because of what you want. When the truth is out, when Anika's death means something, what do you want?" Saskia opened her mouth to answer. A red flare split the sky outside. The light bled through the curtains, staining the room in crimson. Pell was on his feet before the afterimage faded, his face hard, his eyes fixed on the harbor window. Saskia stood beside him. Through the gap in the curtains she saw it, a red flare burning low over the inner quay, and beneath it, the dark shape of the unlit vessel, no longer cutting through the ice. It had already docked. Chapter 56. The curtain fell from Pell's hand. Saskia stood frozen, the red flare still burning behind her eyes. "It is here." Her voice came out flat. It is already here. Pell was already moving. He pulled the table away from the back door, grabbed his coat, checked the pistol at his belt. His face had gone blank with focus. Stay behind me. Do not leave the tower until I come back. The hell I will not. She was already reaching for her coat, her field bag, the satchel of evidence she had organized into duplicates. Her hands moved without her telling them to, muscle memory from a night of packing and repacking. Pell caught her arm. Saskia, do not ask me to wait. His jaw tightened. Then he nodded once and opened the door. The cold hit her like a wall. The inner key was lit by the dying red flare, and a second one that had gone up while they were inside. The light painted the snow in bruises. Mabel was already there. She stood at the harbor edge with her cane planted in the ice, two of the older clan men flanking her, and Nika crouched behind a stack of fuel drums with a rifle. The vessel was a cutter, 40 feet, low and dark, with no running lights and a registry flag that hung limp in the still air. The flag was wrong. Saskia had worked enough coastal ports to know the color code, the shape, the stitching. That flag belonged to a research vessel out of Reykjavik. This boat was built for speed, not sampling. False colors, Saskia said. Pell heard her. They are not supposed to be here. No, they are supposed to be waiting at the coordinates. Wrenna was supposed to deliver Costin to them at buoy 7. She kept walking. They changed the plan. Maeve turned as they approached. Her face was gray in the flare light, carved deeper than Saskia had ever seen it. The elders are locking down the chapel, Maeve said. Half of them want to burn the boat. The other half want to negotiate. Negotiate what? Whoever is on that cutter holds enough evidence to destroy Driftmoor. They know it. We know it. Maeve's eyes found Saskia's. They are not here for Costin. He was already dead when they left port. Saskia felt the words land like ice water. Then who are they here for? Maeve did not answer. A hatch opened on the cutter's deck. Saskia raised the field glasses she had grabbed from the keeper's room without thinking. She pressed them to her eyes and adjusted the focus. The first figure that stepped out was tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in the same cold-weather gear Saskia had seen on every research vessel she had ever boarded. Dark gray insulated coat, hood down, red hair cropped short. She did not recognize him. But she recognized the woman who stepped out behind him. Wrenna Tevo. Alive, pale as his bone, her coat torn at the sleeve, her hair loose and wet. She moved like someone who had been through a storm and had not slept. She stood beside the red-haired man and did not look at the harbor. She looked straight at Saskia, through the field glasses, across the ice, into the dark between them. Saskia lowered the glasses. Wrenna is on the cutter. Pell went still beside her. Alive? Alive, standing next to a man in institute gear. Coastal Institute? I do not know, but he knows how to stand on a deck. He is not a courier. He is not a buyer. She lifted the glasses again. He is a handler. The man moved to the rail. He raised one hand, palm open, in a gesture that was not quite a wave and not quite a demand. He was waiting. Maeve stepped forward. Her cane cracked against the ice. I will meet them. No, Pell said. I am matriarch of this clan. If they want blood, they will take it from me before they take it from her. Maeve did not look at Saskia. Get her to the kelp channel, now. The cutter's engine rumbled. The red-haired man turned and spoke to someone below deck. A moment later, a second figure emerged. Older, gray hair, a face that looked like it had not smiled in years. He carried a tablet, and he was looking directly at Saskia. She lowered the glasses again. He knows me. Pell moved closer. Who? I do not know his name. She kept her voice low, steady, but he is looking at me like I am the reason he came. Around them, the harbor was filling with people, clan members emerging from cottages, from the chapel, from the shadows between buildings. They carried lamps and rifles, and the same desperate calculation Maeve wore on her face. The cutter's engine rumbled again, louder this time. The gray-haired man raised a megaphone. Saskia Roelofs! His voice carried across the ice, flat, professional, the voice of a man who had said her name before in briefings and reports. I am Dr. Leith Vero, Coastal Institute for Fisheries Management. I believe you have property that belongs to us. Saskia felt Pell's hand close around her wrist. Do not answer him. But she was already stepping forward. Property? Vero smiled. It did not reach his eyes. The invoices, the slides, the key to South Archive. He tapped the tablet in his hand. You are carrying evidence from a decommissioned research station that we still hold title to. That makes it our property. It makes it proof of murder. The word landed across the ice like a stone. Vero's smile did not flicker. Come aboard. We will discuss it. He is not going aboard that boat, Pell said. Agreed. They stood together in the flare light, watching the cutter ride the broken ice, watching Wrenna stand motionless at the rail, watching the mainland men who had killed Costin before he could speak. Saskia had run out of time. The vessel had already docked. Chapter 57. Saskia stared at the gray-haired man on the cutter deck and felt the recognition settle like frost in her chest. She had seen that face before. Not in person. In a university lecture hall, 3 years ago, projected onto a screen during a faculty symposium on northern reef systems. Dr. Leith Vero, senior researcher at the Coastal Institute for Fisheries Management. The man who had written the paper on sustainable kelp harvesting that Saskia had cited in her own graduate thesis. The man who had nodded politely when Anika presented her preliminary data on reef contamination and then dismissed it as insufficient sample size, poor methodology, bad timing. I know him, Saskia said. Pell turned. How? Conference, 3 years ago. He chaired a panel on coastal resource management. She did not lower the field glasses. Anika presented her early findings. He told her she needed more data, says she was jumping to conclusions based on incomplete evidence. Jumping to conclusions, Pell repeated. The flatness in his voice was worse than anger. He was wrong. She was right. Saskia adjusted the focus. Vero was still watching her, tablet in hand, the megaphone dangling at his side now. And he knows it. That is why he is here. Pell moved closer. His shoulder brushed hers. He is not here to apologize. No, he is here to bury it. The wind shifted, carrying the cutter's diesel fumes across the ice. The engine had gone quiet. The vessel sat dark against the broken harbor, its false research colors catching the last of the flare light. Maeve stepped forward, her cane cracked against the ice. I am going to meet them. No, Pell said again. I am the matriarch. If they want a hostage, they get an old woman with a bad hip. Maeve did not turn. You get Saskia to the kelp channel. I am not leaving, Saskia said. You are not staying. They know your name. They know what you carry. They did not cross open water in a 40-foot cutter to negotiate with a half-blind elder. Maeve's voice was quiet, sharp, final. They came for you. Then I should talk to them. Pell's hand closed around her wrist, hard. No. Pell, he is not going to trade names. He is not going to offer safe passage. He is going to take the evidence, take the key, and put you in the water before the tide turns. Saskia looked at him. His jaw was set, his eyes locked on the cutter, his body braced like he was already measuring the distance between the ice and the deck. I know what he looks like when he is lying, she said. I watched him do it to my sister. This is not a lecture hall. I know. She pulled her wrist free gently, deliberately, and stepped past Maeve before either of them could stop her. The ice groaned under her boots. She walked toward the cutter. The harbor was silent. The clan members who had gathered along the quay did not move. The elders near the chapel door held their lamps steady. Nika stayed behind the fuel drums with the rifle, her eyes tracking Saska's progress. Saskia stopped 20 feet from the cutter's bow. Vero studied her from the rail. The wind pulled at his gray hair. His coat was expensive, insulated, clean. He did not look cold. Saskia Roelofs, he said her name like he was reading it from a file. I hoped we would not meet like this. Like what? With you standing in the dark and me standing on a boat that does not officially exist. He smiled again, the same smile that had not reached his eyes. I have a proposal. I am listening. Then you are already more reasonable than your sister. The words landed like a slap. Saskia felt the heat rise in her chest, the familiar burn of anger beneath grief. She held still. What proposal? Vero tapped his tablet. I know what you have. The invoices, the slides, the key. I know where you found them, and I know who helped you. He glanced past her, toward the line of clan members. I also know that Anika was not supposed to die. She died anyway, because someone above me made a decision I did not authorize. Vero's voice shifted, a fraction softer, almost human. I did not order her death, Saskia. I ordered her containment. I wanted her silenced, not eliminated. The difference matters to me. It does not matter to her. No, it does not. Vero set the tablet down on the rail. He raised his empty hands. I am willing to trade. The names of everyone above me. The full chain of command, the accounts, the routing codes, everything I have. For what? Safe passage off this ice. A guarantee that I do not end up in Driftmoor's harbor with a bullet in my skull like Costin Brill. Saskia stared at him. You want me to protect you? I want you to understand that I am the only one who can give you the names you need. Vero lowered his hands. Kill me, and the chain dies with me. The people who ordered Anika's death walk free. The people who paid for it keep paying. The reef keeps dying. Saskia heard Pell move behind her, felt the vibration of his steps through the ice. Do not listen to him, Pell said. He is telling the truth. Saskia did not turn. At least about the chain. He is not high enough to have ordered the kill. He is a handler, a coordinator. He moves money and information. Then he is still guilty. Yes, Saskia looked at Vero. But he is also useful. Vero's smile flickered. I knew you were the sister worth watching. Pell stepped up beside her. His voice dropped to a low, hard thread. We are not taking him without. Vero gestured toward the cutter's cabin. I am asking you to let me walk off this vessel, onto mainland soil, and disappear before the people above me realize I have talked. And if we refuse? Vero picked up the tablet. He turned it toward them. The screen showed a photograph. Saskia felt her breath catch. It was Anika, standing on a dock, alive, months before her death. Her face was thin, her coat was wet, and she was holding a sample case toward the camera. The photograph was dated 3 days before she died. Vero tapped the screen. The person who took this photograph is still alive, still working, still inside the pipeline. He looked at Saskia. I can give you that name, but only if you let me walk. The ice groaned beneath Saskia's feet. The cutter sat dark against the broken harbor, and Wrenna, still standing at the rail, finally opened her mouth to speak. Chapter 58. Wrenna opened her mouth. The wind tore at her coat. Her wet hair clung to her face. She looked smaller than Saskia remembered, thinner, like the storm had wrung something out of her and left only the frame. Wait, Saskia said. Vero held up a hand. The gesture was not for her. It was for the red-haired man on the deck, who had already shifted his weight toward Wrenna. Do not, Vero said quietly, let her speak. Wrenna's throat moved. She gripped the rail like she might fall without it. I asked him to come here, she said. The words hit Saskia like ice water. What? I sent word. Before I left the cottage, before the fire, Wrenna's voice cracked. I told him you had the key, that you found the chest, that you were going to follow the coordinates. Saskia's chest went cold. You called him. I thought I was saving you. From what? Wrenna's laugh was wet and broken. From yourself, from Anika's ghost, from the stupid, beautiful faith that the truth would set you free. She shook her head. You do not understand what you are holding. Those invoices, that key, the slides. You think they are evidence. They are a death sentence. Vero watched the exchange without moving. His tablet rested on the rail beside him. Your sister did not die because she knew too much, he said. She died because she thought the right people would care. Saskia turned on him. Then tell me who gave the order. Vero's smile was thin. I will, but only if you accept the deal. The deal is not yours to offer. It is the only one on the table. Pell moved beside her. His shoulder was bleeding through the bandage again. She could smell the blood, the salt, the heat of him radiating against the frozen air. "Do not do this," he said quietly. "He has names. He has lies dressed as leverage. Both can be true." Saskia did not look at him. "Anika trusted the wrong people. I will not make the same mistake." Vero tilted his head. "Then you accept?" "I am listening." "Good." He picked up the tablet. "Your sister stumbled into a data stream worth more than this island will see in a century. A mineral extraction protocol developed by Biospec M-17, pulse dosing, controlled reef breakdown. They were not just taking from the seabed, they were engineering it." "I know." "Then you know why they could not let her walk away." Vero's voice hardened. She was not a threat because of what she found. She was a threat because she could prove how it worked, and she was stubborn enough to try. Saskia felt the words land like stones. "You said you ordered containment." "I did." "Then who ordered her death?" Vero held her gaze. "The name is on the tablet, the routing codes, the full chain. You get all of it. I get safe passage off this way. Mainland. Any port. Drop me at a dock and I disappear. You never see me again." "And Wrenna?" Vero glanced at the cutter's rail. "She chose to come. She can choose to stay." Saskia looked at Wrenna. The woman at the rail was pale, shaking. Her coat was torn at the shoulder, and there was a bruise rising on her jaw that had not been there before. "He will kill you," Wrenna said. "The moment you give him what he wants, he will kill you." Vero did not deny it. "He cannot kill me if I am holding the evidence," Saskia said. "He does not need the evidence." Wrenna's voice broke. "He needs you to confirm it exists. Once you do, he has everything he needs to bury it." Saskia's hand moved to her coat. The invoices were pressed against her ribs. The key to South Archive was cold against her collarbone. "I am not confirming anything," she said. "I am training." Vero's smile returned. "Then we understand each other." He held out the tablet. Saskia stepped forward. Pell's hand caught her wrist. The grip was not rough. It was desperate. "Do not cross that line," he said. "Pell, once you take his deal, you belong to it. You carry what he tells you, and you carry the cost of letting him walk." "If I do not take it, I carry nothing. No names, no chain, no justice for Anika. And if he is lying?" Saskia looked at Vero. The man's face was unreadable. His gray hair was neat. His coat was clean. He did not look like a man running for his life. "He is not lying about the chain," she said. "He does not have the authority to order a kill. Someone above him does, and that someone is still alive." "Then we find them another way." "There is no other way." She pulled her wrist free. The ice groaned under her boots. She walked toward the cutter. Vero watched her approach. The tablet was steady in his hands. The red-haired man at the rail had not moved. His eyes tracked her every step. Saskia stopped at the bow. "Give me the names first." Vero shook his head. "The deal is simultaneous. I hand you the tablet, you hand me the invoices." "You want me to hand over proof of murder?" "I want you to hand over copies. You keep the originals. I get enough to walk into the mainland and disappear." Saskia's jaw tightened. "Fine." She reached into her coat. The wind shifted. Wrenna lunged, not toward Saskia, toward the red-haired man. Her hands caught his arm and she screamed. "On the boat there is a crate. They are going to burn it." The red-haired man swung. Wrenna went down. The shot came from behind Saskia. She did not see where it landed. She felt Pell's body collide with hers, driving her sideways off the ice into the space between the cutter's hull and the frozen harbor. The cutter's engine roared. The vessel surged forward. Saskia hit the water. Chapter 59. The water slammed Saskia sideways into black. Cold drilled through her skull. Her coat dragged her down. The invoices pressed against her ribs like stone slabs. She kicked. Her boot hit something solid. Ice. The surface was already sealing above her. She broke through with her shoulder. Air punched into her lungs. The cutter's wake shoved her toward the hull and she caught a rope ladder swinging past her face. Her fingers locked. The ladder yanked her arm from its socket as the vessel kept moving, dragging her through churning water. Pell surfaced 10 feet back. His hand found a mooring line, and he hauled himself hand over hand toward the ladder. Saskia climbed. Her boots slipped on wet rungs. The rope burned through her gloves. Above her, the deck rail rushed closer, and she swung a leg over the side and collapsed onto wet planks. The cutter was already turning. She scrambled to her knees. The inner key was sliding away through sleet. Maeve was a gray shape on the ice. Nika was running along the harbor edge, rifle raised, shouting words the wind swallowed. Pell hit the deck beside her. Water streamed from his hair. His hand pressed against his shoulder, and fresh blood leaked through the bandage. "You are bleeding again." He did not answer. His eyes swept the deck. No one was visible. The wheelhouse was dark. The red-haired man was gone. Saskia pushed to her feet. "Vero, the crate!" Wrenna said, "I know." They moved. The deck slanted as the cutter picked up speed. Saskia grabbed the rail and followed the cabin wall toward a hatch at the stern. Pell stayed at her back, his breathing low and steady despite the wound. She pulled the hatch. A ladder dropped into dark. "I will clear the wheelhouse," Pell said. "You find what is below. Do not let them steer into open water." "I will not." He was already gone. Saskia climbed down. The hold smelled of brine, diesel, and something chemical and sharp that stung the back of her throat. A single bulb swung from the ceiling, casting the space in jaundiced light. Crates were stacked against the bulkhead. A workbench held microscopes and half-dissected reef cores. She moved past them, toward the crate. It was larger than the others, steel bands. A shipping stencil on the side, ArcSeep. Below it, a handwritten tag, South Archive Receiving C/O Biospec M-17. She found the seal. Someone had already cracked it. She lifted the lid. Inside, arranged in foam cutouts, were jars of reef sediment labeled with dates and GPS coordinates. A stack of breeding ledgers bound in oilcloth. A sealed container with what looked like tissue samples suspended in cloudy fluid. And a folder. Saskia pulled it free. The first page was a spreadsheet. Colony counts, extraction volumes, transfer dates. The second page listed names. Anika, Elias, Lena, Oscar, strike-throughs across each one, and a date next to each name. The dates matched their deaths. Her hands shook. The third page was a cargo manifest. Same crate number. Consignee, South Archive. Shipper, Coastal Institute for Fisheries Management. Purpose, decommission of expired research materials. Research materials? That was what they called people. She heard footsteps on the ladder. She spun. Pell dropped into the hold. His face was tight. "We have a problem. The crate is full of evidence, breeding records, sample logs, a kill list." "I know. I saw Vero in the wheelhouse." Saskia's blood went cold. "Is he alive?" "Alive and afraid. He says the engine is locked on course. Someone on the crew said it before they abandoned the boat." "Abandoned?" 3 men in a launch. They are already half a mile ahead." The hull shuddered. Saskia grabbed the crate edge. "Where is it taking us?" Pell's jaw tightened. "Rocks. There's a reef break half a mile north. If the helm is locked, we hit it in less than 10. The bulb flickered. Saskia looked at the crate, at the folder in her hands, at the evidence someone had tried to burn and then chosen to send into the sea instead. "The cutter will break apart. Everything in this hold will sink." "Yes. How long?" "Maybe 15 minutes, maybe less." She looked at the ladder. "Nika, can she reach us?" Pell shook his head. "The cutter is moving too fast. She cannot keep pace on ice." Saskia pressed her palm flat against the crate. The steel bands were cold. The breeding ledgers were inside. Anika's name was in the kill list. "Then we get this crate off the boat." Pell did not argue. He crossed to her and lifted the lid again. "How much can you carry?" "Everything." "Then we take everything." They worked fast. Saskia stuffed folders into her coat. Pell ripped the foam from the crate and stacked the reef sample jars into a canvas sack he found hanging on the bulkhead. The tissue samples went in next, the breeding ledgers. The ship groaned, the deck tilted. Saskia grabbed the ladder rail. Is there a launch? A skiff? One, tied to the stern. It might hold us in the crate. Then we go now. She climbed. Pell followed with the sack. On deck, the wind hit harder. The cutter was listing, the bow turning toward a dark line of surf breaking against black rock. The channel was narrowing. Ice chunks scraped the hull. Saskia ran for the stern. The launch was there, a small boat, fiberglass with a single outboard motor. Ropes held it against the cutter's roll. Pell lowered the sack into the launch, then the crate. Saskia untied the lines. Get in! She obeyed. Pell jumped into the boat beside her and yanked the outboard cord. The engine coughed. He yanked again. The engine caught. He spun the tiller hard. The launch swung away from the cutter's hull, and the outboard pushed them across the broken water. Behind them, the cutter kept moving, toward the rocks. Saskia watched it go. The wheelhouse was dark. No one was on deck. The vessel hit the first reef shelf with a grinding screech, and the bow rode up on stone. Then it stopped. The hull held. Saskia let out a breath. Then she saw the man standing on the ice ahead. Red hair. He was 30 yards away, standing on a shelf of broken ice with a signal lamp. He raised it. Once. Twice. A light answered from the dark beyond the reef. Pell saw it too. That is not a rescue. Saskia's hand went to her coat. The evidence was against her ribs. The launch drifted. The red-haired man lowered the lamp. The water ahead churned with movement. Chapter 60. The launch drifted. The churning water ahead did not break surface, just rolled beneath the ice in slow, muscular pulses. Pell cut the outboard. The sudden silence pressed in. Something passed under the hull. Saskia felt it through the fiberglass, a deep body sliding past in the dark current, too large to be a seal. Stay still. Pell's voice was flat. His hand rested on the tiller, but he did not move. The water settled. The red-haired man on the ice shelf lowered his signal lamp and stepped backward into the sleet until the gray swallowed him. Saskia exhaled. Then she saw the crate. It sat in the stern of the launch, steel bands catching the dim light. The lid was still cracked open. The folders she had stuffed into her coat were pressing against her ribs. The hearing. Pell turned. What? Vero said there was a hearing. A mainland hearing on reef rights. The kill list was a passenger list, names crossed off, and dates. She pulled the folder from her coat. Her fingers were numb. The paper trembled in her grip. Pell watched her. She found it on the third page, a typed list of names. Conference Room B, Maritime Hall, Reykjavik, Reef Resource Arbitration. Scheduled in 3 days. Anika's name was on the first version, struck through. The ink was red, the line precise. Saskia stared at the mark until the letters blurred. She was supposed to testify. Pell said nothing. She was on the list. Someone put her on the list, and then someone else put her on the kill list. The launch tilted as a chunk of ice scraped the hull. Saskia looked up. The cutter was still grounded on the reef, its bow wedged against stone, the wheelhouse dark. No movement on deck, no sign of Vero. He is still in there. Pell shook his head. He will not stay. If he had a launch, he is already gone. He had a launch, then he is gone. Saskia looked at the water. The red-haired man had vanished. The answering light beyond the reef had not repeated. Who was he signaling? Someone who did not want to be seen. She pressed the folder flat against her chest. We have to get to that hearing. Pell studied her. The wind moved through his wet hair. His shoulder wound was seeping through the bandage. The hearing is in 3 days. Then we have 3 days. From here to Reykjavik is 4 by sea, 5 in this weather. Saskia looked at the crate, at the folders, at the reef sample jars stacked in the canvas sack. Then we find another way. Pell did not argue. He pulled that outboard cord. The engine coughed, caught, and the launch began to push through the broken floes. Saskia knelt in the stern and pulled the crate lid fully open. Breeding ledgers, tissue samples, reef sediment jars. A smaller folder she had missed, bound with twine. She untied it. Inside were creased papers, ferry schedules, a hand-drawn map of the Reykjavik harbor district, and a single photograph. The photograph was grainy, taken from a distance. A man in a dark coat stood on a dock, talking to someone whose face was cut off by the frame. The caption on the back, written in someone else's hand, Vero, 3 days before Anika. Saskia turned the photograph over. On the back, in the same handwriting, he knew she was coming. He was waiting. The launch hit open water. Pell opened the throttle. The wind rose. Behind them, the cutter's hull groaned against the reef. A single light flickered in the wheelhouse, then died. Saskia watched it go. The evidence was against her ribs. The hearing was in 3 days, and someone had known Anika was coming before she arrived. The launch pushed into the dark. The sleet thickened. Saskia tucked the photograph into her coat and pressed her hand flat against the folders. She did not look back again. The sound of the cutter's hold cracking open reached her across the water, a low, grinding groan like stone shifting underwater. She flinched. Pell's hand found hers. He did not speak. They drifted. The gray swallowed everything. Then the sleet parted long enough for Saskia to see a dark shape on the ice shelf where the red-haired man had stood. Not a man. A bundle of cloth, discarded, or left deliberately. She pointed. Pell saw it. They were too far to reach it. The launch was already past, and the current was pulling them into the channel. The shape stayed. Saskia memorized the position. A rock formation. A broken ice shelf. A single black stone leaning like a tooth. She would find it again. She had to. The sleet closed in, the launch moved on, and the dark water ahead was empty. Chapter 61. The launch bucked against a submerged shelf of ice. Pell cut the outboard and let the drift carry them while Saskia pressed her ear to the crate, listening for movement in the water. Nothing. She straightened. The cold had settled into her joints and her fingers refused to close fully. We have to go back. Pell looked at her. For Vero. He knows the route. He knows who to hand us to. He will not talk. He will if he wants to live. Pell studied the cutter through the falling sleet. The hull listed, grinding against the reef. A single lamp still glowed in the wheelhouse. If we go back, we lose the channel. Nika's window closes. Saskia looked at the ice shelf where the bundled cloth lay, then at the crate, then at the photograph in her coat, grainy and damning. We need a path to that hearing. Vero has it. Pell pulled the starter cord. The launch turned. The cutter groaned as they approached, ice scraping the hull. Saskia climbed the rope ladder with numb hands, Pell close behind, his shoulder bleeding through the bandage. The wheelhouse door hung open. Vero was not inside. Saskia searched the deck, the hold, the stern. Empty. He is gone. Pell pointed at the far side of the reef. A dark shape moved through the broken ice, low and fast. His launch. Saskia dropped into the stern and yanked the outboard cord. The engine caught. Pell pushed off the cutter's side as the launch shot forward, sleet cutting across her face. The dark shape grew. Vero's launch was smaller, lighter, designed for one man. He saw them coming and opened the throttle. The gap narrowed. Saskia leaned into the wind, Pell bracing beside her. They caught him at the mouth of the channel. Pell leaped across the gap. The impact drove Vero against the tiller. Pell dragged him into their launch by the collar, and Vero's boat drifted free, spinning into the ice. Saskia cut the engine. The silence rushed back. Vero sat on the deck, gasping, gray hair plastered to his skull. His eyes moved between them. You made a mistake. Pell gripped his shoulder. You made one, leaving Driftmoor without a working radio. Vero's jaw tightened. Saskia knelt in front of him, the photograph already in her hand. You knew Anika was coming. You were waiting on that dock. Vero looked at the image, his mouth pressed into a line. I was. Why? Because she was going to expose the reef contracts at the hearing. I was supposed to talk her out of it. And instead you talked someone into killing her. I did not give that order. Someone above you did. Yes. Saskia let the photograph hang between them. I need the name. I need the route to the hearing. I need to walk into that room in 3 days and prove every murder was a corporate wet work. Vero studied her. If I give you that, you let me disappear. Pell's grip tightened. Yes. Vero held Saskia's gaze for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper. Ferry schedule. Reykjavik Harbor. A name circled in pencil. Mercer House. 3 streets from the Maritime Hall. Helena Mercer keeps a room for people who need to reach the hearing without being seen. Saskia took the paper. Why would she help? Because her nephew is Ivo Mercer, and because she already lost a brother to this pipeline. Saskia folded the paper into her coat. The name. Vero looked at the ice. Kjell Alstrom. He runs the Coastal Institute's board. He is the one who signed off on Anika's containment and on the kill list when containment mailed. Saskia memorized the name. What is his relationship to Vero? I was his handler. He was mine. We answer to the same funder, but Alstrom controls the budget. He decides who lives and who becomes a line item. Pell released Vero's shoulder. He is at the hearing? He chairs it. Saskia felt the cold settle deeper. The man who ordered my sister's death is running the panel that decides whether her research gets heard. Yes. Pell moved between them. He will see you coming. He will have security, lawyers, a dozen ways to discredit anything you bring. Saskia looked at the crate, at the ledgers, at the photograph. Then we do not walk in through the front. Vero watched her. One more thing. Saskia waited. Hallstrom is not alone. He has a partner in this, a woman. I never met her face to face, but her name was on some of the routing codes. The same codes that sent payments through your lab. Saskia's throat tightened. What name? Renda Tervo used it when she called me before the cottage fire. She said, the northern light is burning, and gave a code I recognized from Astrom's private line. Saskia stared at him. Wrenna was reporting to Astrom directly? She was his eyes in Driftmoor. She told him when to act. She told him when you were getting too close. Pell moved to Saskia's side. Wrenna is still alive. Vero nodded. She took the same launch pattern I did. She is ahead of you. Saskia looked at the sleet. The launch drifted. The channel opened ahead, and somewhere in the gray, Renda Tervo was already running toward the same hearing, carrying Astrom's secrets and Saskia's trust like weapons. Chapter 62. The gray light came slowly, leaching through the sleet like ink bleeding across wet paper. Saskia stood at the lighthouse window, her reflection thin against the glass. The storm had broken overnight, not with violence, but with a long exhale, the wind dropping, the snow softening into drizzle. Water streamed down the panes and pooled on the sill. Behind her, Pell was gathering what remained of their supplies, bandages, dry matches, the crate of evidence, resorted and padded against salt. His shoulder was bandaged fresh. The wound had stopped weeping, but the fabric showed a pale watermark where blood had soaked through during the night. She heard his breath hitch when he lifted the crate. Saskia turned. Leave that. He set it down, but his jaw was set. We need to move before the channels close again. The channels are open. Decker will hold until noon. Maeve said so. Pell studied her. Then why are you still looking at the water like it has an answer? She did not answer, because the water did not have one. The water had only cold and distance and a city she had never reached with her sister alive in it. A knock rattled the door below. Pell crossed the room and descended the spiral stairs. Saskia heard the bolt scrape, then Maeve's voice, low and measured. She followed. Maeve stood in the doorway, hood pulled tight, a canvas satchel slung across her shoulder. Her face was gray with exhaustion, but her eyes were clear. The elders are holding the harbor. Nika has the channel mouth watched. She stepped inside and set the satchel on the table. You have until the tide turns. After that, Decker will assume you are dead and pull his line. Saskia looked at the satchel. What is that? Supplies. Ferry fare. A letter of transit from the harbor authority in Reykjavik that will not hold up to scrutiny, but will get you past first look. Maeve paused. And a copy of the ledger pages I kept for 30 years. Pell's head came up. You had copies. I had a life to protect. Maeve did not flinch. And a clan that would have torn itself apart if I handed them to you before you had the strength to carry them out. Now you do. Saskia's throat tightened. You could have given those to my father. Your father stopped writing. I assumed he stopped caring. He never stopped. He just stopped trusting you. Maeve's mouth pressed thin. That is fair. She pulled out a chair and sat, hands folded on the table. The movement looked deliberate, controlled, the posture of someone bracing for a blow. "I have one more offer." Saskia waited. "You leave alone. Pell stays. I provide you with a skiff, a crew I trust, and copies of everything. You reach Reykjavik by the sea route. You check into Mercer House. You walk into the hearing with the evidence and a harbor authority letter that will get you through the door." Saskia's chest went still. "And Pell?" "Pell stays in Driftmoor. He takes the keeper's signet. He leads the elders through the spring thaw while I answer the council about why I let the mainland conspiracy run under my nose for 3 decades. Pell moved before Saskia could speak. "No." Maeve's eyes did not leave Saskia. "Think. He is wolf. He is clan heir. The moment he walks into that hearing room, every mainland lawyer, every reporter, every security detail will see him as proof that Driftmoor was hiding something. They will tear his testimony apart because of what he is, not what he knows. And they will use him to discredit you." Saskia's nails bit into her palm. "You are asking me to leave him behind?" "I am asking you to survive." The room went quiet. Saskia looked at Pell. He had not moved. His hands hung at his sides, shoulders weighted, but his eyes stayed on hers, steady, waiting. He was not going to argue. He was not going to fight her choice. He was going to let her decide. She looked back at Maeve. "You said I could leave with copies, that I could reach the hearing alone, that Pell would be safer here." "Yes, but you did not say what would happen after." Maeve's fingers tightened on the table. "After you survive. Pell survives. The clan survives. That is more than most people get in this story." Saskia turned to face Pell. "If I leave without you, will you follow?" Pell's voice was rough. "If you asked me to, then I am not asking you to stay." She held his gaze. "I am asking you to come with me. Not because the bond says you have to, not because Driftmoor is safer without you. Because I need you there." Maeve's breath caught. Saskia did not look away from Pell. "I know what it costs. I know Maeve is right about what the mainland will see, but I am not walking into that room alone. I have spent 3 years carrying Anika's death by myself. I am not carrying this one without you." Pell crossed the space between them. His hand came up, slow, letting her see it before it reached her. His fingers brushed her jaw. "I was coming. I know." "Then why did you have to ask me in front of her?" Saskia's voice dropped. "Because she needed to hear you say it, and so did I." Maeve pushed back her chair. The scrape of wood against stone cut through the air. She stood, face unreadable, and looked at them both. "Then you are choosing him." Saskia did not hesitate. "Yes." Maeve's eyes moved to Pell. "And you are choosing her." "Yes." The silence stretched. Maeve reached into her coat. Her hand came out holding a signet ring, worn gold, the stone the color of harbor water in shadow. She held it out. Pell did not take it. "Grandmother, you will need it." Maeve's voice cracked, just once, at the edge of the word. "If you are going to speak for Driftmoor in that room, you carry the seal." Pell looked at the ring, then at Maeve. "I am not leaving you to face the council alone." "You are not leaving me." Maeve pressed the ring into his palm. "You are finishing what I should have finished before your father was born." Pell closed his fingers around it. Maeve turned to Saskia. "There is a boathouse at the South Channel. Nika will be there with a skiff, a full fuel can, and a route map that avoids the harbor watch. Decker will meet you at the mainland line." Saskia nodded. Maeve paused at the door. "One more thing." Saskia waited. "Liana Mercer will not open her door unless you give her a name no one else would know." Maeve's eyes held hers. "Tell her the tide took the light on the last night of winter." Saskia memorized the words. Maeve opened the door. The gray light spilled in. "Now go, before I lose the nerve to let you." Chapter 63. The ring sat in Pell's palm, catching the gray light. Gold, worn thin at the edges. The stone dark as drowned harbor water. He did not close his fingers around it. "You knew," he said. Before you walked in here, you already decided. Maeve's hand stayed on the doorframe. I decided 30 years ago, when I buried a report that would have ended my brother's life. I have been deciding ever since. This is the first time I have chosen right. Saskia watched the old woman's knuckles whiten against the wood. What changed? Maeve's eyes moved to her. You. The word hung in the salt air. Costin believed he was protecting the clan. He was wrong, but he believed it. Your sister believed the truth would save her. She was right, but it killed her anyway. I believed silence was survival, and for 30 years I was not wrong. She paused. But survival is not the same as living. Pal closed his fingers around the ring. The council will call you a traitor for this. The council can hang me in the harbor yard. Maeve's voice did not waver. I have carried worse names than traitor. I will carry this one if it means you reach that room with the seal of Driftmoor on your hand and the truth in your mouth. Saskia's chest tightened. What about Helena Mercer? Maeve's eyes sharpened. What about her? You said she will not open the door without the code phrase, but you did not say why she would help us at all. Maeve was quiet for a long breath. Then she pushed the door wider and stepped back into the room. Her boots scraped the stone as she crossed to the table and lowered herself into the chair. The wood groaned under her weight. She folded her hands over the cane and looked up at Saskia with something that might have been grief. Helena Mercer buried her husband 22 years ago. The official report said he fell from a research vessel during a storm survey off the Skerries. His body was never recovered. Saskia's breath caught. He was one of yours. He was a mainland marine geologist who found the same reef signatures your sister found 10 years before she was born. He wrote a report. He sent it to the Coastal Institute, and 3 weeks later he went out on a calm sea and never came back. Pell's voice was low. Grandmother, I did not know. Maeve's hands tightened on the cane. Not then. Not for years. Helena blamed the Institute, the weather, the boat, herself. She did not know about the clan until I arrived at her door 5 years after his death with a copy of his original field notes that I found in my brother's locked chest. Saskia's throat went dry. She has been waiting ever since. For someone else to carry the same evidence, for someone else to survive long enough to finish what her husband started. The room was very still. Maeve's voice dropped. I sent word to her last night, before I came here. Through Decker's line, before the ice closed the channel. She knows you are coming. She knows what you carry. And she knows that if you reach her door alive, she will open it. Saskia's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. Why did you not tell me this before? Because I did not know if you would survive the night. Maeve's eyes held hers. And because if you had died before dawn, I wanted Helena to have one less name to mourn. Pell moved. He crossed to the table and set the ring on the wood between them. The sound of metal against surface was soft, deliberate. I need to know everything, he said. Every name, every route, every contact you have kept alive in the dark for 30 years. Maeve looked at the ring, then at her grandson. You will not like all of it. I did not expect to. Maeve reached into her coat again. Her hand came out holding a folded paper, yellow at the edges, creased so deeply it looked ready to split. She set it beside the ring. That is the original invoice for the first biospec shipment, dated 3 months before your father was born, signed by the harbor master who taught Costin everything he knew. Saskia stared at the paper. You kept it. I kept everything. Maeve's voice cracked, just once, at the edge of the word. I told myself it was insurance, that if the mainland ever came for Driftmoor, I would have proof that the clan was not the only one who knew, that the Institute, the buyers, the men who signed the checks, they were all complicit. She looked up. But I was also afraid. Afraid that if I burned the evidence, I would be burning the only proof that any of them ever existed. That Lena Mercer, Oskar Venn, Elias Brandt, your sister, they died for something real. And if I destroyed the paper, I would be destroying the only witness left. Saskia's voice was barely a whisper. You were protecting the dead. I was protecting the truth. Maeve pushed the paper toward her. Take it. Take the ring. Take the code phrase. And when you walk into that room in Reykjavik, you tell them that Driftmoor is not a secret the mainland gets to bury. Saskia picked up the paper. Her fingers trembled against the yellowed edge. Pell picked up the ring. He slid it onto his finger. It fit. Maeve watched him, and something in her face broke open, then sealed itself again. You look like him, she said. Your father. When he stood in this room and told me he was leaving Driftmoor to marry a mainland woman. Pell's jaw tightened. I am not leaving to marry anyone. No. Maeve's gaze moved to Saskia. You are leaving to stand beside her while she burns the world down. A knock at the door split the air. All three of them turned. Nika's voice came through the wood, tight and low. We have a problem. Pell was already moving. He pulled the door open. Nika stood in the gray light, snow crusted on her coat, her face pale beneath the windburn. The cutter's launch, the one Vero escaped in. It washed up on the South Rocks an hour ago. Saskia's blood went cold. Empty? Empty. Nika's eyes met hers. But there was blood in the bilge, fresh, and a signal lamp still warm. Maeve rose from the chair. Her cane struck the stone. Then he is not dead, and he is not alone. The wind howled through the gap, and Saskia felt the thread pull tight between where they stood and whatever was waiting for them on the mainland. Chapter 64. Nika's skiff sat low in the black water, the crates stacked in the stern under oilcloth, winter gear packed tight around them. Saskia counted the bundles twice. Evidence, food, dry clothes, the key to South Archive pressed against her ribs like a second heartbeat. Pell stood at the boathouse door, the Hargrove ring catching the last of the lighthouse beam. His shoulder was freshly bandaged beneath his coat, the fabric dark where the wound had seeped through during the night. He looked at her. You have not slept. Neither of you. He did not argue. The wind shifted, carrying the salt sting of open water past the kelp channel. The ice had broken further overnight. Slush and dark currents moved where solid white had been yesterday. Nika appeared at the channel edge, boots crunching on the frozen shingle. Tide is turning. We have 40 minutes before the channel narrows too much for the diff. Saskia nodded. She picked up the first crate. Pell took it from her without a word, his hands closing over the edges, carrying it down to the skiff with the careful weight of someone who knew what each folder and jar meant. They worked in silence. 3 trips, boathouse to skiff, skiff to boathouse. The rhythm of passing crates, checking seals, adjusting ropes. Maeve stood at the top of the path, her cane planted in the gravel, the lighthouse throwing her shadow long and thin across the stone. She had not spoken since Nika's report about Vero's launch, but her eyes followed every movement. When the last crate was secured, Saskia straightened. Her hands were cold, her back ached. The wind had picked up again, sharp and wet, carrying the smell of Thaw and diesel and the distant rot of the reef. Pell stepped up beside her. Ready? She looked at the skiff, at the crates, at the dark mouth of the channel, where the water moved faster than it should. Then she looked at him. His jaw was tight. His scar stood pale against his skin. His eyes were the same wet stone gray she had seen the first night when he opened the door and the world cracked open between them. He was afraid. Not of the channel, not of the mainland, of her. Of her walking down that path and into the boat and leaving him behind the way everyone else had. Saskia's throat closed. She stepped forward. Her hand found his chest, flat over the heartbeat she had learned to read in the dark. The wool of his coat was rough under her palm. Pell. He did not look away. She lifted her other hand, cupped his face. His skin was cold. The scar through his eyebrow caught the light as she traced her thumb along his cheekbone, slow, deliberate, like she was learning the shape of him for the first time. I am not leaving because the bond pulled me. His breath stopped. I am not leaving because Maeve told me to go, or because the channel is open, or because the evidence has to reach Reykjavik. The wind pulled at her hair. She held his gaze. I am leaving because I choose you and the truth in the same breath, and I cannot have one without the other." He did not move, but something behind his eyes cracked open. His hand came up, slow, and covered hers against his cheek. "Say it again." Her voice held. "I choose you." The words hung between them, salt cold and certain. Pell's breath escaped in a shudder. Then his hand tightened over hers, and he pulled her forward, forehead to forehead, his eyes closed, his whole body leaning into the contact like she was the only solid thing in a world that had spent years trying to drown him. She stayed. Warm breath, the rasp of his stubble against her temple, the weight of his hand at the back of her head, careful, like she was something he had been afraid to touch. "I thought I would have to fight for this," he said. "Convince you. Prove that the bond was not a trap." She pulled back just enough to see his face. "You already did." His mouth parted. The lighthouse beam swept past them, cutting a white arc across the channel, and for a moment, the world was only light and dark and the space between their bodies. Then the bullet cracked. The sound split the night open. A stone chip exploded from the path 6 feet away, fragments stinging Saskia's ankles. Pell moved. He rammed her sideways into the shadow of the boathouse wall, his body between her and the ridge, his arm locked across her chest. "Down!" She hit the gravel on her knees. The second shot hit the boathouse frame, wood splintering. Nika was already in the skiff, crouched behind the crates, her hand on something metal in her coat. Maeve had not moved. She stood in the open, her cane planted, her face turned toward the ridge like she could see the shooter through the dark. "He is alone," Maeve said. "One shot at a time, reloading now." Saskia's heart slammed against her ribs. Pell's hand was on her shoulder, pushing her lower, his body a shield she did not ask for and could not argue against. The wind carried the click of a bolt action, then silence, then footsteps, fast, retreating into the scree above the ridge. Pell's voice was raw. "Nika, how fast can you get this skiff through the channel?" 8 minutes if the tide holds. You have 5. He pulled Saskia up. Her knees were bleeding through her trousers. He did not ask. He lifted her over the gunwale, his hands at her waist, and she landed hard against the crate, the oilcloth cold against her cheek. Pell was already in beside her, shoving the boathouse door open with his boot, Nika's engine catching on the third pull. The skiff lurched forward. The channel swallowed them. Dark water, ice scraping the hull, the lighthouse beam shrinking behind them until it was only a smudge of light in the gray. Saskia looked back. Maeve was still standing on the path, small, straight, her cane a dark line against the stone. Then the channel curved, and she was gone. Chapter 65. The skiff bucked as Pell landed, his weight shifting the hull, and the engine caught. Nika kept low, one hand on the tiller, the other braced against the crate. The channel walls rose dark on either side, ice scraping the hull in long, gasping sounds. Saskia crouched behind the crates, her knees wet, her breath coming too fast. Pell was beside her, his back to the ridge, his eyes on the dark water ahead. She reached for him. Her hand found his arm, and he turned, and in the slice of light from the fading lighthouse beam, she saw the blood. It ran from his shoulder, dark and wet, soaking through the wool where the bullet had torn. "Pell!" He looked down like he had not noticed. "It is a graze." "You are bleeding." "It is a graze," he said again, and his voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a man who had been shot before and knew the difference between a wound and a death. She did not believe him. The skiff feared the channel mouth, and the water opened ahead, gray and churning, the ice broken into floes that bumped against the hull like living things. Nika cut the engine to idle. The silence rushed in. Saskia heard her own heartbeat, the drip of water off the gunwale, the wet rasp of Pell's breathing. Then the crack. Not a shot, a footstep on stone. Above them. Nika's hand went to her coat, and Saskia looked up. The ridge rose steep from the channel's western edge, a wall of broken shale and frost-shattered rock. Against the gray sky, a shape moved, a man. He was already bringing the rifle up. Saskia saw the muzzle track, slow and deliberate, finding them through the dark. Pell moved. He rammed her sideways into the crate, his body covering hers, and the shot punched into the water where she had been sitting, a geyser of cold spray. Nika fired. The sound was flat and loud in the open air, a handgun shot that echoed off the ridge. The man jerked, his rifle tilted. He took one step forward, then another, and then his weight carried him over the edge. He hit the shale slope and rolled, once, twice, his body tumbling until it stopped against a frozen boulder 30 feet above the water. Silence. Nika's arm was still extended, her face hard. She lowered the weapon. He was not Clan. Saskia's ears rang. Pell was already moving, climbing over the crates, his boots finding the ice shelf that edged the channel base. "Stay with the skiff! Pell!" He did not stop. He hauled himself onto the rock, his shoulders seeping fresh blood, and climbed toward the body. Saskia watched him go, her chest tight, her hands shaking. Nika killed the engine completely. The skiff drifted, the water lapped at the hull. Above them, Pell reached the body and rolled it over. The man's face was pale, musunding, a graying beard and a canvas coat with no markings. Pell searched him. A signal lamp, still warm, tied to his belt with a leather strap. A leather satchel, oiled and worn, strapped across his chest. Pell pulled it free and opened it. He looked down for a long moment. Then he looked at Saskia. "Come up." She climbed. The shale was loose under her boots, and she used her hands, the stone cold and sharp, until she reached the ledge where Pell stood. He held the satchel open. Inside were papers, ferry schedules, folded and creased, a list of departure codes written in neat hand, a harbor transit pass with a false name, and a sheet of paper typed with names. Saskia took it. The header read, "Priority clearance, pre-hearing." The first name on the list was hers, Saskia Roelofs, struck through in red ink. Below it, Pell Hargrove, struck through. Below that, 4 names not yet struck. Ima Mercer, Father Elian Sorel, Wrenna Turvo. A 4th name she did not recognize. R. Dahl, civilian analyst. Her throat closed. She read the list again. Ivo, Father Elian, Wrenna. The network was not finished. It was cleaning house. Everyone who had touched the truth, who had spoken it, who had carried it, was marked for removal before the hearing could hear them. Pell took the paper from her hand. His face was unreadable. Nika. She looked up from the skiff. "How fast can you reach the mainland line?" 40 minutes if I push the engine." "Push it." He folded the list and put it in his own coat. Then he looked at Saskia, and his eyes were the same wet stone gray she had seen the first night, when the door opened and the world cracked open between them. But there was something new in them now, a coldness she had not seen before. "They are already moving," he said. "We are not ahead of them." Saskia's hand found his wrist. His pulse was fast. "Then we get ahead." He looked at her hand. Then he looked at her face. The wind pulled between them. Below, Nika restarted the engine, the sound low and urgent. And Saskia realized with a clarity that felt like ice in her chest that the paper in Pell's pocket held her name, his name, and the names of people she had promised to protect, and that the shooter on the ridge had not been the last. He had been the first. The skiff waited, the water churned, and somewhere ahead, in the gray, the mainland was already closing its teeth. Chapter 66. The skiff cut through the kelp channel, the engine a low thrum beneath the ice-scraped hull. Saskia knelt among the crates, her hands braced against the gunwale, watching Driftmoor shrink behind them. The lighthouse was a pale needle against the gray, then a line, then nothing. Pell sat at the bow, his shoulder wrapped in a fresh bandage Nika had pressed into his hands before they launched. The blood had stopped seeping through, but the wound was raw, and he moved his arm like a man testing a hinge that might give. Nika stood at the tiller, her face carved from the same cold stone as the channel walls. No one spoke. The first 20 minutes passed in silence, the skiff threading through ice that groaned and shifted around them. Saskia watched the shoreline slide past, black rock and frost-bent trees. and tried not to think about the paper in Pell's pocket. Her name struck through. Pell's name struck through. She thought of Ivo, standing in his clinic with the evidence folder, his hands steady. She thought of Father Ilian, his pipe smoke curling in the cold air of the chapel. She thought of Wrenna, the name she had not yet decided how to feel about. They were all still alive. For now. Nika cut the engine to a crawl as the channel narrowed, the ice closing in on both sides. The hull scraped against submerged ridges, and Saskia felt the vibration through her boots. "Decker's line is another 30 minutes, Nika said. "If the ice holds." Pell nodded. Saskia looked down at the crates. She had not opened them since they left the boathouse. The evidence was packed tight, invoices and ledgers and slides, but there was one crate she had not looked inside at all. The one from the cutter. The one marked, "Decommission of expired research materials." She pulled it toward her across the wet deck. The lid was nailed shut, but the wood was old, the nails loose. She worked the edge with her fingers, feeling the give, and Pell watched her without speaking. The first nail came out clean. The second bent, but she pulled it free. She lifted the lid. Inside, packed in oilcloth, were jars of reef sediment, labeled and dated. Below them, a leather folder, thick with papers, and below that, something wrapped in dark canvas, about the length of her forearm. She lifted it out. The canvas was tied with twine, the knot sealed with wax. Black wax, stamped with a mark she did not recognize, a circle with a line through it. She turned it over. On the underside, written in ink, in a hand she knew. For whoever survived long enough to open this. Her breath caught. The handwriting was Anika's. Saskia's hands shook as she worked the wax seal, the twine, the canvas. Pell moved closer, his presence warm at her shoulder. Inside was a brass cylinder, about the width of her palm, with a screw cap and a rubber gasket, the kind used for storing recordings in salt air, where paper would rot and ink would bleed. She unscrewed the cap. Inside, nested in felt, was a small wax cylinder, the kind that belonged to an old dictation machine, the kind Anika had carried in her field kit for years. Saskia stared at it, her vision blurred. "Saskia." Pell's voice was low. "What is it?" She could not answer. She lifted the cylinder out, her fingers careful, and held it to the gray light. Anika's voice. It was in there, waiting. Nika cut the engine completely, and the silence of the channel closed around them, water lapping against the hull, ice ticking in the cold. Saskia looked at Pell. His face was watchful, steady, waiting for her to decide. She found the playback mechanism on the cylinder's base, a small spring-loaded lever, and pressed it. The first sound was a crackle, the hiss of old wax meeting a needle. Then a voice, Anika's voice. "If you are hearing this, I am already dead." Saskia's chest caved. The voice was exactly as she remembered, low, quick, a little impatient, the voice of someone who had never had time to waste on politeness. "I am recording this because I do not trust paper anymore. Paper can be burned, paper can be rewritten, but this cylinder is the only copy, and I have hidden it where no one will find it unless they are looking for the truth." A pause, the sound of breathing. "I found something in the reef data, something that explains why the coastal surveys have been falsified for 22 years. It is not just mineral extraction. It is worse. They are engineering the collapse, controlling the rate, making it look like natural decline so they can claim the reef is dead and sell the salvage rights." Saskia's fingers tightened on the cylinder. "But that is not why they killed me." The voice dropped. "They killed me because I found out who is buying the salvage rights. A man named Kajal Alstrom. He chairs the board of the Coastal Institute for Fisheries Management. He signs the checks, controls the budget, and decides which research gets published and which disappears." Saskia's blood ran cold. The name. Vero had given it to her, but hearing it from Anika's own mouth, from beyond the grave, was different. Alstrom is not acting alone. He has a partner in the hearing process, someone who sits on the arbitration panel and can vary evidence before it reaches the record. I do not have a name yet, but I know they are connected to a woman who has been feeding information to Driftmoor for years. Someone close to me. Someone close to you. The pause stretched. Saskia, if you are hearing this, do not trust anyone who knew I was looking. Not the friendly face, not the old friend, not the one who offers comfort while asking questions. They are all part of it. Another pause. Longer. I hid everything I found in South Archive. The access code is in the lining of my field chest. Use it. Burn the rest. Do not let them bury what we found. A click. The cylinder stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than the ice. Saskia sat in the bottom of the skiff, the cylinder cold in her hands. Anika's voice still ringing in her ears. Pell did not speak. Nika did not move. The channel water lapped against the hull, and Saskia realized with a clarity that felt like breaking that her sister had known who was watching her. She had known, and she had still died. The question was whether Saskia could finish what Anika had started before the same fate caught up to her. Chapter 67. The skiff drifted in the channel silence, water lapping against the hull, the brass cylinder cold in Saskia's hands. Nika's voice cut through the quiet. We cannot stay in the open. There is a boathouse half a mile south, abandoned since the kelp crash. Roof might still hold. Saskia nodded without speaking. Her throat was locked around something she could not name. Pell took the tiller while Nika crouched at the bow reading the ice. The engine purred at idle, pushing them through narrow leads between floes. The gray sky pressed low, and the wind carried the smell of open water and rotting seaweed. The boathouse appeared through the sleet, a collapsed timber structure leaning into a stone jetty. One wall had caved inward, but the main roof held, and the slipway was clear enough to drag the skiff half under cover. Pell killed the engine. The silence rushed back. Nika tied the bowline to a rusted ring bolted into the stone. I will check the upper level for dry wood. You two stay low. She climbed the collapsed stairs and disappeared into the dark. Saskia sat on a coil of frozen rope, the cylinder still in her hands. Pell lowered himself beside her. His shoulder was bleeding again, a slow seep through the bandage. He did not mention it. You do not have to play it now, he said. We can wait until we reach the mainland. I have been waiting for months. Her voice came out raw. I did not know I was waiting for this, but now that I have it, I cannot stop. She held the cylinder up to the gray light from the broken wall. The wax was still intact. The playback mechanism was simple, a spring-driven needle, the kind that did not need batteries or signal, just pressure and patience. She reset the lever. Nana's voice crackled back into the air. I'm going to say this fast, because I do not know how much time I have. Saskia's chest tightened. The voice was quicker now, less composed. The careful calm from the first part of the recording had frayed. The extraction operation is run through a man named Vero, Dr. Leith Vero. He presents himself as a research coordinator for the Coastal Institute, but he is a handler. He collects data, then makes it disappear. He collects people too, the ones who ask too many questions. Pell's hand found Saskia's. She did not pull away. Vero reports to a board chaired by Gel Alstrom. I have confirmed that much. But Alstrom is not the one signing the extraction contracts. The money comes through a shell registered to Receiving Station 14C, which is your building, Saskia. Your own university's decommissioned lab. A pause. The sound of breath, quick and shallow. I know how that feels. I know it feels like the ground is made of glass. Saskia's jaw tightened. The reef extraction contracts are written as environmental remediation research, but they are extraction leases. Biospec M-17 is the front company on paper, but the real buyer is a consortium that includes 3 mainland energy firms and 1 foreign investment group. I have the names. I have the routing codes. I hid everything in South Archive. The needle scratched against wax. But there is something else. Something worse. The voice dropped. Someone close to you is being used to monitor you. I do not think they know the full scope of what they are part of. They are being fed information piece by piece, told they are helping protect Driftmoor, told that you are a danger to the clan. But they are the reason Vero knew where I was. They are the reason he was waiting. Saskia's hand went cold. I do not have a name. I have a pattern. The information flows through someone who has access to your private conversations, your notes, your travel plans. Someone who asks gentle questions and remembers every answer. The pause stretched. If you are hearing this, Saskia, you already know who I mean. You just do not want to believe it. The needle scratched again. I hid everything in South Archive. The access code is in the lining of my field chest, sewn into the canvas under the false bottom. Use it. Do not let anyone talk you out of going there first. A longer pause. When Anika spoke again, her voice was quieter. The hearing chair is a woman named Dr. Helena Mercer. She used to work for the Coastal Institute before they buried her career. She has been waiting for someone to bring her the evidence that will burn them all. I trust her. You can too. Saskia's breath caught. Helena Mercer. The name from Maeve's code phrase. The woman who had been waiting 22 years. But there is one more thing. The voice hardened. The hearing panel has a second chair. A man who pretends to be neutral. His name is Dr. Leif Fortensen. He was my thesis advisor. He is the one who told Vero I was getting close. Saskia's blood turned to ice. I am telling you this so you know who to watch, not so you give up. So you go in with your eyes open. A final scratch. Burn the rest, Saskia. Burn it all. But save what is in South Archive. It is the only thing that will save you. The cylinder clicked silent. The boathouse was quiet again. Saskia stared at the dead Walks, her hands shaking. Mortensen. The man who had written her letters of recommendation. The man who had called her after Anika's death to offer condolences. The man who had asked, gently, casually, whether she had found anything in Anika's notes. She had told him everything. Pell's hand tightened on hers. Saskia? She looked up, his eyes were the color of wet stone in shadow. Who else did you tell? The question hung in the cold air, and Saskia realized she could not answer. Chapter 68. Decker met them at the mainland line with a truck that smelled of fish and diesel, the engine already running. Nika helped load the last crate without speaking, her breath clouding in the cold light that passed for dawn on this side of the channel. Saskia sat in the passenger seat with Anika's recording cylinder in her lap, her hands still shaking. Pell climbed in beside her, his shoulder freshly bandaged with strips torn from a shirt Nika had found in the boathouse. He did not wince when he moved, but she saw the tightness around his eyes, the way he held himself away from the seat back. Nika stood at the driver's window, her face unreadable. Decker knows where to take you. Do not stop anywhere between here and the city. Do not trust anyone who offers help. Saskia nodded. Nika's hand came up, touched the window frame once, and then she stepped back into the gray. Decker drove without speaking. The road unspooled through coastal scrub and frozen marshland, empty of other traffic. Saskia watched the landscape shift from ice-scoured rock to sparse pine, then to the first scattered buildings that meant they were approaching the city. Pell's hand found hers on the seat. She let him hold it. The row house sat at the end of a narrow street where the pavement gave way to gravel and the streetlights stopped. 3 stories of weathered brick with a sagging porch and windows that reflected nothing. No light showed behind the glass. Decker killed the engine and turned. Use the side door. Knock twice, pause, then twice more. If she does not answer in 30 seconds, leave. Saskia looked at the house. It looked abandoned. It looked like the kind of place where bodies could wait a long time before anyone found them. She knows we are coming? She knows someone is coming. She does not know it is you. Decker's eyes shifted to Pell. The ring helps. The code phrase helps more. But she decides once she sees your face. They crossed the gravel in silence. The cold here was different from Driftmoor's cold. Wetter, older, seeping through the bones instead of cutting at the skin. Saskia knocked, twice, paused, twice more. The seconds stretched. She heard movement inside, slow and careful. A lock turned. The door opened on a chain, and a woman's face appeared in the gap, pale hair pulled back, eyes the color of rust. Saskia spoke before the woman could close the door. The tide took the light on the last night of winter. The woman's face went still. She closed the door. Saskia's heart dropped. Then the chain scraped, and the door opened wide. Helena Mercer was smaller than Saskia had imagined, narrower in the shoulders, with hands that looked like they had spent years holding things steady in rough water. She wore a cardigan with mended elbows and wool trousers that had been good quality 20 years ago. She looked at Saskia, then at Pell, then at the signet ring on his finger. "You have her eyes," she said. "Maves, I did not expect that." Pell said nothing. Helena stepped back and let them inside. The row house was warm against the cold, heated by a coal stove in the kitchen that glowed through an open door. The front room was full of books stacked on every surface, papers sorted into piles on the floor, a desk buried under maps and correspondence. A single lamp burned on the desk, the only light in the room. Helena led them to the kitchen without asking. She filled a kettle, set it on the stove, and then turned to face them with her arms crossed. "I have been waiting 22 years for someone to walk through that door with what Maeve promised. I stopped believing it would happen about 5 years ago." Saskia set Anika's cylinder on the table. "I have what you have been waiting for." Helena's eyes dropped to the brass cylinder. Her hand moved toward it, then stopped. "That is not a recording cylinder. That is a data vault. Sealed. Tamper-evident." Saskia's throat tightened. "You recognize it? I buried my husband's identical to it in a safety deposit box in Reykjavik the day after they told me he fell." Helena's voice was flat. His was smaller. He used it to record field notes. He did not know I knew what it was. He kept it in his boot. She pulled out a chair and sat down heavily. "You look like someone who has been running for days. You look like someone who has lost people. Sit, eat. Then tell me what you brought, and I will tell you whether I can still help." Saskia did not sit. "South Archive, is it real?" Helena's expression shifted. Something hard settled behind her eyes. "South Archive is not a place. It is a secure evidence wing under the university's Marine Museum. Environmental samples, legal filings, sealed research deposits, all held under judicial lock. It was created for the reef resource arbitration process, so that evidence could not be destroyed before hearings." Saskia's pulse quickened. "Anika hid everything there. She told me the access code is sewn into the lining of her field chest." Helena was quiet for a long moment. "When did she tell you this?" Saskia held up the brass cylinder. 2 hours ago. She recorded it before she died." Helena's face went pale. She looked at the cylinder as if it might speak again. "Someone has already tried to access that deposit." The room went still. 3 days ago, a man presented credentials claiming to be Anika's research partner. He had the deposit number, the correct documentation, everything except the access code. The archive clerk refused him entry. But the next morning, the clerk reported that someone had tampered with the security lock on the deposit room overnight. Saskia's blood turned cold. "Who sent him?" "The credentials were issued by the Coastal Institute, signed by K.J. Hallstrom." Pell spoke for the first time. "They know where it is. They just do not have the code yet." Helena nodded. "They know where it is, and now they know someone else is coming for it." She looked at Saskia with something that might have been pity, or recognition, or both. "How long do you think it will take them to connect the escape from Driftmoor with the woman who just knocked on my door?" Chapter 69. The mainland port smelled different than Saskia remembered. Not salt and diesel and honest rot, but exhaust, wet concrete, cooking oil from a vendor cart, and the chemical sweetness of air fresheners bleeding from a hotel lobby. Too many scents layered over each other, none of them clean. She stood on the curb outside Helena's row house with Pell at her shoulder, and the city pressed in from every direction. Cars moved too fast, people walked too close. A bus wheezed past trailing steam, and Saskia's whole body locked, waiting for the crack of a rifle. Pell's hand found her elbow. Steady, warm. "You are breathing like you are about to dive into freezing water." She forced her shoulders down. "I forgot what crowds felt like." He did not let go. "Keep moving." Helena said the museum district is 20 minutes on foot. We stay off the main roads until we know how far Alestrom's reach goes. Saskia nodded and started walking. 20 minutes on foot meant 20 minutes exposed, and every window she passed showed her own reflection jumping at shadows. She tugged the wool collar of the coat Helena had given her Heir. It smelled like cedar and old paper, nothing she could track. Pell walked beside her in silence, and she felt every glance he drew. He was too tall, too broad, too still in the way he moved, island steel among people who carried themselves soft and hurried. A woman with a briefcase clipped his shoulder without apology and kept walking. Pell did not react. He did not seem to notice. But Saskia noticed. She noticed the way his eyes tracked each person who passed too close, the way he measured doorways and alleys and the shadows between parked vans. He was running the same calculation she was. What cover? What escape? What threat? They crossed a street where the tram lines hummed overhead. The museum district rose ahead, glass and granite and polished stone, buildings that had stood long enough to forget what cold felt like. Saskia looked up to check the tram schedule and saw Wrenna in the window reflection. She was 3 cars back, standing on the far platform, her hand wrapped in white bandages, her face half hidden by the scarf pulled up to her cheekbone. The tram slid past, and Wrenna's reflection moved with it, and then the train braked, and the crowd on the platform shifted, and Wrenna was gone. Saskia's feet stopped. "What?" Pell's voice was low. "Wrenna. She was on the tram, bandaged hand, dark scarf. She saw me." Pell's gaze snapped to the platform, but the doors were closing and the tram was pulling away. "She was watching us. She could have gotten off at the last stop. She could be behind us right now." Saskia's voice came out flat, controlled, while her heart hammered against her ribs. Pell did not turn around. He did not scan the crowd. He stayed still, face forward. If she wanted to warn us, she would have stepped off. If she wanted to stop us, she would have brought company. She did neither. Then what does she want? Pell's jaw tightened. Maybe she does not know yet. Maybe she is still deciding which side she lands on. That makes her more dangerous than someone who has already chosen. Saskia looked back at the empty platform. The crowd had already swallowed Wrenna, if she had ever been there. The tram was gone, leaving only the rattle of rails and the smell of exhaust. She wanted to chase. She wanted to disappear into the crowd and find Wrenna and demand to know why she was watching, what she wanted, whose side she was really on. But Pell was right. Chasing meant leaving the path. Leaving the path meant losing time. And time was the one thing they did not have. "Keep moving," she said, her voice harder than she meant. Pell fell into step beside her, and they walked the last block to the museum district without speaking. The University Marine Museum was a limestone building, with columns that had turned gray from decades of salt air. It sat at the end of a wide pedestrian plaza, where a few tourists huddled over maps, and a vendor sold hot chestnuts from a cart. Everything about it looked official, permanent, the kind of place where evidence was supposed to be safe. Saskia climbed the steps with Pell behind her and pushed through the heavy glass doors into a lobby of polished stone and brass. A reception desk sat at the center, staffed by a young woman with sharp glasses and a name badge that read, "Tour Information." Saskia approached. "Self-archive. How do I access it?" The woman's smile flickered. "Self-archive is restricted. Researchers only, by appointment and institutional clearance. Do you have documentation?" Saskia pulled out the field chest lining where the access code was sewn, still damp with salt, still holding the penciled numbers Anika had written in her own hand. "I have the access code. I have the deposit number. I am here to retrieve my sister's evidence vault." The woman's eyes dropped to the lining, then back up to Saskia's face. Something shifted in her expression. Recognition, or wariness, or both. "One moment." She picked up a phone and pressed a single button. A door behind the desk opened, and a man stepped out. Older, with a neatly trimmed beard and reading glasses on a cord around his neck. He moved like someone used to handling quiet authority. "Dr. Roelofs." Saskia's blood chilled. He knew her name. "I am Elias Voss, head archivist for South Archive. We have been expecting you." Chapter 70. Helena did not move toward Elias Voss. She stood in the lobby with her hands at her sides, her rust-colored eyes fixed on him with the stillness of someone who had learned to read a room before entering it. "Elias," she said. The archivist adjusted his glasses. "Helena, I assumed you would be the one to bring her." "You assumed correctly, but you did not tell me you were expecting her." "No, I did not." The silence stretched. Pell shifted behind Saskia, a subtle movement that placed himself between the two women and the archivist without quite blocking the exit. "I have accreditation," Helena said. "I have the legal standing to access any deposit tied to my husband's investigation. You know this." "I do." "Then open the lower level." Elias Voss studied her for a long breath. Then he turned and walked back through the door behind the reception desk without another word. Helena followed. Saskia grabbed Pell's wrist and pulled him with her before the door could swing shut. The corridor beyond was narrow and white-lit, lined with pipes and electrical conduits that hummed with the building's buried machinery. The air changed. Colder. Recycled. The salt smell of the lobby gave way to the flat chemical scent of climate control and aged paper. Elias stopped at a door marked South Archive, Access Level 3. "The deposit room was sealed after the tamper attempt 3 days ago," he said. "I changed the lock code myself." "Did you tell anyone you changed it?" Helena asked. "No, but I also did not sleep in the building." Helena's jaw tightened. She pulled a keycard from her coat pocket and pressed it to the reader. The lock blinked green. "You kept your old accreditation," Elias said. "I kept everything." The door swung open into darkness. Elias reached inside and hit a light switch, and fluorescent tubes buzzed to life in staggered succession, revealing a long room of metal shelving and fireproof cabinets. The air was still and cold. Saskia stepped past him and saw the clerk. He was on the floor between two shelving units, sprawled on his side with his arm bent at an angle that meant either he was unconscious or his shoulder was dislocated. A dark patch spread across the concrete beneath his head. Pell moved past her before she could speak. He crouched beside the clerk, pressed 2 fingers to the man's neck, and held there. "Alive. Pulse is steady. He is breathing." Saskia's focus snapped to the cabinet at the far end of the room, the one Anika had described. "Deposit row 7, slot 12. The lock was gone. Not cracked, not forced. Cut clean through with precision shears, the metal curling away from the gap like peeled skin. The drawer hung half open, empty. She crossed the room in 7 strides and pulled the drawer all the way out. Nothing. The black foam interior that should have held Anika's vault was bare. A single folded page lay at the bottom, weighted by a loose screw that must have fallen from the lock mechanism. Saskia picked up the page. The handwriting was Wrenna's. She recognized the narrow, slanted letters from 100 notes passed across cottage tables, from field schedules and tide charts and the edges of maps marked with shared observations. "I took what they wanted first. Now choose whether you still know me." Saskia read it twice. The words did not rearrange themselves into a meaning she wanted to accept. "She took it." Her voice came out flat. "Wrenna. She was already here. She cut the lock, and she took the vault." Pell straightened beside the unconscious clerk. "Before or after the conspiracy's agent?" "The note does not say before or after. It says she took it first." Helena moved to the cabinet and examined the cut lock with the practiced eye of someone who had spent years cataloging evidence. "These are clean cuts, professional tools. She knew exactly what she was doing and where to go." "Wrenna is not a professional," Saskia said. "No," Helena agreed, "but someone taught her." The fluorescent lights hummed in the silence. Saskia looked down at the note again, at the final line. "Now choose whether you still know me." She had known Wrenna since they were 12 years old, shared beds during sleepovers, passed notes through class, cried on her shoulder after their mother died, and Wrenna had been feeding information to Costin for years, had stood by while Anna was killed, had watched Saskia burn with grief and never once told the truth. And now this. "I do not know her," Saskia said. "I never did." Pell was at her side, his presence a wall of warmth against the cold air. He did not touch her. He simply stood close enough that she could feel him breathe. "Then what do we do with her note?" Saskia folded the paper along its creases and slid it into her coat pocket. "We follow the thread she left us." Helena turned from the cabinet, her eyes sharp. "She did not leave a thread. She left a riddle. No, she left a choice." Saskia looked at the empty drawer, the cut lock, the unconscious clerk whose life had been risked for nothing. She wants me to decide whether to chase her or to trust that she is doing what she claims. Are you going to trust her? Saskia felt the weight of the note against her chest, felt the ghost of every lie Wrenna had told her, every moment of false comfort, every wound dressed by hands that had helped create them. I am going to reach the hearing, she said, with or without the vault, with or without Wrenna. I am going to stand in front of that panel and name every name I know, and if she brings the evidence, I will use it. If she does not, I will still speak. Helena studied her for a long moment, then nodded once. That is the answer she will not expect. Pell's hand found Saskia's. His fingers were cold, his grip steady. Then we move, he said. A groan came from the floor. The clerk's arm twitched. His eyes fluttered open, unfocused, and he tried to push himself up before Pell pressed him gently back down. Stay still. You took a hit to the head. The clerk blinked up at him, dazed. Then his gaze found the open cabinet, and something like terror flickered across his face. They took it, he rasped. She took it. I tried to stop her, but there was another one. A man. A man, Saskia cut in. What man? The clerk swallowed. His hand shook as he pointed toward the service door at the back of the room. He came in through the loading bay. Gray hair, face like he had not smiled in years. He knew the deposit number. He knew everything. Saskia's blood went cold. Vero. Vero had beaten them here, and Wrenna had taken the vault before Vero could reach it. The question was whether she had taken it to save it or to sell it. Saskia turned and looked at the service door. It was still slightly ajar. Beyond it, a corridor stretched into darkness. Chapter 71. Saskia's hand was still on the empty drawer when something shifted beneath her fingertips. Not a loose screw, not dust. A corner of paper, wedged where the drawer's back panel met the cabinet frame, held in place by the bracket that had once anchored the vault. She pulled it free. It was a single sheet of the thin blue-gray paper Anika had always used for field notes, the kind that crinkled when you unfolded it, the kind that held the smell of sea and cedar even after months in salt air. The handwriting was Anika's. Sas, if you are reading this, I did not make it. Do not stop. Do not let them win by dying with me. I know about Wrenna. Not all of it, not yet, but I know. She was watching me before I knew anyone was watching. She smiled while she did it. I wanted to believe I was wrong. I wrote this letter twice and burned the first one because I could not bear to write the words down. But here they are. She cannot be trusted. Not with your plans, not with your grief, not with your hope. You will want to close everything off when you read this. You will want to lock yourself in facts and figures and never let anyone near enough to hurt you again. I know you. I know how you fold inward when the world proves cruel. I know the way you measure your breathing to keep from feeling. Do not. I am not telling you to be reckless. I am telling you not to let fear make a prison of love. There is a man in that lighthouse who will stand between you and extinction. He has been standing alone for years. If you let him, he will stand with you instead. That is not surrender. That is strength. Trust him when your instincts say yes. Trust yourself when the facts line up. And trust nothing that comes easy, because the truth never does. I love you. I always have. Even when I could not say it. Finish what I started. Not for me, for the reef, for the people who cannot speak, for the version of yourself that still believes the world can be honest. Come find me in the current. Saskia read it 3 times. The first time, the words blurred. The second time, they carved themselves into her chest. The third time, she read them slowly, letting each sentence land like a stone dropped into still water. Do not let fear make a prison of love. She folded the letter along its original creases and slid it into the inside pocket of her coat, next to Wrenna's note. Anika's paper against Wrenna's. Truth against half-truth. Love against the ghost of friendship. Pell was watching her from the doorway. He had not spoken since she found the drawer empty. His shoulder was seeping through the fresh bandage, a dark bloom spreading across the fabric, but he made no move to address it. What is it? He asked. An unsent letter. Saskia's voice was steadier than she expected. She knew about Wrenna. She knew enough to warn me. She wrote this before she knew how deep it went. May I read it? Saskia pulled the letter out and handed it to him. She watched his eyes move across the page, watched the set of his jaw change when he reached the paragraph about the lighthouse. When he finished, he refolded it and gave it back without comment. What? She asked. I was not sure you would show me. I am not sure I would have an hour ago. He nodded slowly. And now? Saskia pressed the letter against her chest. Now I am tired of being afraid of the right things. Helena appeared in the doorway. Her face was tight, her phone still in her hand. The hearing was moved up, she said. It starts tonight, 8 o'clock. We have less than 5 hours. Saskia's pulse kicked. How is the change announced? Quietly. No public notice. Someone on the inside sent word to the clerk's office that the chair had a scheduling conflict, and the panel voted to advance the calendar. Helena's eyes were cold. That means Alistrom controls the room. He decides who speaks and when. He decides what evidence is heard and what is dismissed. Then we walk in before he can lock the doors. Walk in with what? Helena asked. Wrenna has the vault. Vero knows the number. The hearing will be packed with Institute officials and investors who have already decided which story they believe. Saskia touched the letter in her pocket. I have Anika's testimony in wax, she said. I have the ledger pages. I have my own field notes and tissue slides from the reef and a dead courier satchel with a shipping token that ties Biospec M-17 to a mainland extraction consortium. And I have a witness who has been waiting 22 years to speak. Helena's eyes widened slightly. You want me to testify? I want you to stand beside me and name your husband's death, how the same pattern that killed him killed my sister. I want you to tell the hearing that the Coastal Institute has been falsifying data for decades. I want you to make it impossible for them to dismiss as one grieving woman's delusion. Helena was silent for a long moment. The fluorescent hum filled the room, and the clerk shifted on the floor, groaning again. Then Helena lifted her chin. I buried my husband's data vault in Reykjavik 22 years ago because I was too afraid to open it. She looked straight at Saskia. If we go to that hearing, we need more than evidence. We need a story that forces the panel to act. Then we give them one. Pell stepped forward, his shoulder dark with blood but his eyes clear. I will stand in front of the panel and say that Driftmoor's clan heir recognized the truth before his own people did. That will carry weight with anyone who fears pack politics crossing into mainland law. Saskia reached for his hand. His fingers were cold, but his grip was steady. Then we go together. Helena checked her watch. 4 hours and 40 minutes. I will call Decker to pick us up. We cannot walk into the maritime hall through the front door, not with Vero hunting the same room. There is a service entrance off the south alley that opens into the interpreter's booth. I know the code. Then that is where we go. Saskia tucked Anika's letter deeper into her coat and turned toward the service door. It was still ajar. The corridor beyond stretched into darkness, and somewhere in that darkness, Wrenna was carrying the vault, and Vero was hunting her, and the hearing was waiting to bury the truth before it ever reached the record. Saskia stepped through the door. Behind her, Pell and Helena followed. There was nothing left in the building that mattered. The empty drawer had given her more than she expected. It had given her the shape of what she had to become. She would walk into that room with nothing but a dead sister's voice and her own refusal to be silenced, and she would name every name, whether the evidence arrived or not, whether Wrenna chose to help or burn the vault, whether the panel listened or turned her away. She was done being the person who waited for permission to fight. The corridor swallowed them, and the service door clicked shut behind them. Chapter 72. The service corridor smelled of damp concrete and old wiring, the kind of underground air that had not moved in years. Saskia kept one hand on the wall and the other on the edge of Anika's letter in her pocket, counting steps to stay calm. Helena led. She moved like someone who had memorized every turn, her narrow shoulders cutting through the dark without hesitation. 3 more doors, she said, then a stairwell up to the interpreter's booth. Pell followed close behind Saskia, his breathing steady despite the shoulder. She could feel him listening to the building the way he had listened to the ice on Driftmoor, measuring threat in the spaces between sounds. The first door was unlocked. The second was propped open with a wooden wedge, and beyond it the corridor widened into a loading bay. Pale light fell through a high window, catching dust suspended in the air. Saskia stopped. The bay was full of people, not security, not Vero's men. Men and women in dark coats clustered around a table covered in documents and coffee cups. One of them looked up, a thick folder in his hand, and went still when he saw her. "You are not supposed to be down here." Helena stepped forward before Saskia could speak. "This corridor leads to the interpreter's booth. I have accreditation from the original arbitration filing. The building code guarantees access." The man in the dark coat did not move. The hearing was moved. "This entrance is closed." "By whose authority?" "Alstrom's." The name landed like a stone in still water. Saskia felt Pell shift behind her, a low tension running through his frame. "Then we will use the front door," Helena said. The man's eyes flicked to Pell, measured him. Something cold settled in his expression. "He will not get through the front door." Saskia's pulse kicked. "Why?" "Because the security detail has been instructed to deny entry to any unaccompanied wolf not registered to the Institute." The man's voice was flat, and even if he were registered, he would be searched, disarmed, and seated in the observation gallery behind soundproof glass. Pell said nothing. His hand found Saskia's elbow, light, steady. "Then the front door is where we go," she said. Helena turned. "Saskia, if they separate you from him, they control the room." "Then they do not separate us." She stepped past the man in the dark coat and walked toward the loading bay door that led to the street. Pell followed. Helena hesitated half a beat, then fell in behind them. The evening air hit cold and wet. The maritime hall rose 3 stories above them, granite and carved limestone, its windows dark except for the second floor where floodlights bled to the curtains. A line of black vehicles sat at the curb. Men in earpieces stood at every entrance. Saskia walked straight to the main door. A guard stepped forward before she reached the steps. He was broad, flat-eyed, the kind of man who had learned to block entrances without raising his voice. "The hearing is closed. I am Saskia Roelofs. I am Anika Roelofs' sister. I have testimony, evidence, and a witness who has been waiting 22 years to speak." The guard's eyes moved past her to Pell. His jaw tightened. "He does not enter. He enters with me. Clan wolves require advance clearance. We have no record of a registered delegate from Driftmoor." Saskia felt Pell's presence beside her, still, patient, dangerous in a way that made the guard's hand drift toward his belt. She turned. She faced the guard, but she spoke to the building, to the cameras, to the people inside who were already watching through the glass. "This is Pell Hargrove. He is the heir of the Driftmoor clan, and the man I choose to stand beside. He is not here as a delegate. He is here as my partner and my witness. If this hearing cannot hear the truth because of what he is, then it was never a hearing. It was a performance." Her voice carried. The guard did not move, but behind him, the door opened. A woman in a gray suit stood in the threshold. She was older, silver-haired, with the kind of face that had learned to hold a neutral expression through worse than this. "Let them in." The guard stepped aside. The woman did not introduce herself. She simply turned and walked down the corridor, expecting them to follow. The hearing room was smaller than Saskia had expected. Wood paneling, a raised dais with 3 chairs, fluorescent lights that hummed. Rows of folding chairs faced the panel, most of them occupied. The audience turned when she entered. She saw the dark coats of institute officials, the polished shoes of investors, the pinched faces of lawyers who had already written their closing arguments. They looked at her and at Pell, and the room made a sound, not quite whispering, not quite silence. Helena slipped into a seat near the back. Saskia walked to the front. Pell walked beside her. The panel had 2 chairs filled. An older man with wire-rimmed glasses sat in the center, Mortensen. She recognized his posture from a dozen faculty meetings, the way he tilted his head when he was about to dismiss someone. The 3rd chair was empty. Alstrom had not arrived yet. "Ms. Roelofs," Mortensen's voice was smooth, "you are not on the docket. I am here to speak for my sister. Your sister's case was reviewed and closed. Then review it again." The room shifted. Someone coughed. A phone buzzed and was silenced. Mortensen removed his glasses and polished them slowly. "You understand that testimony given outside the scheduled docket can be excluded from the official record. Then I will make sure the unofficial record is loud enough that burying it costs more than hearing it. A beat of silence. Then the door at the back of the room opened. Kjell Elstrom walked in. He was taller than she had imagined, gray hair swept back, a presence that filled the room without effort. He did not look at her. He walked to the center chair, sat down, and folded his hands on the table. Ms. Roelofs. His voice was quiet. The room went still around it. You have chosen a dramatic entry. I have chosen to be here before you could lock the doors. Elstrom smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Then let us begin. He nodded to Mortensen, who opened a folder and cleared his throat. The panel will hear Ms. Roelofs' statement under advisory capacity. No evidence will be entered into the official record until it has been reviewed for procedural compliance. Saskia's hand found the wax cylinder in her pocket. Then I will start with a voice my sister recorded before she died. The room held its breath. Hastron's expression did not change, but behind her, Pell shifted. And somewhere in the corridor beyond the door, Saskia heard a sound that did not belong. Footsteps. Running. Chapter 73. The footsteps stopped. The door did not open. Saskia's hand stayed on the wax cylinder. The room waited. Mortensen's glasses caught the fluorescent light as he tilted his head toward the corridor. Security will check the disturbance. You may continue, Ms. Roelofs. No. Helena's voice cut from the back row. She rose, cardigan pulled tight across her narrow shoulders, and walked down the center aisle with the kind of steadiness that came from having nothing left to lose. Ms. Mercer, you are not on the docket either. I am not here to speak. I am here to compel. Mortensen's jaw tightened. The panel does not recognize. The panel recognizes the original arbitration filing. Helena reached into her coat and produced a folded document, creased and yellowed at the edges, signed by the Coastal Institute for Fisheries Management, dated 14 years ago, establishing South Archive as a secure evidence repository for the reef resource arbitration process. Clause 7 guarantees independent legal representation for any depositors next of kin. She laid it on the table before the panel. You are not a lawyer, Ms. Mercer. I do not need to be. The clause grants me standing to ensure evidence deposited in good faith is entered into the record before the arbitration closes. You cannot exclude what I compel. Agotrum's eyes moved from Helena to the document. He did not touch it. Clause 7 was written for procedural integrity, he said quietly, not for theatrical intervention. Then treat it as procedure. Helena stepped back. Enter the evidence. Let the record speak. The room held. Mortensen looked at Axstrom. Axstrom looked at the document. Finally, he nodded. Proceed, Ms. Roelofs, at advisory capacity, as stated. Saskia pulled the wax cylinder from her pocket and set it on the table. This is my sister's voice, recorded 3 days before she died. Ostrom's expression did not change. Mortensen adjusted his glasses. We will need to verify the recording's authenticity before... You will hear it now. Saskia's hand pressed down on the cylinder. Or I will describe to this room exactly why you are afraid to hear it. Mortensen went still. Ostrom watched her. Play it. Saskia lifted the cylinder and turned it toward the small playback device Helena had placed on the table. The room's amplification system hummed. The recorded voice came through thin and distant, but unmistakable. Anika. Saskia, if you are hearing this, I am already dead. The words landed like cold water. They told me the reef was dying naturally. They told me the colony counts were within normal fluctuation. They lied. I have the data from 7 extraction sites. Pulse-dosed mineral harvesting. Engineered collapse. Every report filed since the original arbitration was falsified to match the controlled breakdown curve. Saskia closed her eyes. She had heard it before. It did not hurt less the second time. I sent the raw data to South Archive. The access code is in my field chest lining. Kjell Alstrom chairs the board that approved the extraction. He knows. His partner on the arbitration panel knows. They will bury this if they can. Do not trust anyone who knew I was looking. Except the man in the lighthouse. He will stand between you and extinction. Trust him. That is not surrender. That is the only thing that will keep you alive. The recording ended. Silence pressed into the room. Someone in the audience exhaled. A chair creaked. Mortensen cleared his throat. The recording names no one we can verify. The allegations against Chair Astrom are unsupported by direct evidence. Saskia reached into her bag. I have the harbor ledgers. Original, not copied. Each page shows altered arrival and departure times for the vessels that transported extracted minerals from Driftmoor to mainland processing stations. The alterations match the handwriting of the harbor master who trained Costin Brill. She placed the ledgers on the table. I have tissue slides from 4 victims who did not drown. The crescent-shaped contusions on their wrists match the striking surface of a curved rock hammer used in reef extraction. The same tool made the bruise patterns on my sister's body. She set the slides beside the ledgers. I have the manifest from Biospec M-17's decommission crate, listing the same colony counts and extraction volumes that Anika recorded before she died. The crate was shipped from the Coastal Institute for Fisheries Management to South Archive under a false header. The signatures match the routing codes Vero used to authorize payments. She placed the manifest on top. And I have Helena Mercer, whose husband found the same reef signatures 10 years before Anika. He filed a report. 3 weeks later, he fell from a research vessel under calm conditions. The Coastal Institute ruled it an accident. Helena stepped forward. Her voice did not shake. My husband did not fall. He was pushed because he would not stop asking questions. I buried his data vault in a safety deposit box in Reykjavik the day after they told me he was dead. I have been waiting 22 years for someone to carry the same evidence and survive long enough to speak. Mortensen removed his glasses. Ms. Roelofs, all of this evidence was obtained without warrant, without chain of custody documentation, and in some cases by theft from a secured facility. The panel cannot accept improperly obtained materials into the official record. Then enter them anyway. That is not how the law is a performance. Saskia's voice cut. You know that. I know that. Everyone in this room knows that. The question is whether you will perform the truth or the cover-up. Mortensen's face reddened. Ms. Roelofs, I will accept the evidence as a personal exhibit for the unofficial record. Alstrom's voice, calm, unhurried. The panel will review it for procedural compliance after the hearing adjourns. For now, we will continue. Saskia's hand hovered over the wax cylinder. There is more. I am sure there is. Alstrom's partner on the arbitration panel, the one who buried evidence, the one who told Vero about Anika. She turned to face Mortensen directly. Dr. Leif Mortensen, my sister's thesis advisor, my academic reference, the man I told everything after she died. Mortensen's hand stopped halfway to his glasses. Ms. Roelofs, that is a serious accusation. Then deny it. I do not need to dignify. Then I will. The voice came from the back of the room, not Helena's, not Pell's, a new voice, hoarse, tired. The audience turned. Wrenna Tervo stood in the doorway, her bandaged hand pressed against the frame, her coat wet at the shoulders, her face pale and hollow. She looked like she had run through every gutter in the city to get here. The archive contents were not stolen. She stepped forward. They were rescued. Chapter 74. Wrenna Tervo stood in the doorway, her coat dripping onto the marble floor, her bandaged hand pressed against the frame like she needed it to stay upright. The room had gone still, every face turned toward her, and she looked smaller than Saskia had ever seen her. Smaller and sharper, like something worn down to the bone. The hearing clerk started to speak. This is a closed proceeding, you cannot just, I know. Wrenna's voice cracked but did not break. She stepped forward, and the wet soles of her boots squeaked on the polished floor. The sound was absurdly loud in the silence. I know it's closed. I know I am not on the docket. I know every person in this room wants me dead or jailed or gone. She reached the railing that separated the audience from the panel dais. Her bandaged hand left a dark smear on the wood. But I am the one who took the archive, and I am the one who kept it from Vero, so before you throw me out, you should hear what I saved. Astrom watched her with that same controlled calm. His fingers rested flat on the table, neither relaxed nor tense. Waiting. Miss Tervo. His voice carried no emotion. You are confessing to theft from a secured evidence facility. I am confessing to theft from your facility. Wrenna met his gaze. The one where you stored evidence you intended to destroy. The one you sent Vero to empty before anyone could file a proper motion. She reached under her coat and pulled out a slim metal case about the size of a thick notebook. The seal on the side was still intact. "The files are safe. The data key is here." Vero cut the cabinet lock, but he did not know about the false bottom. "Anika built it. I found it when I—" She stopped, swallowed. "When I was supposed to be stealing everything else." The room held its breath. Saskia felt Pell shift beside her. His hand found her lower back, light, steadying. She did not pull away. Wrenna set the metal case on the railing. "I worked for them for 3 years. I told myself I was keeping Driftmoor safe, that if I fed them small information they would leave the clan alone, that I could control what they knew." She laughed, a hollow sound. "I was wrong. They used everything. Every scrap I gave them. They used it to find Anika, to track her, to know when she was vulnerable." Her voice broke on the last word. "And I told them she was going to the North Cove that night. I thought they just wanted to talk to her, to warn her off. I did not know Ms. Tervo." Astrom's voice cut through. "This is not a confessional." "No, it is a hearing, and I am giving evidence." She pulled a folded paper from her coat and held it up. "These are the payment channels. 3 accounts, routed through receiving station 14C at the university, then laundered through a holding company registered to a false address in Hone. The same accounts paid for the false biospec manifests, the harbor master's silence, and the sedative used to subdue witnesses before they were drowned." She placed the paper on the railing beside the metal case. "This is the vessel schedule. 6 extraction runs in the past 18 months, all under false research permits, all signed off by a clerk in the Coastal Institute's shipping office who reports directly to Vero's budget line." Another paper. "And this is the investor list, the people who bought the reef before it was dead. 3 energy firms, 1 foreign investment group, and a private individual who holds the largest share through a shell corporation that traces back to a single signatory." She looked up. "Kegu Alstrom." Alstrom did not flinch. "Miss Tervo, you are accusing me of—" "I am not accusing you. I am naming you. There is a difference." The room erupted. Voices overlapped. A guard stepped forward. Someone in the audience shouted. Mortensen banged his hand on the table. "Order! Order in the—" "He is not alone." Wrenna's voice rose above the noise. "I have the routing codes. I have the correspondence. I have the date-stamped approvals for every extraction, every payment, every staged drowning. And I kept them because I realized they were going to kill me too." Silence. Wrenna's face had gone pale, but her voice did not shake. "When the Ridge shooter failed, Vero sent word. He said I was compromised, that I needed to be retired before the hearing. I intercepted the message 3 days ago. That was when I decided to take the vault." She pulled a small data key from her coat pocket, a brass cylinder no longer than her thumb, and held it up between 2 fingers. "Everything is on here. The originals are in the case. The key is the access. I am handing it over to the record." She held it out. The room watched. Saskia did not move. She watched Wrenna's hand, the slight tremor in her fingers, the way her eyes kept flicking to the door as if she expected someone to burst through it. The moment stretched. Then the door at the back of the room slammed open. Vero lunged through, gray hair plastered to his skull, his face twisted into something beyond rage. He crossed the distance in 3 strides, grabbed the metal case from the railing, and drove his shoulder into Wrenna's chest. She went down hard. The data key skidded across the floor. Pell was already moving. He caught Vero's wrist before the second blow landed, twisted, and wrenched the older man off balance. Vero grunted, swung wild with his free hand, and connected with Pell's wounded shoulder. Pell's jaw tightened. He did not let go. The room dissolved. Guards surged forward. Someone screamed. The table on the dais tipped over, sending papers and the wax cylinder spinning across the floor. Saskia dropped to her knees, scanning for the data key, for the cylinder, for anything that could survive this chaos. She found the key wedged under a fallen chair. She grabbed it. Then the gunshots split the air. Everyone froze. Ostrom stood at the edge of the dais, a service pistol raised toward the ceiling, his face expressionless. "I believe," he said, lowering the weapon, "we have heard enough for one evening." The guards moved in, but Saskia was already looking at the door, at the corridor beyond, at the sound of running footsteps that had not stopped, that were growing louder. And then she saw them. Dark coats, 3 of them, moving fast, coming straight for the hearing room. Chapter 75. The 3 dark coats hit the doorway at a dead sprint. The first one through grabbed the nearest guard by the collar and hauled him sideways. The second swept the room with a flat, assessing gaze, found Alstrom at the dais, and moved toward him with the deliberate pace of someone who knew exactly where he was going. The third stayed in the doorway, blocking it. Saskia's fingers closed around the data key. She shoved it into her coat pocket, the brass still warm from Wrenna's hand, and pushed herself upright as Pell stepped in front of her, his body a wall between her and the new threat. "Hold." Alstrom's voice cut through the chaos. He lowered the pistol, but did not holster it. "These are my people." The first code had already released the guard and was scanning the scattered papers on the floor. The second stopped at the dais and murmured something to Alstrom, too low to catch. Mortensen stood frozen behind the overturned table, his wire-rimmed glasses askew, his smooth voice finally silent. Wrenna was still on the floor where Vero had put her. She was pushing herself up, one hand pressed to her ribs, her bandaged fingers leaving smears of fresh blood on the tile. Vero stood near the back wall, the metal case clutched to his chest, his breath coming in ragged heaves. His eyes darted between the door, the coats, and the exit at the rear of the room. He was calculating. Saskia saw it happen, the flicker in his gaze, the shift in his stance, the way his hand tightened on the case handle. He was going to run. "Stop him," she said. Pal moved, but Vero was already moving faster. He spun and drove his shoulder into the rear door, bursting through it into the corridor beyond. The metal case banged against the frame as he went, and then he was gone, footsteps hammering down the service stairs. Wrenna was after him before Saskia could blink. She staggered to her feet, grabbed the doorframe for balance, and disappeared into the same darkness, her boots slapping against concrete. "Wrenna! No!" The door slammed shut. Saskia lunged for it, but one of the dark coats intercepted her, a hand on her arm, firm but not violent. "Ms. Roelofs, you need to stay in the room." "Let go of me!" The coat did not let go. Pell was already turning, his injured shoulders screaming, but he did not slow. He caught the coat's wrist and twisted, not hard enough to break, just enough to break the grip. She said let go. The coat released her. The other 2 coats had fanned out across the room, collecting papers from the floor, righting the overturned table, moving with the practiced efficiency of men who had done this before. Alstrom watched them work, his face unreadable. "Ms. Roelofs." His voice was calm. "I understand your urgency, but chasing Dr. Vero into an unsecured corridor with no backup and no plan is not a strategy. It is a suicide run." "I have the data key." Saskia held it up. "And I have Anika's recording, and I have a hearing that is supposed to be in progress. The hearing is suspended until order is restored." "Then restore it." Axtrom's eyes narrowed. He studied her for a long moment, the pistol still in his hand, the weight of the room pressing down on every word. Then Helena spoke. "Mr. Axtrom." Her voice was quiet, but it carried. "You fired a weapon in a public hearing. You have admitted evidence naming you as the primary investor in a conspiracy that involves falsified research, illegal mineral extraction, and multiple homicides. If you suspend this hearing now, I will release my husband's data vault to every media outlet and regulatory body I can reach within the hour." Axtrom did not turn to look at her, but something in his posture shifted. "You would not be the first person to make threats you could not keep, Ms. Mercer. I have been keeping that vault for 22 years. I am not the one who makes promises I cannot keep." The silence stretched. Then Alstrom holstered his pistol. "Finish collecting the evidence," he said to the coats. "Seal the room. No one leaves until I say so." He walked toward the rear door, the one Vero and Wrenna had vanished through, and paused with his hand on the frame. "I will find Dr. Vero myself, and when I do, I will have questions for him that he will not enjoy answering." He stepped through and was gone. The coats moved in. Saskia felt Pell's hand find hers, rough and warm, his fingers threading through hers with a steadiness that belied the violence of the last few minutes. "Are you okay?" he asked, low enough that only she could hear. "I have the key. I have the recording. I have you. Are you okay? She looked at him, at the blood seeping through his shoulder bandage, at the tension in his jaw, the way he was holding himself together by will alone. I will be, she said, when this is over. He nodded, did not let go of her hand. Helena moved to the dais where Mortensen was still standing, frozen, his glasses still askew, his composure finally cracked. Dr. Mortensen? Her voice was cold. You sat on a panel that buried evidence of murder. You fed information to the man who ordered my husband's death. You are not leaving this building until every document in that vault has been copied, cataloged, and entered into a record that no one on this island can suppress. Mortensen's mouth opened, closed, opened again. You cannot. I can, and I have. The legal hold was triggered the moment Mr. Astrom fired that shot. The building is locked down. No one enters. No one leaves. Not even you. Mortensen went pale. Saskia watched him, the man who had been Anika's mentor, who had smiled at her across conference tables, who had written her letters of recommendation, who had betrayed every ounce of trust she and her sister had ever placed in him. She wanted to say something, to make him feel even a fraction of what Anika must have felt when she realized the person she trusted most had sold her to Vero. But there were no words big enough for that kind of betrayal. So she just looked at him and turned away. Pell was still beside her, still holding her hand, still bleeding through his bandage. We need to find Wrenna, she said. And Vero, and that case. She went after him alone. I know. She is not going to survive that. Saskia looked at the door, at the darkness beyond it, at the footprints smeared in blood leading down the service stairs. Then we better make sure she does not have to. Chapter 76. The door swung closed behind Alexstrom, the latch catching with a sound that felt final. Saskia was already moving before the echo died. Pell matched her stride, his hand still holding hers, his shoulder darkening the bandage with fresh blood. Saskia, Helena's voice cut across the room. The building is locked down. If you go through that door, you go without my coverage. I know. The legal hold protects evidence inside this room. It does not follow you into the service levels. Saskia stopped at the threshold, turned. Then make sure the evidence we already gave them stays protected. Helena's rust-colored eyes held hers for a long beat. Then she nodded once, sharp and final. I will keep Mortensen in that chair until you come back. Saskia pushed through the rear door into the service stairwell. The air changed instantly. Cold concrete, damp metal, the chemical tang of cleaning solvent, layered over something older, something that smelled of salt and rust and the underside of a city that had been built on tidal mud. The stairwell dropped in switchbacks, each landing marked by a dim emergency light that cast the concrete in jaundice yellow. Footprints smeared ahead of them, blood and water, and the drag of someone who had fallen and gotten back up. Pell moved past her, taking point, his body a wall between her and whatever waited below. She let him. There was no room for pride in a stairwell where the only sounds were their breathing and the distant crash of metal hitting concrete somewhere beneath them. How far down? She asked. Service levels run under the whole hall. If Vero knows the route, he can reach the old ferry tunnels 2 floors below street grade. He knows the route. Pell did not argue. They descended. The first landing was empty, a single boot print in something dark, leading toward a fire door that stood ajar. Pell put his ear to the gap, listened, shook his head. Clear, but someone came through fast. They kept going. The second landing opened onto a corridor lined with pipes, fat iron cylinders wrapped in discolored insulation, their surfaces beaded with condensation. The air grew colder. The crash she had heard from above was closer now, not metal on metal, but something heavier, a body hitting concrete. Pell heard it too. His pace quickened. They rounded the corner and found her. Wrenna was on her knees at the bottom of the next flight, braced against the wall with one hand, the other pressed to her ribs. Blood ran between her fingers, dark and slick, pooling in the grout lines between the concrete tiles. Her face was the color of ash, her chest hitching in shallow, wet pulls. The metal case lay 2 steps below her, its latches sprung, papers spilling across the landing. Saskia reached her first. Wrenna! Don't. Wrenna's voice came out cracked, a rasp that barely qualified as speech. "Don't touch me. Not yet. I am not going to let you bleed out on a service stair." Wrenna laughed, a wet sound that turned into a cough. Blood speckled her lips. "Too late for that." She lifted her hand from her ribs, and Saskia saw the wound, a ragged puncture just below her collarbone, the kind of wound a blade made when it hit bone and kept going. "He had a knife. Did you know he carried a knife?" "I did not know he carried a knife." "Where is he?" "Tunnels." Wrenna's eyes drifted, found Saskia's face, focused with visible effort. "He took the case. I tried to stop him. Got this for my trouble." She gestured at the wound with her chin. "But I got something back first." Her fist uncurled. In her palm lay a second data key, identical to the one Saskia had recovered from the hearing room floor. Same brass casing, same etched serial number, RS-9. "He did not know I palmed it," Wrenna said. "He grabbed the case, I grabbed the key. He was too busy running to count." Saskia took it. The metal was warm from Wrenna's grip. "Is this the complete set?" "The complete set. Everything from the false bottom, payment chains, routing codes, the names Astrom told her to keep off the books." Wrenna's voice was fading, each word costing her more than the last. "It is the one they have been trying to bury, the one that proves who really owns the extraction contracts." Pal knelt beside them, pressing his folded jacket against Wrenna's wound. She hissed through her teeth but did not push him away. "The ferry tunnels," she said. "He is heading for the ferry tunnels. His buyers are waiting at the maintenance gate on the north side. If he gets through, the evidence goes with him. You will never prove who signed the contracts." Saskia closed her fist around the key. "Someone needs to stay with her." "I am not done," Wrenna said. "I am not done telling you. There is more. There is always more. The woman, the one who signs the checks. Oh, Hastrom answers to someone, and she is real. I have seen her. I have seen her face." "Who?" Wrenna's eyes fluttered. Her hand found Saskia's wrist, gripped with surprising strength. "Gray suit, silver hair. She opened the door for you tonight. The silver-haired woman, the one who had let them into the hearing." Saskia's blood went cold. "She was on the panel," Wrenna said. "She was always on the panel. Hallestrom just let you think he was running it." Her grip went slack. Pell checked her pulse, found it, held steady. "She's alive. Not for long if we do not get her upstairs." Saskia looked at the key in her hair, then at the dark mouth of the corridor leading down to the ferry tunnels. The building was locked down. Helena had said no one could enter or leave, but Vero knew a way out. And if he reached the maintenance gate before they caught him, the evidence went with him, and the silver-haired woman walked free. She stood. "I am going after him." Pell looked up at her, his hand still pressed to Wrenna's wound, his shoulder still bleeding, his face carved from stone. "Then so am I. Someone has to stay with Wrenna." "No!" Wrenna's voice came back, thin but present. "I can hold. I have held worse. Go. Go before the tunnel floods." Pell hesitated. Saskia saw the war in his eyes, the instinct to protect, to shield, to keep her in his line of sight. She touched his face. "I will not lose you either," she said. "But if we let Vero reach that gate, everything Anika died for becomes a footnote in a sealed file." He held her gaze for a long, terrible moment. Then he stood. They left Wrenna braced against the wall, one hand pressed to her wound, the other wrapped around the metal case she had died trying to keep. Her eyes followed them into the dark. "Make it count," she said. The corridor sloped downward, the pipes giving way to exposed stone and brickwork, the walls sweating with the cold of the earth beneath the city. The sound of water grew, the slap of current against concrete, the distant rumble of a ferry engine reverberating through the tunnel like a heartbeat. Saskia ran. Pell ran beside her. The tunnel opened ahead, a wide, arched channel cut through the bedrock, black water flowing fast on one side and a maintenance catwalk running along the other. At the far end, a figure moved through the gloom, silhouetted against a single maintenance light. Vero. He was limping, one hand braced against the tunnel wall, the case clutched to his chest. He was almost to the gate. Saskia pushed faster. The catwalk shuddered beneath her feet. and in the dark water beside her, something shifted. Chapter 77. The catwalk shuddered beneath her feet again. Saskia grabbed the rusted railing, felt the vibration travel up through her palms, through her arms, into her chest. Not the tunnel settling, not water pressure. A ferry engine. Somewhere ahead, the tunnel connected to an active line. Vero was almost to the gate. She could see it now, a massive iron door set into the tunnel wall, painted the same gray as the concrete, marked with a yellow hazard stripe and a keypad lock. Beyond it, the tunnel curved toward daylight, toward the north side, toward whatever transport his buyers had waiting. Pell caught up, his boots ringing against the catwalk grating. The water. I feel it. Not the ferry, the water. Look. She looked. The black channel beside the catwalk was no longer still. Ripples spread across its surface, widening, deepening, as something pushed upward from below. Not a creature. A current. The tunnel was flooding. Vero reached the maintenance gate. He punched a code into the keypad, his fingers fast and sure, the case tucked under his arm. The lock clicked. The door swung inward, letting in a gust of cold air that smelled of diesel and open water. Saskia ran harder. The catwalk ended 20 feet from the gate, giving way to a concrete platform. She jumped the gap, landed off balance, kept moving. Pell was right behind her. Vero turned. He saw them coming, and he smiled. Not the smile of a man who had been caught, not the smile of a man who planned to fight, the smile of a man who had already won. Too late, he said. He stepped through the gate. Saskia reached the platform, her lungs burning, her legs shaking. The gate was swinging closed. Through the gap, she could see Vero limping toward a waiting vehicle, a black sedan with its engine running, its headlights cutting through the fog, rolling off the water. The gate clicked shut. The lock engaged. Saskia slammed her palm against the iron door. The metal was cold, solid, immovable. She hit it again. Again. The vibration stung up to her shoulder. No. Pell reached her. He did not try the door. He looked at the keypad, at the wires running from it into a junction box bolted to the wall. I can crack it, he said. Give me 2 minutes. We do not have 2 minutes. The water in the tunnel was rising faster now, lapping at the edge of the platform, dark and cold and hungry. The ferry engine rumbled closer, the sound bouncing off the curved walls, making it impossible to tell which direction it came from. Saskia pressed her forehead to the iron door. She could feel the vibration of the sedan's engine through the metal. Could feel Vero getting farther away, the evidence case on the seat beside him, the truth of everything Anika had died for disappearing into the fog. She thought of the silver-haired woman, the one Astrum answered to, the one who had opened the door for them tonight and smiled like she owned the room. She thought of Wrenna, bleeding in the corridor upstairs, having handed her the key that could prove everything. She thought of Anika. Make it count. Saskia stepped back from the gate. I need the key. Pell looked at her. What key? The one that opens this gate. His hand went to his pocket. He pulled out the brass data key Wrenna had given them, RS-9. This is not a gate key. No. She took it from him, turned it over in her fingers. But it is the only key I have left. She looked at the keypad. The lock required a 6-digit code. Vero had punched it in 4 seconds flat, which meant he used it often. Which meant the code was muscle memory, not a memorized sequence. Which meant there was another way in. She dropped to her knees and ran her fingers along the bottom edge of the junction box. Found the seam where the paint had cracked, wedged her nails into it and pulled. The cover popped open. Inside, a tangle of wires, red and black and blue, running to the keypad, running to the lock mechanism, running to a backup battery that hummed with a low electrical thrum. Saskia had never picked a lock in her life, but she had spent 3 summers rewiring field sensors on research vessels where the tool budget was 0 and the workaround was always your own hands. She found the ground wire, traced it to the lock relay, found the power lead. If I cut the wrong wire, the lock deadbolts permanently. Pell stood at her back watching the rising water. Then do not cut the wrong wire. Her fingers were shaking. She pressed them flat against the concrete, felt the cold seep into her skin, steadying her. She chose a wire. Blue. Because blue was always ground on the research vessels, and if this system followed standard marine electrical code, blue was the way in. She pulled the wire free from the terminal. The keypad went dark. The lock clicked open. Saskia grabbed the handle and pulled. The gate swung outward, revealing the fog-shrouded dock, the black sedan already 50 yards away, its taillights fading into the mist. She ran. Pell ran beside her. The platform beyond the gate was slick with salt spray, the old ferry dock abandoned and crumbling, concrete pillars stained with decades of tide marks. The sedan's engine revved, and the vehicle accelerated, turning onto a narrow access road that followed the shoreline. Saskia's legs burred. Her lungs screamed. She was not going to catch a car on foot. But the access road curved, and beyond the curve, the water opened into the harbor mouth, where a freight ferry was pulling away from the adjacent dock, its horn blasting a deep warning note that shuddered through the fog. The sedan was heading for the ferry. If Vero reached that loading ramp, the evidence was gone. The silver-haired woman's name would never be spoken in any official record. Anika's death would become another unsolved drowning in a file cabinet somewhere. Saskia stopped running. She looked at the key in her hand, at the water below the dock, black and churning. She thought of the caves under Driftmoor, the Smuggler's Cut, the current that had nearly pulled her under. She thought of Anika, who had never learned to swim. Saskia dropped the key into her pocket, ripped off her coat, and dove. The cold hit her like a wall. The water was deeper than it looked, the current stronger, pulling her sideways, dragging her under the dock, into the dark space between the concrete pillars. She did not fight it. She let it pull her, let it carry her, her lungs already screaming for air. She broke the surface in the shadow of the ferry's hull. The loading ramp was lowering. The sedan's headlights cut through the fog, approaching at speed. Saskia grabbed the edge of the ramp, her fingers slipping on the wet metal, found a handhold, pulled herself up. Water streamed from her clothes, her hair, her skin. She was shaking so hard she could barely stand. She ran up the ramp. The sedan braked. Vero saw her. His face went slack with disbelief. Then the ferry horn blasted again, the ramp began to rise, and the gap between the dock and the deck started to widen. Saskia jumped. She landed on the deck, rolled, came up on her knees. The sedan sat on the dock, engine running, Vero staring at her through the windshield. He had two choices: floor the gas and try to clear the gap, risking the ferry's edge, the water, the evidence, or stay. He stayed. The ramp lifted fully, the ferry pulled away from the dock, and Vero's sedan shrank into the fog, a silhouette swallowed by gray. Saskia collapsed onto the deck, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her hand pressed to the pocket where the brass data key lay. She had not caught him, but she had stopped him from reaching his buyers, and the key was still in her pocket. The ferry horn blasted again, 3 short blasts, and the deck shuddered beneath her as the engines engaged fully, carrying her out into the open water, away from the city, away from the hearing, away from Pell. Pell. She scrabbled to her feet, ran to the railing, looked back. The dock was gone. The tunnel entrance was gone. The fog had swallowed everything. She was alone on a ferry to nowhere, soaked and freezing, and holding the only evidence that could bring down a conspiracy that reached higher than she had ever imagined. And somewhere behind her, in the dark of the service tunnels, Pell was standing at the water's edge, watching her disappear into the mist. Chapter 78. The ferry horn faded into the fog, swallowed by gray. Saskia stood at the railing, water streaming from her clothes, her breath coming in sharp clouds. The brass data key pressed against her thigh through the wet fabric of her pocket, a hard comfort. She turned. The deck stretched empty, 30 meters of rusted steel and salt crust. A stack of shipping containers loomed to her left. A single crew door stood half open to her right, leaking warm yellow light. She walked toward the door. Her boots squelched with every step. The cold had settled into her bones now, a deep ache that made her hands clumsy, her thoughts slow. She needed to find the crew. She needed to use a phone. She needed to get back to Pell. She reached for the door handle. The ferry's horn blasted again, closer this time, and the deck shuddered as the engines reversed, the vessel slowing. Through the fog ahead, a shape emerged. A concrete pier, a fuel crane, a small dock with a single building hunched against the shore. Not the city, somewhere farther down the coast. The ferry was docking. Saskia pulled the door open and stepped inside. The corridor was narrow, painted the same institutional gray as the deck, with a low ceiling and bare bulbs flickering in wire cages. A door at the far end bore a sign, "Crew only." She walked toward it. Her hand was reaching for the latch when a door to her right slid open and a man stepped out, wiping his hands on a rag, his face lifting in surprise at the sight of her. "You're not supposed to be down here." "Ferry offloaded me at the wrong dock," she said, keeping her voice steady. "I need a phone. Emergency." He stared at her soaked clothes, her shaking hands, the raw red of her skin. "What happened to you?" "I fell in. You need a hospital. I need a phone." He hesitated, then nodded, jerking his head toward the door. "Office is up the stairs. I'll take you." She followed him up a narrow stairwell, her legs burning, her fingers numb. At the top, he pushed through a fire door into a small office with a desk, a radio, a telephone, and a window that looked out over the fog-shrouded pier. The man pointed at the phone. "Help yourself. I'll find you a blanket." He disappeared back through the door. Saskia grabbed the receiver, dialed the number Helena had given her, the one that routed through the Maritime Hall's administrative line, rang once, twice, a click. "Maritime Hall security desk. This is Saskia Roelofs. I need to speak to Dr. Helena Mercer immediately." "I'm sorry, ma'am, but the building is under legal hold. No incoming or outgoing calls are permitted until the hold is lifted." "Then put me through to hearing room 3. "I can't do that." "Listen to me," she said, her voice cracking. "I have the evidence, the data key, the complete set. I need to—" "I'm sorry, ma'am." The line went dead. Saskia stared at the receiver. She hung up, dialed again. This time she called the number for the Maritime Hall's general switchboard, the one listed on the university directory. Rang twice. A recorded message. "Due to a security incident, all lines at Maritime Hall are temporarily unavailable. Please try your call again later." She slammed the receiver down. The door opened behind her. She turned, expecting the crewman with a blanket. It was not the crewman. Vero stood in the doorway, his gray hair plastered to his skull, his coat soaked, a gash across his forehead weeping blood. He held a rusted steel pipe in one hand. He was smiling. "Missed the ferry," he said. "Found a launch, took a shortcut." Saskia's hand went to her pocket. "I wouldn't," Vero said, hefting the pipe. "I really wouldn't." She looked past him. The corridor beyond the door was dark, empty. No crewman, no sound but the hum of the ferry's idling engines. "Where is he?" "Tied up in the engine room. He'll be fine. Cold, but fine." Saskia edged sideways, her back to the desk, her eyes on the pipe. "You came all this way for a data key you don't have." "I came for the data key you have, and for you." He stepped into the room, the pipe swinging at his side. "The woman I answer to wants to meet you." "Silver hair." His smile flickered. "You know more than you should." "I know she's the one who opened the door at the hearing. I know she's the one Alstrom reports to. I know she's been running the whole operation from a chair in the room while you and Alstrom did the dirty work." Vero's grip tightened on the pipe. "She will be interested to hear how much you've pieced together. Tell her I said she needs a better class of employee." He lunged. Saskia dove left, the pipe whistling past her ear, smashing into the desk where she had been standing. She grabbed the phone, hurled it at his face. It caught him in the cheekbone, sent him staggering. She ran for the door. His hand caught her ankle. She hit the floor hard, her chin cracking against the concrete, stars bursting across her vision. She kicked, twisted, clawed at the floor. Vero hauled her back by her leg, his grip iron. "Key," he growled. "Give me the key. Go to hell." He raised the pipe. The door at the far end of the corridor exploded open. Pell hit Vero at full sprint, shoulder driving into the man's chest, carrying him through the office door, through the desk, into the wall. The pipe clattered across the floor. Vero's head snapped back against the concrete, and he went limp. Saskia scrambled to her feet, Pell stood over Vero, his chest heaving, his scarred hands shaking, his eyes black, wolf black, receding as she watched, the animal pulling back, retreating into the man. He looked at her. "You jumped." "He had the case. I watched you disappear. I had the key." He crossed the room in 2 strides, took her face in his hands, pressed his forehead against hers. His breath came ragged, uneven, his fingers trembling against her skin. "Do not do that again." "I had to." "I know." He pulled back, looked at her, looked at Vero crumpled against the wall. "We need to get back. The hearing. Legal hold, no calls in or out." Helena triggered it. "Then we bring him to her. We bring the key to her. We finish this." Saskia reached into her pocket. Her fingers touched the brass data key and something else, wet, empty. She pulled it out. It was the key, still intact, still solid, the brass warm against her cold skin. She held it up, let Pell see it. "What's in it?" "Everything. Payment chains, routing codes, the names the off-the-book contracts hid. The full set." Pell nodded. "Then we go. Now." He turned toward Vero, bent to haul the unconscious man up, and stopped. Vero's hand was moving, not reaching for the pipe, reaching for the desk drawer. Pell grabbed Saskia's arm, yanked her back, as Vero's fingers closed around something in the dark of the drawer and pulled. A small cylinder, brass, the same size as the data key in Saskia's pocket. Vero's smile was bloody, cracked, triumphant. "You think she put all her eggs in one basket?" He held up the cylinder. "Wrenna's second key was never the only backup. There is always another copy. One more witness, one more thread, one more name." He pressed the cylinder to his chest. "You want to end this? You have to find every copy, every safe, every memory." "There are more than you know." Pell lunged. Vero threw the cylinder. It spun through the air, caught the light, arced over Saskia's head, and disappeared into the dark of the corridor beyond. Saskia ran after it. The corridor was empty. The cylinder had hit the floor, rolled, and stopped somewhere in the shadows between 2 supply lockers. She dropped to her knees, felt along the cold concrete. Her fingers brushed metal. She grabbed it, lifted it. It was not the cylinder. It was a bolt, a rusted steel bolt. She swept her hand wider, searching, desperate. Nothing. The cylinder was gone. Behind her, Vero laughed, a wet, broken sound as Pell hauled him upright. Saskia turned, the bolt still in her hand, the empty space where the cylinder should have been burning in her memory. "We need to find it." "It's gone," Pell said quietly. "Swept into the grate. Floodwater." She looked down. There was a drainage grate at the end of the corridor, its slots wide enough for a cylinder to fall through. Below it, the dark water of the harbor lapped against concrete, hungry and cold. The cylinder was gone. The second backup was gone, and Vero was still smiling. "You want the name?" he said, his voice a rasp. "The woman you're hunting? Silver hair, hearing panel, the one who owns Austrum's leash?" Saskia's jaw tightened. "You're going to tell me?" "Only if you let me go." "No." "Then she stays a ghost, and you spend the rest of your life wondering how close you came." Pell's hand closed around Vero's throat, not hard enough to kill, hard enough to make a point. "You don't get to bargain." "I don't need to bargain." Vero's smile widened. "She already knows you're coming. She's been watching since the hearing. She knows about the key. She knows about the tunnel. She knows about the ferry." He turned his head, looked at Saskia with those cold, unblinking eyes. "She knows about you." Saskia stepped forward. "Then she knows I'm not stopping." She reached into her pocket, pulled out the brass data key, held it up so Vero could see it clearly. "This is going to the hearing. This is going to the public record. And every name on it, every payment chain, every routing code, it is going to burn your operation to the ground." Vero's smile flickered. "The key alone is not enough." "It is. It is not." His voice dropped, almost gentle. "You think Anika had only one backup? She built a system, distributed, encrypted. She knew that if she died, the evidence would survive in fragments, one here, one there, scattered across the mainland like seeds. The key gets you the first fragment, but the full picture, the complete chain, He leaned forward, blood dripping from his brow. You need the others. Saskia's hand tightened around the key. Behind her, the ferry horn blasted, and the vessel shuddered, engines engaging, pulling away from the dock, carrying them toward a destination she could not see. She looked at Pell. He looked back, and somewhere in the dark of the corridor, between the space where the cylinder had fallen and the floodwater that had swallowed it, she heard a sound. Not the engines, not the water. Footsteps. Coming closer. Chapter 79. Pell's grip on Vero was iron, but Vero's eyes weren't on him anymore. They were on the corridor behind Saskia. The footsteps stopped. A figure stepped into the light. Dark coat, silver hair catching the fluorescent flicker. Not the woman from the hearing. A man. Older, lined face, carrying a tablet and a silence that filled the space like pressure. Driftmoor evidence is under federal seal, he said, voice flat, administrative. You will surrender the detainee and all materials to my custody. Pell did not loosen his hold. Who the hell are you? Special Examiner Dahl, R. Dahl. He held up a badge, the same last name from the hit list, the one marked unstruck. I've been watching this case since Anika's first report crossed my desk 3 years ago. Before she died, before the Institute buried her data, before anyone on that hearing panel knew I existed. Saskia's hand went to her pocket, the data key warm against her thigh. You're on the kill list. I know. Dahl's voice did not waver. That's how I knew I was close. Vero laughed, a wet, broken sound. Close. You were never close. You had fragments, pieces, nothing that connected to the real names. Says the man bleeding on a ferry floor. I'm alive. Your list isn't complete. It never was. Dahl stepped closer, tablet lowered. Then complete it. The air changed. Vero's smile flattened. His eyes went cold, calculating, the smile of a man who had just realized he held the last card. If I talk, he said slowly, I want witness protection. Full relocation, new identity, the kind that buries a man so deep the Institute's accountants never find him. Pell's hand tightened. You don't get to. Yes, I do. Vero's voice was steady. Because the names I have are not on any routing code. They are not on any invoice. They are the names that sign the checks, approve the grants, and bury the investigations before they start. A shipping magnate in the Baltic, a research committee chair who controls every marine biology publication in the North Atlantic. A political advisor who sits on the Energy Consortium's board. He paused. And the silver-haired woman's real name? Saskia stepped forward. Say it. Not until I see the paperwork. Dahl pulled a folded document from his inner coat pocket. Pre-signed, federal seal. You talk, you walk. Vero's eyes flickered over the paper. Something shifted in his face. Fear, hunger, the desperate calculation of a man who had run out of road. He began to speak. The names came in a rush. Rasmund Alstrom's silent partner, a woman named Solfrid Korsdottir, board chair of a shipping conglomerate that owned the freight routes into Reykjavik. Dr. Alana Vickers, head of the North Atlantic Research Council, the woman who had approved Anika's grant applications, then flagged her for monitoring when she started asking about reef signatures. A political attaché named Jarl Vick, posted to the Energy Ministry's Marine Resources Division, the man who had written the policy guidance that let Biospec M-17 operate without oversight. Each name landed like a stone. Saskia's world contracted. She knew some of these people. She had presented at Vickers' conferences. She had cited Vick's policy papers in her own grant applications. The conspiracy was not a single clan's secret. It was an infrastructure, and she had been standing inside it her entire career. Vero's voice dropped. Korsdottir is the one you want. She owns Aglestrom. She owns the shipping line that moves the extraction product. She owns the insurance company that paid out on the accidents. Where is she? Saskia's voice was steel. Helsinki, corporate headquarters. But she knows you're coming. She's been watching since the hearing. Dahl tapped his tablet. That name gives me enough to open a federal channel. We can freeze the Baltic accounts within the hour. Vero shook his head. No, you need the paper trail, the original signatures. They are in a safety deposit box in Reykjavik, under a name that is not hers. What name? Vero's smile returned. The name I will give you after I am in federal custody. Dahl's jaw tightened. He turned, gestured to someone in the corridor. 2 uniformed officers appeared, handcuffs ready. "Leith Vero," Dahl said. "By authority of the Federal Maritime Security Act, you are under arrest for conspiracy, fraud, and multiple counts of accessory to murder." The officers moved forward. Vero did not resist. His face was calm, almost relieved. Then his hand moved, fast, to his collar. Saskia saw the tiny capsule between his fingers, pale blue, no larger than a grain of rice, already at his lips. "No." She lunged. Her hand caught his wrist, twisted, the capsule spinning free, skittering across the deck, disappearing into the gap between 2 loose planks. Vero's eyes went wide. "The harbor," he whispered. "It's in the harbor." The officers seized him, wrenched his arms behind his back, slapped the cuffs on. But his gaze stayed on the gap in the deck, the dark water visible through it, the poison capsule already swallowed by the current below. "You don't understand," he said, his voice suddenly thin. "That was my exit, my clean exit. Without it, they will find me. They will make me talk. And then they will make me disappear the hard way." The officers hauled him upright and marched him down the corridor. Dahl turned to Saskia. "You have the data key?" "Yes, keep it close. The Reykjavik box, the signatures, they are the next piece. Torsdottir will not fall on Vero's word alone." He followed the officers. Saskia stood in the sudden silence, the key pressed against her palm, the names burning in her memory. Pell was beside her, hand on her back, steady. "Helena," she said. "We need to call Helena. She knows Reykjavik. She knows the banks." Pell pulled out his phone. It rang twice. Helena's voice was clipped, urgent. "Where are you?" "Ferry, harbor mouth. We have Vero. He gave names, Pell. Torsdottir, Vickers, Vic, federal custody. Dahl's got him." A pause. "Wrenna," Helena said. "Have you seen Wrenna?" Saskia's blood went cold. "No. She was in the corridor, bleeding. We left her braced against the wall. She is not in the corridor now. She is not in the medical bay. The emergency crews found her transfer gunny empty, blood trail leading to a maintenance hatch by the waterline. She is gone." Saskia's grip on the key tightened. "Search the tunnel. She cannot have gone far." "She did," Helena said. "They found this wedged in the hatch seal." A long pause. "What?" "A note. Blood smeared. Addressed to you." Saskia's throat closed. Helena read it aloud. "I owed her more than dying." The line hung in the air, cold, final, unfinished. Saskia stared at the water through the deck gap, the dark current that had swallowed the poison, the harbor that had taken Wrenna, the city lights blurring on the horizon as the ferry pushed deeper into the fog. She had names. She had a key. She had Pell. But Wrenna was gone, and the conspiracy had just lost its easiest target. And somewhere in the dark, the silver-haired woman was still watching, still waiting, still one step ahead. Pell's phone buzzed. Helena's voice returned, thin with static. "Saskia, there is something else." "What?" "The legal hold just collapsed. Someone with higher authorization overrode it. They are releasing the hearing room. They are releasing Mortensen." Saskia's breath stopped. "Who?" A pause. "The override signature belongs to Salvage Torsdottir." The name, fresh from Vero's lips, landed like a blade. Saskia looked at Pell. He was already moving, pulling her toward the crew cabin, toward the phone, toward anything that could get them back to shore before the trail went cold. Behind them, the fog swallowed the last of the city lights, and the ferry carried them deeper into the dark. The next move belonged to the woman with silver hair. Chapter 80. Days passed in a gray blur of debriefings, legal forms, and sealed statements. Saskia signed her name so many times, the letters started to look foreign. Pell sat beside her through every interview, his hand steady on her back, his silence a language the federal agents learned to read fast. Helena had worked through the nights, filing simultaneous petitions in 3 district courts, invoking every clause her husband had written into the original arbitration charter. The hearing transcript, impounded, classified, then released through a loophole no one had predicted. By the 3rd morning, the story broke across every major outlet. Marine biologist's murder linked to extraction conspiracy. Former institute officials in custody. Shipping magnate named in federal warrant. Soleil Torstadi's photograph ran on the front page. Silver hair, steel gaze. The caption said she had not been located. Saskia stared at the image in the newspaper and felt nothing. Just cold. Just the memory of Vero's voice saying her name. The pier stretched ahead of them, salt-crusted planks leading to a 2-lane road that disappeared into the coastal hills. A rusted sign advertised a ferry crossing that no longer ran. Beyond it, the mainland opened into pine, rock, and the kind of distance that made Saskia's chest ache. Pell stood beside her, a duffel slung over his good shoulder, his eyes tracking the tree line with the habit of someone who had read threats in shadow for years. "The truck is at the depot," he said. "Helena arranged it. Full tank, maps, cash in the glove box." Saskia nodded. She had not asked where they were going, not yet. The names burned in her pocket, written on a scrap of paper she had folded so many times the creases had torn. Torstadtir. Vickers. Vic. 3 doors. And behind them, a network that stretched from the Energy Ministry to the Research Council to a shipping conglomerate that moved product through ports no one inspected. "I have been thinking," she said. Pell turned to her. The wind lifted his dark hair, pulled the collar of his jacket against his throat. "About what?" "About what happens when we find them, when we prove it all, when the last signature is in evidence and there is no one left to name." She faced him fully, the gray light catching her face, the salt crusted on her lips. "Before you, I thought the only thing that mattered was the truth, that I could collect it, present it, and walk away clean, that justice would do the rest." She paused. The wind snapped between them. "But that was before I learned what it costs to trust someone, and what it costs not to." Pell's jaw tightened. He did not speak. Saskia reached out. Her fingers brushed his wrist, then slid down until her hand found his, gold against warm, a deliberate shape. "I am not staying because of the bond," she said. "I am staying because I chose you, because you stayed when it would have been easier to let me burn alone, because you did not try to own me." His hand turned under hers, their fingers laced. "Saskia, I am still afraid," she said, "of losing myself, of wanting something so much that it blinds me. But I am more afraid of being the woman who walked away from the only person who ever made her feel safe." Pell lifted her hand, pressed her knuckles to his mouth, a slow, deliberate gesture that said everything his voice could not. "I am not going to let you burr alone," he said against her skin. "Not tonight. Not ever." She pulled him down and kissed him, hard and hungry, tasting salt and winter and the faint copper of old blood from his still healing shoulder. His arm came around her, pulling her against his chest, and for a long moment the wind stopped mattering, the road stopped mattering, the names in her pocket stopped mattering. There was only this, the choice, the claim, the truth that they had made together without fate forcing either hand. When they broke apart, her breath fogged the air between them. "Where do we start?" Pell asked. Saskia pulled the scrap from her pocket, unfolded it. The names had blurred at the edges from the damp. "Reykjavik," she said. "Helena's contact at the bank. The safety deposit box under a false name." Pell nodded. "Then the Energy Ministry. Vic's office. You can get us in." "How?" "Because you are still a researcher with a federal case file, and because Dahl will give us cover if I ask." She studied his face. "You already asked." "I made a call this morning." The warmth in her chest spread, slow and steady. She squeezed his hand. "Let us go then." They turned toward the road. A sound stopped them, a phone ringing. Not Pell's, hers. She pulled it from her coat pocket, the screen lit with an unknown number. "Who is that?" Pell asked. Saskia answered. Silence. Then a voice she had not expected to hear again. Thin, raw, pressed through a throat that had been injured. "I owed her more than dying. Wrenna." Saskia's grip on the phone tightened. "Where are you?" "I found the second key," Wrenna said, her voice cracking. "I pulled it out of the grate before the tide took it. And I found something else. Something Torstadi did not burn." Saskia's pulse hammered. "Tell me." "Not on this line," Wrenna said. Meet me at the coordinate I am sending. Alone. The line went dead. A notification appeared on the screen. A single set of numbers, a location marker, a harbor town 3 hours north. Pell read it over her shoulder. It could be a trap. It is definitely a trap, Saskia said. But she found the second key, and she knew Torsdottir would burn evidence. That means she is still inside the network, still listening. Pell's hand found hers again. Then we go together. Saskia looked at the road, the pine hills, the gray sky pressing down. She looked at the coordinate on her screen. She looked at Pell. Yes, she said, together.